After the man unexpectedly transmigrated to a poor village, he awakened the Myriad realm's Sect construction system. But activating the system required a dedicated location, so he dragged his father along, wanting an acre of land. What he got in return was a slap in the face, and in the end he could only get a dilapidated hut halfway up the mountain. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the Myriad realm's Sect construction system. Lin Xiao thought to himself, just as I thought. Since it's a cultivation sect, it means that cultivation is truly possible in this world. Lin Xiao was somewhat excited. He took 2 deep breaths and began to name the sect. Soon, he had an idea. Then, Lin Xiao noticed a large rock, about half a person's height, next to the thatched hut. 3 large characters were crookedly written on the stone. Lin Xiao's Sect. Then, a sect panel appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. The words "Activate Rewards" were displayed in the lower right corner of the panel, and Lin Xiao chose to open it. Congratulations on receiving the activation rewards. 1 10-mile peach blossom tree, 5 spirit stones, and 10 pine soot ink. Lin Xiao estimated that the effects of spirit stones were similar to those he knew. As for pine soot ink, isn't it just ink for writing? Lin Xiao couldn't understand for a moment what this had to do with cultivating immortality. The thumbnail of the 10-mile peach blossom tree looks quite nice. Lin Xiao looked around and felt more and more that choosing this venue was the right decision. The hillside where he is now is a relatively flat area. Lin Xiao chose a location near the mountain path and planted the 10-mile peach blossom tree. All that could be seen beside the mountain path, which was originally overgrown with weeds and where only a narrow, winding trail could be vaguely seen. Suddenly, a peach tree with a very ancient and simple appearance appeared. It was the spring equinox, and the peach tree seemed to sense the call of the season. The tiny flower buds hanging on the tree burst open in an instant. A spring breeze blew, spreading the fragrance of flowers everywhere. Lin Xiao regretted not bringing a deck chair with him. Such a pleasant scene, if not shared with someone, would be like wearing fine clothes in the dark. Lin Xiao planned to go down the mountain and called Jiang Youfu to become the first disciple of the Lin Xiao sect. But Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that now that it was a cultivation sect, it had to do something important first. The system seemed to have mentioned earlier that he should create the sect's core cultivation method as soon as possible. The skill creation function has been successfully enabled. Please add the necessary items to begin creation. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiao saw a platform appear in front of him with 4 small squares arranged in a row. The first square requires paper, and the second square requires ink. The third slot is for the core technique, but the last slot is a question mark. Lin Xiao picked up his machete and immediately began chopping down trees. After he finished chopping down a paper mulberry tree, he peeled off the bark. Then, Lin Xiao stuffed the bark into the first glowing square, and the square's border immediately flashed with yellow light. Was it a success or a failure? So, Lin Xiao took out another batch of pine soot ink from his private stash. It was placed in the second square. The 4 sides of the square immediately lit up with a green light. It seems the first compartment either has the wrong item or not enough material. Lin Xiao peeled some more paper mulberry bark and put it in. As he added more and more paper mulberry bark, the first cell eventually turned into a constant green light. Lin Xiao rubbed his hands together excitedly. Next up was the third square. Lin Xiao tried tapping the third square with his finger, and a prompt popped up in his mind. Start inputting the core techniques. Count down 30 seconds. Lin Xiao was completely bewildered. He hadn't expected this thing to have a countdown timer. But time was of the essence. Lin Xiao didn't have time to complain in his mind. He could only let his blank mind start working frantically. In an instant, a bunch of random fragments flashed through his mind. But in the end, nothing was left. His mind remained blank, utterly clueless. Lin Xiao, whose mind was blank, saw that the third square was already lit up with green light. Lin Xiao was speechless. He didn't even know what he had typed, but the system had already told him that he had finished typing. Now that the third grid system had been completed, Lin Xiao decided to stop worrying about it. His gaze fell on the fourth square, and Lin Xiao touched his bald chin. Why not just put anything in and see? After all, the core of the cultivation method is already so casual. As he pondered, Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the 10-mile stretch of peach blossom
that had just begun to bloom. Then, Lin Xiao casually picked a peach blossom and put it into the fourth compartment. The peach blossom spring Myriad void technique has been successfully synthesized. Technique rating A. It's even A grade. Lin Xiao immediately set it as the core cultivation method of his sect. The Heart Sutra Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Emptiness Technique has been sent to your private treasury. Please check your account. Lin Xiao took out the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void Technique from his private treasury and opened it with great anticipation. A faint fragrance wafted from between the pages of the book. The very first line immediately caught the eye. All things are ethereal and boundless. Follow them, and you will find your way to paradise. Lin Xiao felt as if he had been struck hard in the head, but then a refreshing breeze swept over him, dispelling all his drowsiness. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of an A-level technique, he really couldn't understand it. Fortunately, the later content seemed quite practical, mostly teaching people how to cultivate themselves. It seems that the opening chapter was probably intended for cultivators to gain insights. Lin Xiao read it for a while before closing the book, Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void Technique, finding it somewhat tedious. Moreover, he had just tried to guide the qi into his body according to the method taught inside, but he was unsuccessful. With such a cheat code, does Lin Xiao, as the sect leader, not have any shortcuts to cultivation? Host has successfully activated the cultivation function. Please check your actions. This system is really cute. It activates whatever function Lin Xiao wants. Lin Xiao clicked on the cultivation function and saw his cultivation panel. Does the host wish to spend spirit stones to activate auto cultivation? Throughout the entire qi refining stage, AFK farming only requires 1 spirit stone per day. Lin Xiao immediately felt he had made a huge profit, so he spent a spirit stone to leave the game running for 24 hours. However, the 5 spirit stones in his private treasury were definitely not enough. He would have to find a way to earn more spirit stones. A new task has been issued. Please recruit a disciple as soon as possible. After receiving the task, Lin Xiao finally got up and dusted himself off. Right now, the most important thing is to hurry down the mountain and bring the little fat boy up to the sect. In the Jiang family's courtyard, Jiang Youfu was cleaning the rabbit hutch, wondering to himself why Xiao Gu'er hadn't come to find him yet. Futsi, it's done. A very familiar voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard, calling out to Jiang Youfu. Jiang Youfu turned around in surprise and saw Lin Xiao waving at him from outside the fence. Immediately, the two of them excitedly ran towards the mountainside on the north side. When Jiang Youfu saw the 10-mile stretch of peach blossom trees at the entrance to the mountain road, he was immediately astonished. There have never been any peach trees on the North Mountain, let alone such a thick and beautiful peach tree. Continuing forward, Jiang Youfu saw a large stone tablet standing next to the brand new thatched hut. There were 3 characters engraved on the stone tablet, but Jiang Youfu didn't recognize them. He scratched his head and asked, "What does it say on this stone?" Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he had forgotten that Fu Zi was illiterate. To be precise, apart from the youngest son of the landlord's son, no one in the village was illiterate. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly at his miscalculation, then said, "These 3 characters, when pronounced Lin Xian Sect, are the name of our sect." Jiang Youfu felt a mix of trepidation and excitement. "Brother Xiao, you can actually read. Did the old immortal teach you?" Lin Xiao could only nod, but in his heart he was already thinking about what to do when he recruited disciples. Not to mention Xiushui village, there are hardly any literate people in the surrounding villages. No, Lin Xiao needs to find a way to recruit a literate person to act as his teacher. Lin Xiao immediately turned to Jiang Youfu and said, "Fuzi, come on, let's go through the formalities first." Jiang Youfu, would you be willing to join my Lin Xian sect, become a member of the sect, and devote yourself to cultivation? Jiang Youfu felt as if something inside him had been ignited, and he immediately nodded excitedly. I'm willing. Task: recruit your first disciple. Completed, reward issued. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. May we both ascend to immortality soon. Brother Xiao, when are we going to start cultivating? Lin Xiao looked at Jiang Youfu with a strange expression, then took out the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void Technique and handed it to him. Then Lin Xiao spoke up, saying, "This is the first cultivation method of our sect." Jiang Youfu looked at the book in his hand and opened it with a blank expression. Lin Xiao reached out and turned the book in his hand upside down. "You're holding it upside down." Jiang Youfu silently took it and continued flipping through the pages. As expected, he couldn't understand a single word. Jiang Youfu looked like he was about to cry. "Brother Xiao, is there a mental cultivation method that can be understood without knowing how to read?" Lin Xiao paused for a moment, wondering if there was any solution available in the store. Immediately, Lin Xiao opened the in-game store. He wondered if the system was helping him out. The first item in the recommended products section is a mindset simplifier. This simplifier can transform complex mental cultivation techniques into graphic and textual formats, making them easier for people to understand. Lin Xiao immediately decided to buy the simplifier, but when he saw the purchase conditions, he found that it required spirit stones. Furthermore, different levels of cultivation techniques require the purchase of corresponding level simplifiers, and the prices vary between levels. A- grade cultivation techniques require 5 spirit stones, while S-grade techniques require 50 spirit stones. The difference is rather large. The problem now is that Lin Xiao doesn't have 5 spirit stones. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that he seemed to have missed checking one of his rewards. He immediately opened his private vault and found that it contained 1 Sect uniform crafting diagram, 5 missed spring grass seeds, and the number of spirit stones had also increased to 9. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao entered the store and bought the simplifier. Then, a row of familiar glowing grids appeared in front of him. This time there are only 2 squares, one labeled paper and the other labeled ink. In a corner of the thatched hut, there was still a pile of excess paper mulberry bark that Lin Xiao had previously peeled off. Jiang Youfu saw Lin Xiao pick up the tree bark from the ground, put it in front of him, and the bark suddenly disappeared in midair. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Youfu saw Lin Xiao holding something in his hand and placing it in the air in front of him. Not long after, a book suddenly appeared in Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao handed the book to Jiang Youfu. Look at the picture first, and I'll teach you to recognize the words on the first page in a bit. We'll learn a few words each day and gradually improve. So the two of them sat in the thatched hut and began to study this simplified version of the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void Manual, which was richly illustrated. As dinner time approached, the 2 students, engrossed in their studies in the thatched hut, remained oblivious to their surroundings. The voice of Lin Xiao's older brother, Lin Yun, suddenly rang out from outside, which startled the 2 who were engrossed in their studies. Immediately afterwards, they heard a loud thud outside, as if something had fallen to the ground. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully advancing to the first level of qi refining. Lin Yun, who was outside the thatched hut, was sitting on the ground, covering his forehead, looking completely bewildered. Then Lin Xiao came out and saw Lin Yun's bright red forehead, asking, "Brother, are you all right? What happened here?" There was nothing there, but I still got hit pretty hard. Jiang Youfu glanced at Lin Xiao, and seeing that he had no intention of explaining, he consciously kept his mouth shut. Lin Xiao couldn't explain it clearly in a short time, so he stepped forward and hooked his arm around his older brother's shoulder. "Brother, what brings you here?" Lin Yun was led around by Lin Xiao and headed down the mountain path. "It's all your fault. It's already dinner time and you're still not home. Dad sent me to call you back for dinner." Inside the Lin family's courtyard, the dining table was already set. On it were a small bowl of pickled vegetables, a large bowl of fish soup, and a small basket of steamed buns. Lin Xiao had obviously been waiting at the table for quite a while. Only when he saw Lin Yun leading Lin Xiao back did he pick up his rice bowl. "You're never home. All you do is play. Go wash your hands. I'm not waiting for you." Lin Xiao lowered his head, almost bursting out laughing. His dad is so cute. He insists on waiting for him to come home before eating, but he still says he won't wait for him. At the dinner table, Lin Xiao gave Lin Yun a few instructions on what to do the next day, and then began to eat heartily. Holding a steamed bun, Lin Yun seemed to suddenly recall the strange situation he had encountered at the thatched hut earlier. He glanced at Lin Xiao, then at Lin Xiao, but ultimately didn't ask. Lin Xiao was also pondering this matter in his heart. Lin Xiao thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a good excuse. Besides, they were all his family, so he felt there was no need to keep it a secret forever. He simply slammed his chopsticks down and laid his cards on the table, saying, "Actually, I now belong to a sect that cultivates immortality, and I'm the sect leader." Lin Xiao, still chewing on a salted vegetable bun, looked at his youngest son, who was suddenly acting strangely. Cultivating immortality? Sex? What the hell? Lin Yun had the same expression as Lin Xiao, as if he just wanted to ask Lin Xiao if he had encountered a ghost, and why he was suddenly saying these incomprehensible things. So Lin Xiao took out the same story he had told Jiang Youfu and repeated it to Lin Xiao and Lin Yun. After saying that, Lin Xiao ignored the stunned father and son and rewarded himself with another bowl of fish soup. Then he said to Lin Yun, "Brother, the thing you bumped into on the mountain was actually a defensive formation at the sect's headquarters." Chapter 7. Spell Creation Function. Lin Yun swallowed hard, completely dumbfounded. An old immortal? Immortality? Cultivation? Aren't these things only found on a theatrical stage? How come it sounded so real coming from Erlang's mouth? Lin Xiao, being an adult, remained composed. He stared at Lin Xiao for a long time before asking only one question. "Are you serious?" Lin Xiao shrugged. Why would I lie to you? You'll see for yourself when you go up the mountain tomorrow. The sect is right there on the mountain. I couldn't lie to them even if I wanted to. Lin Xiao sneered. Haven't you told enough lies since you were a child? Lin Xiao immediately shut up. Lin Xiao was silent for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, Don't let the villagers know about this for now. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. Wait until you've really developed your skills and aren't afraid of those kind of troubles anymore. Then we can talk about it. Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly. This was exactly what he wanted. Of course, one should develop discreetly in the early stages. Who would reveal their hand right at the start of the game? Lin Xiao picked up his bowl and continued eating, but then he remembered something important. You cultivator, do you have any farming methods? If you can make the land yield more, we can live the life of a landlord for a few days and eat rice every meal. Lin Xiao patted his chest on the spot. Don't worry, I'll start researching as soon as I finish my cultivation. Lin Yun, who was next to him, was eating a multigrain bun. His eyes lit up, and he was already fantasizing about the days when he could eat white rice every meal. After nightfall, Lin Xiao finished washing up and returned to his room. Having been busy all day, he finally had time to check on the changes in his Qi refining level 1 cultivation. He opened the control panel. Host, Lin Xiao has started auto-cultivation. Talent, outstanding among men. Gender, male. Bone age, 12 years old. Cultivation level, 21 out of 300. Qi refining level 1. Qi refining level 2. Mental technique, peach blossom spring void technique. Completed 1/100th. Cultivation technique. None. When Lin Xiao went down the mountain, he found that his physique had obviously improved. I walked all the way home without getting red in the face or out of breath. I even felt like I could run back and forth hundreds of times. Besides that, my lower abdomen felt a little warm. But the problem is, what about the most crucial thing in cultivating immortality? What about magic? Lin Xiao lay on the bed, starting to imagine things like dust removal magic, telekinesis, and starting fires out of thin air. There was absolutely no reaction. He rolled over and couldn't help but mutter, Do cultivators in this world not use magic? The moment he finished speaking, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, you have successfully activated the spell creation function. Lin Xiao instantly perked up. Here it comes. Start creating spells? Need you even ask? Of course. The next second, 4 familiar little squares appeared before my eyes. The first slot is for paper, the second for ink. The third slot requires spirit stones. The fourth slot is for spell designs. Lin Xiao was both excited and regretful after reading it. He had spirit stones, but he was out of paper mulberry bark. It seemed he would have to gather more paper mulberry bark tomorrow to stockpile in his private treasury. This thing can be used to create cultivation techniques and spells. It's practically a basic resource in the cultivation world. Unfortunately, he can only sleep tonight. The night passed, and before dawn, Lin Xiao was fast asleep. In his dream, he was still recalling the cultivation manual he and Fuzi had studied together during the day. Congratulations, host. Dream enlightenment. Cultivation manual comprehension +5. Significantly improved AFK cultivation effect. Successfully advanced to Qi refining level 2. Lin Xiao's eyelids twitched. Second level of Qi refining? That seems pretty impressive. But he was too sleepy to even open his eyes, and he turned over and fell asleep again. He hadn't slept for long when Lin Xiao suddenly yanked him out of bed. Before Lin Xiao could react, his arms were stuffed with a bunch of things. Several straw mats made overnight, a tattered cloth bundle, and his outer garment. The next moment, he was thrown out of the house. Lin Xiao left only one sentence. Go up the mountain to cultivate. Don't come back before the sun sets. The gate closed. A morning breeze blew, and Lin Xiao was completely awake and also completely confused. He was tired. He wanted to sleep. Most importantly, he could have easily left his character online to cultivate. But he knew Lin Xiao too well. If he dared to go back and catch up on sleep now, what awaited him was not a warm bed, but a brutal beating with a fire poker for half an hour. Lin Xiao stood there for a while, clutching his things, and resigned himself to his fate. But he couldn't suffer alone. So he went to the Jiang family and pulled Jiang Youfu out of bed as well. Good brothers should share hardships. When the two arrived at the sect, the sun was just rising. Lin Xiao spread the straw mat inside the thatched hut, and his mood finally improved a little. At least he wouldn't have to sit on the ground today. He opened the bundle and found 2 steamed buns for sweet potatoes and a large bamboo water bottle. However, the bamboo bottle wasn't sealed well, and a lot of water leaked out, soaking a section of the bundle. Jiang Youfu was in a similar situation, with Grandma Jiang stuffing several steamed buns into his arms. Lin Xiao looked at the simple thatched hut in front of him, then at Jiang Youfu beside him, who was happily munching on his steamed buns. From today onwards, the two of them will officially begin their cultivation halfway up the mountain. However, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something. What is Fu Zi's aptitude like? The system should be able to check, right? The thought had barely formed when a notification appeared. Disciple panel function enabled. Lin Xiao was already used to the system's responsive efficiency. He opened the disciple information. There is currently only one person inside, Jiang Youfu. Name, Jiang Youfu. Gender, male. Bone age, 12 years old. Ability, average, not the best. Cultivation level, mortal. Qi induction, sect status. Outer disciple, changeable. Sect position, none, changeable. Almost lost his composure when he saw the phrase, not the best, but better than the worst. What kind of qualification assessment is this? To put it bluntly, isn't it just average? However, considering the system's evaluation of him as an outstanding individual, Lin Xiao decided to be magnanimous and not argue with it. He then looked at the can be changed option. The outer sect disciple status could be changed, and so could the sect position. Lin Xiao immediately became interested. But when he clicked in, it was completely empty, with only a bunch of add symbols. In other words, he would have to create all the positions within the sect himself. Lin Xiao fell silent. If he were to take this seriously, he would first need to create a tree diagram, then divide the responsibilities, and finally arrange a promotion system. There are only 2 people in the sect now, so there's no need to make things so complicated. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and then directly typed in 4 words, Sect Elder. As for what this elder is responsible for now, nothing. We'll see when we need him. Right now, the most important thing is to set up the sect's framework. Chapter 8, the Purification Technique section on sect status is quite simple, with only 4 categories: outer disciples, inner disciples, elite disciples, and personal disciples. Lin Xiao glanced at it and, without hesitation, changed Jiang Youfu's status from an outer disciple to a personal disciple. What a joke. Lin Xiao had personally taught Jiang Youfu his cultivation method, word by word. Brothers are brothers, and seniority is seniority. When it's time for a disciple to take on a role, the rules cannot be broken. After making the changes, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and immediately told Jiang Youfu the good news. Fu Zi, from now on in our Lingxian sect, you will be the chief disciple under the sect master. How about it? Aren't you happy? Jiang Youfu had just finished eating his steamed bun and let out a burp when he heard this, and he was stunned. Huh? So, Xiaoji, you'll be my master from now on? Then we won't be brothers anymore? Lin Xiao raised his hand and flicked him on the forehead. What are you thinking? We're still brothers, but I taught you cultivation. Isn't that a fact of our master-disciple relationship? Tell me yourself, didn't I teach you that cultivation method word by word? Jiang Youfu was delighted to hear that his brother would still do as he was told. That's good, as long as we're still brothers. So, Xiaoji, should I call you master from now on? Lin Xiao waved his hand. We'll stick to the usual routine and talk when outsiders are around. After breakfast, the 2 officially began their cultivation. To be precise, Jiang Youfu began cultivating with all his might. After returning home last night, he repeatedly pondered the section on guiding qi into the body, and today he actually managed to feel a little bit of qi. Once a young man makes progress, his enthusiasm immediately rises, and he becomes incredibly focused. He leaned against the side and opened the system shop. The moment he clicked in, the recommended list nearly blinded him. Heavenly rank magic weapons, heavenly rank pills, heavenly rank spiritual materials, each more outrageous than the last. The item was good, but the problem was he couldn't afford it. Forget about the quantity of spirit stones. The price was set in top-grade spirit stones. Lin Xiao only had 4 ordinary spirit stones left in his pocket, which felt pathetic even at first glance. He had no choice but to scroll down through the categories. But after just one glance, Lin Xiao didn't want to look anymore. The categories were densely packed, easily over 100. Going through them one by one would be incredibly tedious. He suddenly wondered if this online store could recommend whatever he wanted. Whatever he wanted, it would give him. Lin Xiao immediately thought of the 5 mist spring grass seeds in his private stash. He had never seen this thing before, and he didn't know if it needed special soil, whether there were any requirements for the planting environment, or what tools to use. The thought had barely formed when he checked the shop again. Sure enough, the recommended list had changed instantly. Spirit herb planting soil, synthesizer. Spirit herb planting tool, synthesizer. Beginner spirit herb planting manual. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Good heavens, this really is a whatever you want mall. But then he looked at the prices and calmed down. Each of these 3 items cost 1 spirit stone. Buying everything would cost 3 yuan, and he only had 4 yuan in total. After that, he'd only have 1 yuan left, enough for just 24 hours of idling. He was so poor, so incredibly poor. Lin Xiao couldn't help but mentally call upon the system. The task? The next second, a system notification appeared. System task issued. Please raise your sect's reputation to level 5 within 10 days. Failure to complete the task within 10 days will result in forfeiture of the reward. Lin Xiao immediately opened the sect panel. Sect reputation, 3. He raised an eyebrow. It wasn't zero. So, this sect reputation just meant that a few people knew about the sect. If that's the case, then it's simple. Just go down a mountain, find 2 friends you're close to, and casually mention that the Lin Xiao sect exists. Your reputation will be at level 5 in no time, right? As for whether they could recruit someone into the sect, that would be difficult. There weren't many teenagers in the village like him, and Fuzi who still had relatively free lives at home. Most of their childhood friends of the same age had been forced by their families to do chores. If he went to someone's house and said, "Stop working, come with me to the mountains to cultivate immortality," he'd probably be chased out on the spot by the adults with sticks. However, just letting them know about the Lin Xiao sect shouldn't be a big problem. Anyway, most of those people probably wouldn't take it seriously. Lin Xiao decided to give it a try before going home today. With the mission in hand, there was hope for spirit stones. The previous missions all rewarded spirit stones, so this one shouldn't be too bad either. But he wasn't in a hurry to buy planting tools. There was something else that had been on his mind all night. The spell creation feature he just unlocked last night. There wasn't much paper mulberry bark left in the thatched hut, so Lin Xiao picked up his machete and headed straight up the mountain. It was already broad daylight. Dewdrops clung to the grass and leaves in the forest, sparkling in the sunlight. Lin Xiao found a paper mulberry tree and was peeling off the bark with great enthusiasm when he suddenly stopped. A strange yet intense aura flashed by in the nearby mountains and forests. It was so fast that an ordinary person wouldn't even notice it. But Lin Xiao was different. He had been extremely sensitive to the aura around him since childhood, and he could sense the approach of strangers almost immediately. Not to mention, he's now a proper chi refining cultivator. This aura doesn't belong to the villagers, nor does it resemble that of an ordinary wild beast. Lin Xiao's heart sank slightly, but he didn't stop. He pretended not to have noticed anything and continued peeling bark from the tree. After that aura flashed by, it never reappeared, as if it had truly just been passing by. A long while later, Lin Xiao finally put away the paper mulberry bark and turned to return to the sect headquarters. He knew in his heart that since this world allowed cultivation, it could never be completely peaceful. Even a remote and isolated place like Xiushui village isn't necessarily safe. Hopefully, that thing just now was merely passing by chance. Back at the sect's headquarters, Lin Xiao sat under the 10-mile peach blossom tree, as usual. Without delay, he immediately activated the spell creation function. In the first slot, he placed mulberry bark. In the second slot, he placed pine soot ink. In the third slot, he tentatively placed a spirit stone, and the slot lit up. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it only cost 1 spirit stone, which he could barely afford. Next, there was only 1 slot left, spell conception. Lin Xiao stared at that column, pondered for a moment, and ultimately didn't enter anything exaggerated or world-destroying. He's only at the 2nd level of chi refining now. If the spell he creates is too overpowered, it would be awkward if he couldn't use it at all. What he really wants is a spell that can continuously grow stronger as his cultivation level increases. It works at lower levels, and it's not useless at higher levels either. It's both practical and has room for development. Lin Xiao already had a general idea about this direction. He quickly organized it in his mind and began inputting his spell concept. Having learned from his previous experience creating the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique, Lin Xiao was much calmer this time, leaning against the peach tree and waiting quietly. Not long after, a system notification sounded. Purification technique created successfully. Please check your account. Chapter 9. Sunny Gal. Lin Xiao took out the newly acquired purification spell from his private treasury, casually flipped it open, and his eyes instantly lit up. This spell was even more powerful than he had imagined. The purification spell was not an ordinary minor spell, but an advanced spell with 5 tiers in total. The first stage is the dust removal technique, specifically designed to clean surface dust and impurities. The second stage is the chi purification technique, capable of purifying impure chi and refining spiritual and human chi. The third stage is the mind purification technique, capable of purifying the mind and consciousness. The fourth tier, the cleansing technique, is even more outrageous, capable of washing and transforming people or objects. Theoretically, given sufficient spiritual energy, even non-spiritual energy cultivators could be cleansed into spiritual energy cultivators. The fifth tier, the elimination technique. The so-called elimination means annihilation, erasure, and obliteration. Lin Xiao became more and more excited as he read on. If this thing were used properly, it would definitely be a divine skill for the sect's development. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded. The system has detected that the host is currently in a position of sect leader and is overwhelmed with other matters. Therefore, the system has specially granted the host a special privilege to cultivate spells. From now on, all spells created by the host will be automatically learned, saving the host cultivation time and allowing the host to focus on making the sect bigger and stronger. Lin Xiao was overjoyed This was incredibly thoughtful. He immediately asked if the cultivation method could also be exempted from practice. The system promptly replied that the cultivation method was related to one's Tao heart and required time and mental refinement to achieve Tao in the future. If Lin Xiao were willing to give up ascension to immortality, the system could activate a no-cultivation advancement function, making the golden core stage overnight a real possibility. Should he give up achieving immortality? Lin Xiao didn't even hesitate. He immediately refused. With a new spell, Lin Xiao was like someone who had just gotten a new toy and couldn't resist trying it out immediately. He stood up and casually cast a dust removal spell on the straw mat he had just been sitting on. The next moment, the straw mat was brand new. Although it was a newly woven mat, it looked as if it had been freshly washed and dried, with a faint sheen even appearing on the dry, yellow wheat stalks. More importantly, Lin Xiao felt that the spiritual energy in his dantian had hardly diminished. He wasn't sure if the dust-removing spell consumed too little energy, or if his spiritual power was already quite substantial after reaching the second level of qi refining. He suddenly thought that it would be great if Zhang Youfu could also cast spells. At least he could have a comparison. Lin Xiao then looked at the second-tier purification technique, but ultimately didn't try it. Firstly, there was no suitable target, and secondly, he knew very well that one couldn't act recklessly in cultivation. Theoretically, he could use any of the fifth-tier purification techniques now, as long as he had enough spiritual energy. The problem is his meridians can't handle it. Each level of spell requires a massive amount of spiritual energy to be released instantly. He's only at the second level of qi refining now, and even if he had enough spiritual energy, forcibly releasing a high-level spell might burst his meridians. Lin Xiao suppressed the urge to continue trying. Cultivating immortality, after all, is about playing it safe and living longer. Before he knew it, it was noon. Zhang Youfu, clutching his stomach, crawled out of the thatched hut and called out, "Brother Xiao, is it lunchtime? I'm hungry." Lin Xiao looked up at the bright sun overhead, nodded, and stood up, saying, "Let's go shrimp fishing today." Zhang Youfu's eyes lit up at the mention of shrimp fishing. When it came to shrimp fishing, no one in the entire Xiushui village was better at it than Lin Xiao. Others toiled for most of the day, but caught less than Lin Xiao in half an hour. Spring shrimp may not be the fattest, but they're incredibly delicious. Zhang Youfu immediately packed some dry rations and followed Lin Xiao down the mountain. There is a stream beside Xiushui village, which the villagers call the mountain stream, because the water flows from the mountains to the north. The mountain stream winds around half of the village, and whenever the people of Xiushui village meet people from other villages at the market, they always boast about the terrain. The two arrived at the mouth of a stream where fish and shrimp were plentiful. As soon as they squatted down, they splashed a few handfuls of water on their faces to wash them. Zhang Youfu comfortably laid down on the tender grass, squinting his eyes and sighing. Cultivate immortality, catch some fish and shrimp, and then enjoy a delicious meal on a nice day. Xiaoji, I think it would be great if life could be like that. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I think so too." Zhang Youfu lay beside Lin Xiao, watching him, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His Lin Xiao was truly handsome. Especially when he smiled, he was even more handsome. No wonder everyone in the village, from 7-year-old grandmothers to 3-year-old girls, liked him. Zhang Youfu glanced down at his swollen belly, remained silent for a moment, and then silently looked away. Oh well, you can't compare people. He turned to look downstream, and suddenly seemed to discover something extraordinary. Lin Xiao didn't even look up. "What's wrong?" Zhang Youfu pointed downstream into the distance. "Brother Xiao, look, that Sunny Gao who vowed to study hard at home for 10 years. He actually came out to fetch water? Did the sun rise in the west today?" Lin Xiao glanced up casually, only catching a rough outline, then looked down again to continue scooping shrimp. It's not surprising that they're out fetching water because they understand how hard their families work, is it? Zhang Youfu immediately waved his hand. "That's not how it is. Xiaoji, you don't know, his house is right behind mine. I know it all too well." Speaking of gossip, Zhang Youfu immediately perked up. In the past, when he and Tai Tu went to visit Sunny Gao, they were always kicked out by Aunt's son as soon as they arrived at the door, who told them not to disturb her son's studies. Normally, Sunny Gao wouldn't even be allowed to touch a broom or rag, let alone fetch water. Once, Uncle Sun simply asked Son Yigao to buy some meat from Hunter Yang's house, but Aunt Sun argued with him about it all day long. Zhang Youfu, inside his house, heard everything clearly. Hearing Zhang Youfu's words, Lin Xiao looked up at the downstream stream again. There on the bank, a boy of about 15 or 16, dressed in a long robe with his sleeves rolled up, was frantically fetching water with a wooden bucket. His movements were clearly clumsy, indicating that he had never done this kind of work before. Chapter 10, Shamanistic Dance. Lin Xiao and Zhang Youfu had finished packing their shrimp baskets by the river, preparing to return to the village to show off their sect. Upon hearing that they could boast, Jiang Yofu's eyes lit up. You can really talk about it? I have to tell Tai, too, that I'm a cultivator now. Lin Xiao immediately stopped him. Don't be too sure. What if they also clamor to cultivate immortality and refuse to work in the fields? What if the adults come knocking on our door? We're free because our families spoil us, but that doesn't mean others can be free too. Lin Xiao doesn't do chores, which Lin Dao complains about verbally, but he can't bear to let him do it in his heart. Lin Xiao almost died when he was a child, and Lin Dao always felt that this youngest son needed to be raised strong before doing anything else. Jiang Yofu is even simpler. The whole family spoils him, and his older brother and sister-in-law treat him like a child. So the two of them were the envy of everyone in the village. While others worked every day, they played all day. Sweeping a rabbit hutch was considered a big deal. The two walked towards the village. When they passed the landlord's son's house, they stopped in their tracks. The gate to the Sun family's courtyard was wide open, and several women were gathered around it, craning their necks to look inside. Inside the courtyard, a person dressed in gaudy clothes was jumping and singing, making incoherent noises and shaking something in their hand. Jiang Yofu lowered his voice. What are they doing? Lin Xiao squinted. A shamanistic ritual. The Sun family was considered wealthy in Xiushui village. They owned about 100 acres of land and several nearby villages combined, and were the only family in the village that could afford to send their children to school. But ultimately, they were just small landowners, not to the point of having servants at their beck and call. Lin Xiao had just seen the scholar from the Sun family by the river. The woman at the door couldn't help but ask, Brother Sun, what's wrong with your family? Landlord's son frowned deeply and sighed. Gaoer's mother woke up this morning feeling groggy and not quite herself. Dr. Jiang from Ringsintang in town also examined her, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. My mother-in-law said it seemed like she was possessed, so she invited Sorceress Song to exorcise the evil spirit. These words immediately caused an uproar at the doorway. A long-faced woman slapped her thigh. Oh dear, is she really possessed? Will that evil spirit come out and harm our village? No, I have to go back. If I get involved, we're doomed. After saying that, she turned and ran. The remaining women also changed their expressions, casually greeted landlord's son, and all slipped away. Landlord's son was in no mood to argue. He only watched the ritual being performed in the courtyard with concern. Someone inside heard the commotion and peeked out the window. It was Sun, the landlord's mother-in-law. She watched the women run away, spat lightly, and closed the window again. But the instant the window opened, Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. There was a presence. Very weak, but something was wrong, and it felt somewhat familiar. He immediately recalled the strange presence he'd sensed on the mountain that morning. That thing, it was connected to the Sun family? Just then, Sun Yigao returned carrying water. His clothes were still wet, his shoes were covered in mud, and his shoulders were red from being pressed down by the carrying pole. As soon as landlord's son saw his son return, he quickly went out to help him carry the buckets of water into the yard and pour them into the water vat. Lin Xiao stared at Sun Yigao for a moment, then suddenly had an idea. He winked at Jiang Yofu, quickly stepped forward, and hooked his arm around Sun Yigao's shoulder. Sun Yigao froze on the spot. Lin Xiao, however, looked at him familiarly. Brother Sun, you're finally back. I've thought about what you told me before. Sun Yigao looked bewildered. Come, let's talk in private. Lin Xiao didn't give him a chance to explain. Although Jiang Yofu didn't understand what was going on, he cooperated with Lin Xiao very quickly. The two of them, one on each side, dragged the boy away. Landlord's son glanced around and saw that they were all children from the village, one of whom was Zhang's youngest son. Not only did he not stop them, but he was also quite pleased. His son spent all his time studying and rarely had any friends. On the other side, Lin Xiao and Jiang Yofu took Sun Yigao to a secluded spot before letting go. Sun Yigao straightened his wrinkled clothes, his face showing some annoyance. What exactly do you want? Lin Xiao raised his hand to soothe him. Brother Sun, don't be angry. We need to act quickly in this emergency. We've come to you with important business. Sun Yigao was usually good-tempered, and hearing that he wasn't joking, his anger subsided somewhat. What important business? Lin Xiao looked at the water stains on his clothes and the mud on his shoes, then cut to the chase. If I tell you directly, you definitely won't believe me. I'll let you see for yourself. Sun Yigao frowned. See what? Lin Xiao did not answer, but simply raised his hand, and his spiritual energy stirred. The next moment, a wisp of visible energy rose from his palm, like a fine mist or a white thread held up by the wind, gently swirling. Sun Yigao's pupils contracted. Jiang Yofu, unable to contain himself any longer, puffed out his chest smugly. See? My Xiaoju knows magic. Sun Yigao froze on the spot, speechless for a long time. Lin Xiao withdrew his hand, speaking quickly. Hiring a shaman to perform rituals might not be effective. Your mother's condition might not be an ordinary illness, nor necessarily the kind of evil they're talking about. Sun Yigao's expression changed. You know what's wrong with my mother? I'm not sure yet, Lin Xiao said in a low voice, but I felt a strange aura near your window just now. I felt something similar this morning on the mountain. Sun Yigao's breath hitched. He had studied for many years and did not believe in supernatural phenomena. But his mother was in a coma, and the doctors could not find the cause of her illness. Now, he had witnessed the strange phenomenon growing in Lin Xiao's palm. No matter how much he wanted to disbelieve, he could not bring himself to say it. Lin Xiao stared at him. If you want to save your mother, take me inside to see her. Don't disturb too many people, especially don't let that sorceress cause trouble. Sun Yigao was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Okay. Lin Xiao and Jiang Youfu exchanged a glance. In the Sun family courtyard, Granny Song was still dancing and chanting, the copper bells jingling shrilly as she wailed and shouted sutras to exorcise evil spirits. But the real trouble was probably far beyond her ability to solve. Chapter 11, de Monikoha. Lin Xiao raised his hand and pointed, the cleansing spell landing directly on Sun Yigao. The next second, Sun Yigao was completely stunned. The water stains and mud spots on his body were all gone. The clothes were spotless, even tidier than when he first put them on that morning. Sun Yigao stared, speechless for a long time. Jiang Youfu, standing beside him, was also dumbfounded, almost blurting out a string of holy crap in his mind. Knowing Sun Yigao was present, he could only suppress his emotions and try his best to appear calm. Lin Xiao looked at Sun Yigao and smiled faintly. As you can see, we are cultivators. Jiang Youfu immediately nodded, cooperating with utmost seriousness. Sun Yigao recognized Jiang Youfu. He was the chubby little boy from the Jiang family, someone he used to crave when his mother bought pastries from the county when he was a child. But he didn't recognize Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, realizing what was happening, coughed lightly. Brother Sun, you may not have seen me before. My name is Lin Xiao, the youngest son of the second branch of the Lin family. Lin Dao is my father, and Old Master Lin is my grandfather. Sun Yigao suddenly realized. He was silent for a moment, then his eyes lit up. You want to help my mother? Lin Xiao didn't give a definitive answer. We don't know exactly what's wrong with your mother yet, so I can't guarantee I can cure her. But we can try. At least, I'm more confident than that shaman in your yard. Sun Yigao actually thought the sorceress was unreliable, but his grandmother believed in her. They had no other choice at the moment. He immediately nodded. If this can truly save my mother, I, Sun Yigao, will repay your kindness tenfold. Take us to see first. The three of them hurried to the Sun family's house. When they arrived, the sorceress had already finished her ritual and was wiping the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. Judging from her posture, performing the ritual was quite physically demanding. When Landlord Sun saw his son return with two boys, he managed a small smile. Jiang Youfu, familiar with the place, greeted them first. Hello, Uncle Sunday. Lin Xiao followed suit, saying, Hello, Uncle Sunday. Landlord Sun looked at Lin Xiao and recognized him. This must be the second son of the Dao family, right? Lin Xiao stepped forward. That's right, I'm Lin Xiao. Landlord Sun nodded. All right, I have things to do here. You guys have fun. Gower, entertain your friends well. After saying that, he went into the main house with the sorceress. Sun Yigao didn't delay and first led Lin Xiao and Jiang Youfu to his room. As soon as they entered the room, Lin Xiao immediately asked about the situation before Aunt Sun's accident. Sun Yigao thought for a moment. My mother was fine yesterday. When she came back from town, she said she bought a wild pheasant and was going to stew it for me to nourish my body today. But this morning, my mother was acting strangely. We called a very experienced old doctor for the county to take a look, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Lin Xiao listened, but didn't speak immediately. They were currently at the Sun family's residence, not far from the main house. The faint aura he had sensed earlier was now much clearer. He closed his eyes, carefully sensing his surroundings. A moment later, Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his expression turning serious. There's a very strange aura in your mother's room. Sun Yigao's heart tightened. What aura? Lin Xiao looked at him. If I'm not mistaken, it might be demonic energy. Sun Yigao's expression changed instantly. Demonic energy? How is that possible? Could a monster have entered my house? Jiang Youfu also gasped. Lin Xiao stroked his chin, suddenly realizing a crucial point. Where is the wild pheasant your mother bought yesterday? Sun Yigao asked, surprised. I don't know. It should be in the kitchen. Let's go check it out. The three of them immediately rushed to the Sun family's kitchen. There were no chickens or other living creatures in the kitchen. But next to the woodpile, there was a small cage. The cage was broken, the tier looking as if something had pecked it open. Lin Xiao squatted down, touched the wound, and his eyes immediately turned cold. The residual scent on it is the same as in the main house. Now, the matter was basically clear. The culprit was most likely the wild pheasant that had been bought. Sun Yigao's face was grim, and his fists slowly clenched. I'll go talk to my dad. He should let you in to see my mother. It's just that my maternal grandmother's side is troublesome. She definitely won't believe us kids. He paused, then said, "I'll find a way to distract her in a bit, then you can come in." He then told Lin Xiao and Jiang Youfu to go back to their rooms and wait. Inside the main room, the sorceress was handing a large bag of talisman ash to Granny's son, speaking in a low, enigmatic voice. "This talisman ash is a closely guarded secret of our sect. Divide it into 3 portions and give it to her 3 times a day, boiled in water. No evil spirits will dare to approach her, and she will naturally wake up." Granny's son quickly accepted the talisman ash, extremely grateful. "Oh my, Granny Jiang is incredibly powerful. She's truly a bodhisattva reborn. I thank you on behalf of my daughter." Granny Jiang waved her hand, looking like she was there to save someone from suffering. "I was also eager to save lives. However, these talisman ashes are a precious item in our sect, containing the essence of the sun and moon. It took the sect members several years of effort to draw less than 10 of them. Moreover, they were all made from rare and precious materials. As for the cost," Grandma's son immediately chimed in. Yes, don't worry, sorceress, we should naturally pay for the talisman. How can we let the sorceress do her work and spend her money for nothing?" She turned to look at landlord's son, her tone immediately changing. "Changfu, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and offer the fortune teller some money." His mother-in-law spoke, and landlord's son could only reach for the loose silver at his waist. But when the fortune teller saw it, her half-closed eyes immediately opened. She glanced at landlord's son and slowly said to Granny's son, "Old sister, I wasn't kidding when I mentioned the precious materials. Even without considering the effort and energy spent on making the talisman, the materials alone are worth no less than 10 taels of silver per piece." She deliberately lowered her voice as she said this. "I'm not saying this to be mean, but if it weren't for me, your daughter probably wouldn't have made it through the night." Upon hearing this, Granny's son's face turned pale. 15 taels, including this talisman, just to barely repay her for saving my life. 15 taels. The moment that number was uttered, the atmosphere in the room turned somber. Ordinary families in the village might never have seen so much silver in their entire lives. Even if Sun Changfu's family had some savings, it was certainly not something they could casually produce. What's more, his wife in bed showed no improvement whatsoever. Sun Changfu glanced at his mother-in-law, then at his unconscious wife in bed, and sighed heavily. "Wait a moment." With that, he turned and left the room. Sun Yigao, who had been standing by the door, remained silent. He watched his father walk towards the side room and immediately followed. Chapter 12. The Purification Technique. Upon entering the side room, Sun Changfu didn't rush to take out his money. He planned to delay for a while, waiting until his mother-in-law boiled the sorceress's talisman ash into water and gave it to his wife to drink before making a decision. But as soon as he turned around, he saw his son, Sun Yigao, follow him in. Sun Yigao lowered his voice and got straight to the point. "Dad, that sorceress is obviously a con artist. Please don't believe her." Sun Changfu gave a bitter smile. "I don't want to believe it either, but your mother is already like this, and even the senior doctors in the county can't figure out what's wrong. I'm scared that if we delay any longer, she'll really die." The couple often bickered, but when it came to a life-or-death situation, Sun Changfu couldn't bear to lose his wife who had been with him for decades. Sun Yigao stopped hiding anything and immediately revealed all of Lin Xiao's abilities. Sun Changfu was stunned after hearing this. "Gower, is what you said true?" Sun Yigao nodded and showed him the long robe he was wearing. "Father, look, is there even a speck of dirt on my clothes? I spilled water all over myself while fetching it. The stream was wet, and my shoes got wet too. But look at me now, there's not a single stain left." Sun Changfu stared at his son's robes for a long time, then fell silent. Not to mention the water stains and mud spots. Even the indelible ink marks on Sun Yigao's cuffs from years of writing had all disappeared. This level of cleanliness can't be achieved with ordinary laundry. Sun Changfu was already 7 or 8 parts convinced, and Sun Yigao pressed his advantage. Sun Changfu nodded repeatedly. "You're right, father was confused." He quickly made a decision. "I'll find a way to get your grandmother and that sorceress away in a bit. You can take the Lin family boy in and have a look. If he needs anything, you decide. Rather than letting the sorceress benefit, we might as well take a gamble on the Lin family boy." Since Sun Yigao turned 13, Sun Changfu had already told him where the family's money was kept. Sun Yigao nodded solemnly. "Father, don't worry, I will definitely protect mother." Sun Changfu looked at him, his eyes full of satisfaction. "Good, my son is really grown up." After the father and son reached an agreement, Sun Changfu immediately left the side room and returned to the main house. As soon as he entered, he deliberately frowned. "Oh dear, mother-in-law, we don't have enough cash at home. Why don't you go to the guest room to rest for a while, and the fortune teller will come with me to the money exchange in town to get some?" The fortune teller was delighted. She couldn't wait to take the money and leave, so as not to have to stay and check if the talisman ash was effective. So she immediately nodded, "That will do." But Granny Sun waved her hand. You go ahead. I'll stay and take care of my daughter. Sunny Gao, who was outside, immediately came in and helped Grandma Sun up, saying, Grandma, you've been busy all morning. You should rest. Let your grandson take care of your mother here. Sun Changfu quickly chimed in. Yes, mother-in-law, Gower is all grown up now. His mother is in trouble, so it's only right that his son should take care of her. Grandma Sun felt much more at ease hearing how filial her eldest grandson was. All right, then I'll go and rest for a while and give my good grandson a chance to show his filial piety. With that, Sun Changfu took the sorceress out the door, and Sun Yigao personally helped Grandma Sun to a guest room that was far from the main house to rest. Not long after, he returned to his room and led Lin Xiao and Jiang Youfu into the main house. Lin Xiao's expression darkened as soon as he looked at the calm, heated brick bed. Aunt Sun's face was deathly pale, her lips tinged with purple, and her eyes were half open and half closed. She seemed both conscious and unconscious. What bothered Lin Xiao even more was the unfamiliar aura surrounding her. That aura was cold and eerie, gradually consuming Aunt Sun's life force. Yes, life force. Ever since Lin Xiao advanced to the second level of qi refining, he had been able to sense the life force surrounding everyone. People with weak constitutions have little popularity. Those with strong constitutions have abundant popularity. Unless seriously ill or injured, popularity generally remains within a normal range. But now, Aunt Sun's popularity has become frighteningly weak. And that thing completely different from human popularity is demonic energy. If the demonic energy continues to devour her, Aunt Sun won't survive the night. Lin Xiao didn't hide anything and told Sun Yigao the situation directly. After listening, Sun Yigao immediately bowed deeply. Please, young friend Lin, save my mother. As long as you can save her, I, Yigao, am willing to do anything for you. Lin Xiao immediately helped him up, his tone grave. Brother Sun, there's no need for this. Of course, I want to save your mother. It's just that I haven't been cultivating for very long, and my cultivation level is not high. Recently, I learned a spell that might be able to purify the demonic energy in your mother's body, but I don't have enough spiritual power right now, so I'm not sure if I can cast it successfully. He was referring to the second-tier purification spell, the Qi purification spell, because the system had granted him direct mastery of purification. Even though his spiritual power cultivation was insufficient, he already knew the spell's contents by heart. The problem was understanding it was one thing, but being able to use it was another. Jiang Youfu stood to the side, gritting his teeth in anxiety. He only regretted that his cultivation was too slow. He hadn't even succeeded in drawing qi into his body yet, and he was powerless to help. Lin Xiao also knew that with his current qi refining level 2 spiritual power, forcibly performing the qi purification technique was too difficult. If she failed and her spiritual energy was completely depleted, Aunt Sun would truly have no chance left. But he could sense that as long as she broke through to the third level of qi refining, she might be able to sustain one use of the qi purification technique. Her usual auto-cultivation speed was fixed, and waiting would definitely be too late. The only way right now is to immediately study the cultivation technique and break through as soon as possible. Lin Xiao immediately looked at Sun Yigao. Brother Sun, if you trust me, just wait for me for a few hours. I will break through to the third level of qi refining as soon as possible. At that time, perhaps I can save Aunt Sunday. Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Yigao bowed again, saying, Thank you for your trouble, Brother Lin. Lin Xiao nodded, reached into Jiang Youfu's robes, and pulled out a simplified version of the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique. He then sat down directly on the ground. The next moment, he opened the manual, held his breath, and began to comprehend it on the spot. Chapter 13, Initial Stage Spirit Gathering Array. Lin Xiao knew very well that to break through faster, simply brute force wouldn't work. He had to thoroughly understand the cultivation technique. But the more he wanted to advance, the more anxious he became, unable to calm down at all. Sun Yigao immediately noticed his abnormal state, so he simply lifted his robe and sat down beside him, quietly reciting the Analects. Seeing this, Jiang Youfu also didn't sit idly by, sitting cross-legged next to Lin Xiao and continuing to practice qi induction. One recited the text, the other practiced breathing exercises, and the room gradually quieted down. Lin Xiao's restless heart also calmed down little by little. The system silently ignored all the comprehension improvement +1 notifications. More than an hour later, Lin Xiao suddenly felt the spiritual energy within his body surge out like a spring, suddenly increasing dramatically. Congratulations, host, on advancing to the third level of qi refining. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and stood up with a whoosh. Sun Yigao immediately looked over, excitedly asking, Did you succeed? Lin Xiao nodded. Jiang Youfu was completely dumbfounded. Good heavens, he hadn't even touched the threshold of qi induction. while Brother Xiao had already reached the third level of qi refining. The difference was truly enormous. Lin Xiao didn't delay and immediately went to the bedside to cast the qi purification technique on Aunt's son. His cultivation level was still low, so he couldn't clear the demonic energy all at once. He could only purify it wisp by wisp. Just in case, he kept the spirit stone in his hand, ready to replenish his spiritual power at any time. Fortunately, the demonic energy in Aunt's son's body wasn't too strong, and the whole process went more smoothly than he expected. Before his spiritual power was exhausted, the demonic energy had been completely cleared away. Sun Yigao and Jiang Youfu watched as Aunt's son, whose face had been ashen, gradually regained color, and her purplish lips slowly turned white. Lin Xiao stopped what he was doing, and Sun Yigao quickly stepped forward. "How is my mother?" Lin Xiao paused, feeling his spiritual energy almost completely depleted, as if he hadn't eaten a meal. He smiled and said, "The demonic energy is gone. Aunt's son is all right. She just lost too much of her life force. She needs to replenish it and get some sunshine." Sun Yigao nodded repeatedly. Jiang Youfu, standing beside him, was also shocked. So cultivation really could save lives. He would have to work hard too. He couldn't just watch Xiao Gur make the moves forever. At that moment, Aunt's son on the bed suddenly whispered, "Water." Sun Yigao hurriedly went to pour water. When he returned, Aunt's son had also opened her eyes. He sat down on the edge of the bed, helped his mother sit up, and carefully brought the water cup to her lips. "Mother, drink some water." Lin Xiao and Jiang Youfu did not disturb them and quietly withdrew. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Youfu asked in a low voice, "Shall we go?" Lin Xiao, refreshed and invigorated, said, "Of course we're going. Do you really think we'd stay here and wait for Sun Yigao to be grateful? See, now you know the benefits of cultivation, right?" Jiang Youfu scratched his head and grinned foolishly. "Cultivating immortality is great. Shall we go back to the sect? I want to keep practicing. I feel like I'm almost there." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go back to the sect." Jiang Youfu asked again, "Aren't you going to go and brag to Tai Tu and the others?" At this moment, Lin Xiao saw that his sect reputation in the system had increased by 2, and a notification sounded in his mind. "Congratulations to the host for successfully increasing sect reputation to 5. The task reward has been issued. Please check it." It seems that this reputation was contributed by Sun Yigao and Sun Chongfu. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "We won't go for now. Showing off is nothing compared to cultivation." The two left the Sun family. By the time Sun Yigao had settled his mother and came out to look for them, they were long gone. Halfway up the mountain, inside a thatched hut of the Lin Xiao sect, Jiang Youfu was sitting cross-legged, continuing his attempt to break through to qi induction. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, opened the sect's data to check the mission rewards. Sect Reputation Enhancement Quest Reward. 1 Beginner Spirit Gathering Array, 10 Spirit Stones, a Spirit Gathering Array. This is a cultivation acceleration artifact. Not to mention, this time it also gives 10 Spirit Stones, double the previous amount. Looking at Jiang Youfu, who was still struggling to sense the spiritual energy beside him, Lin Xiao decisively took out the Beginner Spirit Gathering Array. The array plate had no physical form, just a faint white light. He placed the array plate in the center of the thatched hut. The white light vanished into the ground the moment it touched the earth. Lin Xiao could easily retrieve it with a thought. Once the array was complete, the spiritual energy inside the hut noticeably increased. Jiang Youfu was cultivating when he suddenly felt as if his surroundings had changed. The spiritual energy, which he couldn't grasp before, was now much clearer. His spirits lifted, and he immediately threw himself into the task. The effects of the initial level spirit gathering array were immediate. In less than an hour, Jiang Youfu finally drew qi into his body and successfully entered the first level of qi refining. Congratulations to Elder Jiang Youfu of our sect for successfully advancing to the first level of qi refining. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. He then took out 3 spirit stones from his private treasury to replenish his AFK cultivation. Looking at the remaining 10 spirit stones, he smugly opened the shop. The 2 synthesizers and the planting manual were still there in the recommendations. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and bought them all for 3 spirit stones. Having obtained the items, he didn't disturb Jiang Youfu's cultivation. He left the thatched hut alone, took a straw mat, and sat under the 10-mile peach blossom tree to study them. First, he studied the synthesis of spirit herbs and soil. He opened the spirit herb and soil synthesizer, and 3 familiar slots appeared before him. Adding soil to water, and then spirit fertilizer or spirit stones. The first 2 were easy, but the third was the difficult part. He currently had 7 spirit stones, but he needed to burn 1 every day while AFK cultivating, so he couldn't waste them. He had to conserve them wherever possible. Therefore, He could only find a solution using spirit fertilizer. Ordinary fertilizers are mostly farmyard manure, but Lin Xiao knew that plants could also be composted. It's just that spiritual fertilizer has the word spiritual in front of it. Ordinary grass and leaves probably wouldn't work. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by, and a few peach petals softly landed on him. Lin Xiao looked down at the petals. This 10-mile-long peach tree was clearly no ordinary plant. If he used its petals to make compost, would it count as spiritual fertilizer? Chapter 14. Synthesis of Spirit Herbs and Soil. Lin Xiao pondered for a long time before deciding to stop daydreaming. Practice makes perfect. Why not give it a try? If he failed, it would only be a waste of time. If he succeeded, it would prove whether the 10-mile peach blossom tree was indeed a spirit plant. The problem was, he hadn't brought a hoe with him up the mountain. Lin Xiao glanced at Jiang Youfu in the thatched hut. The sect's base was well defended, so it was safe for him to stay inside. He then turned and rushed down the mountain. He planned to go home, grab a hoe, and then rush back up. Sun Changfu had just heard from his son that Lin Xiao had saved his wife and was about to go to the Lin family to express his gratitude when he looked up and saw Lin Xiao carrying a hoe flying past the door. He was about to call out when Lin Xiao had already disappeared. Sun Changfu stood there, stunned, and could only sigh, "That Lin family kid is really hardworking." Back halfway up the mountain, Lin Xiao chose a spot about 7 or 8 meters from the thatched hut, marked out a 2-meter square area, and started digging with his hoe. The soil on the mountain wasn't thick, but this halfway up, constantly eroded by rain, had accumulated quite a bit of soil. It was as hard as stone. Lin Xiao dug for almost half an hour, barely managing to create a pit half a meter deep. The soil he dug out was all hard clumps of mud, which he couldn't break apart even by tapping it with the back of a hoe. Too lazy to struggle, he simply stuffed the hard mud clumps into the first slot of the soil synthesizer. Then he ran to a nearby mountain spring, filled it with water, and poured it into the second slot. Finally, there was still a third item missing. Lin Xiao walked to the 10-mile peach blossom tree, swept up the fallen petals into a pile, and placed them into the third slot. The next second, the synthesizer lit up. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Materials required for synthesizing spirit herbs and soil have been entered. Synthesis begins. Please wait. Success. This proves the 10-mile peach blossom tree is definitely not ordinary. Lin Xiao quickly sat down next to the newly dug pit to wait, so he could pour the soil in later. Not long after, the notification sounded again. Spiritual herb soil successfully synthesized and placed in your private treasury. Please check. Lin Xiao immediately opened his private treasury and poured all the newly synthesized spiritual herb soil into the pit in front of him. It was soft, firm, and its color even exuded a spiritual aura. It was clearly not ordinary mud. Immediately afterward, another notification popped up. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a primary level spirit field from the sect. You have received 10 spirit gathering grass seeds as a reward, which have been sent to your private treasury. Please check your account. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. Good grief, he got a reward from the system for cultivating a piece of land? This was a steal. However, he only had 4 square meters of spirit field now. He originally had 5 mist spring grass seeds in his private treasury, and now he had 10 more spirit gathering grass seeds, so he might not be able to plant them all. It didn't matter if he couldn't plant them all. He could just continue cultivating the land later. Lin Xiao squatted down and began to divide the field into 3 small ridges. Finally, he planted 4 mist spring grass seeds and 5 spirit gathering grass seeds. The rest could be kept as backup. If any haven't sprouted, they could be used for replanting. If none of them grow, then we'll recruit another person skilled in farming into the sect. Following the literacy teacher, the sect has added another urgently needed position, a farming expert. After watering the spirit field with mountain spring water, today's major project is finally complete. Lin Xiao walked to the spring with satisfaction, washed his face, and then cast a dust-removing spell on himself. Otherwise, coming home covered in mud would surely get him a beating from his father. After cleaning himself up, he returned refreshed to the 10-mile stretch of peach blossoms, took out 2 straw mats, laid them side by side, lay down, and took a nap. Green hills and clear waters, peach blossoms and spring breeze. It was a comfortable nap. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, the sun was already setting. Jiang Youfu squatted beside him, watching him expectantly. "Xiaojia, it's getting dark. Shall we go down the mountain? I'm hungry." Lin Xiao suddenly sat up. Oh no, he overslept. He jumped up with a jolt, rubbing his face. "Let's go home." By the time the two hurried back to the village, it was completely dark. At the Lin family's dining table, Lin Xiao held his bowl, looking left and right, clearly holding back something. Lin Dio couldn't take it anymore and slammed his chopsticks on the table. "You silly boy, eat your food. What are you looking at? Say what you want to say. Don't act like a fool." Lin Xiao immediately sat up straight and cleared his throat. "Dad, brother, didn't you hear anything about anything in the village this afternoon?" Lin Yin shook his head. Lin Xiao frowned. What could be going on in our village? What? Is there more gossip going around Widow Lu's door? Stop paying attention to that nonsense. Lin Xiao almost choked on his food. Dad, when have I ever gotten involved in that kind of thing? I'm talking about the Sun Landlord's family. Lin Xiao finally realized. The Sun Landlord's family? You mean the thing about his wife being possessed? The whole village was buzzing about it today. They'd overheard it on their way home. Lin Xiao quickly nodded. Lin Xiao picked up a bite of food and casually said, "What's it to you if someone's wife's possessed?" Lin Yun's expression suddenly changed, and she looked at Lin Xiao in horror. Erlang, could it be you? Stop, stop. Lin Xiao reacted quickly, grabbing a steam bun and stuffing it into Lin Yun's mouth. Brother, what are you thinking? How could I possibly harm someone? I'm the one who saved her. Lin Xiao paused with his chopsticks, suddenly looking at him. You save her? Lin Xiao raised his chin. Really save her? And the evil spirit was exorcised. Lin Xiao finished the last bite of rice and immediately began to recount what had happened during the day. Of course, the details had to be exciting. He described in vivid detail how he made his move, how he calmed the situation, and how he used his dust-removing magic to clean himself of the filth. Lin Yun's eyes lit up after listening. Second brother, is that dust-removing magic really that effective? Lin Xiao nodded proudly. Of course. I just waved my hand, and Sunny Gao's clothes were clean in no time. Lin Yun immediately nudged him. Then try it on our floor and see if it works. Lin Xiao patted his chest. No problem. Watch me. After saying that, he raised his hand and cast a dust-removing spell on the floor of the main room. The floor, which was originally covered in dust, was instantly as clean as if it had just been swept. Only the compacted earth surface remained, and the dust that could never be swept away no matter how hard you swept was completely gone. Lin Daio's eyes lit up. This magic is amazing. He immediately made the decision. Erlang, from now on, the house cleaning will be your responsibility. Every morning before you go up the mountain to cultivate, wave your hands a few times to clean the house before you leave. Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. Huh? Lin Xiao glared at him. What, huh? With this magic, cleaning the house will be so much easier. It will save your brother and me from wasting time cleaning every day. It's settled then. Lin Xiao's lips twitched. He had originally intended to show off the power of a cultivator, but unexpectedly, he ended up being shown off household chores. However, he didn't refuse. Usually, his father and older brother did all the work at home. Now, he finally had something he could do to help. Lin Xiao raised his hand and cast a dust-removing spell on Lin Daio and Lin Yun respectively. The dust on their bodies vanished instantly. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he grinned. Dad, big brother, I've cleaned you both up. So, do I not need to heat up bathwater tonight? Chapter 15, The Spirit Field. Night fell, and only an oil lamp illuminated the Lin family courtyard. Lin Daio sat on a small stool, wiping farm tools with an oil-soaked rag to prevent them from rusting. Lin Yun wove bamboo baskets by the dim light. Lin Xiao squatted beside him, casting a dust-removing spell on a pile of clothes and shoes. After finishing, he looked at the busy father and son. Dad, big brother, do you want to cultivate with me? Lin Daio didn't even look up. I'm too lazy to play this game of cultivating immortality with you. If your brother wants to, he can go with you, but don't drag me into it. Lin Yun looked at his father, then at Lin Xiao. I'll go up the mountain to check on things when I have time after I finish my work each day. Lin Daio immediately made the decision. All right, Dalong, from now on, you'll go up the mountain with your brother every morning and then go to your grandfather's place to learn carpentry in the afternoon. Lin Yun panicked. Dad, won't you be all alone in the fields then? Shut up, it's settled. Linda made the final decision. The affairs of the fields are none of your concern, you little brat. You can help me later if you really cultivate your skills. Lin Yun lowered his head, feeling guilty, yet unable to resist the temptation of cultivating immortality. Erlang could cast spells with a wave of his hand. How could he not envy him? He secretly vowed that once he had mastered some skills, he would definitely help his father. Lin Xiao pressed his advantage. Father, you have to cultivate with us too. Cultivating immortality can prolong life, even grant immortality. You can't just let my elder brother and I live longer and longer and watch you grow old, can you? That would be too painful for us. Lin Daio glared at him disdainfully. Your father doesn't want to live forever. Wouldn't that make me an old monster? Besides, if I live forever, what if your mother waits for me down there and never sees me again? Lin Xiao immediately retorted. Dad, you're overthinking it. My mother is so good. The king of hell must have arranged for her to be reincarnated long ago. Who would be waiting for you down there? Don't be so wishful. Lin Daio's forehead vein throbbed. You little brat, you're itching for a beating every day, aren't you? So the next morning, Lin Xiao left home limping. Jiang Yofu's expression didn't change when he saw him like this. He was used to seeing Xiao Ji get beaten by Uncle Lin since he was a child. The three of them made their way to the mountainside. Lin Yun was stunned when he looked up. Where there had been only a thatched hut and peach trees, A small patch of land had appeared. He walked over, squatted down, and pinched the dark soil. His eyes lit up. What's this land for? The soil is pretty good. Zhang Youfu had also just noticed the new plot. Yesterday evening, it was dark, and he was so hungry he just wanted to go home for dinner that he hadn't paid any attention. Now, seeing it, he immediately started circling the plot. Xiaoji, you're amazing. In just yesterday's short time, you managed to cultivate such a piece of land. Lin Xiao lay down on the grass mat under the peach tree and lazily called out, water it when you have time. There are spirit herbs growing in there. Since there were no water buckets on the mountain, Lin Yun and Zhang Youfu could only take bamboo tubes to the small mountain spring to fetch water and then water it back again and again. Fortunately, the land wasn't large, and it was watered in no time. Lin Xiao then walked up to Lin Yun, his expression turning serious. Brother, come on, let's go through the formalities. Before Lin Yun could react, he heard him ask in a solemn tone, Lin Yun, would you be willing to join my Lin Xiao sect, become a member of the sect, and devote yourself to cultivation? Hearing his younger brother ask this, Lin Yun couldn't help but smile. I'm willing. The next moment, a system notification sounded in Lin Zhao's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a disciple. Disciple details can be viewed in the disciple panel. Lin Xiao immediately checked. Name, Lin Yun. Gender, male. Bone age, 15 years old. Talent, outstanding. Cultivation level, mortal. Good heavens, his older brother's talent is truly outstanding. After greeting Lin Yun, Lin Xiao decisively changed his sect status to personal disciple and his sect position to sect elder. Now, the Lin Xiao sect has a total of 3 people, 1 sect leader and 2 elders. Although there are few people, they've already put on heirs. Just as Lin Xiao was satisfied, the system notification sounded again. The 3-day newbie period has ended. To urge the host to accelerate the construction of the sect, the system will add a sect construction task. Please check and complete it as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, a series of notifications rained down. Sect construction. Please recruit 10 disciples for the sect as soon as possible. Current progress. March 10th. Sect construction. Sect main hall. Please upgrade the sect residence as soon as possible. After the upgrade is successful, the sect residence will be changed to the sect main hall. Sect construction. Sect facilities. 1. Please build a cultivation room as soon as possible to provide cultivation for the disciples. These 3 tasks directly silenced Lin Xiao. One was hiring, the other was building houses. Hiring was one thing, but building houses cost money. And right now, he was completely broke, not even a single copper coin. Lin Xiao could only put this matter aside for now and led Lin Yun and Zhang Youfu into the thatched hut. He used mulberry bark and some pine soot ink to photocopy a simplified version of the peach blossom spring Myriad void technique for Lin Yun. This synthesizer is quite useful. Copying techniques only requires the original paper and ink without consuming any other materials. Afterward, Lin Xiao patiently taught Lin Yun the qi induction technique step by step. Once finished, he left the thatched hut and squatted under the 10-mile peach blossom tree, deep in thought. He had already reached the 3rd level of qi refining, and his physique had noticeably improved. Chopping trees, no problem. Making rammed earth bricks, that should be fine too. The real problem is that he doesn't know how to build houses, and more importantly, he can't afford to waste time. If he has to do every single construction task for the sect himself, what kind of sect leader is he? He might as well just change his name to the Lin Xiao sect's long-term worker. Chapter 16. The sect's first recruitment. The system notification had barely finished when Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Congratulations, host, on successfully activating the building synthesizer. The building synthesizer offers extremely high freedom. Please explore it on your own. Lin Xiao was immediately delighted. This system was indeed considerate. But just how high was extremely high freedom? The previous mental cultivation synthesizer was outrageous enough. And now there's a building synthesizer? Could it possibly turn a thatched hut into a celestial palace? Without much thought, he opened the interface. 2 familiar boxes popped up before him. One was labeled brick materials and the other beam materials. Each was followed by a plus sign. Lin Xiao tried clicking it. The next second, another empty space appeared after the 2 existing spaces, marked with a large question mark, and the plus sign automatically moved to the 3rd space. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. This meant that materials could be added indefinitely? Wow. The more he looked at it, the more it seemed like it could be used for something big. He immediately rummaged through his personal treasury. 7 spirit stones, 1 seed of mist spring grass, 6 pieces of pine soot ink, a beginner's manual for cultivating spear herbs, 5 seeds of spirit gathering grass, and a copy of the peach blossom spring Myriad void technique. After looking through his inventory, Lin Xiao fell silent. What was all this? Seeds, ink, cultivation techniques, and manuals. He couldn't very well throw his cultivation manual in there as a pillar, could he? After thinking for a while, he made a decisive decision. He would recruit people first. With the building synthesizer, he could gather the materials sooner or later. But it would be too slow for him to collect them alone. If there were people from the sect, everyone could find the materials together, doubling the efficiency. More importantly, before the synthesizer was available, directly asking people to go up the mountain to build houses seemed like a scam, deliberately tricking villagers into doing hard labor for him. Things are different now. With their trump card, the sect should officially begin its operations. It was nearing noon, but the sky was overcast, with no sun in sight. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky, guessing it might rain in the next couple of days. There was no time to lose. He should recruit a group of people before the rain. He returned to the thatched hut, greeted the two people cultivating there, and then turned to descend the mountain. Back home, Lin Xiao shouldered a broken table and carried a long bench, heading straight to the threshing ground in the center of the village. It was the spring equinox, and the threshing ground was quite empty, but it was the village center, and the roads leading to the fields and houses all passed through it, so there were quite a few people coming and going. The village children also liked to play nearby. Lin Xiao casually placed the broken table in the middle of the threshing ground, set up a bench, and sat down. His posture was remarkably composed. Then he cleared his throat and suddenly raised his voice. The Lin Xiao sect is recruiting. Want to cultivate immortality? Want to achieve longevity? Want to move mountains and fill seas? Fellow villagers, don't miss this opportunity. Join the Lin Xiao sect, and your path to immortality begins today. That shout woke up half the village. The women nearby, chatting and eating, froze. The farmers on the field ridges, heads down, looked up. Several children ran towards them. The first to gather around were a group of middle-aged women and a few men from the village who spent their days loitering. Someone recognized Lin Xiao immediately and burst into laughter. Isn't this Lin Xiao's second son? What's up? Setting up a stall like the adults in town. And the Lin Xiao sect? Xiaoji, you're taking this childish game quite seriously. Lin Xiao wore a professional fake smile, not responding to a single word. He knew very well that there was no need for him to explain himself at this moment. What were villagers best at? Spreading gossip. As soon as he shouted, the news would spread throughout Xiushui village. Sure enough, someone immediately chimed in. Didn't you hear? They said it's a sect for cultivating immortality. If you go there, you can live forever and even move mountains and fill seas. Sister Lu, why don't you give it a try? Maybe you'll become a fairy tomorrow. The crowd burst into laughter. A loafer approached the table, asking in a nonchalant tone, Brother Xiao, what do you think of me? How about I join your sect and become your master? Lin Xiao glanced at him, continuing his fake smile. He remained silent. The loafer paused, then turned and laughed. Hey, do you think Brother Xiao's gone mad from playing sect games? He can't even speak properly anymore. The laughter grew louder, but Lin Xiao remained calm. He wasn't there to argue. He was waiting for the right person. More and more people gathered at the threshing ground. Some glanced around, got bored, and left with their bowls. Others, hearing there was excitement, rushed over to see. That's how this small village is. If there's anything interesting, the whole village knows within half an hour. Lin Xiao sat behind the old table, dressed in coarse linen, his expression calm. The surrounding noise and laughter seemed to go unnoticed. Finally, a slight commotion arose from outside the crowd. A young man pushed through the throng and stepped out. He had a gentle face, an upright posture, and was dressed neatly and cleanly. His demeanor was completely different from the villagers who had come to watch the spectacle. It was none other than Sunny Gao, the scholar from the Sun family, the landlord's household. He walked to the table, stopped, and bowed solemnly. Sect leader Lin, I am Sunny Gao, and I have come today to pay my respects to the Lin Xiao sect. For a moment, the surroundings fell silent. Then, a murmur of discussion erupted. Oh dear, isn't this the scholar from the Sun family? Why is he fooling around with the Lin family boy? Has he given up his studies? Whispers rose and fell. Sunny Gao, however, seemed oblivious, standing ramrod straight before Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at him, a slow smile playing on his lips. Brother Sun's presence is an honor to Lin Xiao sect. As he spoke, Lin Xiao opened Sun Yigao's interface. Name, Sunny Gao. Gender, male. Bone age, 15. Talent, extremely rare. Cultivation level, mortal. Upon seeing the phrase, rare as phoenix feathers, Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, another genius. Such a small village like Xiushui actually harbors such a promising talent for cultivation. He had previously described Sunny Gao as a dragon among men, and now Sunny Gao was described as a rare gem. Lin Xiao couldn't say for sure which of the two was stronger, but one thing he was certain of. The Lin Xiao sect's first recruitment was a stroke of genius. Looking at Sunny Gao, who was bowing respectfully before him, Lin Xiao's conviction grew stronger. Perhaps the so-called cultivation aptitude wasn't just about the legendary spiritual root. Perhaps the system judged comprehension, temperament, and a person's potential to truly embark on the path of immortality. And this young man before him clearly possessed that qualification. Chapter 17, Village Recruitment in Progress. Lin Xiao snapped out of his reverie and refocused his attention on Sunny Gao. The surrounding chatter hadn't stopped. Some whispered amongst themselves, while others deliberately raised their voices, their words dripping with sarcasm. Lin Xiao, however, seemed oblivious, simply saying to Sunny Gao, "Brother Sun, you go back first. I'll come to your house tonight and tell you the time and place for tomorrow's meeting." Sun Yigao nodded, turned, and left. The gossips seemed to have no effect on him. But once he was gone, the onlookers became even more unrestrained. With the person in question absent, they spoke without restraint, their words growing increasingly offensive. An old woman nearby couldn't stand it any longer. She stomped her cane on the ground and shouted angrily, "Shut your mouths. What are you saying in front of the children? Don't you have anything better to do all day? What village affairs are you all involved in?" The crowd was scolded, but they didn't completely disperse. Just then, 3 sweaty teenagers suddenly rushed in from afar. Shouting, "Make way!" They charged into the crowd like 3 calf oxen. They specifically targeted the young and strong, bumping into them here and there, completely shattering the circle of people forming a maze. Some had their feet stepped on, others had their backs bumped. After grumbling a few times, they were too ashamed to linger and watch the commotion any longer and could only gradually disperse. 3 boys rushed to Lin Xiao's table, their eyes shining brightly. "Brother Xiao, you got something fun to do and you didn't invite us." "That's right. You and Fu Zi haven't been seen for days. We went to your house early yesterday morning to wait for you, but we couldn't find you." Lin Xiao looked at the last one who spoke and laughed. "Ironhead, you mean early morning? The sun must have been shining into your house by now, right?" These 3 were Lin Xiao's childhood friends. The strongest one was called Hu Liang, nicknamed Ironhead. He was only 13 years old, but his build was already like an adult's. He was honest and sturdy. Next to him, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and beady eyes, is named Qin Jianghe. He's straightforward and quick-witted. The last one, as thin as a stick with a small bald patch on his head, is named Lu Yunan. But nobody in the village calls him by his real name. They all call him Baldy. Baldy is the son of Widow Lu. He lost his father when he was 3, and ever since then, the village has never stopped gossiping about his mother. Adults gossip, and children repeat what they hear. He was bullied and ostracized a lot growing up. Worse still, his grandparents constantly told him that his mother would eventually abandon him and his sister and run off with someone else. As a child, the bald boy truly believed it and did distance himself from his mother. But he waited year after year, and instead of his mother running away, he and his sister had food to eat every day. His family was clearly poor, but his mother never let them go hungry. Yet, seeing that he was well-fed, the villagers started making sarcastic remarks, saying how a widow could raise 2 children, implying she must have done something shameful. At that time, Baldy was still young and didn't understand what shameful meant, but he knew it wasn't kind. After that, he refused to eat at home. He would run out at dawn and return at dusk, leaving the food his mother had left for him untouched, then collapsing into bed. No one knew how he survived each day. Only Lin Xiao and the others knew. When Baldy was 5 years old, he met Lin Xiao, who had just pulled himself together. From then on, fewer people bullied him, and those who ostracized him didn't dare to be too blatant. To find food for the bald boy who was skin and bones, Lin Xiao led Jiang Youfu and the others up mountains and down rivers, raiding bird nests, catching fish and shrimp, and digging for wild fruits, training the children to be skilled at foraging in the wild. They wouldn't leave until they had a full meal every time they went out. But the bald boy had suffered so much hardship as a child that he remained thin even as an adult. As for the bald patch on his head, it was from when he was 8 years old. That year, a child insulted his mother to his face. The bald man immediately became enraged and pounced on the child. There was more than one person on the other side, but he was all alone. By the time Lin Xiao and the others arrived, a piece of the bald man's scalp had been torn off, and his face was covered in blood. But he wasn't afraid of the pain at all. Instead, he stared at the person he had beaten to the ground, feeling as smug as if he had won a great battle. From then on, he had a new nickname, Baldy. Others thought it was a joke, but Baldy didn't think so. Xiao Gur said it wasn't shameful, it was a medal. After the 3 of them made such a fuss, Lin Xiao's table finally became quiet. Lin Xiao looked at them and asked with a smile, "Do you know what I'm going to do?" He just blurted out that it's a good thing. Qin Jianghe patted his chest. "Whatever you're going to do, Xiao Ji, is definitely a good thing." Tai Tu immediately nodded. "That's right, following you will definitely not be a loss." Baldy was even more straightforward. "No matter what you're doing, count me in first." Lin Xiao chuckled at their antics, muttered a couple of curses, then stood up and said, "All right, I should head back too. Help me move the table and chairs back first. I'll tell you on the way." The 4 boys carried the table and benches, left the threshing ground, and headed towards Lin's house. Seeing that the commotion had died down, the onlookers could only return home. Once home, Lin Xiao put the table and chairs in the woodshed. With no one home, the four of them simply sat under the eaves. Lin Xiao didn't beat around the bush and gave the three a general overview of sects, cultivation, and entry into the sect. The three listened with shining eyes. For the boys who grew up in the village, this was like an opportunity that had fallen from the sky. Tai Tu immediately became anxious. Xiao Gur, that's not fair. Such a great opportunity. You only contact Fu Zi, not us. Lin Xiao glanced at him. Isn't this what I'm waiting for? You guys are never as free as Fu Zi and me. I have to see if the sect is reliable first. If it doesn't work out, am I supposed to let you waste your time? Aren't you going to do your chores at home? Upon hearing this, the three scratched their heads and chuckled. They weren't children anymore, and household chores had long since piled up on their shoulders. Unlike Lin Xiao and Jiang Youfu, who could run around all day, Lin Xiao didn't waste any words and, following the previous procedure, went through the initiation process with the three. Soon, 3 more names appeared on the disciple list, bringing Lin Xiao's total to 6 disciples. He was still 4 short of the 10 the sect needed. Chapter 18. Let's get to work. Lin Xiao called the 3 of them over and explained the rules first. He said, Baldy, Ironhead, Jianghe, if you know any good people in the village or nearby villages, you could try asking them if they would like to join us. However, there is one rule. The matter of cultivating immortality must never be revealed casually. They're just kids right now, and their strength hasn't really developed yet. If someone with ulterior motives finds out they can cultivate immortality, trouble will come knocking immediately. Lu Yunan reacted the fastest, patting his chest as if he understood. To outsiders, just say they're playing around. Don't let anyone know they're actually capable. Lin Xiao nodded. That's exactly what he meant. Tai Tu scratched the back of his head, remaining silent for a long time. Lin Xiao asked him what he didn't understand. After hesitating for a long time, Tai Tu asked what that scheming woman was. Lu Yunan slapped his thigh on the spot and corrected him, saying that he had ulterior motives and was harboring evil intentions. Tai Tu suddenly realized what was going on and immediately patted his chest to assure him that he would not talk nonsense. Qin Jianghe was more cautious. He suggested that if they really met a suitable person in the future, they should find an excuse to bring the person over so that Lin Xiao could make a judgment in order to prevent them from letting something slip and ruining things. After discussing it, the group decided that this was the best method and made the decision on the spot. It was past noon by then. Lin Xiao stood up and said that the sect had an important matter to attend to, and it was time to take them to get acquainted with the sect. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them lit up and immediately followed Lin Xiao at the door. When they reached the mountainside and arrived at the crossroads, they were stunned by the 10-mile-long peach blossom tree. Tai Tu stared at the peach trees full of blossoms, his mouth agape, saying that he had never seen such beautiful peach trees, even in the neighboring peach blossom village. Jiang Youfu heard the commotion and ran out from the thatched hut. Lin Yin had already gone down the mountain at noon to return to the Lin family's old house to learn carpentry from Grandpa Lin. Jiang Youfu was overjoyed to see Tai Tu, Jiang He, and Tu Zi. Although they hadn't seen each other for only a few days, it was as if they had been separated for years. They immediately huddled together and chattered incessantly. Lu Yunan hugged Jiang Youfu tightly and asked him if he had really started cultivating immortality and had even reached the first level of qi refining. Jiang Youfu scratched the back of his head and laughed, saying that he was nothing special and that Xiao Gur was the real expert, having already reached the 3rd level of qi refining. He said that he was taught entirely by Xiao Gur. The once quiet hillside suddenly became lively. Seeing that they had finished their conversation, Lin Xiao called them over and led the 3 newcomers on a tour, introducing them to the sect's current facilities. It's called a sect, but in reality, it only has a peach tree, a thatched hut, a medicinal herb field, and an invisible and intangible defensive barrier. As for the sect's stone tablet, since the group was illiterate, it was as if they hadn't seen it at all, so they simply skipped it. Despite having such a small fortune, Tai Tu and his 2 companions were still filled with excitement. In their eyes, this was no ordinary mountainside. It was a place for cultivating immortality. After making his rounds, Lin Xiao got down to business. The sect currently has 2 tasks. The first is to build the sect's main hall. Upon hearing this, Tai Tu immediately rolled up his sleeves. He said that he had learned a little about building houses with his father a while ago, and Xiao Gur just gave him instructions on how to build. The others were not to be outdone, and each said they could start work immediately. Lin Xiao smiled and said that they didn't need to build the house themselves. He had his own way of doing it. All they had to do was dig, cut down trees, and move materials. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Can houses be left unbuilt? Can you get out just by digging and cutting down trees? Lu Yunan was the first to react, immediately straightening his back and saying that they were going to cultivate immortality in the future, so they couldn't make a fuss over nothing. Immortality and moving mountains and filling seas would be no problem in the future, so what was building a house? Upon hearing this, the group immediately realized that it made sense. Qin Jianghan nodded in agreement, saying that they would be cultivators from now on and couldn't let Xiao Gur down. He paused halfway through his sentence, unsure of the correct form of address. Lin Xiao reminded him, cultivator. Qin Jianghe immediately chimed in, saying that they would all become cultivators in the future, and their abilities would only grow stronger. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. In fact, Lin Xiao had already calculated it in his mind before bringing them here. He didn't want to use ordinary soil. He preferred red soil, which was more solid. He had guessed, from when he used the spirit herb soil synthesizer to synthesize spirit field soil, that the materials needed for this type of synthesis were likely prepared in precise proportions. The amount of earth and wood added determines the size of the building that could be constructed. The Sect's main hall cannot be built too large. This piece of land halfway up the mountain is only a few hundred square meters, and we might have to build alchemy rooms, weapon refining rooms, and other things later. With the spiritual fields and herbs already in place, how far away can alchemy be? Therefore, the space must be reserved in advance. Lin Xiao's planned new main hall will occupy approximately 50 square meters. For a small sect with fewer than 10 people, this is more than enough. If it gets too short in the future, we can simply build the main hall higher. As for the cultivation room, it doesn't need to be complicated. Everyone just needs to go in and meditate and cultivate. As long as it's quiet and soundproof, and you put the spirit gathering array inside, that's fine. According to Lin Xiao's estimate, the main hall would require about 60 cubic meters of soil and 15 pieces of wood, each with a diameter of at least 15 centimeters and a length of more than 3 meters. He took out the large bamboo basket that Lin Yun had carried earlier and placed it in front of the group. This basket is so big that it takes almost one person to hug it. Lin Xiao said that the Sect's main hall would require a lot of soil, and they would need to carry back about 100 baskets like these. When Tai Tu and his men saw this, they were not afraid at all, but even more excited. They all said that there was no problem and they could do it right away. Lin Xiao immediately suppressed them. He said that the main hall couldn't be rushed. Health was the most important thing. He still needed to cultivate himself, and he couldn't ruin his body by carrying soil. Let's all memorize together, a little each day, until we've accumulated enough. The rest of the time should be reserved for practice. After he finished speaking, the group stopped their brute force. The sect needs to be built, and the main hall needs to be erected. But from this moment on, what they were going to do was no longer just children playing around. They are truly determined to build this cultivation sect step by step. Chapter 19 Collection. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the brothers immediately lowered their heads, touched their noses, and chuckled foolishly. Lin Xiao understood immediately. These guys must have really been planning to carry the soil all night and bring back 100 baskets of it in one go. He immediately added, and the soil can't be dug up randomly. It has to be the red clay from the upper reaches of the mountain stream. Nothing else will do. Everyone nodded quickly. Lin Xiao gave them a few more instructions and then led them back to the thatched hut. There's no time to dig and move mud today. The sun is about to set. The most important thing is to cultivate. Once your cultivation level increases, everything becomes easier. Next, Lin Xiao taught them to recognize characters and read the mental techniques one by one. Although their basic skills were poor, they were all very serious, and none of them dared to be perfunctory. Before descending the mountain, Lin Xiao gathered everyone together and solemnly said, "You can tell your families about sect matters, but you must emphasize the serious consequences of leaking information so that your families don't spread it around." The group nodded in unison. Lin Xiao felt more at ease. None of these brothers are gossipy people, so as long as you give them proper instructions, there shouldn't be any major problems. After reminding them to cultivate themselves whenever they had time at home, the group went down the mountain together and returned to their respective homes. Lin Xiao did not go straight back, but instead took a detour to the Sun family's house. In the courtyard, Aunt Sun was sweeping. As soon as she saw Lin Xiao arrive, she immediately greeted him with a smile. "Brother Xiao is here? Looking to play with Gawa? Come in." This enthusiasm stunned Lin Xiao. Although he and Aunt Sun were from the same village, they didn't interact much on a regular basis. When she suddenly became so polite, he immediately guessed that it was probably because Uncle Sun had told him about saving someone. After entering Sun Yigao's house and waiting for Aunt Sun to leave, Lin Xiao asked directly, "Did you tell her about me, saving your mother?" Sun Yigao nodded and smiled. "I already said it. My mother agreed to my joining the Lingxian sect." Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. "Didn't your aunt always hope that you would study hard, pass the imperial examinations, and bring honor to the family?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Sun Yigao's face as he whispered, "Perhaps it's because my mother experienced an evil spirit once that she's become more open-minded. She said that cultivation is quite good. At least you're not afraid of evil spirits." As for the imperial examinations, whether I succeed or not is up to fate. She's not pressuring me anymore. I can take the exams if I want, and it's fine if I don't. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. So, you're very interested in cultivating immortality? Sun Yigao looked up at him, his gaze steady. I am interested in saving the world and helping the people. I believe that cultivating immortality can save people more than becoming an official. One sentence sent a jolt through Lin Xiao's heart. This 15-year-old boy in front of me actually has such ambition. Lin Xiao suddenly felt his blood getting hot. Just then, Aunt Sun's voice came from outside. Xiaoji, stay for dinner. Lin Xiao quickly replied, No, Auntie. My father and brother are still waiting for me at home. After saying that, he looked at Sun Yigao. Tomorrow at dawn, we'll meet at the foot of Beishan Mountain. Is that convenient for you? Sun Yigao nodded. Convenient. Lin Xiao made the decision. Then it's settled. See you at the foot of the mountain tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Xiao was dragged out of bed by Lin Xiao, as usual. He stood in the yard washing up, still half asleep, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Without toothpaste for years, he had long given up hope of ever having a set of bright white teeth. But the next moment his eyes suddenly lit up. Just removal technique. He glanced at Lin Xiao and Lin Yun, who were also washing up next to him, and secretly used a cleaning technique on his teeth. Spitting out another mouthful of water, Lin Xiao turned around and grinned at the two men. Dad, big brother, take a look how my teeth changed. Lin Xiao and Lin Yun looked puzzled, but when they took a closer look, their eyes widened instantly. Lin Yun exclaimed in surprise, so white. Villagers brush their teeth regularly, but most of them are half yellow and half white, and Lin Xiao used to be about the same. But now, his teeth are so white they're practically glowing. It's like he's got a completely different set. Lin Xiao's eyes widened, and he immediately bared his teeth and leaned closer. You little rascal, your magic is amazing. Give me one too. Lin Xiao suppressed a laugh and obediently cast a dust-removing spell on Lin Xiao as well. The next second, Lin Xiao's teeth also turned white. Lin Yun watched eagerly from the side and was about to ask his younger brother for help when Lin Xiao raised his hand to stop him. Don't do it for your older brother. Let him cultivate properly and use it himself once he's mastered it. Lin Xiao could only give Lin Yun a helpless look. Lin Yun lowered his head and continued brushing his teeth with water, but a fire was already burning in his heart. Isn't it just cultivation? He must quickly learn to use magic. He also wanted a set of sparkling white teeth. Meanwhile, a thought suddenly popped into Lin Xiao's mind. This thing seems like it can make money. Although Lin Xiao's sect is small and poor now, it will definitely grow bigger and stronger in the future. We can't keep having everyone bring their own food to cultivate on the mountain and then go home at night, can we? As the number of disciples increases, everything from food and drink to lodging and transportation will require money and grain. The system can provide sects with construction materials, seeds, cultivation techniques, and magic treasures, but these are the sect's foundation and cannot be sold casually. Therefore, sects must have their own sources of income. The sect is currently weak and unable to do big business, but cleaning teeth for people is just right. Lin Xiao thought it was feasible more and more, and immediately told Lin Xiao that he must take him with him when he went to the market in town this month. After listening, Lin Xiao also felt that there was a chance. This son not only knows how to cultivate immortality, but he also thinks about making money to support the sect. He really has some foresight. After washing up and having a quick breakfast, the Lin family of 3 went out. That day, Sun Yigao got up exceptionally early. Before dawn, he was already standing at the foot of Beishan Mountain, waiting. Not long after, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. The man was incredibly fast. One moment he was 100 meters away, and the next he was right in front of them. Sun Yigao had never seen anyone run so fast. What's even more outrageous is that when the other person stopped, their face wasn't red and they weren't out of breath, as if they had just taken a few steps casually. The person who arrived was Lin Xiao. He saw Sun Yigao waiting in the distance, and, not wanting to keep people waiting, he simply ran all the way over. He has now reached the 3rd level of Qi refining, and running 100 meters in 3 seconds is no different from taking a walk for him. The only problem is that Lin Yun is far behind him and hasn't caught up yet. Chapter 20: Striving for Great White Teeth. Early in the morning, Lin Xiao met Sun Yigao, who had just joined the sect. He greeted him with a smile. Good morning, brother Sun. Have you eaten yet? Sun Yigao nodded. Good morning, sect master. I've already eaten. Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, Let's go up the mountain. We can talk as we go. On the way, Lin Xiao briefly explained the current situation of Lin Xiao's sect. The sect was just starting out. The thatched huts were temporary. The spirit fields were just sprouting, and there were only a few disciples. Today, they had to spend 2 hours going upstream to dig red clay in preparation for further construction. Upon hearing this, Sun Yigao immediately said, I'll go dig with everyone. Lin Xiao touched his nose and said, Brother Sun, actually there's something else the sect needs you for even more than digging mud. Sun Igao said, Sect Master, please speak freely. Lin Xiao didn't beat around the bush. In our sect, apart from you and me, no one else can read. Sun Igao immediately understood and smiled. I see. I dare not presume to teach, but I can certainly teach you to recognize characters and understand basic meanings. Lin Xiao was secretly delighted. This is a scholar who has studied properly for 10 years. Teaching a few illiterate disciples is a piece of cake for him. However, Sun Igao added, of course I will also participate in digging mud. Lin Xiao did not refuse. In a sect, working together fosters stronger bonds and increases cohesion. When the two arrived at the mountainside, Sun Igao immediately saw the thatched hut, the spirit field, and the 10-mile-long peach tree whose fragrance wafted in the wind. His expression relaxed considerably. It's really simple here, but it's also really comfortable. But when he saw the half-meter-high stone tablet next to the thatched hut, his expression became a little complicated. The stone tablet bears 3 crooked characters, Lin Xiao's Sect. Sun Igao hesitated before speaking. Sect Master, would you like me to inscribe a new character for the sect? Lin Xiao's lips twitched. As expected of a scholar, his focus is completely different from that of Tai Tu and the others. He coughed lightly. No need. As for this character, it might change after the sect's main hall is built. Sun Igao asked in confusion. It will change. Lin Xiao said seriously. Yes, it will become more and more magnificent and beautiful as the sect's main hall becomes more and more impressive. Sun Igao was immediately filled with respect. Pretty divine intervention. Lin Xiao remained expressionless, but in his heart he silently praised the system. Upon entering the thatched hut, Lin Xiao took out 2 books from his private stash. One book is the original version of the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique, and the other is a simplified version that he had previously compiled for Fu Zi and the others who were illiterate. He handed both books to Sun Igao. These are the core cultivation methods of our sect. You can decide whether to use the original or the simplified version. Sun Igao took it, quickly flipped through it, and soon returned the simplified version. I'll use the original version. Lin Xiao nodded. Okay, try cultivating first. Ask me if you don't understand. I'm going to check the spirit field. Sun Igao stopped being polite. Now that he has joined the Lin Xiao sect, he will be a part of this small sect from now on. When Lin Xiao came out of the thatched hut, he saw Lin Yun, who had been left behind, finally climb up the mountain. Lin Yun knew he was going to pick up the newcomer, so he just glared at him and went into the thatched hut to cultivate. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Yun's back and sensed his aura. His eyes lit up slightly. It seems his brother is close to successfully inducing qi into his body. This speed is a bit outrageous. You should know that before he started AFK cultivation, even though he thought he had good aptitude, he felt that it would take at least several days to draw qi into his body. But what about now? Fu Zi has already crossed the threshold and entered the first level of qi refining. Lin Yunkai has almost mastered the skill in just 2 days of cultivation. Lin Xiao stroked his chin, pondering. Could it be the effect of a beginner-level spirit-gathering array? Fu Zi's cultivation speed noticeably increased after the spirit-gathering array was acquired. Furthermore, since the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique is an A-level skill, it may be inherently very powerful. Thinking about it this way, Lin Xiao became even more excited. If even a basic spirit-gathering array has this effect, what about intermediate and advanced ones? If cultivation rooms are also built, will everyone's cultivation speed increase again? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a sense of urgency. The development of the sect cannot be delayed. A training room must be arranged as soon as possible. Not long after, Tai Tu, Fu Zi, Qin Jianghe, and Qin Xiaoyan arrived. When the group saw Lin Xiao sitting under the peach tree from afar, they immediately greeted him warmly. As soon as they got close, the 4 of them were almost blinded by the light, because when Lin Xiao smiled, his teeth were so white they shone brightly, almost as if they were glowing. The group was shocked and pressed for more information, so Lin Xiao simply explained that cultivation could clean teeth. The next second, the expressions on all 4 people's faces changed. Tai Tu, in particular, touched his yellow teeth as if he had been greatly shocked. For a bright white smile, let's go. Without saying a word, the 4 of them went straight into the thatched hut and began to meditate cross-legged. This instantly created a strong atmosphere for cultivation within the sect. Around 10 o'clock, Lin Xiao called everyone to stop and prepare to set off to dig red mud upstream of the mountain stream. A group of 7 people, carrying shovels, set off in a grand procession. There's a lot of red clay upstream, in large swaths, which is perfect for making bricks and carrying out construction. But this job is not easy. Although it is early spring and the weather is not hot, digging mud is hard work. The mud is mixed with stones of all sizes, and your hands go numb from the vibration when you shovel it. Everyone worked diligently, digging with great enthusiasm. Lin Xiao and Jiang Youfu are the most formidable. One was at the third level of qi refining, and the other at the first level. Their strength was clearly greater than that of ordinary people. With a swing of their shovels, they turned up patches of soil. Although the others were slower, none of them slacked off. Sunny Gao, a scholar, also rolled up his sleeves and joined in, digging shovel by shovel, without complaining about the dirt or the hard work. They worked until the sun was high in the sky before they dug out about 20 baskets of red clay. Lin Xiao glanced at the sky and called a halt. That's about enough. Let's carry these back first. The group began filling baskets with mud, preparing to carry it back. But just then, Lin Xiao suddenly slapped his forehead. He almost forgot. He even has his own private treasury. This mud could be stored directly in the private treasury and taken out again when we return to the sect. Why make everyone carry it back basket by basket like the foolish old man who moved mountains? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao quickly called out to everyone, "Don't carry them yet. Put them down." Qin Jianghe looked bewildered. "Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Aren't you going to move the mud?" Lin Xiao waved his hand. "It's not that I don't want to move, it's just that I suddenly remembered something, and we don't need to go through all this trouble." Everyone immediately turned to look at him, their eyes lighting up. "What's up?" Chapter 21, Little Chicken. Lin Xiao reached out and grabbed a basket of soil, a smirk playing on his lips. The next second, the basket and the mud vanished into thin air. Everyone present was stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. What kind of tactic is this? Lin Xiao didn't hide anything and explained directly, "The old immortal gave me a storage space that can hold a lot of things. However, only I can use it. If I lose it, the space will also disappear." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes were practically overflowing with envy. This is so convenient. As Lin Xiao looked at them, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. In the cultivation world, everyone has a storage bag. Could he make one too? Just then, a system notification sounded. Item synthesizer activated. The system produces things that are said to be able to create anything imaginable. And as for the recipes, he figured them out himself. Lin Xiao was shocked and almost sat down to study on the spot. Unfortunately, it doesn't work. The most important thing right now is to dig mud and build the main hall of the sect. With his private stash, the group no longer needed to divide their manpower to move the mud, and their efficiency immediately doubled. The 7 men worked diligently for another half hour, managing to dig out 30 baskets of mud. Lin Xiao waved his hand, and all of it went into his private treasury. Then everyone returned to their sect. Having just returned to the sect, and before even stepping into the thatched hut, Lin Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. He smelled a familiar scent. Ivodoha. Moreover, it had the exact same scent as Aunt Sun that day. Lin Xiao's gaze turned cold, and he immediately scanned his surroundings. Soon, a patch of grass 100 meters away swayed slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, he flashed forward like the wind. Reaching the bushes, he raised his hand into a claw and grabbed directly inside. With this grab, they firmly gripped the neck of a wild pheasant. The pheasant clearly hadn't expected this person to act so quickly. It didn't even have time to struggle before it was pulled out. The 6 people in the distance were still standing there, bewildered. Lin Xiao was just beside them a moment ago, and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away. His speed is terrifying. Jiang Youfu, having already reached the first level of qi refining, vaguely sensed something was amiss. Staring at the wild pheasant in Lin Xiao's hand, he hesitated and said, "That pheasant in Brother Zhao's hand seems rather unusual." Only then did everyone look over. The pheasant's feathers were bright and beautiful, unlike those of ordinary pheasants, with a peacock green feather trailing behind its tail. But no matter how beautiful it was useless, as Lin Xiao was holding its fat neck tightly, and it couldn't move. Lin Xiao walked back carrying the chicken and looked at Sunny Gao. "Brother Sun, this should be the chicken demon that spewed demonic energy at your mother before." Sunny Gao frowned immediately and stepped forward to take a closer look. "Sect Master, do you know why it harmed my mother?" Lin Xiao was about to say he didn't know when he suddenly remembered that he also had the spell creation function. "Since we can create spells, can we create a spell that can understand animal language?" He told Sun Yigao to wait a moment, then threw the chicken demon into the straw shed and set restrictions on the shed, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving, to prevent it from hurting people or running around. Afterwards, Lin Xiao asked the others to cultivate under the 10-mile peach blossom tree, while he went around to the back of the tree and began to study magic. In just a few days, the 10-mile peach blossom tree had grown from a tree that 1 person could barely encircle to a thick tree that 5 people could barely encircle. The 6 people sat in front of the tree, holding the cultivation manual and practicing diligently, exchanging ideas in hushed tones when they encountered something they didn't understand. Behind the tree, Lin Xiao activated the spell creation function and placed the paper and pine soot ink inside. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was only one last batch of pine soot ink left in his private stash. Empty it after use. Lin Xiao secretly made a mental note that once he and his father went to town to earn money in a few days, he would definitely buy more ink. Then he began to frantically brainstorm ideas. Communicate with animals, understand their language, and enable even those without fully developed intelligence to express themselves. Various ideas were continuously added to the slots created by the spell. Soon, a notification appeared. The spell has been successfully created. The power of beast words. The spells have been distributed to the private treasury. Lin Xiao didn't even need to look, because he automatically knew the spells synthesized by the system. So, the 6 people, who had only been cultivating for a short time, saw Lin Xiao stand up with a satisfied look on his face and turn to walk towards the thatched hut. Inside the thatched shed, the chicken demon had already made several puddles. Lin Xiao almost suffocated when he went in and had to pinch his nose. He stared at the chicken demon and immediately activated the words of 100 beasts. Why did you harm Aunt Sun? The wild pheasant tilted its head, looking at the human cultivator in front of it, seemingly puzzled. It seems to have suddenly come to understand human speech. Then it chirped, giggled. Lin Xiao remained silent. The spell is fine. This sound is just a simple interjection and has no other meaning. He rubbed his temples, realizing he was overthinking things. This is not a cunning monster, but just a little chicken that has just gained sentience. So he changed to a simpler way of asking the question. Did you exhale demonic energy at a human the day before yesterday? Upon hearing this, the little demon chicken immediately became excited, flapping its wings, stretching its neck wildly, and looking furious. That person, bad, trying to eat me. I'll spray her. The truth became clear instantly. Aunt Sun bought a wild pheasant in town, intending to take it home and stew it for her son Igao, to nourish his body. Little did she know, this wild pheasant had actually developed sentience, but somehow it was captured and sold to town. Thinking it was about to be killed, it desperately breathed a mouthful of demonic energy at Aunt Sun. Lin Xiao casually comforted the little demon chicken for a few moments, then turned and went out to tell son Igao the whole story. That's how it is. It's inside now. What are you going to do with it? Son Igao remained silent for a moment, then finally sighed. That's enough. In the end, it was our family that wanted to kill it first. Fortunately, thanks to the sect leader, my mother was not seriously injured, and this matter is over. When I get home tonight, I will tell my mother, and she should not hold a grudge against a pheasant. Lin Xiao felt a little regretful after hearing this. If son Igao hadn't planned to let the chicken go, they might have had an extra meal tonight. I just don't know if monsters are edible. I think it's possible. After all, it's not poisonous. But since son Igao has already said so, then let it go. This little demon chicken has a connection with son Igao, and also with the Lin Xiao sect. Those who are destined to be with you will not eat the chicken you are destined to be with. Lin Xiao turned and went into the thatched shed, preparing to let it leave. As soon as he went inside, he froze. The little demon chicken was sitting upright on a straw mat, just like a mother hen incubating her eggs. It became excited as soon as it saw Lin Xiao. Umans, umans, I want to live here. Chapter 22, The Words of 100 Beasts. As soon as the little rooster entered the straw shed, its eyes lit up, and it flapped its wings and squawked excitedly. This place is so full of spiritual energy. I love it. I want to live here. Lin Xiao laughed upon hearing this. So it turns out they've set their sights on the treasure land of Lin Xiao's sect. He deliberately put on a stern face and said, that won't do. This is the Lin Xiao's sect's territory. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to enter, and the same goes for demons. The little demon chicken immediately wilted, its head drooping, and its voice becoming softer. I really love it here. Seeing its pitiful appearance, Lin Xiao stopped teasing it and directly stated the conditions. However, if you become a member of the Lin Xiao sect, you can naturally stay. The little demon chicken immediately revived, its 2 black bean eyes shining brightly. I want to be a part of it. Lin Xiao nodded. Then tell me first, what's your name? The little chicken was taken aback. I don't know. What's its name? Lin Xiao explained. A name is what others call you. I can't keep calling you little demon chicken from now on, can I? The little demon chicken tilted its head and thought for a moment, then suddenly said seriously, then I should be called Luan. Luan? Who named you that? The little demon chicken shook its head. That's my name. Lin Xiao didn't delve into the matter further and went directly through the sect's procedures. Luan, would you be willing to join the Lin Xiao sect, become a member of the sect, and devote yourself to cultivation? The little demon chicken nodded frantically. Yes. Yes. The next second, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a demon disciple. Hidden rewards have been sent to your private treasury. Please check your account. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Collecting a little demon chicken actually has a hidden reward? He immediately opened his private vault, and found 2 more items inside. The recipe for synthesizing demon beasts and 20 spirit grain seeds. Lin Xiao fell silent immediately. Goodness, the system is afraid he won't raise chickens, so it's even providing supplementary rewards. Afterwards, Lin Xiao walked out of the thatched hut, lifted the restrictions on entry and exit, and announced to everyone, "From today onwards, this little demon chicken is a member of our Lin Xiao sect. From now on, everyone will call it fellow Taoist Luan." Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. They actually want to become friends with a pheasant demon? This is so new. Lin Xiao then said, "I have a spell here called the Spirit of the 100 Beasts, which allows me to communicate with animals that have awakened their intelligence. Anyone who wants to speak with fellow Taoist Luan, come and ask me for it once your cultivation reaches the first level of Qi refining." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Spell. Finally, there are spells that I can actually learn. Even Lin Yun, who was preparing to go down the mountain to learn carpentry from Grandpa Lin, couldn't help but hesitate. Perhaps he should postpone his descent and spend more time cultivating? However, as honest as Lin Yun was, he didn't forget his promise and still went down the mountain on time. The others squeezed into the thatched shed to watch the newly cultivated Luan Taoist before they began their own cultivation. Only Jiang Yofu stayed. He stared intently at Lin Xiao, his eyes shining like 2 lamps. "Brother Xiao, I've reached the first level of Qi refining." Lin Xiao was amused by him and flicked him on the forehead. I know. How could I forget you?" As he spoke, Lin Xiao took out 2 spellbooks from his pocket. A book on the language of beasts, a book on purification techniques. You can practice both of these. But remember, you can only practice the first level purification technique, the dust removal technique, for now. You should wait until you reach at least the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refining before attempting the 2nd level purification technique. Practicing haphazardly can easily damage your meridians. Don't ruin yourself. Jiang Yofu nodded repeatedly, and when he received the magic spell, his face trembled with excitement. He can practice magic now. He can talk to monsters now. Most importantly, there is finally hope that his teeth will turn white. The onlookers were green with envy. It's just the first level of Qi refining, isn't it? Practice. Today, the Lin Xiao sect is overflowing with enthusiasm for cultivation. Inside the thatched hut, everyone sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, making the most of every second. Outside, however, the sky was gradually darkening. The early spring wind blew across the hillside, swirling the newly sprouted grass blades, and the originally gentle wind gradually took on a coolness. Dark clouds loom overhead. The first spring rain is on its way. By evening, the sky had been overcast all afternoon, but not a single drop of rain fell. Instead, the sky grew heavier and heavier. When Lin Xiao finished his cultivation, he successfully broke through to the 4th level of Qi refining. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that this cultivation of immortality was far too bland. At this rate, even if the time spent idling during cultivation doubles later, he will probably be able to establish his foundation in 3 months at most. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Lin Xiao peeked outside. The sky was overcast and gloomy, and the wind was cold. He immediately said to everyone, "That's enough for today. It's about to rain outside, so let's go home early." Only then did everyone realize that it was much darker than usual, and they quickly packed their things to prepare to go down the mountain. In this day and age, getting caught in the rain is no small matter. If you develop a fever, it could be fatal. The 7 of them went down the mountain together, leaving only Xiao Luan in the thatched hut. Before leaving, Lin Xiao specifically instructed it, "If you need to poop, go to the spirit field outside the thatched hut. Also, do you see the sprouts in the field?" Xiao Luan craned her neck to take a look, and her eyes lit up instantly. "Is this for me to eat?" Lin Xiao gently patted its head. "Dream on. Not a single one of those buds can be touched. If I find any missing tomorrow, I'll expel you from Sect." Little Luan immediately became listless again, lowering its head and idly scratching at the mud on the ground with its claws. At this moment, Jiang Yofu suddenly remembered something, reached into his pocket, and pulled out a small handful of roasted wheat. "Fellow Taoist Xiao Luan, here, have this." He was so focused on his cultivation today that he forgot to eat the snacks his grandma had brought him. Since he was going down the mountain to go home for dinner soon anyway, he could give the remaining fried wheat to Xiao Luan. Little Luan looked up at Jiang Yofu's outstretched hand, but it was too short. Even with the tuft of fur on its head, it was less than half a meter tall, and it couldn't see what was in his hand at all. It could only tilt its head back and ask longingly, "Huh? What's delicious?" Jiang Yofu quickly squatted down and brought the fried wheat to it. As soon as the fragrance wafted out, Xiao Luan immediately perked up and began to peck at it vigorously. While eating, it happily flapped its wings. Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile as he watched this scene. The first demon disciple officially settled into the thatched hut of the Lin Xiao sect. Chapter 23, The Lu Family. Lin Xiao instructed Jiang Youfu to place the fried wheat on a clean wooden board, and then told Xiao Wan, "This is what fellow Taoist Jiang is giving you for tonight. We'll bring you more food tomorrow morning. Remember, don't wander around at night. As long as you stay in this thatched hut, the dangers outside won't be able to hurt you." As soon as Xiao Wan saw the food, she nodded perfunctorily and then turned around and happily giggled at Jiang Youfu. Jiang Youfu couldn't understand animal language, but judging from Xiao Wan's expression, he guessed that she was thanking him. He felt a little embarrassed and said with a smile, "You're welcome. I'll bring you some more tomorrow." Little Wan couldn't understand what he was saying, but it felt valued and became even happier, chirping even more joyfully. Lin Xiao watched as the two, one human and one chicken, talked at length despite their incomprehensible conversation and couldn't help but chuckle, too lazy to translate. After settling Xiao Wan in, the group descended the mountain together. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they said their goodbyes and went home. Lu Yunan couldn't go the same way as anyone else, so he had to walk home alone. Darkness fell quickly. Just moments ago, shadows could be seen on the roadside, but in the blink of an eye, it was pitch black. Lu Yunan hurried forward, his steps uneven, and after walking for quite some time, he finally saw his own yard. But he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Their family was usually so poor that they couldn't even afford to light an oil lamp. But tonight the courtyard was blindingly bright. Several torches illuminated the dilapidated courtyard, as if it were daytime, and shadows flickered and noises filled the air. The night wind carried his mother's heart-wrenching cries. Lu Yunan's heart tightened, and he immediately quickened his pace, eventually starting to run. Rushing to the courtyard gate, he immediately saw it wide open, with his mother surrounded by people, tightly clutching her 8-year-old sister, Lu Shengsheng. Both mother and daughter had red eyes, their faces filled with grievance and anger. Standing in the courtyard were none other than his grandmother, his eldest aunt, and his third aunt. Lu Yunan pursed his lips, his teeth clenched so tightly they were hard. He said nothing, but pushed through the crowd, using his thin, stick-like body to shield his mother and sister. He looked up and stared coldly at the three people. As soon as he returned, old lady Lu immediately launched into a tirade. "Xiaonan, look at your mother. She's crying as if we're going to harm them. All we're doing is sending Sheng to a wealthy family to do some work. The girls in those wealthy families eat well, drink well, and dress elegantly, but she acts like we're pushing Sheng into a pit of fire." The eldest aunt quickly chimed in, her face all smiles, but every word was calculated. "That's right, Xiaonan, your brother's friend has introduced a lucrative business. Invest 10 taels of silver, and you can turn it into 20 taels in a month. This is a windfall opportunity." She spoke with great enthusiasm. Originally, the family couldn't afford the capital, and your eldest brother wasn't planning on doing it. But by sheer coincidence, today, when he went to town to find work, he heard that a wealthy family in the county was hiring maids, paying 10 taels of silver each. "Isn't this God helping your eldest brother get rich?" Auntie San chimed in. "That's right, 20 taels. Once we make money, won't you and your mother be able to live a life of luxury?" Lu Yunan heard everything clearly, one sentence after another. Ultimately, he wanted to sell his 8-year-old sister for 10 taels of silver to give to his older cousin as capital. Behind him, Lu Shengsheng clung tightly to his trouser leg, sobbing uncontrollably. "Brother, I don't want to go. I don't want to leave you and mother. I don't want to become someone else's maid." Old Mrs. Lu immediately spat. "Pa, what is a little brat like, you know? Rich families are living well. You might not even want to come back if you go. Besides, if you can bring the family 10 taels of silver, then it's not like we raised a money-losing brat for nothing." Lu Yunan glanced back at his mother and sister, his gaze steady, as if to tell them not to be afraid. Then, he turned around and suddenly laughed. "Where's my eldest cousin?" The eldest aunt waved her hand impatiently. "Hey, it's just taking your sister to sign a contract. Why do you need your eldest brother? Your eldest brother is a man who does big things." Lu Yunan nodded, then looked at his third aunt. "Where's my eldest cousin?" Auntie's eyes flickered, and she immediately said, "Your eldest sister is getting old and is already looking for a husband. How could she possibly become someone's maid?" Lu Yunan nodded again, his voice as soft as a knife falling to the ground. "Which wealthy family is so generous as to pay 10 taels of silver to rent a maid?" The people in the courtyard didn't hear clearly, but he already understood. "What do you mean by becoming a maid and having a good life? It's all a bunch of lies to fool people. If it were really that good, why didn't you send it to my eldest cousin? If it were just a contract signing, why didn't my eldest cousin come?" Lu Yunan took a deep breath, spread his feet apart, and slowly assumed a horse stance. The three women, including Grandma Lu, were stunned, not knowing what he was going to do. Unseen by them, Lu Yunan's body was surrounded by a slightly swirling aura, as if some power was suddenly awakening within him. The next second, Lu Yunan suddenly reached out and grabbed his aunt's arm, supporting her back with his other hand and exerting force. He actually lifted his aunt up on the spot. She screamed in terror, but before she could even finish, her body was sent flying, clearing the courtyard wall and crashing heavily outside the Liu family's yard with a thud. The fall completely stunned her. Her mind was buzzing, and she didn't even have time to feel the pain all over her body. The courtyard was deathly silent. Grandma Liu and her third aunt stared wide-eyed, as if they had seen a ghost. Widow Liu was also stunned, completely unable to believe that her 12-year-old son had such strength. Only Liu Xiao reacted first. Her eyes lit up instantly, her crying stopped, and she excitedly shouted, "Brother is so amazing!" The noise startled Grandma Liu and her third aunt awake. The two men turned deathly pale and screamed, "Murder! Murder!" Liu Yunan stood in the firelight, his small figure like a wall, firmly blocking his mother and sister. He looked coldly at the remaining two people and said, word by word, "Grandma Liu, third aunt, are you going to leave on your own, or should I see you off?" Chapter 24, Boss Liu. Old Mrs. Liu and Aunt Liu were utterly terrified. In that instant, when they looked at Liu Yunan again, he no longer looked like a skinny child, but rather like a demon that had crawled out of the ground. The two of them scrambled out of the Liu family's courtyard, dragging Liu's aunt, who was dazed and confused, all the way to the old house. As the footsteps outside the courtyard gate faded into the distance, Liu Yunan finally breathed a sigh of relief. His arms drooped down, and he almost lost his balance. That last move wasn't because he was actually that powerful. He had just broken through to the next level and didn't even know how to regulate his spiritual energy in his meridians. He only managed to grit his teeth and throw Aunt Liu away because his body had suddenly become stronger and he used a clever trick. But this also nearly drained him dry. Meanwhile, inside the Lin family's house, Lin Xiao was having dinner with Lin Xiao and Lin Yun when a system notification suddenly popped up in his mind. Congratulations to disciple Liu Yunan for advancing to the first level of Qi refining. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Liu Yunan, bald guy. When they came down the mountain, they talked about their cultivation progress. Baldy clearly said that he was still far from breaking through. So how come he broke through as soon as he got home? Just then, a light drizzle began to fall outside. Lin Xiao glanced at the sky, thinking that everyone should be home by now. Perhaps the bald man had gone back to continue his cultivation and suddenly had an epiphany. Meanwhile, back at the Liu family's old house, old lady Liu and the others fled back in a disheveled state, only to alert Liu the eldest as soon as they entered the house. Liu Laodao frowned, glanced around, and asked coldly, "Where's Sheng? Didn't you bring her back?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Liu immediately burst into tears. "Husband, you have to stand up for me. That little brat Liu Yunan doesn't respect me, his aunt, or you his uncle." Old Liu's face darkened. "What are you crying for? Explain yourself." Aunt Liu shrank back, her sobs subsiding by half. He threw me out of the yard." Looking at her tall and strong figure, Boss Liu clearly didn't believe it. With his small frame, how could he possibly move you? He probably just scared you off with a stick, and that's why you ran out on your own, right? Old Mrs. Liu quickly stepped forward. "Eldest son, your wife wasn't lying this time. That kid was like he was possessed by a ghost. His strength was terrifying. He grabbed your wife and threw her away, and she flew off. He even tried to scare me. If I hadn't run away, this old man would have died there too." Even his own mother said so, and Liu Laoda's eyes immediately darkened. Whether you believe it or not is one thing. Losing face is another. How dare a brat with no father to back him up ride on the head of their eldest son's family? Old Liu slapped his thigh, got up and walked into the yard, grabbing a wooden stick as thick as an adult's arm from the wall. He's gone too far. This disrespectful brat. His father isn't here, so as his uncle, I'll teach him a lesson today. After saying that, he picked up a stick and strode towards Liu Yunan's house. In the Liu family's courtyard, Liu Yunan barely managed to close the courtyard gate, blocking the prying eyes from the darkness. He helped his mother and younger sister into the house and gently comforted Liu Sheng, who was still sobbing. "Little sister, don't be afraid. With me here, none of them can take you away." Liu Xing's eyes were still filled with tears, yet they shone with an astonishing light. "Brother, I'm not afraid. You'll help me drive them away." Widow Liu stroked her daughter's head, looking at Liu Yunan with a mixture of heartache and relief. Nana has grown up and can protect her younger sister now. But as soon as she finished speaking, she became worried again. "Did you hurt yourself just now?" Liu Yunan shook his head, forcing a smile. "Mother, don't worry, I'm fine. If she comes again, I could just throw her out." Widow Liu refused to believe it. "You're still so young. Your body isn't fully developed yet. Your aunt is so strong. Where do you get the strength? Don't try to be strong with your mother. We'll go to the clinic in town tomorrow." Liu Yunan had no choice but to lower his voice and explain. "Mother, didn't I tell you? I've been cultivating with Xiao Guer recently. Just now, I suddenly felt my internal energy channels open up, and I advanced in one go, which is why I had the strength to throw that wicked woman out. Don't worry. Widow Lu was stunned. She originally thought it was just a few kids playing around, but she never expected that the Lin family boy actually had the ability to cultivate immortality. Lu Xingxing's eyes lit up even more when she heard this, and she immediately clenched her little fists. Mother, brother, I want to cultivate immortality too. I want to protect you and brother. Just as Widow Lu was about to speak, a loud thud suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Someone is banging on the door. Then came an even more brutal blow. The already dilapidated courtyard gate could no longer hold on and collapsed with a crash. On a rainy night, old man Lu stood at the door, carrying a thick wooden stick, exuding a menacing aura. Old lady Lu and Aunt Lu peeked out from behind him, while Aunt Lu's eldest brother-in-law had fallen too hard to follow. As soon as the door swung open, Boss Lu strode in as if he were entering his own backyard, heading straight for Lu Xiangxiang inside. Lu Yunan immediately rushed out and stood in front of him. Uncle, what are you trying to do? The commotion was so loud that it startled the neighbors out. Someone shouted through the darkness. Hey, Boss Lu, what are you doing? Why did you smash up someone's gate? Can't you talk things out? No sooner had he finished speaking than someone nearby whispered, Why don't you say less? Aren't you afraid he'll turn around and smash our door? The woman retorted, He wouldn't dare. If he dares to smash things, I'll go find the village chief. The sound stopped abruptly, as if someone had covered his mouth. In the darkness, only one man remained, muttering to himself. You know, he even dared to talk back to the old village chief. Boss Lu didn't care at all. He looked down at Lu Yunan, who was barely up to his chin, and curled his lips in a contemptuous smile. What? You acted tough in front of your aunt, so you dare to show off in front of me. Old Lu was tall and muscular, his muscles taut like stone, and when he stood there, he was like a wall. Lu Yunan knew very well that he had almost no chance of winning if he faced him head-on. Even though he has reached the first level of qi refining, he has only just stepped into the threshold, and his physique is slightly stronger than that of an ordinary person. But Boss Lu is different. This man was a notorious thug in the surrounding area. He was strong since childhood, and fighting was a daily occurrence for him. Ordinary men in the village were afraid of him. But Lu Yunan cannot back down. If he backs down, his younger sister is finished. Old Lu weighed the wooden stick in his hand, his voice fierce. Should we let them pass or not? Lu Yunan didn't say anything, but straightened his back even more, blocking the doorway firmly. That was his answer. Old Lu laughed heartily. Fine, you got guts. I'll cripple you today. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung the wooden stick and smashed it down hard on Lu Yunan's shoulder. With this blow, he intended to cripple Lu Yunan's hands. Lu Yunan's pupils contracted, and he immediately dodged to the side. The first blow grazed his body and missed, landing heavily on the ground. Just as Lu Xiangxiang was about to shout that her brother was amazing, the next second, Lu Laoda suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Yunan's thin arm. Then, he swung the wooden stick again with his other hand. This time, Lu Yunan had no way to avoid it. Bang! The thick, hard wooden stick slammed into his left arm. In that instant, it sounded as if bones were cracking in the air. Lu Yunan's face turned deathly pale, and he felt a sweet taste in his throat before spitting out a mouthful of blood. The immense force slammed into his chest through his arm, making his internal organs feel as if they had been shattered. Chapter 25, Chief Hu. Nanea. Elder brother. Widow Lu and Lu Xiangxiang rushed out of the house and pounced on Lu Yunan, who was lying on the ground. Lu Yunan was beaten so badly that he was covered in injuries, his face was pale, and he could barely breathe. Widow Lu knelt in the rain, crying so hard she was almost breathless, pleading with her eldest brother. Brother, please, spare Nanner. He's the only son of the big tree. Lu Xiangxiang clung tightly to her brother, crying her heart out. Stop hitting my brother. I'll do whatever you say. I'll sell myself. Please stop hitting him. In the courtyard, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the cold felt like knives hitting people. On the other side, Lin Xiao felt uneasy after finishing his meal. The bald man's sudden promotion made him feel uneasy. After thinking for a moment, he grabbed the only oil paper umbrella in the house, opened it, and went out. Just treat it as an after-dinner stroll. If something really happens, you'll be there in time. As night fell, the light rain gradually turned into a downpour, pattering against the oil paper umbrella. When Lin Xiao arrived near the Lu family's house, he saw a group of people wearing straw raincoats standing outside the courtyard. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be respected elders from the village. Among them was Du Lu Shui, the former village chief of Xiaoshui village, whom everyone in the village called Third Master Du. Inside the Lu family courtyard, Lu Shengxing's cries continued intermittently, while the widow Lu pleaded desperately. Brother, for the sake of the big tree, please spare us, mother and son. Shengxiang can't be sold to someone else as a slave. Several elderly villagers outside the courtyard couldn't stand it any longer and tried to dissuade the villagers. Third Master Du's tone became even more forceful. Brother Lu, Yunnan is your brother's only son. If you beat him up like this and someone dies, and your Lu family head doesn't care, I'll report it to the township head. Actually, Lu Yunnan hadn't completely fainted yet. He was still conscious, but he dared not close his eyes. He was afraid that if he collapsed, his mother and sister would have no one to protect them. So even though he was extremely weak, he still held onto Widow Lu and Lu Xingxing's hands tightly and refused to let go. In the courtyard, old Lu held a wooden stick, his face grim. He was about to drag Lu Xingxing away when he was stopped by the village elders, who were filled with disdain. In his eyes, these were nothing more than a few old fogies who relied on their age and seniority. If it weren't for their reputation in the village and the rules of the Lu clan, he would have beaten them all down with a single blow. Old Lu sneered, I'm his uncle, disciplining my son on behalf of my deceased brother. What's wrong with that? Can't I discipline a disobedient nephew? No sooner had he finished speaking than an old but powerful voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Lu Dashin, shut up. The speaker was Hu Deli, the patriarch of the Hu clan, a prominent family in the village. Chief Hu was the oldest, but he was still very healthy. He stood tall, wearing a heavy raincoat, and walked step by step into the Lu family courtyard, directly blocking the way for the widow Lu and her 2 children. The heavy rain pelted him, but his thin, small body stood firmly. Lu Laoda, irritated by the rain, stared at the frail old man before him, his grip on the wooden stick tightening. Clan Chief Hu, are you trying to interfere in the Lu family's affairs? Hu Deli raised his head and stared at him without backing down. I'm getting old, but I can't stand seeing people bullying orphans and widows. In my old age, I want to be a hero for once. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was forceful. I'll give you 2 choices. First, from now on, you're not allowed to cause any more trouble for Yunnan and her son. Second, get out of Xiaoshui village. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of agreement immediately erupted outside the courtyard. Yes, get out of Xiaoshui village. Our village will not tolerate people who beat and kill their own nephews and sell their nieces. They don't even treat orphans and widows as human beings. Is there no justice left? Before I knew it, many young men from the village had also arrived. Lin Xiao glanced at them and found that most of them were from the Hu family. They came to support the old clan chief. With Chief Hu blocking his way, Boss Lu didn't dare to make a move for a moment, but he didn't retreat either. He stood in the rain, his eyes filled with malice, like a vicious wolf ready to pounce at any moment. Seeing Lu Yunnan and her 2 children still getting wet in the rain in the yard, Lin Xiao didn't delay any longer and went into the yard with an umbrella. He walked past Lu the Elder as if no one else was there, first bowed to Chief Hu, and then quickly went to Widow Lu and handed her the umbrella. Aunt Lu, take Yunnan inside to avoid the rain first. After saying that, he bent down and helped Lu Yunnan, who was half lying on the ground, to his feet. Lu Yunnan opened his eyes with difficulty and met Lin Xiao's gaze. Lin Xiao only gave him a look. Rest assured, upon seeing Lin Xiao arrive, Lu Yunnan seemed to finally give up, weakly smiled, then peacefully closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. This scene completely ignited Boss Lu's anger. How dare some clueless brat ignore him in front of so many people? But Lin Xiao didn't even look at him. He helped Lu Yunnan into the house, handed him over to the widow Lu to look after, and then quickly turned back to the courtyard. At this moment, Boss Lu's face was ashen, and his eyes looked like he wanted to devour someone. Lin Xiao acted as if nothing had happened, smiling and bowing to Chief Hu, Third Master Du, and several village elders. The rain is getting heavier. Elders, please take shelter under the eaves first. I'll handle things here. The village elders were taken aback. Looking at Lin Xiao's master-like demeanor, they were all puzzled as to what this young man from the Lin family was up to. But the rain was indeed getting heavier and heavier. Even with raincoats on, the damp, cold air still seeped into their bones, and their old arms and legs simply couldn't take it. So the village elders helped each other into the courtyard, said sorry to the widow Lu in the main room, but did not go inside. They just stood under the eaves to avoid the rain. Widow Lu understood that they were trying to avoid suspicion, so she quickly took out a few small stools and placed them under the eaves. The village elders then sat down. People both inside and outside the courtyard found it strange. Given Lu's temper, he should have been furious at Lin Xiao's blatant disregard for him. But from the moment we left until now, Boss Lu has not moved an inch. He stood there in the rain, like a wooden sculpture. Even more bizarrely, the anger on his face was gradually disappearing, replaced by an undisguised terror. Because he discovered that he couldn't move. He couldn't even move a finger, let alone swing a stick. He wanted to yell and curse, but his throat felt like it was locked shut by something, and he couldn't utter a single word. His entire body seemed to be nailed to the spot by an invisible force. And all of this began the moment Lin Xiao stepped into the courtyard. Boss Lu stared wide-eyed at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with fear. What exactly is this kid? It actually made him unable to move or even speak. Chapter 26, Immobilization Spell. Inside and outside the courtyard, everyone was staring at Boss Lu in the rain. Strangely, this bully, who was usually as arrogant as an ox, was now completely still, his eyes filled with terror. Only Lin Xiao remained calm. He turned to the villagers, cupped his hands in thanks, and said, "Thank you all for your help today in upholding justice for Aunt Lu's family." After saying that, he pointed at Boss Lu and his tone instantly turned cold. "But this Lu the Elder, as Yunan's uncle, has not helped them, the orphan and widow, for more than 10 years, and has bullied them at every turn. Now he's gone even further, actually trying to sell his own niece into slavery." Lin Xiao scanned the crowd and asked bluntly, "Do you think this kind of person will change?" The young man in the village, who was already seething with anger, immediately shouted, "No way. His whole family is just like that. They even dug up my irrigation ditch to steal water just a few days ago." The crowd grew angrier as they talked, but Boss Lu stood in the rain, his face pale, unable to utter a word of curse or move. Lin Xiao continued, "Since we're all here today, he won't dare to continue his evil deeds. But we can't all stand guard at the Lu family's door every day and night, can we?" His voice deepened. "Also, I saw the fierce look in his eyes when he stared at Chief Hu just now. This kind of person holds grudges the most. What if he takes revenge on Chief Hu one day when no one is around?" Upon hearing this, the Hu clan members immediately became anxious. That's right. This menace cannot be allowed to live. Who knows when he might resort to dirty tricks? But some people whispered, if we drive his family out of the village, outsiders who don't know the inside story will say that our village is unkind and has driven the whole family to the brink of despair. Lin Xiao was waiting for these words. He smiled faintly. "I have a way to eliminate the Lu family's future troubles without having to drive them out of the village." Under the eaves, Chief Hu immediately urged, "Young man from the Lin family, if you have a solution, just say it. Don't keep me in suspense." Lin Xiao didn't waste any more words and reached into his pocket to pull out a dagger. The dagger was small, but its cold gleam was chilling. This is a first-grade, first-level magic weapon that he just bought from a mall outside the courtyard with spirit stones. As for why Boss Lu couldn't move, it was naturally due to the immobilization spell that Lin Xiao had just created. For this, he not only spent spirit stones to buy spells, but also bought a bunch of pine soot ink when he ran out of ink in his private treasury. Before anyone could react, Lin Xiao, dagger in hand, braved the heavy rain and walked step by step toward Boss Lu. Someone in the crowd gasped, "Hiss, is he going to kill Boss Lu?" Boss Lu obviously thought so too. His pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with pleading and fear, but his mouth seemed to be sealed shut, and he couldn't utter a single word. The next moment, Lin Xiao raised his hand. A flash of cold light. Blood mixed with rainwater instantly flowed down Lu Laoda's 2 wrists. The tendon in his hand is severed. Before anyone could even gasp, Lin Xiao swiftly bent down and slashed Lu Laoda's legs with his dagger. My hamstring was also torn. Lu Laoda's face instantly contorted to the extreme, his whole body trembling with pain, yet he still couldn't scream. This scene chilled the hearts of several elderly people in the village. What shocked them was not that Boss Lu had been crippled, but Lin Xiao. A 12-year-old boy acted with such decisiveness. What's even stranger is that Boss Lu didn't put up any resistance from beginning to end, as if he had been nailed to the ground and could only be slaughtered at will. Only then did everyone belatedly realize that Lu Laoda's motionless state just now was probably not because he was scared out of his wits, but because Lin Xiao had used some means to subdue him. After crippling Boss Lu's hands and feet, Lin Xiao withdrew his immobilization spell. Once the restraints were released, Boss Lu immediately lost his support and fell into the rain-soaked ground with a splash. Ah! A piercing scream finally burst from his mouth. He curled up in a ball, his hands and feet twitching uncontrollably, writhing in pain in the mud. Lin Xiao didn't even glance at them, but instead cupped his hands to the young men outside the courtyard and said, "Which of you brothers would be willing to lend a hand and take Boss Lu back to his home?" The way everyone looked at Lin Xiao was different now. There was shock, awe, and a touch of inexplicable fear. After all, methods that can render someone immobile are too bizarre for these country folk. But soon, several bold young men stepped forward. "Let's do it. Carry this villain back home and let his family see him, so they won't dare to harm anyone again." Several men stepped forward and, without any hesitation, grabbed Lu Laoda by the armpits and the back of his legs, carrying him away like a dead dog. Lu Laoda screamed all the way, his voice quickly fading into the rainy night. With the matter settled, the village elders who had been sheltering from the rain under the eaves took their leave one after another, each leading their clansmen home. Before leaving, village chief Du specifically instructed Lin Xiao, "Take good care of them. If Nanjier is seriously injured, come to my house and I'll take him to town to see a doctor in my ox cart. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Only then did village chief Du take his son's hand and leave with several village elders. Strangely, from beginning to end, none of the old men asked Lin Xiao how he had managed to immobilize Boss Lu. On their way back, however, they all told their families in unison, "Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight to other villages." The rain is still falling. Du Changsheng, the village chief's son, helped him up while his daughter-in-law, Hu, held a torch. The three of them walked home, their steps uneven. As they walked, Du Changsheng couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Dad, do you think that Lin family boy might be possessed by some kind of monster in the mountains?" Recently, San Lang said that he always sees them running into the mountains early in the morning. Village Chief Du shook his head. If it were really a demon possessing him, would Boss Lu still be alive? He would probably be meeting the king of hell long ago. Du Changsheng still couldn't understand. But how could an ordinary person have such ability? Boss Lu has been a tyrant in the village for so many years. Who could make him so afraid? Village Chief Du remained silent for a moment, speaking very softly. "When I was young, I went to the prefectural city once with Lao Hu and the others. At that time, a major event happened in the prefectural city." He stopped and looked back at his son. "My son, there really are immortals in this world." Du Changsheng was stunned on the spot. Who had been holding a torch silently to the side, suddenly raised her head and looked at her father-in-law. Chapter 27, Are there really immortals in this world? Du Changsheng and Hu Shi had not yet recovered from the shock, but village chief Du was gazing into the distance, as if recalling something from many years ago. He said that when he went to the prefectural city, he happened to witness a celestial being accepting disciples. The old man in the prefectural city told him that those immortals only come once every few decades, specifically to select children with potential and take them away. But how many decades does an ordinary person have in their lifetime? In addition, the prefectural city is too far from Xiushui village. So few people know about this, and even fewer believe it. Village Chief Du found it strange at the time and told the villagers about it when he returned, but no one believed him. Over time, he stopped mentioning it and almost forgot about it. If it weren't for the commotion caused by that Lin family brat, he probably wouldn't have remembered this incident until the day he was buried. Upon hearing this, Du Changsheng became anxious and quickly spat a few times, saying that his father would surely live to be 100 years old and that he shouldn't say such unlucky things. Madame Hu, however, grasped the key point and cautiously asked, "Father-in-law, has that Lin boy really become an immortal?" Village Chief Du squinted and smiled. He said that becoming an immortal isn't something that can be achieved in a day. It requires gradual cultivation. Lin Xiao is probably already on the path of cultivation. Speaking of this, Village Chief Du recalled the incident at the threshing ground a couple of days ago. Didn't Lin Xiao set up some kind of sect to recruit people? At the time, the whole village thought he was just fooling around, and many people even went to watch the spectacle. But now that I think about it, it wasn't just nonsense. The more Village Chief Du thought about it, the more interesting it seemed. His mood improved, and he shook off his son's support, striding forward on his own. Du Changsheng quickly chased after him, calling out, "Dad, slow down." On the other side, after seeing everyone off, Lin Xiao propped up the collapsed courtyard gate, barely blocking the doorway, before turning around and entering Lu Yunan's house. Inside the house, Lu Yunan had been helped to bed by Widow Lu and Lu Shengsheng. He was still unconscious, and his clothes were completely soaked. Widow Lu, with red eyes, was wiping his face and changing his clothes. In the kitchen next door, Lu Shengsheng was wiping away tears while boiling water. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately said, "Aunt Lu, I'll take care of him. You two go change into dry clothes and drink some hot water so you don't get sick again." Widow Lu knew that Lin Xiao and Lu Yunan were close, and she also knew she couldn't afford to collapse. She didn't force herself. Instead, she handed the handkerchief to Lin Xiao and said in a hoarse voice, "Brother Xiao, thank you for your trouble." After saying that, she pointed to Lu Yunan's left shoulder, and tears almost fell down her face. She said that Nanner was beaten by Boss Lu, her body was badly swollen, and she was kicked in the stomach and vomited blood several times. A woman who is usually gentle and polite actually called Boss Lu a thug. It's clear that today's events have pushed her to the brink. Lin Xiao looked at Lu Yunan's pale face, and his anger surged. He had heard a lot about the Lu family. Widow Lu was not originally from the village. After her family suffered a disaster, she ended up in Xiushui village and was taken in by Lu Dashu. Later, the two got married, which caused Lu Dashu to fall out with the old house and directly separate from the family. From the very beginning, old Mrs. Lu disliked her daughter-in-law, feeling that she didn't resemble a farmer and rejected her at every turn. After Lu Dashu passed away, Widow Lu raised Lu Yunan and Lu Shengsheng by herself, farming and taking on jobs in town. Not only did the Lu family not help, but they also came to cause trouble and take advantage of others every now and then. Lin Xiao felt increasingly disgusted by such relatives. As soon as widow Lu came out of the house, he immediately went up to check on Lu Yunan's injuries. The moment his hand touched Lin Xiao's left shoulder, his expression darkened. The area was swollen so badly that it looked completely out of shape. It was very likely that a bone was broken. Lin Xiao's heart tightened. He can cultivate and fight, but he can't set bones. What to do? The next moment, he suddenly remembered that his grandfather knew how to set bones. Lin Xiao immediately rushed out of the house and shouted in the yard, "Aunt Lu, Baldy's bone might be broken. I'm going to find my grandpa to set it." Before he could finish speaking, he had already rushed into the heavy rain. At this moment, Lin Xiao had already reached the 4th level of qi refining. When he really ran, his figure was almost a blur. Not long after, he arrived at the Lin family's old residence. The gate was locked, and the courtyard was quiet. The commotion at the Lu family's house in the east of the village had clearly not yet reached the west end. Everyone in the old house was already asleep. Lin Xiao didn't want to wake up her uncle's family, so she simply didn't knock on the door. He chose to bypass the great firewall. Climbing over the wall of your grandfather's house shouldn't be illegal, right? Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin lived in the main house, and to enter the main house, one had to go through the main hall first. But Lin Xiao knew that his grandmother would always bolt the door to the main hall before going to bed every day, so he had no intention of using that door at all. There was no moon in the dead of night, only the heavy rain pouring down. Lin Xiao reached under the main room window. The old man liked to sleep with the windows open, so he usually didn't close them. Sure enough, the window was half closed. Lin Xiao gently pushed open the window and nimbly climbed inside. As soon as his foot landed, he was hit on the head. He recognized the familiar feel immediately. It was his grandfather's ever-present pipe. Lin Xiao gasped and quickly lowered his voice. "Master, it's me. If he doesn't make a sound, the whole family will be woken up tonight." Grandpa Lin recognized the voice as his grandson's and muttered, "You brat, what are you doing here in the middle of the night, stealing things?" Grandma Lin was also woken up by the noise. "Still half asleep?" she asked Sanling. "Why are you here at this hour? Did something happen to your family?" Lin Xiao quickly explained, "It's not my house. Grandpa, Baldy's bones were broken by his uncle. I remembered you know how to set bones, so I rushed here to find you to save him." Upon hearing this, old lady Lin immediately regained her senses. She nudged Grandpa Lin and said urgently, "Oh dear, how did this child end up with such an uncle? Poor thing. Quick, quick, get dressed and go help." Grandpa Lin didn't hesitate. He put on a raincoat, grabbed some medicinal wine from home, and headed outside. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Lin Xiao still standing at the gate of the courtyard, waiting for him. The old man frowned. "What are you standing there for, kid?" Lin Xiao rubbed his hands together, offered no explanation, walked straight up to him, bent down, and carried him on his back. "Sir, hold on tight." Before he could finish speaking, he had already carried old Master Lin on his back and rushed into the rain. Chapter 28 Bone Setting. Lin Xiao carried old Master Lin on his back and rushed into the rain. The speed was terrifying. Just as Grandpa Lin had settled down, the cold rain pelted down on him, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. He quickly grabbed his grandson's shoulder and patted him anxiously. "Good boy, put me down. How can you carry me with your little body?" But Lin Xiao didn't listen at all. He seemed to be walking on air, rushing forward at lightning speed, yet remaining incredibly steady. Old Master Lin, lying on his back, didn't feel the slightest bump. It would normally take quite a while to walk from the Lin family's old house to the Lu family's house at the east end of the village. But Lin Xiao stopped after a short while. "Sir, we've arrived." Old Master Lin was put on the ground, wiped the rain off his face, and squinted at it. "We actually arrived." He was startled. His grandson was running way too fast. Thinking back to Lin Xiao's usual annoying behavior, old Master Lin felt inexplicably relieved. Even if he caused trouble in the future, at least he could run away and wouldn't easily get beaten up. Upon entering the Lu family's house, Lu Yunan was lying on a bed, his face pale, and his shoulder was severely swollen, clearly indicating that his broken bone had shifted. Without saying a word, old Master Lin took out the medicinal wine he had brought with him before leaving the house, poured a little into his palm, rubbed his hands together vigorously, and his palms quickly became warm. "Xiaojie, help him up." Lin Xiao immediately stepped forward and helped Lu Yunan sit down. Grandpa Lin reached out and touched the broken bone, his movements steady and meticulous as he probed its location. Fortunately, the dislocation wasn't too severe. He gripped the broken bone with both hands, one above the other, his eyes darkening, and he exerted force suddenly. A soft click sounded. The hearts of the 3 people in the room skipped a beat. Widow Lu turned pale with nervousness, and Lu Shengsheng held her breath. Grandpa Lin acted as if it were a routine matter, poured more medicinal wine, and began to massage Lu Yunan's shoulders. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, Sir, is it already connected? While applying the medicine, Grandpa Lin checked the bone position and nodded after a moment. All right, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone. Take good care of yourself and don't put any strain on this shoulder. The second half of the sentence was spoken to Widow Lu. Widow Lu nodded hurriedly, her eyes reddening. Grandpa Lin, thank you so much. It's so late at night, and you've gone to all the trouble of making this trip in the rain. Before he could finish speaking, old Master Lin waved his hand. All right, everyone in the village has their difficulties. I'm just lending a hand. It's getting late. Let's head back first. Keep an eye out tonight. After saying that, he stood up, grabbed Lin Xiao by the collar, and walked out. Lu Shengsheng followed behind, calling out softly, Thank you, Grandpa Lin. He sneezed right after he finished speaking. Grandpa Lin turned to look at her, his tone softening. The little girl has probably caught a cold. Come inside and warm up. Grandpa's leaving now. Widow Lu quickly found Lin Xiao's umbrella, thanked him, and saw the grandfather and grandson out the door. On the way back, the rain had subsided a bit. Grandpa Lin, wearing a raincoat, and Lin Xiao, holding an umbrella, walked home through the mud. After walking for a while, old Master Lin asked, What exactly happened to the Lu family? I saw that the Lu family boy was beaten quite badly. Lin Xiao then gave a general account of what had happened. Of course, he automatically omitted the part about cutting the tendons in people's hands and feet. Anyway, the villagers will start gossiping tomorrow, and his grandfather will find out sooner or later. For now, we should keep it a secret as long as possible. After listening, old Master Lin let out a long sigh. What a terrible thing to do. He paused, then added, When you get home later, make yourself some ginger soup. After saying that, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to look at Lin Xiao. That's not right. You carry me all the way here, and it was raining so hard. How come you're still dry? Lin Xiao paused in his steps. The Lin family's old house is not far ahead. He quickly weighed the options in his mind. Should he explain or run away? The next second, he decisively chose the latter. Grandpa, I'm going home now. Before the words were even finished, the person had already vanished. Grandpa Lin stood in the rainy night, looking in the direction he had run off to. The area ahead was empty, with not a single person in sight. He stood there stunned for a long time. Isn't this grandson's speed a bit too fast? The rain poured down all night, only gradually subsiding at dawn. When the morning light peeked through, the rain had finally stopped. The ground was muddy, and the leaves were covered in dew. Today, Lin Xiao got up early on his own without Lin Xiao having to call him. He cooked a pot of sweet potatoes on the stove, washed up, put 2 hot sweet potatoes in his pocket, and went out to the Lu family's house. Widow Lu had barely slept all night. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was carrying a basin of water out of the house when she collapsed in the corner of the yard. Looking up, I saw Lin Xiao standing at the door. Lin Xiao greeted her and then asked directly, Auntie, how was Baldy last night? Widow Lu forced a smile. Good. Nanner slept quite well last night. But after she finished speaking, her brows furrowed again, and her face was full of worry. Sheng'er got caught in the rain last night and probably caught a cold. I went to see her earlier, and her forehead was burning hot. She kept saying she was cold. I'll have to take her to town to get checked out later. At this point, she looked at Lin Xiao with some difficulty. Xiaozhi, could you please keep an eye on Nanner for your aunt when you have some free time later? Lin Xiao nodded immediately. Don't worry, Auntie, I'll take good care of him. It's important that Shengmei has a fever. You should take her to see a doctor right away. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Widow Lu visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Forgetting all formalities, she hurried inside, carefully gathered her meager savings, wrapped Lu Shengsheng in a small quilt, and carried her out the door. Only the village chief's family in the village has 2 cows. To make it easier for villagers to go to town in a hurry, the village chief's family sends an ox cart to be parked at the village entrance every morning. If someone needs to go to town, they leave around the appointed time. If no one is riding, the village chief's youngest son drives the ox cart back. The ox carts were free, but not many people rode in them on ordinary days. The villagers all felt that going to town was just a waste of money, and who would go to town for no reason? If someone brings farm produce to sell, it's impolite to sit for free. They'll always give a copper coin or 2. Otherwise, since everyone in the village sees each other all the time, if word gets out that someone is taking advantage of the village chief, the gossip will be overwhelming. There were also people who couldn't bear to part with their coins, preferring to carry their belongings to town rather than ride in the free ox cart. So although the village chief's ox cart was always waiting, it wasn't considered busy. Widow Lu, who genuinely had urgent business in town, was able to get on the bus without any problems. When Lin Xiao first learned about this, he secretly sighed. If this kind of free ox cart were in his previous life, it would probably be packed with people every day, regardless of whether you had anything to do or not. Just grab a seat first. Chapter 29, Untitled. Lin Xiao snapped out of his thoughts and pushed open the door to Lu Yunan's room. The man was already awake and tried to sit up. Lin Xiao quickly went over to help him and asked, What do you need? To relieve yourself? or for a drink of water. Lu Yunan's face turned pale. He pointed to the bowl of water next to him and said in a weak voice, "Water." Lin Xiao immediately brought over a large bowl of water and handed it to Lu Yunan. Lu Yunan took it, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. After drinking most of the bowl, he let out a long breath, as if he had finally come back to life. His first question was, "Brother Xiao, how are my mother and my little sister?" Lin Xiao patted his chest, his tone quite assertive. "With me taking action, how could anything go wrong? I've taken care of everything." After saying that, he chuckled and lowered his voice, saying, "And your uncle, I cut his tendons in his hands and feet. From now on, he'll be a cripple and won't be able to cause trouble at your house anymore." Lu Yunan's eyes widened suddenly, as if he couldn't believe it. "Really crippled? Would I lie to you about something like this?" The next second, Lu Yunan seemed to relax completely, and the resentment and hatred in his eyes burst forth. "Haha, Lu Dashin's got what he deserves. Serves him right. Xiao Guer, you're a true brother. Once I'm better, I'll catch some snakes and have my mom make you snake soup. Let me tell you, my mom's snake soup is incredibly delicious, even when my dad was alive." As the two were talking, a loud commotion suddenly broke out outside the courtyard. "Baldy, are you home? We've come to see you." "Good bro, I brought you a big bone." "Should keep your voice down. What if the person is still lying down?" Without even looking, I knew it was Jiang Youfu, Hu Liang, and Qin Jianghe who had arrived. As soon as the three entered the courtyard, they saw the dilapidated gate leaning against the wall. Without any hesitation, they walked directly to the front of the house. Upon seeing that Lu Yunan was awake and chatting happily with Lin Xiao, the group immediately perked up. Qin Yanghe immediately shouted, "Hey, Xio, such a big thing happened at Baldy's house, and you didn't even tell the brothers?" Lin Xiao said in a serious tone, "I felt uneasy after dinner last night, so I went out for a walk to digest my food, and that's when I bumped into them." Qin Jianghe hooked his arm around his shoulder and laughed uncontrollably. "If you're going to make something up, at least make it believable. Your house is at the east end of the village, and Baldy's house is at the west end. You've really gone on a long walk." Lin Xiao was both amused and exasperated. This sounds outrageous, but aside from the system's prior warning that he couldn't talk about Lu Yunan's unusual breakthrough, everything else is pretty much true. Lu Yunan sat on the edge of the bed and spoke up for him. "Don't pick on him. If it weren't for Xiao Guer last night, my family would have been finished." Upon hearing this, the group immediately surrounded him, pressing him to tell them what had happened the previous night. The whole village was buzzing with the news this morning, but everyone was saying different things. It was all a jumbled mess. All anyone knew was that Uncle Lu had been crippled, but nobody knew the specifics. Lu Yunan didn't hide anything and directly took off his clothes to show them. His chest, arms, and back were covered in bruises and welts, some of which were still oozing blood. He said he'd been beaten so badly last night that he vomited blood several times, and the men's faces turned pale upon hearing this. Jiang Youfu gritted his teeth and cursed. "This is my uncle? This is clearly my enemy." Hu Liang clenched his fist in anger. "It's one thing to take advantage of you all the time, but now you want to sell your sister and beat you to death. Xiao Guer crippling his hands and feet is too lenient. If it were me, I would have chopped him up with a knife." The room was filled with curses, but as Lu Yunan listened, he suddenly glanced towards the door. When guests come to visit, his mother usually comes out to greet them, but today there's not a sound at all. His heart sank, and he asked Lin Xiao, "Brother Xiao, has my mother gone out?" Lin Xiao then remembered that he hadn't told him yet, and nodded. "Yes. Your little sister probably got caught in the rain last night, and she had a high fever this morning. Your mother took her to town to see a doctor." Lu Yunan was stunned. Go to town for medical treatment? But there were only 20 coins left in the house, and it was hard to say whether that would be enough to buy medicine. He lowered his eyes, his fingers slowly clenching. At this moment, Tai Tu asked him, "Baldy, can you still come up the mountain with us to cultivate like this?" Lu Yunan looked up abruptly and said without hesitation, "Yes. I only hurt my shoulder, not my leg. Let's go right now." As he spoke, he started to get out of bed and get dressed. Everyone wanted to say something, but seeing the look in his eyes, they all shut up. Lu Yunan desperately wants to become stronger. "I used to cultivate so that I could play with my brothers and learn new and powerful spells. But things are different now." He had to protect his mother and his younger sister. If he had Lin Xiao's skills last night, how could he have been beaten so badly by Lu Dashin? Half an hour later, the group reached the halfway point of the North Mountain. For some reason, as soon as they arrived, they felt a sense of coming home. The atmosphere immediately lightened when fellow Taoist Xiao Luan came out to greet them with giggles. Several people immediately took out the rice they had secretly brought from home from their pockets and poured it into the small wooden bowl, feeding little Luan Taoist to his heart's content. It was already broad daylight by then. Inside the thatched hut, Lin Yun and Sun Yigao had already begun meditating and cultivating. Seeing that they were late, Sun Yigao didn't ask any questions. He simply greeted everyone and then looked at Lu Yunan with a hint of worry in his eyes. Seeing that Lu Yunan looked unwell but was still in good spirits, he felt relieved and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Clearly, he had heard about what happened at the Lu family's house last night. Xiaoshui village may not be fast in other aspects, but it is really fast at spreading gossip. Lin Yan had heard Lin Xiao briefly mention it that morning. He wasn't familiar with Lu Yunan, so he didn't want to bring it up rashly. He only asked a few questions and then continued cultivating. A new day at Lin Xian's sect remains simple and unpretentious. The disciples meditated diligently in the thatched hut, striving to cultivate themselves. Sect Master Lin Xiao sat under the peach tree, continuing to ponder the sect's development plan. Not long after, he went to check on the spirit field. Both the mist grass and the spirit grass have sprouted tender little shoots, which are a little bigger and darker in color than yesterday, and their growth is relatively stable. Remembering that he still had 20 spirit grain seeds in his private treasury, Lin Xiao immediately took action and synthesized another spirit field measuring 3 by 3 meters. Then, like a diligent old farmer, he squatted down in the field and planted the 16 spirit grain seeds one by one. He kept the remaining 4 seeds as a backup in case the planting failed. After all, you can't act rashly in this kind of situation. He's someone who's seriously read the Beginner's Guide to Cultivating Medicinal Herbs. Chapter 30 Qualifications. Lin Xiao worked for almost an hour before finally finishing planting the land. He stood by the field and thought it over. There was quite a lot to do next. First, the sect's main hall must be built. There's still a huge pile of excavated mud in the private treasury. It can't just sit there unused. Second, earn spirit stones. The system renewal fee is about to expire, and if he doesn't earn some spirit stones soon, he, as the sect leader, might run out of supplies on the spot. Third, make money. Last night's commotion made Lin Xiao think a lot before going to bed. The Lin Xian sect definitely can't just accept people from Xiaoshui village anymore. If disciples from other places really join, what will they eat? Where will they live? Clothes, food, and housing, all of these need to be arranged. Humans aren't little chicken demons. A straw shed to keep out the wind is enough. If a sect wants to develop, it must have its own money and supplies. The thought of potentially having to manage the food, clothing, and shelter of a large group of people instantly gave Lin Xiao a headache. The division of labor within the sect also needs to be finalized as soon as possible. Planting spiritual herbs, building houses, managing accounts, and teaching lessons. He can't be the only one doing all the work. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao opened the doorman panel. After Tai Tu and the others joined the sect, it seems he hasn't checked their aptitudes yet. He should also check Xiao Wan's as well. He clicked on Hu Yang first. Name, Hu Yang. Gender, male. Bone age, 12 years old. Qualifications, nothing special. Cultivation level, mortal. Sect status, outer disciple. Lin Xiao paused for a moment. As expected of Iron Head, with well-developed limbs, the system's evaluation is also very direct and indeed fair. Next is Qin Jianghe. Name, Qin Jianghe. Gender, male. Bone age, 13 years old. Qualifications, quite ordinary. Cultivation level, mortal. Sect status, outer disciple. Even rivers are just ordinary. Lin Xiao rubbed his temples. He usually thought Qin Jianghe was quite clever and quick-witted, but he hadn't expected his cultivation aptitude to be so mediocre. It seemed the system's assessment of aptitude only considered cultivation ability, not personal character. Then there's Lu Yunan. Name, Lu Yunan. Gender, male. Bone age, 12 years old. Qualifications, outstanding. Original qualification, not the best, but not the worst either. Now upgraded. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 1. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. Good heavens. Can qualifications really be upgraded? Lu Yunan was originally just average, but now he's become outstanding. What does this show? It shows that talent isn't static. There's room for growth. Then, can his own qualifications continue to improve? This discovery is of immense value. Finally, it was fellow Taoist Xiao Wan's turn. Name, Wan. Gender, female. Bone age, 2 years old. Qualifications, 1 in a billion of the bloodline of the Wan bird, the fighting rooster among pheasants. Cultivation level, first level of spirit opening. Lin Xiao almost burst out laughing after reading it. A fighting pheasant among pheasants? But upon further reflection, it's not so simple. Little Wan actually possesses the bloodline of the Wan bird. Even if it's only 1 in a billion, it was highlighted separately by the system, so it's definitely not an ordinary bloodline. This chicken seems to be something special. After reviewing everyone's profiles, Lin Xiao began adjusting their sect status and positions. First, the status was unified and changed to that of a direct disciple. Anyway, there's no limit to the number of direct disciples. Since they're all on our side, we should give them the best treatment. Then there's the position. Sun Yigao is good at teaching, so he was directly assigned as the teaching elder. Qin Jianghe was quick-witted and particularly fond of money, commonly known as greedy. However, Lin Xiao had known him for many years and knew that his character was sound, so he appointed him as the elder of finance without hesitation. Tai Tu is strong and suitable for heavy work. From now on, he will be in charge of organizing everything from digging mud, cutting trees, carrying bricks, and building houses. Lin Xiao casually gave him the title of infrastructure elder. As for the agricultural elder, the most suitable among the remaining people is undoubtedly his brother, Lin Yun. When it comes to farming, Lin Yun is absolutely a master in Xiushui village. Jiang Youfu, Xiao Wan, and Lu Yunan are not yet assigned positions. They'll be put on hold for now and discussed later when suitable positions become available. The system notification suddenly sounded just as I finished setting up the job. Ding! Congratulations! The number of Sect positions has increased to 5. Quest triggered. A stable and well-functioning organization requires stable interests to maintain it. Please distribute salaries to all members of the Sect as soon as possible. Lin Xiao froze on the spot. Issuing salaries? He then realized that once a position was created in the Sect, a salary had to be paid. In the future, he will not only have to build a Sect and take care of the disciples' food and lodging, but also pay them salaries. The question is, what should we send? We can't just give out copper coins, can we? A cultivation Sect should at least give out spirit stones to make a good impression. But here's the problem. The spirit stones given by the mission aren't even enough for his own renewals, and he also needs them to build his Sect. Where would he find any extra to pay salaries? Lin Xiao sat down under the peach tree, propping his chin up and staring blankly. The Sect hasn't even fully taken off yet, and the accounts are already weighing on people. Just then, the system's cold voice rang out again. Congratulations to disciple Sun Yigao on advancing to the first level of qi refining. Lin Xiao was taken aback, then smiled. That's good news. Sun Yigao has also reached the first level of qi refining. Lingxian Sect now has 3 cultivators at the first level of qi refining. Jiang Youfu, Lu Yunan, and Sun Yigao. Oh no, there's also fellow Daoist Xiao Wan. That makes 4. In just a few days, more than half of the Sect members had already entered the path of cultivation. Lin Xiao felt increasingly gratified. Xiushui village looked ordinary, but he hadn't expected it to actually have the charm of a place where outstanding people and beautiful scenery could flourish. But then again, out of hundreds of people in Xiushui village, probably only a few are truly talented. Ultimately, it's a case of birds of a feather flocking together. After all, Lin Xiao is so outstanding, it's only natural that he would gather a few promising talents around him. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiao's motivation returned. Make money. Isn't it all about making money? Tomorrow happens to be market day in town. I can't get spirit stones for now, but I can always find a way to earn copper coins, right? The Sect is poor right now, and everyone has only just embarked on the path of cultivation. What do we need spirit stones for stipends? Aren't copper coins better? Although he doesn't even have a penny now. But copper coins are easier to obtain than spirit stones. Spirit stones can currently only be obtained through quests, while copper coins can be earned through buying and selling. Just thinking about how, as a cultivator, I don't even receive a salary of spirit stones is still a bit embarrassing. Just then, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered a function. Item synthesizer. He hadn't had time to explore this feature since it was enabled. He seemed to have initially enabled it because he wanted to create storage bags. Given the system's usual behavior, as long as there's a need, the functions will most likely match. In other words, this item synthesizer can likely be used to synthesize storage bags. As for how exactly to synthesize it, Lin Xiao's eyes flickered, and he immediately opened the item synthesizer. Chapter 31 Storage Bag. Lin Xiao stared at the newly appeared item synthesizer, his eyes lighting up. Unlike the previous synthesizers, this thing only has one slot, no prompts, and no question marks. It's like a small forging furnace, quietly waiting for him to throw things in. Lin Xiao looked around, but there weren't any suitable materials nearby. Finally, he looked down at his waistband. This belt is quite large. When it's untied and unfolded, it's a full 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide, just a solid piece of coarse cloth. Without saying a word, Lin Xiao threw it directly into the synthesizer. The synthesizer did not respond at all. He wasn't surprised. A single piece of cloth certainly wouldn't be enough to turn into a storage bag. Based on past experience, there needed to be a motivation to synthesize something. Spirit stones are needed when synthesizing spells and spirit fields. When synthesizing the Peach Blossom Paradise technique, peach petals from the 10-mile peach blossom tree are used. In the end, what the synthesizer needs is not necessarily the spirit stones themselves, but the spiritual energy within them. If I don't use spirit stones, can I just pour my own spiritual power into it? Lin Xiao has never liked to daydream. He acts on his ideas immediately. He raised his hand and aimed it at the square, beginning to pour spiritual energy into it. At the same time, he frantically imagined what the storage bag would look like, able to hold things small on the outside but large on the inside, and ideally, easy to stuff in and use. Soon, a system notification sounded. Is the material input complete? Lin Xiao immediately chose yes. Item synthesis in progress. Please wait. 2 minutes later, a purse appeared in his private stash. Lin Xiao took it out and looked at it, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This thing is really ugly. Dusty and worn, it looked like a tattered purse picked up from the roadside, completely lacking any of the aura of a magical treasure. But Lin Xiao didn't mind. He pulled hard with both hands, and the purse was intact. Its quality was acceptable. Then, he casually picked up a stone much larger than his purse, and stuffed it into the opening, which was no bigger than a fist. The next second, the stone disappeared inside. They're really inside. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he found an even bigger rock and stuffed it in. They went in too. He became more and more excited as he tried, putting in the third, fourth, and fifth stones until finally stuffing in a rock the size of his head. And only then did he feel that the cavity was full. Lin Xiao did a rough calculation. The capacity of this storage bag is roughly the maximum space that the belt could originally hold. In other words, the amount of fabric used determines the amount of storage space that can be created. That's already very impressive. Just then, the people who were cultivating in the thatched hut came out one after another, preparing to dig mud. When he looked up, he saw Lin Xiao sitting under the peach tree, his clothes a little disheveled, his belt gone, and him holding a tattered purse in his hand, grinning foolishly. Lin Yun was taken aback. Erlang, where's your belt? Lin Xiao wasn't embarrassed at all. Instead, he waved to them and said, come on, I got something good to show you. The crowd gathered around, looking puzzled. Then they saw Lin Xiao open the tattered pouch and pull out a rock the size of a head. Everyone stared wide-eyed. Before they could even speak, Lin Xiao pulled out another piece. Then there was another one. One after another, a total of 5 large stones were pulled out of that palm-sized tattered purse. Everyone was completely stunned. Jiang Youfu swallowed hard. Xiaojie, are you performing magic? Lu Yunan was also shocked and said, this can't be a fairy purse, can it? Xiao Ge, did the old immortal give it to you? Although the others didn't speak, their eyes said it all. This is outrageous. Lin Xiao didn't rush to explain, but turned to Jiang Youfu and said, Fuzi, take off your belt and give it to me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Youfu immediately did as instructed. As soon as he unbuckled his belt, his pants lost their support, so he quickly pulled them up while sitting down on the straw mat next to him. Everyone watched intently. Lin Xiao took the belt and threw it in front of him. The belt had vanished into thin air. Immediately afterwards, Lin Xiao raised 2 fingers, closed his eyes, and remained motionless. The people around them unconsciously held their breath, and even the chicks quieted down as if afraid of disturbing something important. After a while, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the 7 people and the chickens staring at him, and raised an eyebrow. Just wait, you'll find out soon enough. Everyone immediately fell silent and waited. Not long after, Lin Xiao suddenly smiled and said, it's done. The next moment, he had another tattered purse in his hand. And the color of this purse was exactly the same as the belt Jiang Youfu had just worn. Lin Xiao casually tossed the purse to Jiang Youfu and pointed to the stone on the ground. Try it. Jiang Youfu already guessed what was going on, and his hands were trembling slightly. He picked up the largest stone, opened his purse, and carefully stuffed it inside. The stone actually went inside. Jiang Youfu was completely overjoyed, his eyes shining as he clutched the purse. Brother Xiao, can you give me this? Lin Xiao laughed. Made with your stinky belt. Who else would I give to if not you? Jiang Youfu was overjoyed. Ironhead, watching with envious eyes, excitedly ripped off his own belt and handed it to Lin Xiao, shouting, Brother Xiao, I want one too. But he was so excited that he forgot to pull up his pants. With a whoosh, his pants fell down. Sunny Gao immediately turned his head away. Lin Yun glanced at it, and then silently looked away. The others weren't so polite and burst into laughter. Ironhead, however, remained unfazed, calmly pulling up his pants and continuing to urge, Brother Xiao, hurry up and make one for me too. I'll use it to hold the mud we dug up later. Lin Xiao was amused and nodded. Following the same method, he made another storage pouch for Tai Tu. Chapter 32 Plan. Not long after, Lin Xiao handed the newly made purse to Tai Tu, and then looked at the others. Upon hearing that he also wanted to use cloth to make storage bags, Sun Yigao immediately waved his hand. I'll go home this afternoon and get some cloth to make them. After saying that, he looked at Lu Yunan, Qin Zhanghe, and Lin Yun and made a decision. You guys don't need to bother anymore. My boudoir will bring them to you this afternoon. Before anyone could refuse, the deal was done. Sun Yigao's demeanor makes him seem like a fool with too much money. However, everyone was indeed short cloth, especially Lu Yunan, who only had 2 belts. If he were to use one to make a purse, he wouldn't even have a change of clothes. So the group thanked Sun Yigao sheepishly. Zhang Youfu and Hu Liang held their storage bags, extremely excited, turning them over and over, wishing they could immediately stuff something inside and try it out. As noon approached, Lin Xiao quickly called everyone to continue digging mud upstream. Before leaving, he, Zhang Youfu, and Hu Liang pulled up their trousers, found some grass, and barely managed to tie their waistbands before continuing their work. After digging up the mud, everyone returned to the Sect for lunch. Sun Yigao then went down the mountain to go home and get some cloth. When he went back up the mountain, he was carrying a bolt of cloth on his shoulder. Lin Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and immediately made 4 storage bags out of the cloth. One of the larger ones, which used the most material, naturally went to Sun Yigao. The remaining 3, of average size, were given to Qin Jianghe, Lin Yun, and Lu Yunan. It was an ordinary day, and soon it was evening. Before descending the mountain, Lin Xiao explained the division of labor within the sect. Upon hearing that they had been appointed as elders, the group beamed with joy and straightened their backs a bit. Only Lu Yunan and Zhang Youfu are currently without positions. Lin Xiao looked at them and explained, "These positions are for leading the work right now. Our sect mainly needs these few right now. The others haven't been assigned yet. As the sect grows stronger in the future, there will definitely be more opportunities for you. Don't be sad." Lu Yunan said with a grin, "Brother Xiao will definitely not treat me badly, so I'm not sad." Zhang Youfu nodded repeatedly. That's right, Xiaozhi must be thinking of me." Lin Xiao then got down to business. "There's a big market in town tomorrow, and I'm planning to go with my dad to earn some money for our sect." Qin Jianghe immediately perked up. "Brother Xiao, what are you planning to do to make money?" Lin Xiao grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. "That's what we'll rely on." Everyone was taken aback. Lin Xiao lowered his voice and said, "I'm planning to take some flour and tell people it's a special medicinal powder that can clean teeth. I'll clean their teeth on the spot. Look, are my teeth frighteningly white? Is this a viable business opportunity?" Ironhead nodded vigorously. "Yes. If I had money in my pocket, I would definitely be willing to spend it." The others nodded in agreement. After all, Lin Xiao's teeth were truly white after the cleaning, dazzlingly white. Who wouldn't be tempted? Lin Xiao then turned to Zhang Youfu and asked, "Fuzi, how's your dust-removing technique coming along?" Zhang Youfu scratched his head, a little guilty. "It's all right. I tried cleaning my teeth this morning, but it doesn't seem to have made any difference." Lin Xiao nodded. At this moment, Sun Yigao pondered for a moment. "Xiaozhi, shall I try that spell too?" Lin Xiao then remembered that Sun Yigao and Lu Yunan had already advanced to the first level of qi refining, but had not yet received their spells. He quickly took out the purification spell, the words of 100 beasts, and the immobilization spell that he had prepared in advance from his private treasury, and gave each of them a copy. Lin Xiao solemnly instructed, "I will give you the spells directly. Those who haven't reached the first level of qi refining should focus on cultivating first, and then learn the spells when they have time. Don't put the cart before the horse. The higher your cultivation level, the more spells you can use, and the smoother they will be." After speaking, he went on to explain some precautions for practicing magic, and then looked at Qin Jianghe. "Jianghe, you're the treasurer now. Are you free to come to town with me tomorrow?" Qin Jianghe's eyes lit up. "Of course I'm free. My mother is going to the market tomorrow, so we can go together." Upon hearing this, Tai Tu, Fu Zi, and the others all showed expressions of wanting to go along. Lin Xiao smiled and waved his hand. "You guys don't need to go. There's no point in standing there with a bunch of people. Stay in the sect and cultivate properly." Zhang Youfu was immediately annoyed. He knew in his heart that if he learned the dust removal technique, he would definitely be counted as one of the earners when he went to town to make money tomorrow. Lin Xiao saw through his thoughts at a glance and immediately warned, "Fu Zi, don't bury yourself in magic for such a small thing. The higher your cultivation level, the easier it is to learn magic. If I find out you're not cultivating properly and are only thinking about learning magic, I'll beat you up." Zhang Youfu quickly shook his head, his face trembling as he said, "Don't worry, Brother Xiao. I will definitely cultivate diligently." After finishing their business, the group bid farewell to fellow Daoist Xiao Wan and descended the mountain together. When Lu Yunan returned home, he saw his mother sitting by the stove in a daze, her face full of worry. "Mother!" Widow Lu snapped out of her daze and forced a smile. "You're back." Lu Yunan walked to the stove and checked the fire. Fortunately, the rice wasn't burnt. He asked in a low voice, "How is my little sister?" Mentioning this only deepened the sorrow in Widow Lu's eyes. "I'm back, but I still have a fever. The clinic in town brewed some medicine, but it didn't help. Sigh, the money I brought was only enough for the consultation fee and the cost of 1 dose of medicine." She rested her head on her hand, her voice hoarse. "The doctor said that if the fever doesn't break by tomorrow, things might not be good. What will happen to Sheng? I'm so afraid she won't make it through." Lu Yunan stood there, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. He's only 12 years old and not very strong, so even if he wanted to do manual labor, no one would hire him. Besides, he's broken a bone. He clenched his fists, turned around, and walked towards Lu Xingxing's room. I'll go check on my little sister. On the other side, Lin Xiao sensed something was wrong as soon as he entered his home. He looked up and saw Lin Xiao sitting at the head of the dining table in the courtyard, arms crossed, staring at him with an inscrutable expression. Lin Yun sat upright next to him, looking like he was obediently waiting for the meal to be served, not daring to look away. Lin Xiao paused, his heart skipping a beat. Broken. The news about cutting off someone's hands and feet last night has probably reached his father's ears. In the village, nothing else is more troublesome than gossip. Sure enough, Lin Xiao almost burst out laughing when he saw him dawdling at the door, not daring to go forward, but he kept a straight face. He coughed lightly and said, "What? You dared to cut off someone's hands and feet last night, and now you're acting like a coward for whoever." Chapter 33 Departure. Lin Xiao chuckled and quickly tried to find an excuse for himself. He said to Lin Xiao, "Dad, think about it. Our Xiaoshui village is so simple and honest, but it just so happens that a scourge like Lu Laoda has emerged. If I take care of him, wouldn't that be ridding the village of a menace?" Lin Xiao snorted coldly. "You're quite the talker. Don't you know how small you are? What if you really can't beat him? Boss Lu is stronger than your father. If you fall into his hands, you'll have nowhere to cry." Seeing that he didn't seem really angry, Lin Xiao immediately seized the opportunity and slipped to the dining table to sit down. "Hey Dad, don't you know me? I'm smart enough not to make such a silly mistake. Come on, Dad, big brother, let's eat. It'll get cold if we don't eat soon." After saying that, he looked at Lin Xiao expectantly. Lin Xiao was amused by him and picked up his rice bowl. Lin Xiao and Lin Yun, as if they hadn't eaten for days, immediately grabbed their bowls and began to eat heartily. With his mouth still full of steamed buns, Lin Xiao mumbled, "Dad, let's go to the market together tomorrow, as we agreed." Lin Xiao glared at him. "When has your father ever gone back on his word? You wanted a thatched hut, and he built one for you right away, didn't he?" Lin Xiao quickly flattered. "That's right. My father is a man of his word, and he's not lying." That evening, Lin Xiao lay in his room and began to consider the sect's progress. Currently, within the sect, excluding himself, there are already 6 people and 1 chicken. There are only 3 people short of the goal of 10 disciples. As for the soil needed to build the sect's main hall and cultivation rooms, the efficiency has skyrocketed these past 2 days thanks to the availability of private reserves and storage bags. What would have taken many days of arduous digging is now almost enough. If Tai Tu leads the people who stayed behind at the sect to cultivate at noon to dig a dozen more baskets of mud, the materials will be basically complete. The most troublesome thing right now is that we haven't prepared the timber yet. The thought of soon having a real sect hall filled Lin Xiao with excitement. Just then, a system notification sounded. Congratulations to disciple Lin Yun for advancing to the first level of qi refining. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and his mood instantly improved. My older brother usually spends less than half an afternoon cultivating during the day, but I never expected him to be so diligent after returning home, and he actually broke through to a higher level. The next morning, the roosters in Xiaoshui village crowed exceptionally early. Because today is market day. For many in the village, the monthly market is a major event. Whether they can replenish the salt, oil, cloth, and needles and thread they need for the next month depends on today. Some people would also take out the pickled vegetables and eggs they had saved at home to sell. If they were lucky, they would find wild mushrooms or hunt wild animals in the mountains, and they would also exchange the skins and furs they had skinned for money on market day to supplement their family income. Lin Xiao followed Lin Xiao to the Lin family's old house early in the morning to meet up. Although Grandpa Lin divided the family property between his 2 sons back then, he always told them that the brothers should not become estranged because of the division of the family property. They should stick together and work together when things happen. So over the years, Lin Xiao and Lin Dashan have basically gone to the market together. Usually, Lin Dashan would push the cart, accompanied by his wife, Qin Shi, and Lin Xiao. Today was different. A little follower named Lin Xiao was joining the group. Lin Dashan pushed the cart, turned around with a smile, and asked, "Xiaojie, everyone in the village is saying you crippled Boss Lu's hands and feet. Is that true?" Lin Xiao nodded with a reserved expression. The villagers tend to exaggerate, but this time, they didn't exaggerate. Lin Dashan's eyes widened immediately. "You're something else. Tell your uncle how you did that." Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. They've arrived. What he fears most is being questioned by relatives. I hadn't told Grandpa before because I was afraid of this. Strangers are easy to fool, but family isn't. If they ask, I'll have to explain. And if they don't believe me, I'll have to demonstrate on the spot. A demonstration that's too gentle won't have any effect, and a demonstration that's too strong might scare them. Being a person is so hard. Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Dashan, then at Lin Xiao, who was pretending not to hear anything and just focused on supporting the cart. Well, I can't count on my biological father. Lin Xiao scratched his head and said to Lin Dashan, Uncle, you might not believe this, so let me be direct. Before Lin Dashan could react to what he meant, Lin Xiao raised his hand and cast a freezing spell. The next second, Lin Dashan, who was pushing the cart, froze on the dirt road, his hands on the cart, his feet in midair, his posture unchanged. Lin Xiao, who was standing nearby, almost couldn't stop in time and nearly slipped and fell. Qin was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she quickly shook Lin Dashan, saying, Husband, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Lin Xiao glared at Lin Xiao and quickly reassured her, Sister-in-law, don't panic, brother is all right. After saying that, he glared at Lin Xiao and said, Hurry up and undo this supernatural power of yours. Lin Xiao touched his nose and quickly dispelled the immobilization spell. Lin Dashan relaxed, regaining his mobility. He looked at Lin Xiao with surprise and uncertainty, and after a long while, he managed to stammer, Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Lin Xiao twitched the corner of his mouth. Uncle, that's right. I had some good fortune a while ago and built a sect. Now I'm cultivating immortality. Of course, I haven't become an immortal yet. I'm still far from being an immortal. I'm just a beginner cultivator. Standing to the side, Mrs. Qin listened with wide eyes. Lin Dashan and Madame Qin exchanged a glance, then both looked at Lin Xiao. Xiao is what Xiao said true. This was the first time Lin Xiao had been asked this question to his face. He didn't know how to explain it, and could only awkwardly say, oh, as if to admit it. When Lin Dashan looked at Lin Xiao again, his expression had completely changed. My goodness, my nephew has become an immortal. Lin Xiao slapped his forehead. Sure enough, his explanation was completely in vain. He quickly added, Uncle, I'm really not an immortal. I'm just a cultivator who's working hard to become an immortal. But Lin Dashan wouldn't listen to a word. He was so excited that his face turned red. He stretched out his two big hands, grabbed Lin Xiao by the armpits, and lifted him high into the air. Ha ha ha, my second nephew is an immortal. Ha ha. Lin Xiao was held in midair, and his whole body went numb. He quickly glanced at both ends of the road. Luckily, they had left early, and there weren't many people on the road yet. If the villagers had seen them, he, as the sect leader, would have been utterly humiliated. He quickly called out, Uncle, put me down quickly. I have something to tell you. Lin Dashan grinned, his face crinkling with wrinkles, and put Lin Xiao back on the ground. What's wrong, Xiaojia? What's the matter? Lin Xiao first straightened the cart that had been tilted, clapped his hands, and said, Uncle, it's getting late. Let's talk as we walk. Chapter 34, Opening a Stall. Lin Dashan slapped his forehead, finally realizing what was happening. I was so happy that I almost forgot about the important matter. He quickly urged the group to set off, as any later and the good spots at the market would be gone. Every month, the Lin family would go to the market and sell the wooden buckets, bamboo baskets, and seas made by Old Master Lin. Of the money, the old man would keep a share, and the rest would be divided equally between the two branches of the family. Today, Lin Dashan and Lin Xiao pushed a cart, which was piled high with wooden and bamboo utensils. Among them were two small jars containing pickled vegetables that Mrs. Qin and old Mrs. Lin had made together. On the way, Lin Xiao told him about his plans for going to town. He wants to set up a stall to clean people's teeth. He also wanted Lin Dashan to set an example first. Lin Dashan's eyes widened upon hearing this. Xiaojia, can you really clean your teeth? Without saying a word, Lin Xiao bared his teeth at him. A set of white teeth, dazzlingly bright in the morning light. Lin Xiao, who was pushing the car in front, also turned around and flashed the same set of white teeth. Lin Dashan remained silent. There's no need for both father and son to bare their teeth at him, is there? But Mrs. Qin, who was standing next to her, immediately clapped her hands. Oh dear, Auntie, this job is for you. I'll be your shill. Lin Xiao smiled. That will be even better. If we finish this for my uncle first, and then my aunt helps, then we won't have to worry about people not believing us. For people who pushed the cart, trudging along the bumpy road, heading towards Suifeng Town in the morning light. Suifeng Town was neither prosperous nor a strategic location. Its city walls were low, and its gates were quite simple. Lin Xiao had visited once when he was 6 years old with Lin Xiao, but after seeing this drab little town, he lost all interest in it. There are only a few thousand residents here, and the people in the town aren't necessarily much better off than those in the village. Even if he had modern ways of making money, he wouldn't be able to make much of a splash in a place like this. At best, he could only earn a meager living through hard work. He was young and weak before, and no one would bother with his antics. Lin Yun and Lin Xiao were busy with farm work and household chores all day long, so they didn't have time to listen to his seemingly unreliable ideas. So even now, Lin Xiao doesn't have a single copper coin on him. If it weren't for the sect, he wouldn't have had to resort to performing to make a living. An hour later, the four of them finally arrived at Suifeng Town. Although it was still the spring equinox, after traveling such a long distance, they were all covered in a thin layer of sweat. Fortunately, they arrived early, and there weren't many people queuing at the town gate, only 20 or 30. Today is market day, so there's no charge to enter the town. On ordinary days, if there are officials guarding the gate, an entrance fee must be paid. This is one of the reasons why villagers are reluctant to enter the town easily. There's a special area in the town for people to go to the market. The stalls had already been marked out by the constables with stones. One stall per household, first come, first served. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would be kicked out. The villagers were already afraid of the officials, so basically no one dared to cause trouble. Occasionally, someone would start arguing, but as soon as someone nearby shouted, "The police are coming!" they would all scatter immediately, bowing their heads and pretending to be obedient, as if nothing had happened. Upon arriving at the market, Lin Xiao quickly spotted a decent spot. Lin Xiao pushed the cart over, and Lin Xiao also helped, unloading the wooden buckets, bamboo baskets, and sieves one by one and arranging them. Mrs. Qin went to buy daily necessities such as salt and soybean oil, and also bought some for both families. It's only 7 or 8 in the morning, and there aren't many people at the market yet. Lin Xiao wasn't in a hurry to set up his stall. He planned to wait until there were more customers before officially starting his teeth-cleaning business. He first looked around, trying to find Qin Jianghe. The two of them had clearly made an appointment yesterday, so Jianghe should have arrived early. But Lin Xiao looked around and couldn't find him anywhere. Not only did Qin Jianghe not see him, but he also didn't see Qin Seer, who was his aunt's cousin. Lin Xiao strolled around the market. The market wasn't big. He walked around it in less than 15 minutes, but he still came up empty-handed. With no other option, he returned to his stall, found a corner against the wall, and squatted down with his sleeves tucked in. Since he had nothing better to do, he decided to take a look at how his father and uncle usually sold things, hoping to learn from their experience in advance. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiao almost lost his composure. After Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao finished arranging the goods, they also squatted down, leaning against the wall with their sleeves tucked in, just like him. Then nothing happened. Customers passed by the stall in waves, but the two vendors neither greeted them, made any sales pitches, nor introduced anything. They only answer a couple of questions when someone comes up to them to ask about the price. When the other party tried to negotiate the price, they shook their heads. When customers complained about the price and wanted to leave, they didn't stop them. In this way, half an hour passed, and the number of people in the market increased, but they managed to sell only 2 bamboo baskets at their stall. Lin Xiao's lips twitched as he watched. Goodness. So that's how his dad and uncle sold things every month? Isn't this a complete waste of his grandfather's excellent carpentry skills? You should know that Grandpa Lin's craftsmanship is absolutely top-notch in the surrounding area. His products are sturdy and durable, and for the same price, buying from him is definitely a good deal. Even the best products can't withstand such high prices. Lin Xiao even suspected that if the products themselves weren't of high quality, the stall probably wouldn't have been able to open for a single day. However, what he didn't know was that when old Master Lin himself started selling himself, his behavior was even more outrageous than these two. When others ask about the price, he only gives a single number. If someone complains that it's too expensive, he can just kick them out. So at that time, the goods were basically unsellable. Later, Grandma Lin couldn't stand it anymore and forced Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao to sell them, and business improved a little. Lin Xiao looked at the two taciturn people in front of him and finally couldn't hold back anymore. He looked up at the sky. The market is bustling right now, and the crowds are almost there. Waiting any longer would be a waste of the opportunity. He dusted himself off, stood up, walked over to Lin Xiao, and asked about the prices of all the items. A large bamboo basket costs 25 coins, a sieve costs 20 coins, and a wooden bucket costs 80 coins. The price is not expensive, especially since the things made by Grandpa Lin are of high quality and durable. They are more cost-effective than those made by other people. The problem isn't with the goods, it's with the people. To be precise, the sellers were just bad at selling. Lin Xiao looked at Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao and said, "Dad, Uncle, I'm starting work now." The two nodded somewhat shyly. Lin Xiao looked at them, feeling a little puzzled. They were both straightforward and cheerful farmers in the village, but once they entered the town, their auras seemed to be suppressed, and they shrank back. However, now is not the time to study this. He picked up a small stool and walked to his stall. Then he placed the small stool in front of himself. The teeth-cleaning stand is officially open for business. Chapter 35 Opening. Lin Xiao cleared his throat, stood in front of the stall, and started shouting his wares into the street. "Come and see for yourself. Our exclusive secret recipe tooth powder can turn yellow teeth into pearly white teeth. Try on the spot. See results immediately. If it doesn't work, you don't get a penny. Limited quantity, first come, first served. A bright white smile makes you look more presentable. You won't regret buying it. Come and take a look." The market was originally noisy and chaotic, but Lin Xiao's clear and loud voice instantly silenced the surrounding noise. Many people turned to look at the sound. A handsome young man stood beside the stall, a smile on his face and a confident expression. What was most striking was his mouth. His teeth were so white they shone brightly, almost blinding in the sunlight. Soon, two women dressed in cotton clothes squeezed to the front. They looked well off, but when they spoke, their yellow teeth were revealed. One of the plump women asked, "Young man, can this powder really clean teeth?" "The first order has arrived." Lin Xiao immediately flashed a standard smile, revealing 8 perfectly aligned white teeth, which stunned the two of them. He smiled and said, "Of course, but my tooth powder needs to be used with my family's traditional method. You two can try it on the spot and see the effect on each other. If it doesn't whiten, I won't charge you a penny." Upon hearing this, the plump woman immediately became interested. "Then let me try it." The thinner woman next to him was more cautious and asked first, "How much?" Lin Xiao remained calm and composed. 50 coins per person, no bargaining." The thin woman gasped, "So expensive?" But the plump woman clearly wasn't short of money. She quickly calculated in her mind that if she could really spend 50 coins to get a set of white teeth, that would be a great deal. She sat down directly on the small stool in front of Lin Xiao, tilted her head back, and opened her mouth wide. "Young master, come here quickly." Lin Xiao first apologized to the thin woman, then turned around and took out the so-called tooth powder. Actually, it was just fine white flour brought from home that morning, the kind of good flour that the Lin family only ate during festivals like Chinese New Year. He then took out a small brush and carefully brushed the white flour onto the plump woman's teeth. To avoid giving himself away, he frowned slightly and moved with great care, changing the angle and gently rubbing the surface, making it look as if he were performing some kind of secret technique. More and more people gathered to watch. Everyone craned their necks to stare, eager to see if this tooth powder was really as miraculous as claimed. Lin Xiao performed for 2 minutes, then, feeling the timing was right, secretly used a dust-removing technique on the fat woman's teeth. He then picked up a bamboo tube that was prepared next to him and reminded her, "Sister, let me pour some water. Don't swallow it. Just rinse your mouth and spit it out." The plump woman tilted her head back and nodded. Lin Xiao poured half a mouthful of water into her mouth. The plump woman rinsed her mouth, spat the water onto the ground, and then eagerly bared her teeth at the thin woman. "Yinner, look, how is it? Has it turned whiter?" The thin woman was stunned after just one glance. "It's white. It really turned white. And it was frighteningly white like newly grown teeth." She couldn't believe it and quickly said, "Don't move. Let me wipe it and see if I put something on it." As she spoke, she reached out and rubbed the fat woman's front teeth vigorously. There was no color fading. It wasn't painted on. "It's really white now." The thin woman's eyes widened in surprise. Seeing her reaction, the plump woman knew exactly what was going on. She grinned from ear to ear, pulled a string of copper coins from her pocket, and handed it to Lin Xiao. "Young master, this is exactly 50 coins. Please count it." The onlookers were in an uproar. Some people initially thought Lin Xiao was exaggerating, but now that they've seen yellow teeth turn white, who can sit still? Those in the crowd who were well off immediately became eager. The thin woman reacted the fastest. As soon as she confirmed the effect, she immediately took out 50 coins and slapped them into Lin Xiao's hand. Then she plopped down on the small stool and, imitating the fat woman, tilted her head back and opened her mouth. "Young master, give me one too." In the blink of an eye, 100 coins were in hand. Lin Xiao was overjoyed, but his hands remained steady as he quickly completed the entire teeth cleaning process for her. Apply powder, rub your teeth, pretend to do it all, then perform a final dusting ritual, and finally rinse your mouth. 2 minutes later, the thin woman's teeth also turned white. The two women grinned at each other, increasingly pleased with their sight, and finally walked home with their teeth showing, as if they wanted the whole town to see. This completely surrounded Lin Xiao's stall. Those with money rushed to queue up, while those without money stood by and watched the spectacle. After all, who has ever seen such a scene on a normal day? A mouthful of yellow teeth, apply some powder, brush, rinse, and instantly become as white as magic. Some impatient people want to buy tooth powder directly for their own use. Lin Xiao refused them all. The reason had already been thought of. This tooth powder must be used with the family's secret techniques, otherwise it won't be effective. Upon hearing this, everyone felt that this thing was not simple, and they became even more obedient in their arrangement. Lin Xiao was too busy to handle everything, so he quickly pulled Lin Xiao over to collect the money. Lin Xiao was initially confused, but as the coins were handed to him one after another, he realized what was happening and could barely contain his smile. Outside the crowd, only Lin Dashan was squeezed into a corner, guarding his original stall. He looked at Lin Xiao, who was surrounded by the crowd, and was a little dumbfounded. This nephew is incredibly audacious. He casually shouted a few times, and, surprisingly, people actually came and spent money. Didn't we agree that he would demonstrate first? Didn't we say we'd clean his teeth first? How come he lost his position in the blink of an eye? Lin Xiao was busy until almost noon when the number of people around him gradually decreased. Firstly, almost everyone who was willing to spend 50 coins to get their teeth cleaned had done so. Secondly, those who went to the market in the morning were starting to prepare to return to the village. Most people from nearby villages and towns come to town in the morning, but the number of people decreases in the afternoon, leaving only people from distant villages or those from the town itself. Lin Xiao and Lin Dashan usually pack up and go home at noon, and Lin Xiao has no intention of changing this rule. Moreover, because he attracted all the customers today, even though Lin Dashan wasn't very good at selling things, he couldn't resist Lin Xiao taking the time to shout out a few words, and most of the goods he brought were sold. Mrs. Qin had already bought the items and was waiting with Lin Dashan to watch Lin Xiao clean people's teeth one after another, becoming more and more shocked as they watched. When the last few people wanted to queue up, Lin Xiao clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Everyone, we've run out of tooth powder today. If you want your teeth cleaned, I'll come back next time we go to the market." The onlookers then reluctantly dispersed. Qin and Lin Dashan also began packing up their stall, preparing to return to their village. Chapter 36 Shongyonggota. Lin Xiao put away the small stool, and Lin Xiao also picked up the satchel full of copper coins. It was a heavy bag, and it made a sound when he walked. But before he had taken 2 steps, Lin Xiao suddenly grabbed his clothes and whispered, "Dad, wait a minute, come with me." Linda looked bewildered. "What?" Lin Xiao didn't explain, but forcefully dragged the man into a nearby alley. Once inside, he first peered around, then cautiously checked for anyone approaching. Confirming no one was around, he pulled a worn-out little pouch from his pocket. "Dad, put the money here." Lin Xiao looked down and almost thought he had misheard. The satchel in his hand was bulging like a small pillow, while Lin Xiao's tattered purse was smaller than the palm of his hand. Can this even fit? Lin Xiao looked at his son suspiciously, wondering to himself, has this child gone crazy from cultivating immortality? But then he thought again, Lin Xiao is now a cultivator, so he can't be viewed with ordinary eyes. So, half believing and half doubting, he stuffed the whole satchel into the purse opening. The next instant, the satchel actually disappeared. Lin Xiao's eyes widened instantly. This shabby little purse can actually hold so much money. He was stunned for a long time, with only one thought in his mind. Cultivating immortality is really convenient. Outside, Lin Dashan and Madame Qin were packing their things when they saw the father and son sneaking into the alley earlier and now sneaking out again. To be precise, it was Lin Xiao who was acting suspiciously. Lin Xiao went in with a face full of doubt, but came out beaming, as if he had gotten a great deal. Lin Dashan looked at his younger brother and felt that something was different, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Making money should have made him happy, but Lin Xiao didn't pat his chest extravagantly and say, "Let's go eat out, it's on me." He knows Lin Xiao too well. If you really put it that way, Lin Xiao would definitely yell at him immediately. "You think you're something special just because you've made a little money? Besides, this town is indeed poor." As they walked along, they couldn't smell any aromas of restaurants, or even a decent meal. The air was filled with the smells of steamed, dry rations and vegetable leaves, just like in a village. Finally, the family squatted in the corner and ate a simple meal with the dry food they had brought with them. While they were eating, Lin Xiao quietly went to a nearby grocery store. He bought several common paints. The items were few, yet they cost a full 300 copper coins. When it came time to pay, Lin Xiao clutched the copper coin tightly and refused to let go. The shop owner had to use a lot of effort to finally get the money out of his hand. Lin Xiao felt a pang of heartache. 300 coins. This is what he earned by cleaning the teeth of 6 people. Don't be fooled by the seemingly easy money of teeth cleaning. 50 cents per person. But those mouths, some for over a decade, some for decades, have been rinsing with just water. Their teeth are covered in grime and cavities, and the smell is so strong it makes your head spin. This money was not easy to earn at all. More importantly, this deal is basically a one-off transaction. In a town and surrounding villages, there aren't many families willing to spend money on teeth whitening. Once their teeth are whitened, people won't bother coming back to spend money again. So every copper coin Lin Xiao spent felt like a piece of his own flesh being cut off. But when he thought about the fact that the sect's main hall was going to be built, he gritted his teeth and accepted it. Since it's the main hall of a sect, we can't just make do with some mud brick building. It has to look presentable and not give people the impression of being frivolous. Lin Xiao walked to a corner, carefully put the paint he bought for 300 coins into his pocket, and then went back to meet up with Lin Xiao and the others, preparing to return to the village. But as soon as they reached the main road leading to the city gate, they found a large crowd gathered in front of them. At the street corner, a small group of officials was walking from the direction of the city gate. They arrived at the notice board, and the lead officer pulled a notice from his companion's arms and slapped it up. The other officers continued on to the next location to post notices. The remaining officers turned around, looked at the crowd that had gathered, and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Great news! Listen carefully, don't come back saying that I didn't tell you." The crowd immediately fell silent. The official pointed to the notice and announced loudly, "The immortal sect in the provincial capital, Shangyang Sect, is recruiting new disciples. This only happens once every 30 years. In the past, this good thing only applied to the prefectural city, or at most the county town, and had nothing to do with our town or countryside. But this time is different. The immortal sect has been merciful and has expanded the recruitment scope to our town." These words immediately caused an uproar. The official added, "However, there are conditions for recruiting disciples. They must be children under 12 years old. Boys or girls are both acceptable. If you have a child of the right age at home, hurry back and prepare. It will be in 10 days of the market in our town. Remember that." Someone in the crowd couldn't help but ask, "Sir, what exactly is the immortal sect?" "Yeah, we've never heard of this either. What kind of good thing is this? Sir, please tell us." Upon hearing this, the officer's face lit up with a smug look, as if to say, "You don't even know this?" He cleared his throat and said, "Let me tell you, the immortal sect is incredibly powerful. There really are immortals in this world. The immortal sect is where immortals are trained. If a family child is chosen by the immortal sect, that's amazing. They'll take the child back to the immortal sect, where the child will spend every day with the immortals and receive their guidance. Who knows, one day they might even master extraordinary abilities." The people listened with shining eyes. But some people didn't believe it and asked in a low voice, "Sir, is this true? Are there really immortals in the world? Are those flying and escaping abilities in the plays real?" Upon hearing someone question him, the officer immediately slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Who's lying to you? This job of mine was passed down from my grandfather. He served in the county back in the day, and 30 years ago, all the county constables were transferred to the prefectural city to help out. He saw it with his own eyes." Everyone immediately perked up their ears. The official got more and more excited as he spoke. Back then, when those immortals came to the city to recruit disciples, they just waved their hands, and a large ship flew in from the sky and floated steadily in mid-air. With another wave of their hands, all the selected children flew up and flew directly into the ship. As he said this, he glanced around at everyone and raised his voice. "Tell me, if this isn't an immortal, then what is?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment, followed by gasps of amazement. Some people were filled with excitement, while others turned around and ran home, afraid that they would miss their child's great opportunity if they were even a step too late. Linda and a few others standing outside the crowd could hear it clearly. Shangyong Gota, the immortal sect, is recruiting new members. Children under 12 years old. 10 days later, Lin Xiao's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the newly posted notice. Chapter 37, I'm not going to the immortal sect. As soon as the official finished explaining the matter of the immortal sect accepting disciples, the crowd in Suifeng town immediately erupted in uproar. Some people were still listening with shining eyes, while others had already quietly slipped away, eager to go home, wash their children clean, and teach them manners for 10 days. When the immortals arrived, their children, dressed beautifully and obediently, might just be chosen at first glance and taken to cultivate immortality. If a celestial being were to appear in the family, wouldn't everyone, including the chickens and dogs, ascend to heaven? Lin Xiao listened with great interest from the crowd. Lin Xiao, Lin Dashin, and Madame Qin listened intently. The same thought simultaneously crossed their minds. So there really are immortals in this world. In this way, Lin Xiao's previous claim that he was cultivating was probably not nonsense, but rather that he had encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Lin Xiao, who had been worried that his son might have been deceived by the mountain spirits, could finally put his mind at ease. Lin Dashin and Madame Qin secretly marveled at Xiao Guo's incredible luck. However, after listening, Lin Xiao felt that the official didn't know much. Most of what he knew was old news he'd heard from his grandfather, and his answers to many questions were vague. But the more vague he was, the more it piqued the curiosity of the people. There was one crucial question which the officials didn't mention, and no one asked. If the child truly goes to the immortal realm, will they ever be able to return home? How often will they be able to come back? Or will they be forever severed from the mortal world? Lin Xiao had read countless cultivation novels, and he heard plenty about things like severing ties with the mortal world and cutting off worldly ties. Besides, only 30 years had passed since the last time a cultivation sect recruited disciples. If the children chosen back then had ever returned to their hometowns, even if only once, there was no way they would have left no trace. Given the common people's love of excitement and boasting, if a village has produced a legendary figure, they can boast about it for half a year without repeating themselves. The same goes for the county seat and the prefectural capital. Many people in Suifeng town are related to the county. If a true immortal had returned home, it's impossible that 30 years later everyone would only find out through the recollections of old officials. Therefore, Lin Xiao guessed that the immortal sects here might really not allow their disciples to go home at will. Those who hoped their children would be selected and their families would enjoy a life of luxury are likely to be disappointed. Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. He obediently followed behind Lin Xiao and left the town with a flow of people. The spring sunshine was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. The four men pushed their carts back home, all in good spirits, thinking about how well their business had gone that day. After walking more than 2 miles out of town, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something important. He earned much more money today than usual. He'd show it to his parents when he got home. They'd be so happy. But when he glanced instinctively at Lin Xiao's shoulder, he froze instantly. Where's the satchel? Where's the money pouch? Lin Xiao's face turned pale instantly. He stopped abruptly, pointed at Lin Xiao's empty shoulder, and stammered. Dadayu, where's your satchel? Upon hearing this, Madame Qin quickly looked over as well. The next moment, she panicked as well. Oh dear, Dio, you've lost your satchel. Lin Xiao, however, was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Lin Xiao and chuckled. Brother and sister-in-law, don't panic, the money isn't lost. After saying that, he waved to Lin Xiao with a flourish. Erlang, take it out, so that your uncle and aunt can rest assured. Lin Xiao immediately cooperated, grinning as he pulled a small purse from his pocket. Understood. Lin Xiao and Madame Qin were so frightened that their hearts almost jumped out of their chests, but seeing the confident look on the father and son's faces, they calmed down a bit. Immediately afterwards, they saw Lin Xiao reach his hand into the small purse and then lift it up. A bulging satchel, filled with copper coins, was pulled out of his small purse out of thin air. With a thump, it was placed on the cart. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. His first reaction wasn't to look at the money, but to quickly look around. Thankfully, there was no one around. He didn't know that Lin Xiao only dared to take it out so casually after confirming that no one was around. Lin Xiao quickly opened his satchel and saw that it was full of the copper coins they had earned from selling dental cleaning products that day. Not a single one missing. He then breathed a long sigh of relief. He's rarely seen so much money in his life. If he really lost it, he'd probably be heartbroken and unable to sleep for several nights. After confirming that the money was safe, Lin Xiao suddenly realized what had happened, staring at the purse in Lin Xiao's hand, his voice lowering several decibels. Brother Xiao, what's that pouch you have? Is it some kind of magical treasure? Lin Xiao touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. It's not exactly a magical item, just a storage bag I made myself. It's for novice cultivators like us who are just starting out. It's not very big. It can probably hold half a basket of things. Lin Xiao gasped as he listened. This is nothing? To be able to fit such a large satchel into a small pouch. What else could it be but a divine ability? He quickly handed the satchel back to Lin Xiao, telling him to keep it safe. After Lin Xiao put it back into his storage bag, Lin Xiao couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Brother Xiao, you're truly capable. You've managed to create something this amazing. In my opinion, when the immortal sect comes to recruit disciples in 10 days, the immortals will definitely take a liking to you and accept you as their disciple. The group continued walking towards the village. To everyone's surprise, Lin Xiao paused for a moment after hearing this, and then shook his head without hesitation. Uncle, I'm not going to that so-called immortal sect. Lin Xiao almost thought he had misheard. The official's words were so mysterious that he was tempted to send his only son, Lin Lei, to try it out in 10 days. Lin Xiao had already begun cultivating, and now that the immortal sect had arrived, shouldn't he be happy? Once you enter the immortal sect, you'll have immortals to guide you. Isn't that better than blindly figuring things out on your own? But Lin Xiao surprisingly said he wouldn't go. Lin Xiao looked puzzled. Why, Xiao? Lin Xiao smiled at him, half jokingly and half seriously saying, Uncle, have you forgotten? The thatched hut that you and my father built for me on the mountain before was my sect. As he said this, he puffed out his little chest. Now, I'm the leader of Sect. What kind of sect leader would go to another sect and become their disciple? Lin Xiao was completely confused. Can a thatched hut be considered a sect? But seeing how seriously Lin Xiao was speaking, he felt that the child must have his own ideas. Despite the Lin family's general perception of Lin Xiao as eccentric and unreliable, Lin Xiao knew perfectly well that his nephew had always had his own ideas. Since he didn't want to go, then he wouldn't go. Anyway, we have land at home, so we won't go hungry. Whether the child wants to stay in the village to cultivate immortality or go to a sect of immortals, as long as the child is willing, that's fine. Lin Xiao walked ahead, but he was already overjoyed. He had just heard Lin Xiao say that Lin Xiao should go to the immortal sect, and his heart was in his throat. How old is Lin Xiao? If he really goes with a group of strangers, wouldn't his father worry to death day and night? So what if they're immortals? The child isn't their child. What if he gets bullied? What if something happens to him? Will they really care? Who will he turn to for justice then? He had put in so much effort to raise his son to this age. How could he bear to let him leave home? Now that Lin Xiao has personally said he's not going, Lin Xiao is walking ahead and no one could see him, but the corners of his mouth have already started to curl up. Chapter 38 Sect Hall. It was already afternoon when we returned to Xiushui village. As soon as Lin Xiao entered the village, he noticed two furtive gazes. He followed his instincts and looked over, only to see Lu Laoda's wife and Lu Sanshen working in the field, glancing at him furtively with evasive eyes. On the ridge next to the field, several villagers were talking in hushed tones. See, the Lu family has finally gotten their comeuppance this time. In the past, Lu Laoda's wife and Lu San's wife relied on their husband's domineering ways and looked down on everyone in the village. But now, they still have to work in the fields. With Lu the eldest crippled, Lu the third is a coward. He used to put on a show, but now all the men in the Lu family have shrunk back, leaving only the women to do the work. Lu San's wife wasn't like this in the first few years after she married into the family. She was corrupted by the bad habits of the Lu family. If you ask me, the root of the problem lies with Grandpa Lu and Grandma Lu. If the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. These words are inaudible to ordinary people, but Lin Xiao's hearing is now so sharp that he can hear them clearly from a great distance. He merely glanced at it briefly and didn't linger. The eldest son of the Lu family is already crippled, and Lu Yunan can handle the rest of the family. This family can no longer cause any trouble. What Lin Xiao really cares about now is Qin Jianghe. We agreed to meet at the market today, but he didn't show up. Could something really have happened? Reaching the fork in the road leading to Beishan, Lin Xiao stopped and said to Lin Dao and the others, "Father, uncle, aunt, I'll go up the mountain to take a look first." Lin Dao waved his hand. Go on, go on. Remember to have dinner at your grandpa's house tonight, and come down early." After saying that, he suddenly remembered something and reached out his hand, saying, "Oh right, give me the satchel. Your uncle and aunt still need to take the money back to report." Lin Xiao took the satchel full of copper coins out of his purse and handed it over, reminding him, "Father, some of this is my Sect's funds. Don't you dare swallow it." Upon hearing this, Lin Dayu's palm suddenly felt a little itchy. "Hey, do you think your dad would take your little bit of money? Get lost. I hate the sight of you." Seeing his father's posture, Lin Xiao turned tail and ran away. Upon arriving at Beishan, the area around the thatched hut was indeed bustling with activity. A group of children were diligently practicing, and no one was slacking off. Lin Xiao scanned the area, but still couldn't find Qin Jianghe. He didn't disturb the others, nor did he rush down the mountain to look for someone. Xiushui village is only so big. If something really happened to the Qin family, given the villagers' tendency to love gossip, the news would have spread long ago. Besides, he had checked Qin Jianghe's character panel, and there was nothing unusual about it. There shouldn't be any major problems. Since that's the case, let's get down to business first. Giant Zalman, main hall. What Lin Xiao lacks most right now is spirit stones. His spirit stone inventory is almost depleted. If he doesn't replenish it quickly, his AFK cultivation will have to stop. Once the main hall of the sect is completed, the Lin Xiao sect will truly have a proper presence. Not far from the thatched shed, there was a large pile of freshly dug mud. It was obviously done by Tai Tu and the people who stayed behind at the sect. With the mud stored in Lin Xiao's private treasury, it was enough to build the sect's main hall. We have the mud, but we still need the wood. Lin Xiao immediately took out an axe from his private stash, and in a flash, rushed into the dense forest behind the mountain. He is now at the 4th level of Qi refining, and his physical strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. With a swing of the axe, he chopped down trees as easily as cutting down sugarcane. With a snap, it's a tree. They originally thought 15 pieces of wood would be enough, but they chopped them all up in no time. But Lin Xiao thought that he would need to build cultivation rooms later, and there might even be other sect buildings, so he simply cut down a lot more. Of course, he didn't pluck an entire forest bare. Instead, he cut down trees at intervals. After all, this will be the back mountain of Lin Xian's sect from now on, and it wouldn't look good if it were left bare. In Lin Xiao's mind, this area halfway up the north mountain had long been his sect's territory. Nobody ever comes up here normally, and the village is so remote that the imperial court can't oversee such details. Apart from the registered farmland, nobody really cares about these desolate mountains and forests. As long as it doesn't block the road or obstruct other people's doors, you can build it however you like. Therefore, Lin Xiao was not worried about any illegal buildings at all. With the timber ready, he returned to the front of the mountain, sat in front of the 10-mile peach blossom tree, and activated the building synthesizer. He first put most of the mud from his private warehouse into the brick material column, about 65 cubic meters. 16 more pieces of wood were then placed inside the beam. He deliberately added a little too much of each ingredient. Then he added the paint he had bought in town that day. As for the effect, he didn't know. But it can't be any more shabby than a house made entirely of mud bricks, can it? After thinking for a moment, Lin Xiao clicked on the plus sign and added another slot. Then, he took out his last remaining spirit stone from his private treasury. This is his last remaining possession. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth and threw it in directly. The next moment, he closed his eyes and clicked confirm. Construction of the Sect Hall building has begun. Please wait. Upon receiving the notification, Lin Xiao became quite excited and couldn't help but rub his hands together. The cultivation sect that consisted of only a thatched hut is finally becoming a thing of the past. Once the main hall of the sect is built and the cultivation rooms are arranged, everyone will no longer have to squeeze into the small thatched huts to cultivate. However, Lin Xiao had no intention of dismantling the thatched hut. That was built by his father himself. This is also the true starting point of the Lin Xiao sect. This will all be written into the sect's history from now on, and disciples must memorize it during the selection process. It will be a mandatory test. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but start daydreaming. In the future, the Lin Xiao sect will have countless disciples who will ride their swords through the air, surrounded by cranes and swirling clouds and mist. That will truly be the grandeur of a celestial sect. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! The main hall of the sect has been successfully synthesized. Please select a placement location. Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. The next second, a colossal object appeared in front of him, hovering in mid-air. It was a large hall that was 6 meters high and covered an area of about 60 square meters. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up immediately. As expected of a synthesizer product, although it is built of mud bricks, the brick seams are almost invisible on the entire wall, making it appear as a single, solid, and imposing structure. Moreover, the wall surface had a faint dark red hue, as if the paint had been perfectly blended in, understated yet not tacky. The roof is covered with rustic mud tiles, and the eaves are even decorated with flying eaves. Most remarkably, a faint glimmer of light could be seen at the end of the eaves. The light fell from the eaves and then quietly dissipated in midair. A true sect hall thus appeared on the mountain of Lin Xiao sect. Chapter 39, Looking at Each Other. As soon as Lin Xiao returned to the mountain, he released the sect's main hall that he had just acquired. A magnificent hall appeared to float in midair, its wooden doors wide and gleaming, with a plaque hanging high above, though the words on it were still blank. Lin Xiao surveyed the scene, chose a good location, and placed the hall near the thatched hut, directly opposite the entrance to the mountain path, about 100 meters from the 10-mile peach blossom tree. As soon as the main hall was completed, the system immediately prompted to name it. Without a second thought, Lin Xiao typed in 4 words, Lin Xiao Palace. The naming was successful the next moment. Immediately afterwards, the system notified that the sect's base had been upgraded and the defense range had been expanded, with a radius of 300 meters centered on the Lin Xiao Hall now under protection. Lin Xiao was secretly delighted. Now that's what Sect should be like. The mission reward arrived, and he immediately opened his private vault, scanning for the last extra items. 100 spirit stones, 20 spirit silkworm eggs, 10 mulberry seeds, and 1 first-tier spirit vein fragment. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw the 100 spirit stones. This task is really generous. Looking at the silkworm eggs and mulberry seeds, he immediately understood that the sect was to raise silkworms and spin silk themselves, which might be used to make spiritual garments in the future. As for the last fragment of a first-tier spiritual vein, it made his heart skip a beat. A spiritual vein, that's something that can produce spirit stones. Although there's only 1 fragment now, and it is unknown how many fragments will be needed to complete the form, Lin Xiao already senses that his cultivation journey may soon usher in the first wave of sudden wealth. Of course, it can't float. He immediately and discreetly renewed his AFK cultivation account with 15 spirit stones. For the next 2 weeks, there will be no need to worry about cultivation resources. After finishing these tasks, Lin Xiao looked at the brand new Lin Xiao Grand Hall before him. The hall was exquisite and grand, and compared to the low, thatched hut next to it, it looked like a makeshift shack. Lin Xiao stood at the door, his sense of accomplishment instantly overwhelming him. However, he didn't rush inside. The atmosphere of a sect's main hall is best created when everyone visits it together. Just as he was about to call for help, a familiar shout suddenly came from the mountain pass. Xiai Ogia. Lin Xiao looked back and saw Qin Jianghe running towards him, a smile he couldn't hide on his face. Seeing that the person was all right, Lin Xiao finally felt relieved. He went up to him and asked, "What have you been up to today? Didn't we agree to meet at the market?" Qin Jianghe scratched his head sheepishly, chuckled sheepishly, and whispered, "Xiaoji, my mom took me on a blind date early this morning." Lin Xiao was taken aback. Qin Jianghe continued to explain, "My mother didn't tell me beforehand. She only took me to the matchmaker's house when we got to town. She said the girl was from Day Township, which is nearby, so she must have arrived long ago. We can't keep the girl's family waiting too long. That's why I didn't have time to tell you. After saying that, he cautiously added, Brother Xiao, don't be angry with me. Lin Xiao laughed directly. It's a good thing that you went on a blind date. Why would I be angry? It's just a pity that I made a lot of money yesterday, but you didn't see it. Upon hearing that it would make money, Qin Zhenghe's eyes widened instantly, practically sparkling with excitement. Really? How much did you make? Is our sect about to strike it rich? Lin Xiao coughed lightly, pretending to be nonchalant. Not many, maybe 3,000 copper coins. What? 3,000 copper coins? Qin Zhenghe was so excited that he grabbed Lin Xiao's arm and shook it. My God, I've never seen 3,000 copper coins in my life. Brother Xiao, quickly take it out and let me see it. Lin Xiao grabbed him and said, We'll see tomorrow. I don't have the money right now. Tell me first, how did the matchmaking go? When the topic changed, Qin Zhenghe's dark face actually turned red. He lowered his head and smiled like a fool. That girl is quite nice. She looks very lucky when she smiles. Lin Xiao knew he was doomed the moment he saw him like that. This isn't just about having taken a liking to someone. They've completely bewitched him. He's already this dumbfounded after just one meeting. Where's the shrewdness that a Sect's financial elder should have? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Stop grinning like an idiot. You've got your eye on her, but what does the girl say? Qin Zhenghe blushed even more, his voice barely audible. She said she also thinks I'm pretty good, that I seem like a reliable person. Lin Xiao felt conflicted after hearing this. He even seriously considered whether he should remove the treasurer from his position while the young man was getting engaged. Just then, there was movement from the thatched hut. As if they had heard them speaking, the crowd emerged one by one from the thatched hut. Xiao, you're back. Zhang Youfu was the first to rush over. His speed was frightening. Don't be fooled by the way his flesh still jiggled as he ran. He had already reached the first level of qi refining, and his running speed was far beyond what it used to be. Seeing that Zhang Youfu was about to crash into his face, Lin Xiao quickly dodged to the side. The others also gathered around, greeting Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe in a lively manner. Lu Yunan grinned mischievously and deliberately changed his address. How is it, Sect Master? Treasurer? Everyone assumed that Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe had returned from town together. Lin Xiao showed no mercy and directly exposed him. He didn't go with me. He went to find girls early this morning. Poor me. I was stood up and can only sell my wares in town all by myself. These words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Lu Yunan raised his hand and punched Qin Zhenghe, laughing and scolding. You're something else. You're even starting to date girls now. Qin Zhenghe blushed even more and could only stand there and chuckle foolishly. Hu Yang scratched the back of his head sheepishly and said earnestly, I also want to go on a blind date, but my mother says I'm not old enough yet. Several 12 or 13-year-old boys immediately surrounded Qin Zhenghe, asking him all sorts of questions with great interest, treating the blind date as an extremely rare and unusual event. Meanwhile, 15-year-old Sunny Gao and Lin Yun, two older youths, silently retreated, pretending they didn't exist. Sunny Gao looked up to admire the peach blossoms, pretending to be very serious. Lin Yun casually looked around, his face clearly saying, Don't ask me anything. Today was market day, and Grandpa Lin gave Lin Lei and Lin Yun a half day off, so Lin Yun also stayed on the mountain to cultivate with everyone. He had only glanced at it casually, but suddenly froze the next moment. Everyone followed his gaze and fell silent. Beside the thatched hut, a magnificent hall had appeared out of nowhere. The main gate is tall, and the plaque is brand new, with 4 large characters written on it. Lingxian Hall. The group of teenagers who had just been making a ruckus were now completely dumbfounded. Chapter 40 10,000 Swords Return to 1. Lin Yun looked up from afar and was completely stunned. Halfway up the mountain, a grand hall suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The grand hall stood tall and imposing in the mountains, seemingly from another world compared to the earthen houses and thatched huts of Xiushui village. Hearing Lin Yun's exclamation, everyone turned to look. The next second, everyone opened their mouths wide at the same time. Wow! After exclaiming in amazement, everyone looked at Lin Xiao in perfect unison. Without a doubt, something this outrageous must have been created by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao touched his nose and coughed lightly. This is the main hall of our Lingxian sect. Come on, let me show you around. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Okay. Lin Xiao led a group of people toward the main hall. Upon arriving at the hall, everyone instinctively looked up at the plaque hanging high above the door. Hu Yang immediately shouted, I recognize the first 3 characters. Qin Zhenghe was even faster, blurting out, the first 2 are Lingxian, just like on the stone tablet. The one after that is Dazi, right, brother Sun? Sun Yigao nodded with a smile, then corrected him. The last word should be pronounced Dian. Dian means a tall building. Our Lin Xiao Hall should be the place where the sect holds meetings. The group nodded in agreement, staring intently at the character Gan Palace, as if they wanted to memorize it on the spot. Lin Xiao stepped forward and raised his hand to press down on the door. The heavy wooden door felt surprisingly heavy when you picked it up. With a slight effort, he pushed the door open with a bang. A gust of air swept out from inside the hall, causing the hems of everyone's clothes and the tips of their hair to flutter. The sun was setting in the west, and it was already getting dark. But inside the main hall, it was surprisingly bright. Upon closer inspection, everyone discovered that the surrounding walls and beams were embedded with many luminous fragments. These fragments, seemingly chaotic, actually seemed to contain some mysterious pattern, illuminating the entire hall with a bright and clear light. At the very front of the main hall is a high platform that could be ascended by steps. The rest of the place was empty. There are no tables or chairs, no decorations, but that's precisely why it felt so solemn and grand. Lin Xiao was the first to step over the threshold and go inside. The Lin Xiao sect members followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped into the main hall, everyone fell silent. That heavy, solemn aura swept over them, as if instantly suppressing all their restlessness. Lin Xiao stood in front of the high platform, looking up at the three large, black characters that shimmered with light on the wall. Lin Xiao Sect. At this moment, he was also somewhat unsettled. He truly did establish a cultivation sect in this unfamiliar ancient era next to this remote mountain village. Although the people in the sect are still weak right now. Although Lin Xian's sect was in dire need of reconstruction and was so poor that it didn't resemble a cultivation sect at all. But every step they took along the way was earned through their own hard work. The people standing behind him were equally excited. This is their sect. Their Lin Xian sect really does have a main hall now. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. The sect's morale is off the charts, reaching a staggering 200%. You are rewarded with a heaven rank array, Myriad swords returned to 1. Please check your count. Friendly reminder. As this is a heaven rank formation, the cultivator must reach at least the golden core stage to successfully complete it. Otherwise, attempting to complete the formation will result in death. Please cultivate with caution. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Heavenly rank array. This is a heavenly rank item. But before he could even feel happy, the next line of prompts was like a bucket of cold water poured directly down his throat. Golden core stage? Lin Xiao's lips twitched. The combined cultivation levels of this group of people probably wouldn't even reach the golden core stage. The stuff is definitely good stuff, but we arrived way too early. With no other option, Lin Xiao could only put the book 10,000 Swords Returned to 1 into his private stash and let it gather dust for the time being. After visiting the sect's main hall, Lin Xiao not only gained immense popularity, but also acquired a heaven rank formation technique for free, putting him in a very good mood. With a wave of his hand, he told everyone to go home for dinner early. Afterwards, Lin Xiao and Lin Yun returned to the Lin family's old residence together. As the sun set, 2 dining tables were already set up side by side in the Lin family's courtyard, with clean bowls and chopsticks stacked on them. Lining was sitting at the courtyard gate weaving straw ropes when she saw Lin Yun and Lin Xiao. She immediately dragged the ropes into the courtyard and called out to the main room, "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, Uncle, my eldest and second cousins are back." Inside the house, old lady Lin was listening intently to Lin Dashin's boasting when she heard this. She immediately got off the Kong, a heated brick bed, put on her shoes, and hurried to the kitchen. "Hey, Erlang and Sanlang are back. Hurry up and bring out the dishes. Eldest daughter-in-law, come and lend a hand." Aunt Lin quickly followed her into the kitchen. The men in the main room stopped talking and got up one by one to walk into the courtyard. Lin Yin, who was sewing clothes inside the house, folded her torn clothes and put them aside, planning to mend them tomorrow before going out. Lin Yin and Lin Ying are both daughters of the eldest branch of the Lin family. Lin Yin is 13 years old, and Lin Ying is 6 years old. When everyone came out, Lin Yun and Lin Xiao had just arrived at the courtyard gate. Grandma Lin and Aunt Lin had already served the dishes. 5 large bowls, each bigger than a human face, were filled to the brim. Although there was only one meat dish, each dish was glistening with oil, showing that they had used plenty of oil. The steamed buns on the table weren't coarse food mixed with bran, but rather properly steamed buns made from a mixture of wheat, rice, and flour. Each one was plump and appealing, making one's mouth water just looking at them. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Old Master Lin glanced around with satisfaction and sat down first. The others then took their seats. With a ruddy complexion, Grandpa Lin picked up his bowl and called out in a strong voice, "Dinner's ready." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks and began to eat heartily. At first, no one had time to speak. The only sounds in the yard were the sounds of people eating rice and picking up vegetables. Once the hunger in their stomachs subsided, everyone slowed down. Old Master Lin picked his teeth, then picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, chewed it, and suddenly looked at Lin Xiao. Sanlang, your uncle and father told me you made a lot of money today. And is your story about cultivating immortality really true? Lin Xiao followed the old man's example, picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, chewed it slowly, and then smiled and spoke. Yes, sir, my cultivation of immortality couldn't be more real. As he spoke, he looked at old Master Lin, his tone relaxed yet alluring. Why don't you try it with me? You're not young anymore, and if you cultivate, you might even live longer. Chapter 41, Paying Salaries, Part 1. Lin Xiao was still unsure whether cultivation in this world could extend lifespan, and by how many years. But he was basically convinced that he could. After all, the system information clearly states that one must cultivate qi. Since the cultivation levels are roughly what he knew, the basic function of prolonging life can't be cut, right? Otherwise, how can an ordinary person achieve enlightenment with a lifespan of 100 years or so? His words silenced the entire Lin family at the dinner table. Even Lin Yin and Lin Ying, who usually don't talk much, had their eyes flicker and were each making their own plans. The first to get restless was Aunt Lin. She looked at Lin Xiao, and before she could finish speaking, she said, Sanlang, look at your eldest cousin. Lin Lei, whose hand was already crooked from squeezing half a steamed bun, immediately interrupted, Mom, I'm not fixing it. I want to stay home and do chores. Aunt Lin immediately became anxious upon hearing this. What future can you have working at home? Look at Sanlang. He's only been practicing for a few days, and he already knows magic. He can earn 3 taels of silver in one trip to town. Seeing that the mother and son were about to start arguing, Lin Xiao quickly raised his hand to interrupt them. Stop. Aunt cousin, don't rush. He looked at the two of them and softened his tone. You're both doing this for each other's good, right? Since it's a good thing, don't turn it into a bad one. Explain your thoughts clearly, be straightforward, and discuss it together. Don't start arguing right away. It'll only make everyone miserable in the end. Upon hearing this, both Aunt Lin and Lin Lei blushed slightly, and their initial anger subsided. Grandpa Lin nodded. Sanlang is right. You should discuss this privately and come to a conclusion before arguing in front of the whole family. Lin Xiao then looked at everyone and said, If you've all decided to cultivate with me, you're welcome to come. Don't worry unnecessarily, and don't be shy. After saying that, he turned to the 2 elders of the Lin family and said, Grandpa, Grandma, if you two want to cultivate, you are welcome to do so anytime. Please don't be shy with me. These words immediately stirred up the minds of everyone at the dinner table. Cultivation, magic, silver, and even the possibility of extending lifespan. Who wouldn't be tempted by this? After dinner, Lin Xiao had no say in how each family discussed things. Lin Dao took Lin Yun and Lin Xiao home. On the way, Lin Xiao was still unwilling to give up and kept pestering Lin Dao. Dad, you really won't cultivate with us? That can prolong life. Think about it. If my older brother and I both start cultivating, but you don't, how painful would it be for us to watch you die young? Lin Dao paused in his steps. Lin Xiao pressed his advantage. Dad, I'm not kidding you. There's something called inner demon in cultivation. If you don't cultivate, this will become an inner demon for me and my older brother, hindering our cultivation. What will we do then? Tui. Lin Dao raised his hand and slapped Lin Xiao on the back of the head. You brat. How dare you curse your father like that? Lin Xiao covered his head, feeling extremely aggrieved. Dad, I'm serious. I'm not lying to you. Lin Dao turned his head away. I won't listen. Shut up. Lin Xiao could only sigh. What a stubborn middle-aged man. Although his father was only 32. Upon returning home, the first thing Lin Xiao did was reach out for money. All the money we earn today is with Lin Dao. Lin Dao looked at his greedy expression with disgust and threw the satchel into his arms. Lin Xiao, holding a bag of copper coins, grinned from ear to ear and immediately went inside to start counting the money. He took a rope and strung the copper coins together in groups of 100, making 7 groups in total. Then, he picked out a string of them and solemnly put them into his own little treasury. This is his salary for this month. That's right, Lin Xiao is going to get paid. In his view, now that the sect has been established, it cannot be too shabby. From now on, each member of the sect will receive a monthly stipend of 100 coins. Except for Xiao Wan. After all, it's a bird, it shouldn't need copper coins. He planned to use some of the remaining money to buy grain from wealthy families in the village and store it on the mountain. In the future, when everyone is cultivating on the mountain, we can't bring our own food every day. The sect should act like a sect. Although not everyone can live on the mountain yet, at least they can cook within the sect, which is already progress. Lin Xiao is very optimistic about the future of the sect. Night fell quickly. A few lights were lit up sporadically in Shoshue village as people who had been busy working outside during the day gradually returned home. At this point, Lin Xiao was probably the only one in the entire village who ran away. He carried a storage bag full of copper coins in his arms, his clear goal being to pay his disciples' wages. Although people are still unaware that they actually receive a salary. But who in this world doesn't like getting paid? Lin Xiao put himself in Lin Xiao's shoes. If it were him, he would be happy a second earlier if he received his salary a second earlier. Therefore, this money must not be saved until tomorrow. The fresh coins you earn today won't be fresh overnight. He strung the coins together and immediately set off into the night. Our first stop, of course, is my older brother Lin Yun's room. Lin Xiao crept up to Lin Yun's door like a thief, and with a gentle push, the door opened. They usually don't bolt the door before going to bed, making it very convenient for people to come and go. Lin Yun was making the bed when he saw him sneaking in. He looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Erlang, what are you doing?" At home, Lin Yun usually calls Lin Xiao Erlang, but only when they go to the old house does he call him Sanlang according to his birth order. Without explaining, Lin Xiao walked directly to Lin Yun's side, took one of his hands, took out a string of copper coins from his storage bag, and slapped them into Lin Yun's palm. "Brother, this is your Sect's salary for this month." Lin Yun looked down and was startled to find a whole string of copper coins in his hand. He quickly tried to put them back. "This won't do. Erlang, take it back immediately. Didn't you say that the money you earned today was for building up the Sect?" Lin Xiao was prepared and slipped to avoid it. "That's right. Paying salaries to the Sect members is also part of building the Sect," he said matter-of-factly. "Everyone gets one. There's no reason why my own brother should get one less. Big brother, please keep it. I'm leaving." Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiao had already darted out of the room. Lin Yun took the money and chased after him. But unfortunately, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great, and he couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Xiao's clothes. In the end, he could only clutch the string of copper coins and return to his house. Looking at his salary, Lin Yun secretly felt a sense of competition. He must work harder in his training. At least next time, I can't not even catch up with my younger brother's shadow. Lin Xiao's second stop on his payday trip was Tai Tu's house. Tai Tu's real name was Hu Liang, and he lived in the middle of the village. Within the entire sect, only Lin Xiao and Lin Yun lived at the east end of the village. In Xiaoshui village, the Hu family is the largest surname and the one that has been rooted there the longest, so most Hu family members live in the middle of the village. Tai Tu Hu Liang and Hu Deli, the clan chief, were close relatives within 3 degrees of kinship. According to seniority, he should address the clan chief as Uncle Hu. Chapter 42 Payday, Part 2. Lin Xiao went to the Hu family first. The Hu family was large, and the whole family lived crammed into the courtyard, with people coming and going and gossiping. Aunt Hu invited him to come in and sit down, but Lin Xiao waved his hand and only asked her to call Tai Tu out for him. A short while later, Tai Tu came out. Without a word, Lin Xiao dragged the man to a dark corner outside the courtyard gate. The two of them, as if making a rendezvous, lowered their voices and officially began distributing wages. A string of copper coins was handed over, and Tai Tu's eyes lit up immediately. "Xiaojie, is this really for me?" It was too dark for him to see clearly even if he nodded, so Lin Xiao simply whispered, "Yes, keep it safe and put it in your storage bag. Don't let your second aunt know, or she'll make a fuss and make you hand it over again." Tai Tu immediately pulled out his storage bag, stuffed the money in, and grinned from ear to ear. "Don't worry, I know. Hee, I'll have my dad bring me a roast chicken from town tomorrow. Have you heard? A new roast chicken shop opened in town. It smells amazing, and it's not expensive at all. Only 38 coins a chicken." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out 38 coins and stuffed them into his hand. "I'll ask Uncle Hu to bring me one tomorrow, too." Ironhead patted his chest and assured, "No problem, I've got it covered." Uncle Hu often went to town to find odd jobs and had a good relationship with Linda, so he often helped the Lin family by delivering things. Lin Xiao was also familiar with him, so this matter was very secure. After finishing talking about the roast chicken, Lin Xiao said goodbye and rushed to the next restaurant. As soon as Tai Tu returned to the courtyard, he was grabbed by Aunt Hu, who had been waiting there. She asked in a low voice, "Tai Tu, did that second son of the Lin family really make a fortune in town today?" Tai Tu got annoyed as soon as he heard that and shook off her hand. "No, Auntie, please stop asking such unfounded questions." Aunt Hu was immediately displeased, and her voice rose sharply. "Hey, how am I asking around? Everyone who came back from the market today is saying that the second son of the Lin family set up a stall in town, and there are so many people gathered around it. Even if each person only gives him 1 copper coin, he must have made quite a bit, right?" The more she talked, the more sarcastic she became. "I'm not trying to criticize you, but after all these years of hanging out with him, how come you haven't learned a single skill in making money? And him, he's such a good friend of yours, but he never includes you in the good things, always thinking about hogging the good stuff himself." Before he could finish speaking, a door suddenly opened with a snap. Ironhead's mother stood at the door, her voice even louder than Ironhead's. Ironhead, get inside and go to sleep. What are you doing running around outside so late at night? Aren't you afraid of running into ghosts? Type 2 immediately took off running as if he had received a rescue order. Hey, Mom, coming. I'm going to sleep right away. Aunt, who was all alone in the courtyard, and she stomped her feet in anger under the moonlight. Pa, who are you calling a ghost? You're the ghost. Lin Xiao had already rushed to the next place without stopping. The Qin family. The Qin family was much quieter than the Hu family, having long since separated. The family consisted of Uncle Qin, Mrs. Liu, and their two sons, Qin Jianghai and Qin Jianghe. Qin Jianghe is the second oldest in his family. He doesn't have many household chores to deal with, which is why he has time to become brothers with Lin Xiao and the others. To be honest, Qin Jianghe is quite cunning, but Lin Xiao doesn't dislike him. On the contrary, he quite likes him, because Qin Jianghe never uses his cunning on his own people. He grew up in a large family like the Qin family, where his grandparents were both capable of raising children, and he had a large number of uncles and aunts. With so many people in the family, there were bound to be many problems and favoritism. The eldest son's family only had two sons, which was not as good as the other sons' families who had many grandchildren, so naturally he was not favored. Growing up in that environment, Qin Jianghe learned to read people's expressions and use his brain from a young age. He was shrewd with outsiders but protective of his own people, which suited Lin Xiao perfectly. Lin Xiao and Qin Jianghe met in the main room. Uncle Qin, Aunt Qin, and Qin Jianghai knew they had something to talk about, so they tactfully went back inside, leaving the main room to the two boys. Lin Xiao took out a string of coins and handed it over with a grin. Our sect is, after all, a legitimate sect, and legitimate sects should have stipends. This is yours. Upon hearing this, Qin Jianghe didn't hesitate and accepted the answer. Brother Xiao, I'll also find ways to make money. Next time, I'll make money for our sect too. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. Great, let's make money together and develop the sect. After saying that, he took out all the remaining money and handed it to Qin Jianghe. The job of paying salaries and managing money is your job as the chief financial officer. I've already paid salaries for 2 companies, so you'll have to come with me from now on. Qin Jianghe understood perfectly well that Lin Xiao was helping him establish himself as the financial elder, making everyone recognize him as the person in charge of the money. He immediately nodded solemnly. Of course. Don't worry, Xiaojie, I'll keep this money safe. I even sleep with this storage bag with me. No one can steal it from me. After saying goodbye to Uncle Qin and Aunt Qin, the two of them went out together. Qin Jianghe touched the storage bag in his arms containing more than 2,000 coins, his heart burning with warmth. He's going to distribute money to other people, even though he didn't earn the money, so what? In the future, he will definitely find a way to make the sect earn more money. The two then went to Sunny Gao's house. The Sun family had the simplest population, landlord's son, aunt's son, and their only son, Sunny Gao. As soon as they arrived at the door, Aunt's son warmly greeted them and invited them into the main room. Gower is changing clothes. Xiaojie, why don't you sit down for a while? As she spoke, she brought over 2 glasses of water and took out a box of dried fruit, placing it on the table and inviting them to eat. Lin Xiao quickly said, Aunt's son, please rest. We just came to distribute our sect salary to Brother Sunday. Aunt's son already knew about their sect, so Lin Xiao didn't hold back at all when he spoke. Qin Jianghe sat up straight, his hand on the storage bag in his arms, displaying the imposing presence befitting a finance elder for the first time. He has to make sure he gets paid handsomely today. Chapter 43, Payday, Part 3. Qin Jianghe quickly nodded in agreement. Auntie, just treat us like your own family. Don't be so polite. The more polite you are, the more uncomfortable we feel. Upon hearing this, Aunt's son laughed instead. She then realized that she had indeed been too nervous. Oh dear, look at how I've handled this. You and Gower are good brothers, and I'm still putting on these formalities. It's my fault, Annie. You sit here, eat, and drink. I'll go and urge him. At this point, she couldn't help but mutter, that child. It wasn't even completely dark yet, and he was still inside wearing only his undergarments. When he heard you were coming, he insisted on dressing properly before coming out, saying that otherwise it would be disrespectful to you. Tell me, isn't that stubborn? After saying that, Aunt's son turned and went into Sunny Gao's room. Only Lin Xiao and Qin Jianghe remained in the main room. They looked at each other and suddenly burst out laughing. Qin Jianghe lowered his voice. I think Aunt's son is also very nervous. Lin Xiao nodded. I guess he doesn't usually entertain Sun Yigao's friends much. After all, in the past, what Aunt Sun was most afraid of was that her son would hang out with the other children in the village, which would interfere with his studies and lead him astray. Not long after, landlord's son also came out to greet them and sat with the two for a while. When Sun Yigao finally came out, he tactfully left the main room, leaving the place to the three boys. Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe almost couldn't hold back when they saw it. Sunny Gao was indeed dressed neatly from head to toe, looking every bit the proper person receiving guests. He stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I'm sorry to have kept you both waiting." Lin Xiao quickly helped him up. "Hey Gao, we're already so familiar with each other. Why are you still doing this? If you keep being so polite, we'll really get upset." Qin Zhenghe chimed in, "Exactly. You're so polite to us, and if we don't reciprocate, it makes us seem so ill-mannered." Sunny Gao smiled and lowered his head. "You two are right. From now on, I will forget about these formalities in front of you." Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe were finally satisfied. That's more like it. When Lin Xiao explained his purpose, that he had come to distribute the Sect stipend, Sun Yigao did not refuse. He simply looked at the string of copper coins in his hand, his eyes shining slightly. 100 coins. It meant nothing to the Sun family, but it was different for Sun Yigao. He said softly, "I used to think that before I could pass the imperial examinations, I would just stay at home and live off my parents like a parasite. I never imagined that I could earn a salary on my own without having to take the exams." Lin Xiao chuckled. 100 coins isn't much right now, it's just a token. Our sect is still in its early stages, but as it grows and prospers, we'll definitely give everyone more. Then, he changed the subject. However, the number of disciples in the sect will increase in the future, and many of them may be illiterate. You, as the teaching elder, will have to put in a lot of effort then. Sun Yigao's expression turned serious. "I will do my utmost." After leaving the Sun family's house, Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe went around to the back and soon arrived at Jiang Youfu's house. The Jiang family was large, but the family was harmonious. The two greeted the Jiang family, but did not go inside to sit for long. Instead, they called Jiang Youfu outside to talk. Lin Xiao handed over a string of copper coins. Jiang Youfu's eyes widened instantly. He took the money with both hands, his voice rising with excitement. "Brother Xiao, that's a lot of money." He never even considered refusing. He always believed whatever Lin Xiao gave him or said. Lin Xiao quickly gestured for him to lower his voice, then put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Tai Tu just said that he's going to have his dad bring some roast chicken from the newly opened roast chicken shop in town tomorrow. I heard it's especially delicious. Do you want some? If so, go talk to him about it with the money in a bit." Upon hearing this, Jiang Youfu nodded his head vigorously. "Yes, yes, yes. I'll go right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he clutched the still warm copper coin in his hand and ran as fast as he could towards the Hu family's house in the village. Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe smiled as they watched his retreating figure and continued walking eastward into the village. There's only one left. Lu Yunan's home. Before the two even reached the courtyard gate, Lin Xiao, with his excellent hearing, could already hear the hushed conversations inside the house. It was Widow Lu's voice, filled with barely suppressed weariness. "I went to the clinic today, and the old doctor said that this medicine can only be boiled once more before it becomes completely useless." Then came another sigh. "This medicine helped her get through the night, but your sister's fever still won't go down, and I don't know what to do tomorrow." Lin Xiao paused and glanced at Qin Zhenghe. Qin Zhenghe looked blank, clearly having heard nothing. Lin Xiao didn't say much, just tugged at him and quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Lu family's courtyard, he deliberately called out loudly, "Baldy, are you home? Jiang He and I are here." The sound of hurriedly putting on shoes could be heard immediately from inside the house. A short while later, Widow Lu and Lu Yunan came out. Widow Lu's eyes were still a little red and swollen, but she forced a smile. "It's Xiao Gur and Jiang He. Come in and sit down. Andy will pour you some water." Lu Yunan was also stunned. "Xiao Ji, what brings you here at this time?" Lin Xiao didn't say much in the courtyard. The Lu family's fence was badly damaged, and anyone outside could easily see into the yard. He pulled Lu Yunan into the house, and then gestured for Qin Zhenghe to close the door. As soon as the door closed, Lin Xiao pressed Lu Yunan down to sit. "We're here to give you your sect's salary." Before Lu Yunan could react, Qin Zhenghe had already taken out a string of copper coins from his pocket and handed them to him. A full 100 coins. Lu Yunan stared at the string of coins, completely frozen in place. He took it carefully, his voice trembling. "Brother Xiao, is this for me?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, Sect stipends. Everyone receives one." Something flashed across Lu Yunan's eyes, like a tear, but he quickly grinned. "Our sect is truly wonderful." Qin Zhenghe patted him with a grin. "Of course. Let's work together to make the sect better and better, and then our salaries will only increase." By the time we left the Lu family's house, it was completely dark. Lin Xiao and Qin Zhenghe were walking home. After receiving their last paycheck, Lin Xiao suddenly frowned. "Wrong. Why hasn't the task been completed yet? Everyone has already sent their messages." He immediately opened the doorman panel, glanced at it, and fell silent. He forgot about Xiao Wan. The problem is, Xiao Wan is a little demon chicken. Is it useful to give coins? A salary should be something that people can actually use, right? After Qin Jianghe returned home, Lin Xiao became increasingly uneasy. No, I have to go up the mountain and ask Xiao Wan. Otherwise, he won't be able to sleep tonight. Anyway, at his current speed, it only takes him a few minutes to go up the mountain and back. With that thought in mind, Lin Xiao turned around and headed up the mountain. It has to be said that as one's cultivation level increases, so does one's boldness. In the past, in an era where it was pitch black as soon as it got dark, would you expect him to run into the mountains in the dark? That's absolutely impossible. Chapter 44, Where's Your Belt? Lin Xiao used to never go up the mountain late at night, but things are different now. After his physique was fully enhanced by the system, his eyesight became ridiculously good, and he could see things at night almost as well as during the day. Just as he reached the halfway point of the mountain, he saw Xiao Wan bending over and busy fertilizing the spirit field next to the thatched hut. The man and the chicken stared at each other on the spot. The air fell silent instantly. Lin Xiao awkwardly clenched his fist and coughed twice. As a result, Xiao Wan seemed to be startled. Her bottom twitched, and with a thud, 2 clumps of fertilizer landed directly on the ground. Lin Xiao's lips twitched, but he didn't forget the purpose of his trip up the mountain and asked bluntly, Xiao Wan, do you need money? Money. Little Wan tilted its head, immediately remembering how Aunt Sun had tried to exchange it for money. It shook its head vigorously. No, I don't want that wretched thing. Lin Xiao touched his nose and asked again, then what do you want? Xiao Wan thought for a moment, then her big, beady eyes suddenly lit up. Hee, I want worms. They're delicious. Lin Xiao was immediately at a loss. Where is he supposed to catch bugs for it in the middle of the night? But the system salary task was still stuck, and he wanted to finish it tonight. Just as he was worrying, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something. He took out a spirit stone from his private treasury and handed it to Xiao Wan. Do you like this? As soon as the spirit stone appeared, a rich spiritual aura emanated from it. Xiao Wan took a deep breath and nodded so hard her head was almost blurry. Yes. I like this one. Lin Xiao casually stuffed the spirit stone into the chicken's open beak. Okay, here you go. Little Wan, carrying the spirit stone in its mouth, spun around happily. This stone is enough for me to absorb for 3 months. Lin Xiao was taken aback. 1 spirit stone is enough for you to absorb for 3 months? Xiao Wan stopped and said seriously, that's right, I'm only at the first level of the spirit opening realm. This piece is enough to absorb for 3 months. Lin Xiao fell silent immediately. He remembered his auto-cultivation function, which consumed 1 spirit stone every day. He hadn't felt it before, but now, comparing the cost, it seemed a little painful. But then he thought again, while auto-cultivation was expensive, the results were truly amazing. In just a few days, he had already reached the 4th level of qi refining. How could he have achieved that quickly through hard work on his own? Moreover, there's no need for meditation or seclusion, saving you valuable time. Thinking about it this way, Lin Xiao felt better again. However, this also made him realize that the value of spirit stones was far greater than he had thought. Xiao Wan's first level of spirit opening was roughly equivalent to the first level of qi refining in humans, and 1 spirit stone could last for 3 months, which showed how precious these things were. He glanced again at the first-tier spirit vein fragment in his private treasury, and couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. If one day the fragments are all put together and a spiritual vein is created, that will be the true beginning of our takeoff. Lin Xiao snapped out of his thoughts and looked down at Xiao Wan, saying, Xiao Wan, this spirit stone is your salary as a member of our sect. From now on, you should fertilize the spirit fields well and guard the mountain well. I will give you more after you have absorbed all of it. Upon hearing this, the little phoenix fluttered its wings excitedly, jumping and spinning around. Just then, a system notification finally sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! The mission is complete, and the reward has been issued. Please check your account. Mission accomplished. Lin Xiao was in a great mood. He greeted Xiao Wan and turned to go down the mountain. He rushed home, went straight to his room, and immediately checked his reward. The number of spirit stones in the private treasury increased from 84 to 104. The reward consisted of 20 spirit stones. In addition, there are 2 more things. One is a beginner-level Sect uniform recipe. The other is Spirit Plant Growth Promoter Bone Powder X50. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. These 2 items look like good stuff. Since the Sect's initial level uniform has the words initial level on it, it might not just be ordinary clothing. It could very well be related to magical artifacts. As for the use of spiritual plants to produce bone meal, that's even more straightforward. Promote the growth of spiritual plants. Isn't this perfect for that sacred field on the mountain? Lin Xiao almost wanted to run back up the mountain to try again, but he held back and opened the uniform recipe first. The recipe is very simple. 10 pieces of spirit silkworm silk, 5 pieces of spirit stone, and 1 gene of cotton can be combined to create 10 pieces of beginner sect uniform. There's also a note next to it. You can imagine the style of the uniform in your mind when assembling, and you have 30 seconds to imagine it. Lin Xiao immediately understood. With the recipe, he no longer needed to figure out the item synthesizer by himself. He could simply add the materials according to the recipe and accurately obtain the item he wanted. He couldn't wait to try it now. But when I looked up, the moon was already halfway up the sky. If he doesn't go to sleep soon, his father, Lin Xiao, will be able to lift him up and wash his hair upside down tomorrow morning. Lin Xiao could only suppress his impulse and turn over to sleep. To his utter surprise, before dawn the next day, Lin Xiao actually picked him up. Lin Xiao, his face dark, immediately asked, "Tell me, where's your new belt?" Lin Xiao was still half asleep. He glanced outside. It was still dark. He mumbled, "What belt, Dad? Let me sleep a little longer." Lin Xiao didn't tolerate him at all. He grabbed him and shook him violently twice, forcefully waking him up. His voice was even rougher. "I'm asking you, where's your belt? The one I bought you last year." Lin Xiao finally came to his senses. He swallowed hard and quickly reassured him, "Dad, don't worry, the belt is still on." Lin Xiao glared. "Where is it?" "Among the pile of clothes you changed out of the other day. There's only a straw rope left." Lin Xiao's hand trembled slightly as he silently pulled a storage bag from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "It's here." Lin Xiao's expression immediately became quite interesting upon seeing this. Isn't this the tattered purse that Lin Xiao took out to put money in town yesterday? No wonder the color looked familiar to him at the time. So this brat actually altered a belt. A belt isn't cheap. It's such a big piece of cloth, and even a cheap one costs over 10 coins. We only earned a little money yesterday, and after buying oil and salt, there wasn't much left. If we really wanted to get him a new belt, we'd have to use our savings. Lin Xiao grew angrier the more he thought about it. But then he suddenly remembered that Lin Xiao had made money yesterday. He let go and threw Lin Xiao back onto the bed, coldly snorting, "There's no money in the family to buy you a new belt. Either you keep tying it with straw rope, or you buy one yourself." After saying that, he picked up the wooden basin full of clothes, turned around, and went back to the yard to continue washing clothes. Lin Xiao lay back on the bed and closed his eyelids. The next second, she fell asleep again. Chapter 45, Cultivation Room. Another half hour passed, and it was completely bright outside. Lin Xiao finished washing his clothes and went out to work early, and Lin Yan also finished washing up and came to call for people. Only then did Lin Xiao finally wake up from the bed. He opened his eyes and saw that it was bright outside. He sprang up instantly, jumped out of bed with a somersault, quickly washed up, rushed into the kitchen, grabbed 2 pieces of dry food, and ran outside. Lin Yan could only silently close the door behind him. Upon arriving at the sect, Lin Xiao went straight to the spirit field. But as soon as he arrived at the place, he was stunned. He had already filled the spiritual field with crops. Lin Xiao slapped his forehead. He'd been so sleepy he'd completely forgotten about it. With no other option, he immediately grabbed his tools and started digging. At this time, the other disciples also came up the mountain one after another. They saw Lin Xiao digging in the field from afar and came over to ask if he needed help. Lin Xiao waved his hand in refusal, telling them to hurry up and start cultivating. "Just kidding. He's at the 4th level of qi refining now. What's a few square meters of mud to him? It's no trouble at all." Before long, everyone went into the thatched hut to cultivate, and he finished digging his own hut. This time, Lin Xiao didn't want to engage in small-scale operations anymore. Previously, the spiritual fields were only a few square meters in size, which was too meager. He spent 5 spirit stones to create a spirit field of about 50 square meters in one go. This flat area halfway up the mountain will be used to build other buildings in the future, so it certainly can't all be used for farming. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao decided to turn this spiritual field into terraced fields and place them on the hillside behind the sect's main hall. It is about 300 meters away from the main hall, right at the edge of the sect's defensive range. As soon as the spirit field landed, Lin Xiao became excited. He took out 5 mulberry seeds from his private treasury and planted them one by one. Just after planting them, he took out 5 portions of spiritual plant-stimulating bone powder and sprinkled it onto all 5 small mounds of earth. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. From the previously still soil, tender buds visibly emerged, quickly growing taller, branching out, and sprouting leaves. Before long, the buds unfurled, transforming into plump and tender mulberry leaves. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw such a scene for the first time. This is what cultivating immortality should be like. He immediately took out 10 spirit silkworm eggs from his private treasury and carefully placed them on the newly sprouted mulberry leaves. Then he squatted down and waited. After waiting for a while, nothing happened. After waiting a while longer, there was still no movement. After waiting for a long time, Lin Xiao finally saw a few shallow bite marks on the leaves. He was dumbfounded. It's over. He was so focused on stimulating the growth of spiritual plants that he completely forgot he had no way to stimulate the growth of spiritual silkworms. A mulberry tree can grow in a day, but a silkworm can only slowly hatch, grow, and slowly spin silk. In other words, he still has to wait if he wants to synthesize the initial level sect uniform. Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment, wanting only to find a quiet place. He walked to the 10-mile stretch of peach blossom trees, sat down with his chin in his hand, and began to reflect. I was really too carried away just now. He had clearly planned to complete the 3 sect missions first. Now that 2 missions are still unfinished, why is he in such a hurry to get uniform? After calming down, Lin Xiao re-examined the most important things at hand. Currently, besides himself, there are only a few others in the sect who have reached the first level of qi refining. Jiang He and Tai, too, haven't even officially entered the first level of qi refining yet. 9 days later, Sheng Yamen will come to Tsuifeng Town to recruit people. When the time comes, will people notice this small sect from Xiushui village? Will they dislike them? Will there be any rules in the cultivation world that wouldn't tolerate such a newly emerged makeshift group? Lin Xiao dared not gamble. Although in theory, their small sect might not be of any interest to the Shangyang sect. What if they are? A person who does not plan for the future will have trouble in the present. The sect has defensive capabilities, but the range is only 300 meters in radius. What if everyone happens to encounter danger outside of this defensive range? Therefore, the most important thing right now is not to subdue them, nor to use the spirit silkworms, but to improve everyone's strength. Even a little speed could allow you to run a few more steps in a critical moment, just in time to rush into the sect's defensive range and save your life. Thinking about this, Lin Xiao finally grasped the key point. Build a training room. Although he didn't know whether the cultivation room could actually accelerate cultivation, since the system called a cultivation room, it couldn't possibly be just an ordinary room, right? Let's get right to it. The mud and wood left over from building the main hall of the sect are still in the private storehouse, which is more than enough for now, and there is no need to find new materials. However, before synthesizing the substance, Lin Xiao quietly entered the thatched shed. Inside the thatched hut, everyone was meditating cross-legged. Without disturbing them, Lin Xiao simply put away the initial level spirit gathering array that had been placed in the thatched shed. As soon as the spirit gathering array was removed, the flow of spiritual energy in the thatched hut instantly became sluggish, and the concentration also dropped significantly. Although everyone noticed the change, it was not good to suddenly interrupt their cultivation, and Xiao Ger was outside. He didn't say anything, so he must be all right. So no one opened their eyes. Lin Xiao quietly took the spirit gathering array and turned to go to the back of the sect's main hall. He originally wanted to place the cultivation room directly behind the main hall, but after taking a look, he felt it was inappropriate. So he went around to the right rear of the sect's main hall, walked about 100 meters out, and then stopped. The location is perfect, and the distance is just right. Lin Xiao opened the building's synthesizer. The first thing is bricks, just throw in a pile of mud. The second item is timber, which is made by throwing in a pile of trees. Thirdly, he put in a basic level spirit gathering array. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xiao threw in a few more straw mats that he usually used for meditation. Finally, looking at the 104 spirit stones in his private treasury, he simply added the remaining 4 spirit stones as well. Preparations complete, let's begin synthesis. Initiating the synthesis of the training room building, please wait. The familiar wait has begun again. Lin Xiao simply sat down on the ground, picked a sour grass from the side, put it in his mouth, and chewed it intermittently. Not long after, a system notification sounded. Ding! The training room has been successfully synthesized. Please select a placement location. Having learned from his previous experience building the sect's main hall, Lin Xiao was much calmer this time. He had already estimated the location by sight, and when the training room actually appeared in front of him, he first glanced at the area it occupied. It was about 30 square meters, which was roughly what he had estimated. Using the sect's main hall as a reference, Lin Xiao aligned himself with the location and decisively put it down. The next moment, a simple meditation room was steadily placed on the right rear side of the mountain. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the sect's cultivation room. The mission reward has been issued. Please check your account. Lin Xiao looked at the new building in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Although it is much simpler than the main hall of the sect, and there is not even a naming ceremony, this is a cultivation room. Now, there's finally hope for the cultivation speed of everyone in the sect. Chapter 46, 5th level of Qi refining. Lin Xiao was stunned as soon as he pushed open the door to the newly built training room. The house looked unremarkable from the outside, with earthen walls and gray tiles, lacking even the dazzling lights of a sect's main hall. But as soon as he stepped inside, a dense spiritual energy surged in from all directions, almost enveloping him. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. it was worth it. A beginner-level spirit gathering array, plus a few spirit stones, is definitely worth the money. Drawing chi into the body in this place is many times faster than outside. He didn't even bother to look at the system rewards before turning around and rushing back to the thatched hut. Inside the thatched hut, everyone was still cultivating. Lin Xiao deliberately made some noise to wake them up and smiled mysteriously. Come on, I'll take you to a great place. After saying that, he lifted the curtain and walked out. Everyone was confused, but they still followed immediately. When they saw another house in the distance, they were initially startled, but remembering the sect's main hall that had appeared out of nowhere before, they quickly calmed down. Having seen the world, I'm not flustered. The new house looked quite ordinary. Apart from the walls being neatly built and the mud bricks being sturdier, it didn't look like any sacred place. Lin Xiao pushed open the door and let them in. As soon as everyone stepped into the cultivation room, their expressions changed simultaneously. Such a strong spiritual aura. Then I saw that there were neatly arranged straw mats on both sides of the room, and I immediately understood what they were for. Without Lin Xiao saying anything more, the group immediately found seats, closed their eyes, and entered meditation, moving faster than anyone else. Lin Xiao stood at the door, watching his disciples race against time to cultivate, and a feeling of fatherly satisfaction welled up in his heart. The training room is complete. By mid-morning, the spirit field was ready, and the cultivation room was completed. Lin Xiao was increasingly satisfied, so he simply found a place to lie down in the spring sunshine and fell into a comfortable sleep. Around noon, the aroma of food woke him up from his hunger. He opened his eyes and saw Jiang Youfu and the others making a fire to heat up their rations. Lin Yin was not there. He guessed he had already gone down the mountain. Lin Xiao walked over, plopped down next to the fire, and said with feigned dissatisfaction, "You didn't even invite me to lunch?" Jiang Youfu quickly explained, "Xiaozhi, I saw you were sleeping soundly and thought you were tired this morning, so I didn't want to wake you." The people next to him nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao didn't mind, took out a sweet potato and a steamed bun from his pocket, and was about to make do with them when Sunny Gao took out the food box from his storage bag. Once the lid was opened, the 3 dishes and 1 soup were piled high, and even though they were cold, the aroma immediately wafted out. Sunny Gao took out only a bowl of white rice, and then placed the food box in the middle of everyone. "Let's eat together." Upon hearing this, everyone readily agreed with a smile, broke off tree branches to use as chopsticks, picked up the vegetables and dry rations, and began to eat heartily. These days are leisurely and fulfilling, and 5 days pass in the blink of an eye. In Xiaoshui village, the news that Lin Xiao and his friends went up the mountain every day had already spread. Some said they were practicing martial arts, while others said the second son of the Lin family had received instruction from some master. After all, it was so easy for Boss Liu to lose his hands and feet back then, it was hard for the villagers not to think about it. Those who truly knew they were cultivating immortality were only their close relatives and the village elders like the old village chief and the Hu clan chief. 30 years ago, they had personally witnessed immortals accepting disciples, so they naturally had some idea. Strangely, these people all tacitly agreed not to divulge anything to outsiders, except for their closest nephews and nieces. So most people in the village just assumed that these teenagers were going up the mountain to practice martial arts. As the story spread, many outlandish tales were added. This day was peaceful for Xiaoshui village. But for Lin Xiao, it was a double blessing. Early in the morning, as usual, he went to check on Mo Sangtian. As soon as he arrived at the edge of the field, he discovered that the spirit silkworms had already begun to spin silk. Some have even formed cocoons. Lin Xiao had thought that making Sect uniforms was hopeless recently, but seeing this scene, his heart was immediately rekindled. There's hope for uniforms. He hadn't been happy for long when a system notification suddenly popped up in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to Disciple Sun Igao for advancing to the 2nd level of Qi refining. You can check this in the Disciple panel. Lin Xiao paused in his steps. Sun Igao, you've reached the 2nd level of Qi refining? He immediately opened the doorman panel. Name, Sun Igao. Gender, male. Bone age, 15 years old. Qualifications, extremely rare. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 2. Sect status, direct disciple. Sect position, instructor, elder. After reading it, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. It truly is a talent that is extremely rare. Although Sun Yigao was not the first to enter the sect, he became the first person in the entire Lingxian sect to step into the 2nd level of Qi refining. Moreover, just 2 days ago, Qin Zhanghe and Hu Liang, who had the slowest cultivation progress, also advanced to the 1st level of Qi refining. In other words, everyone in the Lingxian sect is currently at the Qi refining stage. This speed was something Lin Xiao wouldn't have dared to imagine before. The disciples' hard work was one aspect, but the cultivation room deserves even more credit. With the blessing of the spirit-gathering array, cultivation efficiency was directly doubled. Lin Xiao himself hasn't been idle these past few days either. He spends most of his free time in the cultivation room, cultivating with everyone. The more he cultivates, the faster he comprehends the mental cultivation method, and his cultivation level rises steadily. Now, I'm just one breath away from reaching the 5th level of Qi refining. He had just come out of the silkworm field and was about to go to the cultivation room for a quick boost when he saw Qin Jianghe walking over. Logically speaking, Qin Jianghe should have gone to the family of the girl he had previously met for a marriage proposal today, but he seemed absent-minded at the moment, walking towards the cultivation room with his head down, not even noticing Lin Xiao standing next to him. Lin Xiao immediately sensed something was wrong. If you go into this state to cultivate, don't go astray later. He quickly reached out and pulled the person back. Jianghe, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so listless? Chapter 47, Sect uniforms. When Lin Xiao asked Qin Jianghe a question, he didn't even want to go into the cultivation room anymore. He pulled him aside and started pouring out his grievances. He said that when they met a few days ago, the girl seemed perfectly normal, but when they met today, her expression changed, and she couldn't stand the sight of him. Even more absurdly, her parents were also cold and indifferent. They readily accepted the gift from the Qin family, but their attitude towards Qin Jianghe and his parents was as distant as if they were separated by frost. Qin Jianghe became increasingly frustrated as he spoke. Xiaoji, why do you think this is? Lin Xiao was speechless. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? But he could tell that Qin Jianghe didn't necessarily need an answer. He was just feeling frustrated and wanted to talk to someone. So Lin Xiao went along with him, saying, that's right. The matchmaker has already come along, and the gifts have been exchanged. The marriage is practically settled. How can you treat your in-laws like this? Qin Jianghe nodded repeatedly, wanting to continue lamenting how difficult it was to arrange a marriage. Lin Xiao realized something was wrong and knew that if he let him continue, they wouldn't be able to cultivate today. So he decisively interrupted him, grabbed Qin Jianghe, and headed towards the cultivation room. Let's go cultivate. What are you thinking about women for? Today I'll teach you the mental cultivation method. Qin Jianghe was thus dragged into the cultivation room and forced to immerse himself in the joyful ocean of cultivation. Lin Xiao's efforts that day were not in vain. He successfully broke through to the 5th level of Qi refining. 2 days later, there were only 2 days left before Shanyang's sect began recruiting disciples. Lin Xiao's 10 spirit silkworms finally spun their cocoons. He specially asked old Master Lin to make several cages to hold the spirit silkworms, and then carried the cocoons to the sect's main hall. He didn't know how to reel silk and was too lazy to bother with it, so he simply used the item synthesizer. Lin Xiao took out another pound of cotton from his private stash. He had bought this cotton from a cotton-growing family in the village. Just this 1 pound cost him 20 copper coins, which still stung a little. However, for the sake of the sect's reputation, this money should be spent. He took a deep breath, opened the item synthesizer, and put in 5 spirit stones, 10 spirit silkworm cocoons, and a pound of cotton. Next, Lin Xiao began to input his requirements for the sect's uniform. The color must be white. Cultivators, after all, only those dressed in white have that kind of aura. As for the sect's emblem, he put a lot of thought into it, designing the 2 characters Lin Xiao as a subtle pattern, placing them on the cuffs and inside the collar, which was both understated and stylish. Soon, the synthesizer indicated that the materials had been input and synthesis would begin. A moment later, 10 sets of sect uniforms appeared in Lin Xiao's hands. Lin Xiao picked up an item and unfolded it. His eyes immediately lit up. The dress is entirely white, yet subtle shades of dark color flow across the fabric, preventing it from appearing monotonous. The collar is dark green, with light green bamboo leaf patterns adorning the neckline and cuffs. Upon closer inspection, the bamboo leaves cleverly form the characters Ling Xian. A white belt with subtle dark green patterns cinches the waist, adding an elegant yet imposing touch. Lin Xiao was increasingly satisfied with the look and immediately put on a try-it-on. He was initially worried that the size wouldn't fit, but as soon as he put the clothes on, they automatically conformed to his body shape, fitting him perfectly. Lin Xiao was now completely satisfied. At lunchtime, he distributed the sect uniforms to everyone. Everyone's eyes widened when they received them. Touching the smooth fabric, they twirled around several times after putting them on, each one looking absolutely stunning. After trying them on, everyone tacitly put the clothes into their storage bags. Lin Xiao was taken aback. You're not wearing any? Jiang Youfu was the first to chuckle and say, Brother Xiao, these clothes are great. I'll save them for an important occasion. The others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same thought. Even Sunny Gao was no exception. He had seen many wealthy young men in private schools before, and their clothes were already quite nice. But the fabric, workmanship, and overall feel of this sect uniform far surpassed those clothes. Although the Sun family were small landowners, he had never worn such luxurious and ethereal clothing before. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Although it wasn't market day, the town was even more bustling than if it were. 10 days ago, people had heard that the Shangyang sect was coming to Cuifing town to recruit disciples. Many idle people remembered this and came specifically to see the spectacle. Lin Xiao certainly wanted to go too. He also wanted to secretly see what the real cultivation sects in this world were really like. Moreover, it wasn't just him who was idle. The entire Lingxian sect was actually quite idle. Lin Xiao certainly couldn't let his disciples miss this opportunity to observe other cultivators up close. So he waved his hand, and everyone except Xiao Wan, who stayed behind at the sect, went to town to watch the excitement. Xiao Wan had no objection to this. It didn't want to go to town at all. There were no mountains or trees there, little spiritual energy, and too many people. It was nothing like the sect, where it was quiet, comfortable, and had abundant spiritual energy for cultivation. The only thing it could understand was why the sect leader and that group of people were so excited. It doesn't matter, though. Once they leave, the entire training room will belong to this one chicken. So, with Xiao Wan watching him happily as he left, Lin Xiao led a large group of people down the mountain. They were all spirited young men, and all had already entered the qi refining stage. Landlord's son had offered to provide them with an ox cart, but they refused without even thinking about it. Why take an ox cart? We'll run. Whoever arrives last is a little dog and has to bark 3 times like a dog. Xiao Ji will be the referee. Just as they reached the village entrance, someone shouted, and everyone rushed out like wild horses. Lin Xiao kept up with the pace, running alongside while carefully acting as the referee. Jiang He, stop pulling people. That's a foul. Fu Zi is amazing. She didn't come in last place. Ironhead, are you even up to it? Fu Zi is so fat, yet she's already ahead of you. The group of teenagers, who had been making a lot of noise along the way, finally arrived at the gate of Cuifing town half an hour later, panting heavily with their hands on their knees. Jiang Youfu was in the worst condition, panting as he reluctantly barked 3 times. At first, he could keep up with Tai Tu because of his cultivation level, but the first level of qi refining wasn't strong enough to ignore physical attributes. As the race progressed, his speed noticeably slowed down. Tai Tu, who was already physically strong, overtook him in a flash, also leaving Lu Yunan, who was physically weaker, behind. However, Lu Yunan recovered very quickly. The injury that would normally take 100 days to heal was now almost completely healed thanks to his cultivation, and he no longer felt any discomfort when carrying water or doing chores. After everyone caught their breath, the 7 teenagers strode confidently and proudly into Cuifing town. When they arrived at the market, they immediately found that the usually empty place was now crowded with people. Many elders were accompanied by children around 12 years old, all craning their necks to look towards the center of the market. Lin Xiao and his group came to watch the excitement, so naturally they needed to find a good spot. So the group immediately put their skills to use and squeezed through the crowd. Sunny Gao was doing this for the first time, and Lin Xiao grabbed him and pulled him along with the others to squeeze into the gaps in the crowd. Chapter 48, Spirit Testing Stone. The square was packed with people, and Lin Xiao and his group of 7 had only squeezed in for a short while before they were separated by the crowd. But it's not a big problem. We only have one goal, so let's get to the front first. Lin Xiao dragged Sun Yigao and forced their way through the crowd, finally reaching the front row. In the center of the crowd was a large circular open space with a high platform in the middle. 3 men in blue robes stood on the platform, each holding a long sword, their expressions indifferent, looking down at the crowd. Lin Xiao had thought that recruiting disciples would have to wait a while, and was just about to look for others in the crowd. Unexpectedly, a disciple in blue robes stepped forward and spoke loudly. Shangyang Sect is recruiting disciples. We are now beginning. Those under the age of 12, please line up and come forward one by one. As he spoke, he pointed to a semi-transparent stone about half a person's height next to him. Place your hand on the spirit testing stone. First one, come up. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Is this how it begins? What surprised him even more was that the 3 people on the stage were not highly cultivated, only at the 3rd or 4th level of qi refining, similar to him, or even inferior. He had originally thought that when a cultivation sect recruited someone, there would at least be a profound and unfathomable senior to preside over the event. Is that all? At that moment, a young girl was the first to climb onto the platform. Lin Xiao happened to see Qin Zhanghe emerge from the crowd. He was about to make eye contact with him when he saw Qin Zhanghe freeze, his eyes fixed on the girl on the stage. Lin Xiao understood instantly. This girl is probably the one who went on a date with Qin Zhanghe. No wonder she was so hostile before. It turns out she never intended to marry into the village, but was aiming for the immortal sect. People strive for better things. There's nothing more to say about that. But when Lin Xiao saw Qin Zhanghe's embarrassed and frustrated expression, he couldn't help but cover his eyes. This poor finance elder's love life was snatched away by the immortal sect before it even began. On the high platform, Feng Xian stood to one side, holding his sword, feeling quite bored. What promising talents could possibly emerge from such a remote town? That's precisely why Elder Bai only sent 3 Qi refining stage disciples to deal with them. Feng Xian couldn't understand why. If the sect elders looked down on this place, they were recruiting people this year. I heard it's because the higher-ups are requiring an increase in enrollment. What's the point of expanding the recruitment? The sect's resources are already scarce. The ordinary disciples receive a pitifully small amount each month. If another batch of new people comes, are we all going to starve? As he was lost in thought, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the spirit testing stone flashing a blinding white light out of the corner of his eye. Feng Xian instantly regained his senses, and his expression changed. A single spiritual root, and a mutated lightning spiritual root at that. He couldn't help but exclaim, but he kept his voice very low so that most of the ordinary people in the audience couldn't hear him at all. But Lin Xiao heard it. He was stunned. So this cultivation world really does judge aptitude based on spiritual roots? And it's the most traditional method. The fewer spiritual roots, the better. Standing before the spirit testing stone at this moment is the very girl whom Qin Zhanghe had looked at. The other 2 Shangyang sect disciples also realized what was happening and immediately announced it loudly. Niu Xiaoxue approved. The moment that sound rang out, the crowd stirred. Feng Xian had already put on a polite smile and personally led Niu Xiaoxue to sit down in the waiting area next to him, and even took out an umbrella from his storage bag and handed it to her. If nothing unexpected happens, you will be my junior sister of Shangyang sect from now on. The sun is strong today, junior sister Xiaoxue. Please take this to shield yourself from the sun. Looking at the tall and handsome senior brother from the immortal sect in front of her, Niu Xiaoxue became more and more certain that she had made the right choice. If she had married Qin Zhanghe from Xiushui village, her life would probably have been just like that. Getting married, having children, farming, managing the household, and living a plain and uneventful life in the village. But things are different now. The moment the spirit testing stone lit up, the immortals immediately changed their attitude. This meant that her aptitude must be exceptional, good enough to earn the respect of even the disciples of the immortal sects. She will never be confined to a small village again. Niu Xiaoxue took the umbrella and thanked her with a smile. Thank you, senior brother. May I ask how to address you? Feng Xian quickly said, My surname is Feng. You can just call me senior brother Feng. His enthusiasm wasn't because he wanted to curry favor with someone who had a mutated single spiritual root, nor was it because he had any romantic feelings for the girl. Born into a family of cultivators, he had witnessed too much open and covert struggle and knew one principle well. Make more good connections and fewer deadly enemies. If someone offers you an umbrella today, and you happen to be in trouble in the future, and they remember your kindness and let you off the hook, that's enough. He didn't have any grand ambitions. He just wanted to quietly cultivate immortality, ideally until he became an immortal. As for this recruitment of disciples, he didn't want to come in the first place, but unfortunately, he was conscripted. After Niu Xiaoxue, one person after another went up on stage to take the test. Unfortunately, let alone having good spiritual roots, there are very few people who can even make the spirit testing stone light up. 3 disciples of the Shangyang sect stood on the platform, appearing solemn, but in reality, they had already begun to secretly yawn. Lin Xiao and the others watched from below, but gradually lost interest. What's more, there was also a dejected Qin Zhanghe standing nearby. The 7 people had just met again at the front of the crowd, and when they saw Qin Zhanghe's dejected look, they immediately moved closer to him. If there's no excitement on stage, let's comfort our brother first. Zhang Youfu was the first to speak. Zhang He, think about it more positively. What's so good about getting a wife? You have to share the good food with her, share the fun activities with her, and even when you make new clothes for her, you have to give her priority. Look at me, I don't want to get a wife at all. Qin Zhanghe looked up at his round figure and fell silent. Lu Yinan also chimed in. There's really nothing good about it. I can barely support my mother and sister. If another wife comes along, I'll be starving. Qin Zhanghe glanced at his skinny frame again, but still didn't want to say anything. Tai Tu scratched his head. What's the use of getting a wife? She can't help me with heavy work, and she can't go shirtless with me into the river. It's so boring. This time, Qin Zhanghe didn't even raise his head. He has absolutely no desire to communicate with these idiots right now. Lin Yin thought for a moment and then leaned over and said, Look at me. I'm 15 and I'm still not married. After saying that, he felt he wasn't heavy enough, so he patted Sunny Gao on the chest again. Look at Gao. He hasn't even gotten engaged yet. Sunny Gao, who was suddenly called out, looked completely innocent. Seeing his bewildered expression, Qin Zhanghe finally couldn't help but laugh. His smile immediately drew a crowd around him. You little rascal. So that long face was all an act. Are you just waiting for us to coax you? A group of teenagers were making a ruckus in the front row of the crowded area. The spirit testing stone on the stage was still being tested, and Qin Zhanghe's embarrassment gradually dissipated amidst the commotion. Chapter 49, Anti-Divine Perception Function. Lin Xiao stood in the crowd, unusually refraining from joking around with Jiang Youfu and the others. His attention was entirely focused on the 3 Shanyang Sect cultivators on the high platform. At first, he just wanted to see the other party's cultivation level. But as he looked, he suddenly realized something was wrong. The aura emanating from these 3 individuals was completely different from that of the Lin Xiao sect members. Their aura contained very obvious elemental fluctuations, especially the Feng surnamed cultivator who handed Niu Xiaoxue the umbrella earlier, whose aura was extremely strong in water element, and also mixed with earth and wood elements. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Could this person possess the 3 spiritual roots of water, wood, and earth? He really wanted to go up and ask, but he held back. Inquiring about spiritual roots among cultivators didn't seem like polite behavior at all. But here's the problem. Why is it that the people from Shanyang Sect have such obvious 5 elements aura, while he and the people from Lin Xiao Sect don't feel it all, even though they're all chi refining cultivators? Lin Xiao quickly thought of the system panel. The qualifications they each displayed were never based on spiritual roots such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but rather on a comprehensive assessment of their comprehension, temperament, and talent. The peach blossom spring myriad void technique they cultivated never mentioned the 5 elements' spiritual roots. Lin Xiao silently called upon the system in his heart. I thought the system wouldn't respond, but a notification popped up unexpectedly. Note, this system is a multiverse system, formed by gathering the wisdom of all realms. Therefore, the cultivation techniques it produces are naturally inclusive and diverse. Lin Xiao understood instantly. It turns out that cultivating immortality isn't just about spiritual roots. Cultivating through spiritual roots is just one system among many. But the Lin Xiao sect is clearly not following this path. The recruitment of disciples by Shanyang Sect will last for 3 days. Lin Xiao and his group of 7 spent the whole morning looking around, and even including Niu Xiaoxue, they only managed to see 5 children with spiritual roots. Even more outrageous is that 3 of them have 4 or 5 spiritual roots. After watching it for a while, everyone found it boring. In the afternoon, the group decided not to go at all. They've seen the stones glow, and so have the cultivators from the major sects. It seems like nothing special. It's not as exciting as a new house suddenly appearing in your own sect. Moreover, the 3 cultivators from Shanyang Sect were dressed in uniform blue robes, clearly sect uniforms. Yet, in terms of splendor, they couldn't even compare to the disciple uniforms of their small Lin Xiao sect. So for the next 2 days, everyone stayed in the sect to cultivate. Lin Xiao's words ignited everyone's passion. He said that the 3 people on the platform were only at the 3rd or 4th level of chi refining. As long as they work hard to reach the 3rd or 4th level of chi refining, they can stand on the same level as the disciples of major sects. This logic is actually a bit crude. But Lin Xiao didn't correct him, and Sun Yigao didn't expose him either. It's a good thing that everyone is working hard to cultivate. Meanwhile, in Xiushui village, more than a dozen families took their children to the town to have their spiritual roots tested. As a result, none of them were selected. Now, the villagers were even less convinced that Lin Xiao and his companions were really cultivating immortality on the mountain. None of the children from more than a dozen families had any affinity for immortality. So why were those few good-for-nothing kids who used to play with cats and dogs in the village all suddenly able to cultivate immortality? Impossible. They're probably still playing in the mud on the mountain. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the recruitment for Shengyangmen was finally coming to an end. That day, many people from Xiushui village went to Cuifing town to see what was going on. As the officials had previously stated, the chosen disciples would eventually be sent onto a celestial ship by immortals using magic, and then fly away. Magical arts, magical ships. Who would want to see it with their own eyes? However, none of the Lin Xiao sect members showed any interest this time. They all said they wouldn't go. They only wanted to stay in the cultivation room and improve their cultivation level. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao decided to go and take a look. Since no one else was going, he went down the mountain alone and headed to Cuifing town. Upon reaching the outskirts of the town, a line of monks in blue robes could be seen standing at the city gate in the distance. Beside them were the chosen children, saying goodbye to their relatives who had come to see them off. The sounds of crying, urging, and envious voices mingled together, creating a lively scene. Lin Xiao immediately noticed a middle-aged man among the blue-robed cultivators. The man looked to be around 40 years old, and his robes were a darker color and more exquisite in style than the others. Most importantly, he possessed an extremely powerful aura. Lin Xiao couldn't determine his cultivation level at all. Clearly, this person's level of understanding is far superior to mine. Lin Xiao mingled in the crowd and slowly approached, observing as he went. Just then, the middle-aged man suddenly turned his head and his gaze swept straight in the direction where Lin Xiao was. The next second, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The system has detected that the host is being scanned by the divine sense of a high-level cultivator. The system has automatically activated the anti-divine sense detection function. This is a permanent passive function. It will automatically activate whenever the host is detected by divine sense. To disable it, the host can go to their personal page to turn it off. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately opened his personal panel. Sure enough, a new feature appeared at the bottom of the information bar. Anti-visitation function enabled. Lin Xiao almost burst out laughing. This function is simply an essential divine skill for those who cultivate immortality through Taoist practices. Will high-level cultivators want to spy on his background in the future? Sorry, the system has blocked it. His path to immortality now has an extra layer of life-saving insurance. On the other side, the disciple beside the middle-aged man, seeing his master suddenly look at the crowd, couldn't help but ask, "Master, what's wrong?" The middle-aged man frowned. Just a moment ago, he clearly sensed a chi-refining level 5 cultivator in the crowd, and his aura was quite unique. But when his divine sense swept over it, the aura vanished in a thin air as if it had never existed. That's strange. If she were truly only at the 5th level of chi refining, it would be impossible for her to evade his divine sense detection in such a short time. Could it be that I'm sensing something wrong? The middle-aged man remained silent for a moment, then shook his head. It's nothing. I'm probably just too tired lately. Having said that, he stopped dwelling on it and waved his hand. He tossed a spirit ship into the air, where it unfurled against the wind and hovered steadily in midair. Although the spirit ship was not huge, it was exquisitely decorated with carved beams and painted rafters. The crowd at the city gate erupted instantly. A celestial ship. It really is a celestial ship. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Immediately afterwards, someone knelt down on the ground with a thud and kept kowtowing to the middle-aged man, chanting, "May the gods protect us." Upon seeing this, the surrounding people also knelt down. Before long, most of the people at the once crowded and noisy city gate knelt down. The scene fell silent, with only faint whispers of prayer remaining. Lin Xiao stood in the crowd, without kneeling. Now that he's a cultivator, he naturally wouldn't worship others as gods. However, he wasn't the only one who didn't kneel. There were several scholars nearby, who simply bowed deeply to the cultivators of Shangyang Sect. Seeing this, Lin Xiao also bowed in that direction. The spirit ship in midair has limited capacity. The original 15 people of Shangyang Sect, plus the 20 newly recruited disciples, filled the entire spirit ship to capacity as soon as they boarded. Chapter 50 sur une cloud technique. Beside the hearse, a man in a blue official robe bowed first and shouted, respectfully bidding farewell to the immortal. Lin Xiao immediately recognized the man as the county magistrate. Goodness, they even came all the way from the county to the town to see him off. Behind the magistrate, a group of officials and commoners bowed in unison, their voices booming, respectfully seeing off the immortal. The middle-aged man at the bow of the spirit ship didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply nodded and waved his hand dismissively. Setting off. The next second, the spirit ship started moving. Everyone on the ground craned their necks, waiting to see the celestial spirit ship soar into the sky. Lin Xiao also held his breath, but after waiting for a long time, the spirit ship hovered about 20 meters above the ground, slowly drifting forward. As for speed, it's only slightly faster than a person walking. Lin Xiao even felt that the spirit ship was flying with some difficulty. But this did not diminish the passion in his heart. It can fly. Even if it's slow, it's still flying. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Xiao immediately rushed back to the village and returned to the sect's main hall, where he directly activated the spell creation function. The first 2 squares are made of paper mulberry bark and pine soot ink. The third slot is for spirit stones. Enter your idea in the 4th cell. This time, he wants to create a spell that will allow people to fly. In the span of 30 seconds, Lin Xiao went through all the images of immortal cultivation and flight in his mind. Riding the wind, stepping on the air, growing wings, soaring through the clouds, stuffing everything he could think of into his mind. As for whether it's comprehensive or not, unimportant. Perhaps the incompleteness is more suitable for him. Ding. Spell creation in progress. Please wait. Spell created successfully and delivered to your private treasury. Please check your account. As soon as the notification sound rang, Lin Xiao immediately opened his private vault. There was an extra spell book inside. Soaring Cloud Technique. Upon seeing this name, Lin Xiao couldn't help but wonder if his brother, Lin Lingyun, would feel awkward when he saw this spell book. But now is not the time to think about these things. Because the system has a passive learning function, As long as Lin Xiao creates a spell himself, he has already mastered it completely the moment it is generated. The soaring cloud technique has 3 levels. The first tier is the void walking technique. After casting it, one can walk on air, with each step allowing for a brief pause in the air, the duration depending on one's cultivation level. The second stage is the soaring technique. It allows one to condense a pair of spiritual energy wings and truly take flight. The size of the wings is determined by the spiritual energy, and a user can control them independently. The third stage is the true soaring cloud technique. It allows one to ride the clouds and mist, traversing the heavens, like a legendary immortal. Most importantly, the first level sky-stepping technique can be used by those in the chi refining stage. Although the cultivation level is low, the time spent in the air is also short. If the cultivation level is too low, one might even step out and end up with nothing. But Lin Xiao is currently at the 5th level of chi refining, so pausing for about a second with each step is not a big problem. This was enough to excite him. Forget about the wings and cloud riding later on. Just the air walking technique alone is incredibly exhilarating. Will we still have to climb trees to get the fruit at the top of the tree? They walk straight up the tree, practically stepping on the air, and strip the entire tree bare. Lin Xiao decided to give it a try, and immediately leaped lightly in the Sect's main hall, stepping his right foot into the air in front of him. A miraculous scene unfolded. Even though there was nothing under my feet, it felt like I was stepping on a step. The feeling of weightlessness vanished instantly, replaced by a solid sense of support beneath my feet. However, this feeling only lasted for a second. The next moment, the ground beneath their feet gave way to emptiness. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly took the other foot. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Once he got the rhythm right, he actually paced back and forth in midair in the main hall, just like walking upstairs. If someone were to come in at this moment, they would definitely see a young boy walking around the main hall with his hands behind his back. The scene was absurd and bizarre. Unfortunately, Jiang Youfu was the first person to run into him. He had just reached the entrance of the main hall when he looked up and almost jumped up on the spot. Jiang Youfu turned pale with fright. Although he had been a chi refining level 1 cultivator for over 10 days, in his heart, he was no different from an ordinary person. At most, I only know how to clean teeth. So when he suddenly saw Lin Xiao walking in the sky, he really couldn't take it. Xiao, brother Xiao. Seeing his reaction, Lin Xiao smiled and walked down step by step from midair, landing steadily in front of him. Look how scared you are. We're going to be cultivators from now on, and there will be more and more strange and wonderful things happening. You have to get used to in advance, Fuzi. When Jiang Youfu saw Lin Xiao land, his heart finally settled down, and his eyes lit up. Xiaozhi, is this also magic? Lin Xiao nodded, his tone revealing his smugness. Of course. This is a new spell I created that allows me to walk in the air. How about it? Isn't it amazing? Want to learn it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Youfu's cheeks twitched rapidly, and he nodded his head vigorously. Yes. Xiaozhi, you're amazing. You can even conjure up such powerful magic. Feeling a little guilty from the praise, Lin Xiao touched his nose. After all, this spell benefited somewhat from the system. He changed the subject and asked, why aren't you cultivating in the training room? What are you doing here? Jiang Youfu then slapped his forehead. By the way, Xiaozhi, Baldy's mother and sister have come up the mountain. They seem to have something to discuss with you. Baldy asked me to come and call you over. Lin Xiao immediately understood. The Sect defenses were always active, so Widow Lu and Lu Shengsheng, being non-disciples, couldn't get in. Okay, let's go. The two quickly arrived at the entrance to the mountain road. Beneath the 10-mile stretch of peach blossoms, Widow Lu and Lu Shengsheng seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to take another step forward. Lu Yunan stood to the side, speaking to them in a low voice. Lin Xiao didn't eavesdrop. He simply walked up and greeted them politely. Hello, Aunt Lu. Widow Lu quickly put on a smile. Hello, Brother Xiao. Thanks to the money you gave Nanner before, Sheng'er's illness was able to be cured. I've been so busy lately that I haven't had a chance to thank you properly. Actually, it's not that she's busy. It's obvious that Lin Xiao is always elusive, never home during the day, and, as a widow, she can't very well go to the Lin family home at night. Chapter 51 Widow Lu. Lu Shengsheng, who had been following behind Widow Lu, also poked her head out and smiled at Lin Xiao. Hello, Brother Xiao. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled somewhat embarrassedly. He was terrible at handling these kinds of situations, so he decisively changed the subject and asked, Aunt Lu, are you here to see Yunan? Wait a moment. I'll let you in right away. Before Widow Lu could say anything, Lin Xiao turned off the defense function. Seeing Lin Xiao suddenly close his eyes, Widow Lu didn't dare to disturb him. She waited until he opened his eyes again before saying to him, Brother Xiao, I know Nana usually cultivates on this mountain with you, so I haven't wanted to bother you. But actually, we've come today on business. Oh, what's the matter? Aunt Lu, come in and tell me. As he spoke, Lin Xiao gave Lu Yunan a look, signaling him to bring his mother and sister to the sect's main hall. Just as Widow Lu was about to refuse, Lu Yunan, having received a look from Lin Xiao, quickly grabbed his mother's arm and pulled her inside. Mother, let's go. I'll take you and my sister to visit our sect's main hall. Lin Xiao walked ahead with great pleasure. This sect's main hall is generally a place for holding meetings, but so far, their sect has nothing to discuss, so it has been left idle and used by Lin Xiao as a quiet room for contemplation. Now, this sect's main hall can finally be put to its proper use. A while later, the group arrived at the front of the main hall. Following behind Widow Lu, Lu Shengsheng exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the magnificent and imposing hall before her. My goodness, brother, your sect's main hall is so beautiful. Colorful beads even fall from the eaves. As she spoke, she ran to the eaves and reached out to catch the falling colored light, but she caught nothing. Widow Lu, standing to the side, looked at the grand hall before her with amazement in her eyes, but her expression did not show much surprise. Once everyone entered the main hall, Lu Shengsheng couldn't stop praising the walls adorned with tiny starlight. Lin Xiao then pointed to the straw mats scattered all over the floor of the main hall and said to Widow Lu, Aunt Lu, please don't be shy. Make yourself at home. These straw mats are what they occasionally use when chatting in the main hall. After everyone was seated, Lin Xiao smiled slightly at Widow Lu and asked, Aunt Lu, is there anything I can help you with? Widow Lu shook her head, then let out a long sigh and said, Brother Xiao, I want to join your sect and cultivate with you. Lin Xiao was taken aback by this, then exclaimed happily, That's great. Aunt Lu, are you joining now? Seeing how readily he agreed, Widow Lu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Brother Xiao, I know that it's harder to cultivate as you get older, but I can't control my mind. Hearing her words, Lin Xiao felt that Baldy's mother seemed to know something about cultivating immortality. Lin Xiao, who always spoke his mind, asked directly, Aunt Lu, from what you're saying, it seems you know something about cultivating immortality? Widow Lu sighed, glanced at Lu Yunan and Lu Shengsheng, and then spoke. Actually, as you probably know, I got separated from my family while fleeing from war, which is why I ended up in Xiushui village. The people sitting on the straw mats nodded quietly and obediently, waiting for what was to come. Even Lu Yunan and Lu Shengsheng were no exception. They didn't know anything about their mother's past. All I know is that their maternal family used to be well off, and their mother was educated. Then, as if recalling the past, Widow Lu paused before continuing. Actually, our great Qing dynasty has several immortal cultivation sections. The imperial court has allocated several territories to these sections. Every year, a portion of the taxes we pay goes to these sects, and when these sects need to recruit disciples, they can do so within these allocated territories. In essence, our imperial court supports these sections. In return, these sects become the patrons of our dynasty. Our entire Hufang province belongs to Shang Yangman's territory. Widow Lu gently stroked Lu Shengsheng's tilted head and looked at Lu Yunan, saying, Your maternal family is also my family. We used to be the largest cloth merchant family in Liaoju Prefecture, the capital of our Hufang province. I'm the only daughter in my family. My father and mother have always not wanted me to get married. They say that women suffer too much in this world. They hoped I could cultivate myself, become an immortal, and escape worldly conventions. 30 years ago, when the Shangyang sect recruited disciples, I was just born, so I couldn't participate. When I was 13, my father finally managed to get my spiritual roots tested through various connections. After learning that I had dual spiritual roots in earth and wood, my father was very happy and wanted to spend money to pull strings and get me into the Shangyang sect. At that time, my father was wholeheartedly devoted to this matter, but unexpectedly, someone he trusted secretly sabotaged him. The family fortune plummeted. Not only was their substantial wealth lost, but they were also driven out of Liaoju Prefecture by their competitors. At that time, a drought struck the neighboring prefecture, and I was separated from my parents by the refugees. At this point, Widow Lu lowered her head with a look of sadness in her eyes, and Lu Shengsheng, with her big, round eyes, nestled silently into her arms. Stroking the back of her daughter's head in her arms, Widow Lu seemed to have recovered from her grief and continued. From a young age, my parents taught me that to be a good person in this world, you have to cultivate yourself. I didn't understand why before, but after so many years and so many things, I finally understand why my parents taught me this way. Because in this world, only through self-cultivation, by gaining the ability to look down upon others, can one truly be a decent human being. Widow Lu raised her head, her clear and direct gaze meeting Lin Xiao's. So, Xiaojia, I want to cultivate immortality. Looking into her determined gaze, Lin Xiao had no way to refuse, nor would he refuse. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin Xiao noticed her tightly clenched hands hanging by her sides, and he could see the tension beneath her resolute expression. He thought about it for a moment. That makes sense since Shanyang's sect only accepts people under the age of 12, which means that for cultivation, the younger the better. Now, Widow Lu is over 30 years old. So Lin Xiao smiled and said to her, Aunt Lu, perhaps in those sects, the younger the better for cultivation, but it's not like that here. Hearing him say that, Widow Lu felt her breathing become lighter, and she quickly asked, Why? Zhang Youfu and Lu Yunan, who were standing nearby, also listened attentively. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Because our sect's cultivation method is different from that of other sections. We don't need spiritual roots here. Chapter 52 Yang Jinshu. The reason Lin Xiao said this with such certainty was, it's not because he's trying to fool people. He reached this conclusion after careful consideration, because he thought of himself and Sunny Gao. Sunny Gao is 15 years old, which is far beyond the standard of the Shanyang sect's maximum age for accepting disciples, which is no more than 12 years old. However, Lin Xiao himself happened to be right on the line. The system then rated his qualifications as a dragon among men and Sunny Gao's as a rare gem. To be frank, he really didn't think there was much difference between the two. Therefore, Lin Xiao believes that the difference between these two qualifications should not be significant. However, even with Lin Xiao cultivating for 24 hours straight with a cheat code, it still took him 2 days to reach the second level of qi refining. And what about Sunny Gao? Even if he diligently cultivates during his daily routine, except for eating and sleeping, and even when he goes to the toilet, he still has half the cultivation time of Lin Xiao. However, it only took him 3 or 4 days to go from immortal to the second level of qi refining. From this perspective, their cultivation speeds are actually about the same. There is no difference caused by age gap. Of course, it's also possible that the cultivation level of qi refining level 1 or 2 is too low to be used as a reference to explain everything. But Lin Xiao had a gut feeling that this might be the truth. Perhaps the laws of cultivation in this world do not apply to their sect. Lin Xiao has always been unwavering in his belief in his own uniqueness. Therefore, his sect must also be unique. Didn't you see that he wanted to drag his grandfather into cultivation before? What's wrong with cultivating? Even Ironhead, whose system rating is mediocre, is cultivating. He's already reached the first level of qi refining. Could there be anyone worse than him? Thinking this way, Lin Xiao's gaze towards Widow Lu became even more resolute. Widow Lu felt a strange excitement welling up inside her. She tried to suppress it and said to Lin Xiao, Then, Brother Xiao, I want to join a sect. I want to cultivate. Lu Shangsheng, nestled in Widow Lu's arms, quickly spoke up as well. Brother Xiao, I want one too. I want to be with mother and brother. Lin Xiao nodded, intending to go through the introductory process with the two of them, but suddenly paused and asked Widow Lu, Aunt Lu, may I ask what your full name is? Widow Lu hadn't expected him to ask that, but thinking that she would soon begin cultivating immortality and no longer have to bear the title of Widow Lu for the rest of her life, she answered, My original surname was Yang, and my given name was Jinshu. Yang Jinshu. Lin Xiao silently repeated it in his mind. He then spoke to Yang Jinshu and Lu Shangsheng. Yang Jinshu, Lu Shangsheng, would you be willing to join my Lingxian sect, become a member of the sect, and devote yourselves to cultivation? Their eyes seemed to sparkle like stars as they answered with smiles. Willing. After receiving their affirmative answers and completing the procedures, Lin Xiao first took out the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique and its simplified version from his private treasury. He handed the 2 manuals to Yang Jinshu and Lu Shangsheng, saying, This is our sect's cultivation method. Aunt Yang, you can read, so why don't you practice it with Xingmeizi? When Yang Jinshu heard him change how he addressed her, she felt a mix of emotions. She was also surprised to see that she had already obtained a cultivation method so soon after she started. Her father had previously inquired a lot about those sects, including the fact that all disciples who entered a sect to cultivate, except for those with exceptional talent, had to do odd jobs for over a month and pass so-called tests before they could get the opportunity to cultivate. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao gave him the cultivation method right now. She immediately bowed to Lin Xiao, expressing her deep gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master. Lu Shengsheng followed suit and bowed to Lin Xiao as well. Thank you, Sect Master. Lu Yunan, standing to the side, was very happy and said cheerfully, Mom, from now on we'll be fellow disciples. Ha! Zhang Youfu exclaimed in surprise. Hey, Baldy, won't you become your mother and sister's senior brother from now on? Oh dear, I'll have 2 more junior sisters now. Although Yang Jinshu was already 30 years old, he was not offended by Zhang Youfu and his son's words. He simply smiled and said to Lu Yunan, Nanner, now that I've joined the sect, do you mean you won't call me mother anymore, and will instead call me junior sister? Lu Yunan quickly waved his hand. No, how could I, mother? You'll always be my mother. Lin Xiao then took out 2 sets of Sect uniforms from his private treasury and handed them to Yang Jinshu and Lu Shengsheng, saying, "These are our Sect's uniforms. We'll distribute them to you first. However, it's best not to wear them yet. After all, our Sect is still small, and these uniforms, while they might be a bit too conspicuous if worn out." Yang Jinshu immediately nodded and said, "I understand. Shengsheng and I will keep these clothes safe until the day we can wear them openly." Thus, the number of disciples of Lin Xian's sect has reached 9. One more person is needed to complete the disciple mission. Lu Yunan took Yang Jinshu and Lu Shengsheng to the cultivation room, while Lin Xiao and Jiang Youfu remained in the sect's main hall. Seeing that Lin Xiao was doing something with his eyes closed, Jiang Youfu didn't disturb him. Instead, he took out the 100 beast words and began to ponder them on his own. These days, he spends all his free time seeking out Sunny Gao to teach him this spell. He wants to learn the words of the beasts as soon as possible so he can communicate with Xiao Wan, because he never knew what was going on in Xiao Wan's little chick head all day long. Every time she clucked at him, it was because she wanted to tell him something. He felt sorry for Xiao Wan, but Xiao Guer is so busy, he doesn't have time to be Xiao Wan's translator all day. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, who had his eyes closed, was checking the details of Yang Jinshu and Lu Shengsheng on the disciple panel. The first one I looked at was Yang Jinshu's. Name, Yang Jinshu. Gender, female. Bone age, 31 years old. Talent, spiritual and wise. Cultivation level, mortal. Sect status, outer disciple, can be changed. Sect position, none, subject to change. Intelligence and wisdom is actually a new evaluation criterion. Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. This so-called spiritual intelligence and wisdom seems to be similar to being outstanding, but Lin Xiao felt that it might be even better than being outstanding. Then he looked down at Lu Shengsheng's. Name, Lu Shengsheng. Gender, female. Bone age, 7 years old. Qualifications, outstanding. Cultivation level, mortal. Sect status, outer disciple, can be changed. Sect position, none, subject to change. Unexpectedly, Lu Shengsheng's aptitude is quite good. She's better than her brother. Her brother's initial aptitude was just like Jiang Youfu's. Not the best, but not the worst either. It was only after he leveled up that he achieved his current outstanding aptitude. Speaking of which, the sect now has 9 people. Lin Xiao believed that one of the foundations of a sect is its mental cultivation method. Currently, the Lin Xian sect only has the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique as its core cultivation method. It is also the sect's only mental cultivation method. This doesn't seem like a good feeling. Everyone has no choice in how they cultivate. Chapter 53, the original Heart Sutra. Moreover, although the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique is already an A-level mental cultivation method, there is still an S-level method above it. Now that the sect's development has stabilized to a certain extent, Lin Xiao is considering whether to try synthesizing more cultivation techniques. What if we manage to create an S-level cultivation technique? Would that increase everyone's cultivation speed even faster? Let's do it. Lin Xiao, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and saw Jiang Youfu diligently studying the words of the beasts. He immediately pulled Jiang up and walked toward the exit of the main hall. "Come on, Fuzi. Come with me to pull tree bark." He had almost used up all the paper mulberry bark he had stored in his private treasury to copy mental cultivation techniques. So he planned to go and gather a large amount more to combine into mental cultivation techniques. After the two of them gathered a bunch of paper mulberry bark, Jiang Youfu returned to the cultivation room to continue his cultivation, while Lin Xiao locked himself in the sect's main hall and began his journey of synthesizing cultivation techniques. The Pine Sun technique has been successfully synthesized. Technique rating, B. Should be set as the sect's core technique? Note, it can be changed. The Sunflower Manual Cultivation technique has been successfully synthesized. Technique rating, B. Should it be set as the sect's core cultivation technique? Note, it can be changed. The Qian Yuan 4 Symbols Sutra Mental Cultivation Method has been successfully synthesized. Mental Cultivation Method rating. Should it be set as the sect's core mental cultivation method? Note, it can be changed. Lin Xiao synthesized more than 10 cultivation techniques in one go. During this time, he put various random things into the mind cultivation synthesizer, such as stones, soil, and leaves of misty spring grass, as a catalyst. As a result, only 2 A-level manuals were produced, and the rest were B-level manuals. It seems he was lucky to successfully synthesize the Peach Blossom Spring technique on his first attempt. Lin Xiao sat on the ground in the center of the main hall, resting his chin on his hand in a daze, looking somewhat depressed. Why can't I synthesize an S-level cultivation technique? Could it be that the core techniques he inputs each time are not advanced enough? But he always tries to think of the bigger picture. With no clue, Lin Xiao was somewhat worried. He simply lay down on the ground and stared blankly at the roof of the main hall. Suddenly, as if he had just remembered something, he sat up with a jolt. He took out all the cultivation manuals from his private treasury and began to carefully study the differences between the 3 A-level cultivation manuals he currently possessed and the other B-level cultivation manuals. First is the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Emptiness Technique. The core of this mental technique lies in the concept of emptiness. From beginning to end, the entire manual is based on the central idea of emptiness. At that time, Lin Xiao's mind was completely blank, which is why it came about. The core of the Qian Yuan 4-symbol scripture and another A-level mental cultivation method, the 2 elements chaos technique, is also the same. In contrast, the core of the B-level mental cultivation method is relatively loose and not as solid. Lin Xiao scratched his head. So, the more solid the core, the higher the level of the cultivation method. Moreover, it seems that the final incentive should also be as compatible as possible with the core. For example, the peach blossoms he put into the Peach Blossom Paradise technique. Because the Peach Blossom Paradise is illusory, it resonates with emptiness, thus creating this mental cultivation method. Lin Xiao felt that, given his current state, he couldn't think of anything too advanced to come up with in a broader sense. Everything he understood was based on his superficial contact with things from his previous life. Therefore, he decided to stop focusing on those grand, abstract approaches to developing the core principles of the cultivation method. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and turned on the mental cultivation synthesizer once again. He slowly placed the paper mulberry bark and pine soot ink into the first and second squares in order, then his gaze fell on the third square. He decided to stop inputting concepts that he only vaguely understood. He wants to input what he knows best. The person he knows best in this world, and the person he most wants to continue to understand, is himself. He reached his hand toward the third square and closed his eyes. 30 seconds is neither long nor short, yet it feels like an eternity. During those 30 seconds, Lin Xiao's entire mind was filled with only one me that kept repeating itself, seemingly the same, yet ever-changing. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao opened his eyes again and felt that the scattered light in the entire hall was flashing towards him. There's only one square left. Lin Xiao raised his right hand. He looked at his right hand, pursed his lips, decisively gathered all his spiritual power into his right hand, and then quickly stretched his right hand into the fourth square. Finally, the incentive he planned to input here was his own spiritual power. So the mind control synthesizer began frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from his body through his right hand. In the blink of an eye, all of Lin Xiao's spiritual energy was drained. For the first time, he felt the exhaustion that filled his body and mind due to the depletion of his spiritual energy. Materials input complete. Synthesis of the cultivation technique is in progress. Please wait. Hearing the notification sound, Lin Xiao felt relieved and lay down on the straw mats piled up on the ground. For some reason, he felt that the mental cultivation method that had been released this time must be the best so far, because he was very clear about what he had entered. This feeling is similar to when you used to write a good essay in a Chinese exam, and you would have a feeling that you would definitely get a high score. A little while later, Lin Xiao's fatigue had barely subsided when he heard a notification sound in his mind. The original Heart Sutra has been successfully synthesized. Heart Sutra rating, S level. Should it be set as the Sect's core Heart Sutra? Note, it can be changed. S-class done. Lin Xiao, who was lying on the ground, raised his left hand and placed it over his eyes, silently curling the corners of his mouth. He immediately replaced the core cultivation method of the Sect. Ding! Congratulations! Your Sect has obtained an S-rank core cultivation technique. The Sect Stone Tablet has been successfully upgraded. You have received the hidden rewards. Key to the Green Wilderness Secret Realm, permanent, and Tier 1 Spirit Vein Fragment X1. The rewards have been sent to your private treasury. Please check your account. There's even a hidden reward. This is truly an unexpected delight. However, Lin Xiao didn't have time to check the 2 hidden rewards right now. He first took out the original Heart Sutra from his private treasury. As soon as Lin Xiao got his hands on the Yuanshin Sutra, he felt an incredibly familiar sensation creeping up his fingertips and into his heart. Unlike the previous mental cultivation methods, this original Mind Sutra can be said to be a mental cultivation method entirely created by him. Even though he had never read any of the contents of this mental cultivation manual before, every word and sentence felt as familiar as if it had flowed through his mind countless times. Moreover, unlike before, when he simply abandoned the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique to its AFK function without any desire to cultivate himself, upon seeing this original Heart Sutra, he felt an immense longing to cultivate this mental technique. Lin Xiao, always a man of action, immediately picked up the manual and began meditating in the Sect's main hall. Begin your cultivation. Chapter 54 Obsessed with Cultivation. As Lin Xiao began cultivating the Primordial Heart Sutra, he felt his spiritual energy circulating exceptionally smoothly throughout his body. All the absorbed spiritual energy seemed to flow gently and freely through the meridians without any obstruction. It was as if, once he started practicing this mental technique, it would operate autonomously within his body according to his will. For the first time, Lin Xiao experienced what it felt like to be in the water when it came to cultivation. Each time he circulated the mental technique, he felt a strange, yet comfortable tingling sensation surge through his heart. This feeling made him suddenly unable to stop cultivating. No one could stop him from cultivating. In a blink of an eye, it was already dusk outside the main hall. Lin Xiao, who was cultivating inside the main hall, was completely unaware of what was happening. Outside the door, 8 people and a chicken peered inside with some concern. Seeing Lin Xiao sitting in the center of the main hall, completely absorbed in his cultivation, everyone felt a little worried. No one dared to go in and disturb him. They could only stay outside the door, keeping an eye on him while discussing the situation. Qin Jianghe peered into the doorway while asking everyone, "What should we do? Xiaojie didn't eat lunch, and the sun is about to set. He's going to go hungry." Lu Yunan then said, "I don't know. I've never seen Xiaojie cultivate before, so why is he suddenly cultivating all the time today? Could something have gone wrong with his cultivation?" Jiang Youfu was more carefree. He stuffed the last handful of fried rice from his pocket into his mouth and chewed, saying, "Impossible. How could anything go wrong with Brother Xiao? There's no way anything could go wrong with Brother Xiao. He must be really into his cultivation right now." Sun Yigao, who was standing to the side, carefully observed Lin Xiao's condition. Seeing that the spiritual energy around him was orderly and he didn't seem to be in any bad shape, he pondered for a moment and said, "Perhaps Fuzi is right. Let's not disturb him. It's just a meal. Let's wait until he wakes up." Upon hearing this, Yang Jinshu quickly chimed in. "I'll go home and make some food later and put it next to Xiao Gur so he can eat as soon as he opens his eyes." Everyone thought this was acceptable, since there weren't any better options anyway. Qin Jianghe then said, "My house is closest to his. I'll go tell Brother Lin Yun and Uncle Lin in a bit, and we'll go down the mountain first." Upon hearing this, everyone turned and left. Before leaving, Jiang Youfu squatted down and patted Xiao Wan's chicken head, using the unfamiliar language of beasts to give her some instructions. "Xiao Wan, you have to keep a close eye on Xiao Gur. If anything happens to him, come down the mountain and call us right away." Xiao Wan giggled. He didn't know if Xiao Wan understood, but he certainly didn't understand what she was saying. But he also stood up and nodded to Xiao Wan in a seemingly serious manner. "Okay, keep an eye on Xiao Ji. We're heading down the mountain." Then everyone went down the mountain together. That evening, Qin Jianghe went to the Lin family home to tell Lin Dayou and Lin Yun. Lin Dayou was initially worried when he heard that Lin Xiao was alone on the mountain with only a chicken for company, and he planned to go up the mountain to check on him. But Lin Yun persuaded him to stop. Lin Yun said to him, "Father, don't worry. Our sect is surrounded by a defensive barrier. Ordinary people can't even get into our sect's territory. Xiaojie is very safe inside." Upon hearing this, Linda was puzzled. "What kind of barrier?" Lin Yun pondered for a moment, then explained to him. "You can think of it as an invisible and intangible, yet extremely hard, shield surrounding our sect. No one but members of our sect can get in." Lin Dayou felt a little relieved. Lin Yun turned and went into the house, rolled up his bedding, carried it on his back, and came out to say to Lin Dayou, "Father, I'll go up the mountain tonight to keep Erlang company. I'll sleep on the floor by his side, so don't worry." Lin Dayou quickly went to Lin Xiao's room and carried out Lin Xiao's quilt as well, draping it over Lin Yun's back as well. "Take his blanket too. It's cold on the mountain at night, so you two can share it." Lin Yun carried his own bedding and Lin Xiao's quilt up the mountain. Upon arriving at the mountain, Lin Yun quietly entered the sect's main hall, trying his best not to make any noise that might disturb Lin Xiao. He laid out his bedding on the ground next to Lin Xiao, and since he had nothing else to do, he began to meditate and cultivate. Lin Yun didn't stop cultivating until the moon was high in the sky, when he felt increasingly sleepy. Feeling the chill of the mountain at night, Lin Yun was worried that Lin Xiao would catch a cold sitting like this, but he was also afraid of disturbing Lin Xiao, so in the end he could only wrap Lin Xiao's blanket around him without touching him. "I thought this would keep me a little warmer." After getting ready, Lin Yun lifted his blanket, lay down, and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xiao, who was cultivating, was completely unaware of everything around him. He was fully immersed in the mental cultivation method, and the unimpeded flow of spiritual energy made him feel very comfortable and at ease. He seemed to understand something with each mental cultivation technique, and then the spiritual energy in his body would follow his understanding, flowing through his meridians and trickling into his dantian. In a daze, it seemed as if a Taoist voice was faintly echoing in Lin Xiao's mind. Night quietly crept through the tranquil mountains. As dawn breaks, the first light of day appears. As darkness and light intertwined, he slowly opened his eyes with the first rays of dawn. The first thing their bright, shining eyes saw was the tightly closed palace gate directly in front of them. During cultivation, the five senses, which seem to be isolated from the outside world, are opened, and various energies from reality surge in from all directions. Lin Xiao noticed the sound of breathing from the sleeping person beside him. He turned his head and saw Lin Yun huddled under the covers with only half of his head showing. Lin Yun was frowning, his upper body huddled under the covers, but his legs were exposed to the air, his toes curled up as if he were freezing. Lin Xiao chuckled and gently pulled off the blanket that was covering his upper body, then covered him up completely again. In his sleep, Lin Yun felt his previously aching legs suddenly relieved, and he ran freely in his dream. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have advanced to the 7th level of Qi refining. The notification's sound in his mind startled Lin Xiao for a moment. Unexpectedly, after only half a day and one night of practicing the original Mind Sutra, and even with the help of auto-cultivation, my cultivation level increased by 2 levels in such a short time. Lin Xiao was quite puzzled. Is this the difference between S-class and A-class? Is the difference really that big? He thought about it and realized that it might not be true. Or rather, it's not entirely a difference in the level of mental cultivation techniques. Lin Xiao thought about it carefully. He didn't have much cultivation experience. He mostly relied on the auto-cultivation function and rarely cultivated on his own. He would only go to the training room to join everyone when he was really bored and had nothing else to do. Currently, his comprehension of the Peach Blossom Spring technique is still at 24 out of 100. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What a possibility it might be. Chapter 55 Grandpa, here's a bookshelf. He then mentally asked the system. System, what is the cultivation speed of the AFK cultivation function? Ding replies to host's question. This system has enabled the auto-cultivation function for the host, and its cultivation speed is approximately the cultivation speed of a human with an aptitude rating of outstanding. What exactly constitutes outstanding? And what about dragon among men, exceptional, and just average? How are these categories ranked in detail? Ding replies to host's question. The specific qualification evaluation ranking can only be obtained by the host unlocking the ranking table. Friendly reminder, all aptitude evaluations are not permanent. Aptitude is merely a stage-based assessment made by this system for each individual. Cultivation is inherently a path full of unknowns, so please do not rely too much on aptitude evaluations. Alright, Lin Xiao was not dissatisfied with the system's reply. He felt that the system was right. Cultivating immortality was a path full of unknowns. Just think of the bald man. Before he even advanced to the first level of Qi refining, he broke through the previous evaluation of being not good enough but not bad enough as a mortal and became the second outstanding person in the sect. And now he realizes that AFK cultivation is not the best way for him. Each person's cultivation speed is related to their own aptitude and their level of understanding of the cultivation method. Looking back now, it seems a bit of a waste that he possessed the talent of a dragon among men but rarely used it for cultivation. TSK. Looking back now, I realize I really shouldn't have done that. From now on, he must set aside time to cultivate every day. However, we still need to arrange for everyone to receive this original Mind Sutra, as it is an S-level mental cultivation technique. Thinking it over, Lin Xiao took out the bark of the paper mulberry tree and pine soot ink and copied the mental cultivation method 20 times. The extra copies are made in case the number of disciples increases later. Lin Xiao felt that it was only a matter of time before his Ling Xian's sect members increased, and perhaps even 20 books would not be enough in the future. However, this time, Lin Xiao did not use the mental cultivation technique simplification tool. After a night of cultivation, Lin Xiao felt that the original Heart Sutra did not need a simplified version at all. Once you've absorbed the content, you'll naturally understand. Only when body and mind are in harmony can one cultivate oneself. Moreover, everyone is not completely illiterate now, and with Sun Yigao as a good teacher to answer everyone's questions, Lin Xiao felt that whether or not one could cultivate this mental technique depended on the individual. However, he didn't intend to waste the other cultivation techniques he had combined last night. Seeing that it was only just getting light, Lin Xiao guessed that his grandfather should be up by now, so he hurriedly went down the mountain and ran towards the Lin family's old house. Upon arriving at the Lin family's old residence, he saw his eldest uncle Lin Dashan, his eldest cousin Lin Lei, and his grandfather, Old Master Lin, squatting in a circle on the ground washing up. Each of the three men had a willow branch in their hands. The only water ladle in the house was passed from Old Master Lin to Lin Dashan, and then a little while later to Lin Lei. On the other side, Old Lady Lin and her aunt, Madame Qin, did the same, except they used large wooden bowls. A few days ago, Lin Xiao gave everyone's teeth a cleaning treatment. Now everyone cherishes their bright white teeth and is willing to spend more time every morning to take good care of them. Sir, I'm here. Kao jihash, kao jihash, kao jihash pui. Old Master Lin was startled by Lin Xiao's sudden shout, choking on his mouthwash. What are you yelling about, you brat? You almost scared your grandpa. Lin Xiao didn't even go through the main gate. He quickly climbed over the courtyard wall and ran to Old Master Lin's side, gently patting his back to help him catch his breath. Hee, you're such a scaredy cat, sir. You get scared just by me saying hello. Hey, you brat. Old Master Lin raised a water ladle and pretended to slap him on the body. Lin Xiao then turned and greeted the others. Grandma, uncle, aunt, and cousin, good morning. Where's Sister Yenner and Ingzi? After spitting out the mouthwash, old Mrs. Lin stood up and said, Sanlang, your grandpa wasn't scared by you. He had a nightmare last night and scared himself. He woke up early this morning trembling with fear. Aunt Lin replied to him, Your Sister Yenner is inside combing Ingzi's hair. Old Master Lin glared at old Madam Lin. What nonsense are you spouting? I wasn't scared out of my wits by a dream. Then he turned to Lin Xiao and asked, Why aren't you cultivating your sect on the mountain? What are you doing here so early in the morning? Lin Xiao then said to him with a grin, Sir, do you have any ready-made shelves here? Give me one. I need to take it to the mountain to store my books. Grandpa Lin didn't ask him where the book came from, but after thinking for a moment, he said, There really is one, but it's quite small. A couple of years ago, I gave it to a family in the next village. At that time, the family said they were going to send their grandson to school, but I don't know why they didn't come and pick it up later. As he spoke, he turned to Lin Lei and said, Lei Zi, go to the woodshed in the back and bring your brother that small bookshelf at the very back. Lin Lei had just finished brushing his teeth, and he nodded, saying, All right, Saburo, wait a minute. After saying that, he got up and ran towards the backyard of the old house. Thank you, brother. Lin Xiao then turned to old Master Lin and said, A smaller size is fine. I don't have many books to put there. But sir, if you have some free time, could you make me some more bookshelves or something? Oh, and if you could make me some narrow beds and tables, that would be even better. Hearing this, old Master Lin picked up the water ladle again and tapped him on the forehead. You little brat, no wonder your dad beats you all the time. It takes so much effort to build a bookshelf, and then there's the bed. Building a bed takes a lot of work. You have to pick out good wood and dry it. It's not something you can just build casually. Lin Xiao touched his forehead where he had been tapped and smiled at old Master Lin. Grandpa, just tell me what kind of wood you need. I'll go and cut it down for you. Drying it is no problem either. I'll figure something out. I guarantee you'll get back only dry, whole pieces of good wood. When old Master Lin heard him say that, he laughed and said, Okay, go get me some wood. I don't have much to do anyway. As long as there's enough wood, I'll make whatever you want. As they were talking, the door to the house next to the courtyard opened, and Lin Yin led Lin Ying out. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, 6-year-old Lin Ying's eyes immediately lit up, and she ran towards him, hugging his leg and calling out in a soft, sweet voice. Third brother. Hey, little Ingzi, have you missed your third brother? Lin Xiao bent down, picked up Lin Ying, and asked her with a smile. Lin Ying nuzzled her head against his neck and nodded. Yes, third brother, I also want to eat roasted wild rabbit. Hearing this, Lin Xiao was both amused and exasperated. Once, he and Fu Zi were lucky enough to catch several wild rabbits in one go. He kept half of one from his share to take back to the old house. He didn't expect the little girl to still remember it. Chapter 56 Cultivation, Room Book Corner. Lin Dashin glanced at Lin Ying, who was being held in Lin Xiao's arms. Madame Qin gave him a wink, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke to Lin Xiao. Sanlang, do you think it's possible to letting Z come up the mountain with you to cultivate? Lin Xiao turned to look at his uncle. Of course. Uncles, don't be shy. Come on over if you want. It's just that my sect might not be able to provide for everyone's basic needs right now. Otherwise, I would have taken you all up the mountain. Lin Dashin laughed heartily and said, I discussed it with your aunt for a few days and also asked Lei Zi for his opinion. He insisted that he didn't want to cultivate and wanted to stay at home to work. We had no choice. Your sister Yenner is also getting older and is looking for a husband. So we thought about sending Ingzi to cultivate with you. Whether it works out or not, she is still young and it doesn't matter. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Uncle, don't worry, leaving Z to me. I guarantee you'll bring back a little fairy. As they were talking, Lin Lei came over carrying a small bookshelf. Although it's called a small bookshelf, it's actually about as tall as a person. Lin Lei placed the bookshelf in front of Lin Xiao, who was still half a head shorter than the small bookshelf. Suddenly, Lin Xiao looked as if he had discovered something new, his expression showing some surprise. He put down Lin Ying in his arms and held up his head to the bookshelf. Then he ran over to Lin Dashin and compared skills with him. He said to old Master Lin with delight, Grandpa, ive grown taller. Seeing Lin Xiao walk up to him and gesture, Lin Dashin finally reacted. He looked at Lin Xiao, whose head was now almost touching his nose, and nodded, saying, Xiao has grown quite a bit taller. I remember you weren't even up to my chin a couple of months ago, but now you're up to my nose. His uncle, Lin Xiao, was the tallest man in the Lin family, about 1.78 meters tall. Now he himself had grown to the tip of his uncle's nose, which meant he must be at least 1.65 meters tall. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. For a teenager who is growing and developing, there's nothing more exciting than discovering that they have grown taller. So Lin Xiao carried the bookshelf in one hand and held little Lin Ying's hand in the other, returning to the sect with the joy of discovering that he had grown taller. Because he was with Lin Ying, Lin Xiao did not walk very fast. By the time he returned to the sect, it was already broad daylight. The rest of the sect members had already arrived, and Lin Yun had also woken up. Upon waking up, he couldn't see Lin Xiao and was frantically searching for him all over the sect. Lin Yun searched the entire sect thoroughly, almost to the point of uncovering the mud in the spirit field to see if he was still underneath. Just as he was about to go down the mountain to see if he had gone home, he saw Lin Xiao carrying a bookshelf and leading Lin Ying up the mountain. Lin Yun quickly ran over and asked, Erling, are you all right last night? Lin Xiao shook his head, looking at his anxious expression, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, brother. I forgot to tell you when I went down the mountain. Actually, he originally just wanted to ask his grandfather if there was a bookshelf, and if so, he would carry it back to put the books there. He thought it wouldn't take much time to go back and forth, but he didn't expect to bring Lin Ying with him on this trip down the mountain, which slowed him down. Upon seeing Lin Yun, Lin Ying greeted him with a sweet smile. Second brother. Lin Yun stroked her head and said, Yingzi, what brings you up the mountain? Are you here to cultivate with your brothers? Lin Ying nodded vigorously. Lin Xiao handed Lin Ying over to Lin Yun. Big brother, why don't you show Yingzi around first? We'll meet in the training room later. With that, he carried the bookshelf and ran quickly toward the cultivation room. Currently, the sect doesn't have any libraries or similar facilities, and the number of books is indeed quite small. There's no need for such a grand building as a library to store a dozen or so books for the time being. Therefore, Lin Xiao planned to temporarily store all these mental cultivation techniques and spells in the cultivation room. Since the training room doesn't have much capacity right now, it's convenient for everyone to access the books here. At this moment, everyone who had already gone up the mountain was having breakfast around the meditation room. Seeing Lin Xiao approach, Zhang Youfu patted his chest and immediately said, Look, I told you Xiao would be fine, didn't I? He was carrying a frame and running around early this morning, looking very energetic. Lin Xiao greeted everyone briefly and then ran into the training room. He placed the bookshelf in the corner, took out the dozen or so cultivation manuals he had synthesized yesterday from his private treasury and put them on it, then placed the spells he had copied earlier on it as well. After everyone finished their breakfast in a few bites, they all followed him inside to see what he was doing. Sun Yigao walked over, saw more than a dozen unfamiliar new cultivation techniques on the bookshelf, picked up one of them, flipped through it, and looked at Lin Xiao with a puzzled expression. Xiaojie, what's this? Lin Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said to everyone, Everyone, these are the new cultivation techniques our sect has acquired. The ones on the top shelf are grade A, and the ones on the bottom shelf are grade B, Lin Xiao said, pointing to the top two shelves of the bookshelf. The so-called grade A and grade B are just different levels. Theoretically speaking, grade A is better than grade B, but that's not absolute. As for cultivation techniques, whichever one you feel is suitable for you is the best. As he spoke, he took out a copy of the original Heart Sutra and placed it on the middle shelf, saying, And this original Heart Sutra is a mental cultivation method that I created, and it is of S rank. Well, you can think of S grade as being better than A grade. Of course, as I said before, the best one is the one that suits you best. I'm not sure if any of these mental cultivation methods are suitable for you, but you can all take a look first. If you find one, great. If not, you can continue practicing the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique and look at new ones later. Of course, I really hope you can cultivate this Primordial Heart Sutra. After all, it's the only S-rank one. But if anyone really can't cultivate it, don't force them. Our sect doesn't only have this one cultivation method now. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around, and one person took a mental cultivation manual from the bookshelf and began to read it. Sunny Gao was no exception. He immediately skipped the A and B level cultivation methods on the top two levels and directly picked up the Union Heart Sutra on the third level to read. Zhang Youfu is the same. This is the cultivation method created by Brother Xiao, and it's an S-grade one at that. It's definitely the best. There were also people who did not read the original Heart Sutra beforehand, but instead took the upper two levels of the Heart Sutra. Tai Tu then picked up a manual called the Sunflower Manual from the second floor and began to read it with great curiosity. Whether it was due to cultivation or not, apart from Sunny Gao, these country boys who originally couldn't read a single character were able to read these mental cultivation techniques by guessing and deciphering after only learning to read from Sunny Gao, for a few days. However, there are still many characters I don't recognize. However, the teaching elder was right there, and now there was also Aunt Yang Jinshu who could read, and Lin Xiao was also there. Everyone asked about anything they didn't recognize on the spot. For a time, the atmosphere of learning in the entire training room was extremely strong. Chapter 57, The Green Wilderness. When Lin Yun led Lin Ying to the cultivation room, what she saw was everyone sitting on straw mats, each with a cultivation manual in hand, studying it diligently. A perfectly good cultivation room seems to have been turned into a reading corner. Lin Xiao looked up and saw Lin Yun and Lin Ying at the door, so he walked over and led Lin Ying outside. Little Oriole, come with me for a moment. Let's go through some procedures. Then he turned to Lin Yun and said, Brother, why don't you go in first and check out the new cultivation method of our sect with them? Lin Yun nodded and went inside. Lin Xiao then led Lin Ying to the grass outside and asked her, Lin Ying, would you be willing to join my Lin Xiao sect, become a member of the sect, and devote yourself to cultivation? Lin Ying looked at Lin Xiao with bright, sparkling eyes and nodded. Willing. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the mission by reaching 10 disciples. The mission reward has been sent to your private treasury. Please check your account. Lin Xiao took Lin Ying back to the cultivation room and let her go find Lin Yun and the others first. Then he squatted outside and opened the private treasury to check the rewards. In my private treasury, besides having 50 more spirit stones, I also gained a new Green Wilderness Secret Realm entrance connection point. He also received a reward of the key to the Green Wilderness from the previous mission. Judging from the names of the two items, it is clear that they're used together. Lin Xiao first took out the Green Wilderness Secret Realm entrance connection point. It was a large rock covered with moss. The entire stone is about the width of 2 people's arms, and the 2 characters' green field are faintly visible under the moss. Lin Xiao looked around and placed it on an open space not far from the cultivation room. As soon as the stone landed, the moss on it spread outwards, reaching an area of about 2 meters before stopping. Looking at it again, it seemed as if the stone had always grown there. Lin Xiao then took out the key to the Green Wilderness Secret Realm. It is a piece of lustrous green jade. The words green field are also engraved on it. So he looked around on the stone and saw a not-so-regular groove below the words green field, but judging from its size, it should be just right to put the jade in. Lin Xiao touched his smooth chin. He's very familiar with the Secret Realm. He usually relies on it to accumulate wealth and get more loot. He estimated that the key to the Secret Realm and the connection point should be used by pressing the piece of jade into the groove of the stone, and then the entrance would open. He was curious to see what this Secret Realm was all about, but he was also worried that if he pressed the key on, he would be teleported away. So he decided to quickly place the key to the Secret Realm and then immediately retreat at full speed to a distance of 100 meters. That way, he shouldn't be able to be suddenly teleported away. It's no wonder Lin Xiao is so cautious. After all, he's only at the 7th level of Qi refining, and he doesn't want to lose his life over something so trivial. However, he was overthinking it. As soon as Lin Xiao placed the jade into the groove on the connecting stone, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Since this is the first time the host has opened the Green Wilderness Secret Realm, please be informed that this secret realm is a low-level secret realm that can only be entered by those in the Qi refining stage. It can be entered every year after the awakening of insects and before the beginning of summer. The entrance opened by the secret realm key has a limit of 500 people per entry. Friendly reminder, currently, 2 major sects forcibly open the entrance to this secret realm every year using their nascent soul power, allowing their disciples to enter. Each time the entrance is forcibly opened, only 100 people are allowed to enter. Upon seeing this message, Lin Xiao's first focus was not on anything else, but on the phrase forcibly opening the entrance with the power of a nascent soul cultivator. A nascent soul cultivator has appeared. Although it only appeared in the introduction, Lin Xiao still felt a little excited. So far, the person with the highest cultivation level he has seen is the middle-aged man who controlled the spirit ship on the last day of the Shangyang sect's recruitment. However, he didn't know exactly how high the middle-aged man's cultivation level was, but he believed that he definitely hadn't reached the nascent soul stage. A divine transformation. This must be something that, upon its appearance, would leave everyone feeling breathless and utterly captivated. After calming his excited emotions, Lin Xiao finally composed himself and began to think about this secret realm. The law is only applicable to the Qi refining stage, meaning that it can only be entered during the Qi refining stage and cannot be entered after that. The secret realm will be open from the time of Jingjia, awakening of insects, to the time of Lixia, start of summer. Now that the spring equinox has passed, Qingming festival is just around the corner. In other words, he only has about a month left to enter. At his current cultivation speed, Unless he turns off auto-cultivation and stops cultivating altogether, he will definitely be past the chi refining stage by next year. He certainly has that much confidence. So if he misses this year, he won't be able to enter this secret realm again. Can he allow such a regrettable thing to happen to him? That's definitely not possible. So Lin Xiao thought about it and decided to set off as soon as possible. However, he did not intend to go alone. Just now, the system beeped again. Congratulations to disciple Sun Yigao on advancing to the 3rd level of Qi refining. Thinking of Sun Yigao's earnest expression as he flipped through the original Heart Sutra earlier, Lin Xiao smiled silently. In just a short while, he actually advanced in rank. From this perspective, he is very suitable for cultivating this mental technique. Given Sun Yigao's exceptional talent, it's likely that he can improve his cultivation level further in the next few days. Lin Xiao wasn't sure about others, but he felt that Sun Yigao's situation was similar to his own. If Sun Yigao misses this year's opportunity to enter, his cultivation level next year will definitely not be able to enter this secret realm again. Entering the secret realm. Let's set aside for now whether the secret realm itself is dangerous or challenging. Just because there are 2 sects with nascent soul realm experts, Lin Xiao felt he should go in and take a look. This is a crucial gateway to the cultivation world. Now they are cultivating in seclusion on the mountain, completely unaware of the specific laws and systems of cultivation in this world. In the long run, it is tantamount to reinventing the wheel. Thinking about it, Lin Xiao decided that he would start to assist Sun Yigao in his cultivation more in the near future, so that he could improve his cultivation level as soon as possible. Of course, his decision to do this was not because he was confident in his current cultivation level, but because he felt that while assisting Sun Yigao in his cultivation, the two might be able to help each other achieve success. After all, they're the only dragons among men and rare talents in the entire sect. After a moment's thought, he decided to set the time for improving his cultivation and preparing to enter the secret realm at 10 days. 10 days is the limit, so they will only have 20 days left after entering the secret realm. However, Lin Xiao did not intend to tell Sun Yigao about this beforehand, fearing it would increase his psychological burden and affect his cultivation. Chapter 58 Qingming Festival. Thinking this, Lin Xiao took out his own original Heart Sutra and went straight to Sun Yigao's side in the cultivation room. Sun Yigao, who was cultivating, felt someone approaching and opened his eyes. He saw Lin Xiao, smiled slightly, nodded at him, and then closed his eyes to continue cultivating. Seeing this, Lin Xiao also began to meditate beside him. After a while, Sun Yigao finished practicing the current section and felt that he could continue to the next part. He opened his eyes, opened the original Heart Sutra, and began to study it. Then Lin Xiao, holding the original Heart Sutra, came over. Seeing the page number he was looking at, Lin Xiao immediately flipped to the same page and said, Yigao, look at this passage. With my true heart, I am fearless and boundless. My thoughts are pure. The people in the cultivation room all turned to look at the two of them as they huddled together and discussed earnestly. When did Xiao Ge, who rarely stepped into the cultivation room, become so diligent in cultivation? Lining, who had promised to teach Lin Xiao properly when they were at the Lin family's old house, pouted when she saw her third brother, who seemed to have forgotten about her. That stinky third brother doesn't keep his word. Second brother is still the best. Lining pouted and turned her head away from Lin Xiao with a hint of disgust and began to study seriously with Lin Yun. With Lin Xiao's assistance, Sun Yigao's progress was rapid. By noon, the two were still quite reluctant to part, but Lin Yun led Lining over to Lin Xiao and said, Erlang, it's time to go down the mountain. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin Yun with a confused expression. What are we going down the mountain for? Hearing him say that, Lin Yun was also stunned. His younger brother was indeed still so unreliable. He said helplessly, Didn't our family plan to do Qingming rituals today? His reminder jolted Lin Xiao awake. Yes, I have to go sweep his mother's grave. Lin Xiao immediately abandoned his cultivation and said to Sun Yigao, Yigao, I'm going home to observe the Qingming festival first. We'll continue tomorrow. Sun Yigao nodded, not taking his suggestion to continue tomorrow seriously, since the entire sect knew that their sect leader rarely cultivated. Lin Yun and Lin Xiao led Lining back to the Lin family's old residence, where they found that the Lin family had already prepared offerings, including a large cloth bag full of paper money and paper ingots. The offerings consisted of a whole steamed chicken, a whole piece of blanched pork belly, and a whole large fish. The fish was carefully pan-fried by Grandma Lin in plenty of oil until it was golden brown on both sides and had a wonderful aroma. The aroma made Lin Xiao's stomach rumble. Aunt Lin went to the kitchen and brought out a few warm steam buns, handing them to Lin Xiao and the other two. There's no time for lunch. They have to hurry up the mountain. In previous years, when they celebrated Qingming Festival, they would go there very early in the morning and stay for the whole day. This year, because we were taking care of Lin Xiao and the others' cultivation, we specially set aside a morning for them, planning to hurry up the mountain at noon and try to be as quick as possible when sweeping the tombs. There was no time to wait for the three of them to finish eating, so Old Master Lin waved his hand and led everyone off. There are 2 mountains in Xiaoshui village that are specifically used for burial and building tombs. It's not in the same direction as Beishan, but in the southwest and a bit far from the village. Their family is considered one of the earliest in the village to observe Qingming Festival. Many families in the village usually wait until a few days after Qingming Festival to go, because many of the major surnames in the village belong to the same clan, and they have to wait for the clan chief to coordinate the time for each family to do it together. The same applies to the families of Qin Jianghe, Lu Yunnan, and Hu Liang. Therefore, they did not encounter many people along the way. The mountains to the southwest are different from the northern mountains. These are mostly small hills, not very high, with flat, open green meadows between them. Some of the village's farmland is located nearby. Among those small hills, the 2 highest ones are the burial mounds. Beishan, however, is a continuous mountain range, and it is very large. The Beishan Mountains are lush with vegetation and towering trees, rarely visited by humans. It is said that many ferocious beasts inhabit the depths of the mountains, making them truly a remote and ancient forest. Therefore, unlike the Beishan mountain range where few people set foot, and at most look for some mountain products like mushrooms at the foot of the mountain, people come and go from time to time on the cemetery mountain. Because some families in the village have farmland here, and the villagers often come here to gather wild vegetables and pig feed. Along the way, the Lin family occasionally met 1 or 2 villagers and greeted them. Lin Dashin and Lin Dei carried sacrificial offerings, while Lin Yin and Lin Ying, the 2 young girls, picked a few pretty flowers along the way. Grandma Lin and Aunt Lin collected firewood along the way, while the 3 boys, Lin Xiao, Lin Yun, and Lin Lei, were responsible for carrying the firewood they collected. And so, the Lin family members went up to one of the cemeteries in a lively and bustling manner. The Lin family's graves are all located on the eastern side of this burial hill, halfway up the mountain. The first grave is that of the Lin family's great-grandparents. Down the layers, Lin Xiao's mother was buried at the very bottom of the Lin family cemetery. Upon arriving at the grave, Grandpa Lin asked everyone to put their belongings down. The adults took hoes and sickles and began clearing away the weeds, while the children pulled them out by hand, helping out from the side. Lin Yun was diligently pulling weeds when he turned around and noticed that Lin Xiao was somewhat distracted, pulling out weeds and about to throw them at their father. He immediately reached out and took the weeds from Lin Xiao's hand, tossed them aside, then nudged his waist and asked in a low voice, "Erlang, what's wrong?" Lin Xiao, who had been poked, finally came to his senses and looked at Lin Yun. He frowned and whispered to Lin Yun, "I feel like something's strange around here." When Lin Xiao first arrived near the cemetery, he vaguely sensed something was amiss, but the feeling was so subtle that he couldn't quite put his finger on it. But he was certain that this was not his imagination. Ever since he arrived, that strange feeling had been lingering in his senses. He had never had this strange feeling before when he came here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun asked in confusion, "What's so strange? I didn't feel anything." Lin Xiao could only shake his head and say, "I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's definitely not just my imagination. Brother, I feel like there might be something bad around here." Hearing him say that, Lin Yun felt a chill run down his spine. He swallowed hard and said nervously, "Don't scare me. We come to this cemetery every year. There's nothing there." Lin Xiao carefully sensed it, but still couldn't perceive what this anomaly was. Logically speaking, now that he was at the 7th level of qi refining, his perception should be much stronger. He pondered for a moment and said to Lin Yun, "There are 2 possibilities. One is that this thing came recently, and the other is that this thing has always been here, but I couldn't sense it before because I didn't cultivate." Chapter 59 is strange. Lin Yun, seemingly lost in thought, continued, "So I can't feel anything at all. Maybe it's because my cultivation level is too low." Lin Xiao thought for a moment. His brother was at the 1st level of qi refining and had no idea about it, while he himself was at the 7th level of qi refining and only had a vague feeling about it. Did that mean that this existence might be very advanced? Lin Xiao felt somewhat worried. This place isn't very far from Xiaoshui village. But then he realized he might be worrying unnecessarily. He only sensed something unusual, but he didn't even know what the source of this unusualness was. He was just worrying about whether the source was some harmless thing that was naturally occurring. Moreover, regardless of whether this thing appeared recently or has existed here for a long time, it has not harmed anyone. At least so far, there have been no rumors about this place, excluding ghost stories made up by idle villagers to fool children. Even as he tried to reassure himself, Lin Xiao couldn't help but become more vigilant. We need to pay more attention to this area on a regular basis. His desire to improve his cultivation level instantly became even more urgent. Improving one's strength is indeed very important. It will be one's greatest reliance in eliminating fear when encountering the unknown. Lin Xiao said to Lin Yun, "Brother, let's keep a close eye on the situation around the cemetery recently." Lin Yun nodded, and just as he was about to say something, Lin Xiao, who was cleaning up at the top, called out to them, "Erlang and Sanlang, what are you two whispering about? Come on up and carry this grass down." "Oh, they're here." The two quickly went up to gather grass. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning the matter. After the Lin family finished clearing the weeds around the grave, they began shoveling soil. The adults shoveled soil and added it generously to the graves. Once that was done, they had the children come over and each of them add a handful of soil to each grave. After everything was taken care of and all the Lin family graves were renovated, they began to worship their ancestors. After arranging the offerings, everyone burned incense and paid their respects at each grave. Grandpa Lin took the lead in pouring a bowl of wine onto the grave, inviting the ancestors to drink and eat. Lin Xiao led Lin Yun and Lin Xiao to pay their respects at each grave, finally arriving at his wife's grave. Standing in front of the grave, Lin Xiao gazed at the tombstone, which had been weathered by wind and rain for more than a decade, his expression unusually gentle. Lin Yun and Lin Xiao both knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to their mother. Although they spent very little time together, and Lin Xiao was still an infant at the time, he deeply loved and respected his mother. Without his mother's desperate protection back then, he wouldn't be who he is today. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his life was bought with his mother's own. With 1,000 words to say, Lin Xiao knelt before his mother's grave and poured out all the things he wanted to say to her in his heart. Lin Yun, who was standing next to him, was the same. The two knelt before the grave, as quiet as 2 statues, but their minds had been churning for a long time. Lin Xiao grew impatient and started to shoo people away. "That's enough for you two. Hurry up and go see if your grandpa and the others need any help. Come on, let's go." He grabbed one of his sons by the collar with each hand, lifted them both up, and pushed them upwards. Lin Yun and Lin Xiao had no choice but to make room for their parents. After watching the 2 boys walk away, Lin Xiao slowly sat down against the tombstone. He stroked the somewhat blurred words, Lin Songshi, on the tombstone, then looked tenderly at the small characters Chunxiu below them. This was added by the engraver at his request. It was his wife's name. He quietly recounted to her all the interesting things that had happened during this time, and all the stories he had accumulated. Except for holidays, Lin Xiao almost never comes alone. He was afraid that if he came too often, he would become trapped in this remembrance and sorrow and be unable to escape. So he always keeps his thoughts to himself, saving them up to tell his wife at times like this. Lin Xiao and Lin Yun returned to old Master Lin's side, but Lin Xiao could still sense that strange feeling. He was worried, so he went for a walk under the pretense of gathering firewood. However, nothing was found. No matter where he went, the feelings seemed to be the same, so he couldn't use that to find the source of the anomaly. So Lin Xiao had no choice but to give up for the time being. The sky was getting dark. As the Lin family packed their things and prepared to descend the mountain, the sun had already begun to set. On the way back, Lin Yin and Lin Ying had picked a whole bunch of wildflowers. They wove them into hoops and put them on everyone's heads. The others also gathered some firewood, enough to burn for quite a while. Grandpa Lin and Grandma Lin also picked a large handful of tender green wild vegetables, planning to make a wild vegetable soup when they got back. When everyone returned to the Lin family's old house, only half of the setting sun remained on the horizon. Aunt Lin quickly took the chicken and fish used as offerings for today and started cooking, while Old Lady Lin took the large piece of pork belly and started salting it to marinate. The others were busy with their own tasks. Some fetched water, others tidied up their belongings. Although the Lin family has separated, the 2 branches of the Lin family still get together to eat at the old house during holidays and festivals. With chicken, fish, and fresh, delicious wild vegetables, everyone enjoyed the meal immensely. Even Lin Xiao, who had been silent and dejected on the way back, perked up and slapped Lin Xiao's cross leg with a chopstick with great force. Lin Xiao screamed in pain. This ordinary, uneventful night passed peacefully. Since the Qingming festival, Lin Xiao has been working overtime to cultivate. Of course, this also marked the beginning of his journey to assist Sun Yigao in his cultivation. Sun Yigao felt that their sect leader seemed to be clinging to him a little too much lately. The sect leader, who is usually nowhere to be seen all day, either pondering something in the sect's main hall or secretly cultivating spiritual fields or building houses, has recently appeared by his side every morning as soon as he goes up the mountain. He follows him into the cultivation room, and they always discuss cultivation techniques together. He also took out all the spells that he had previously told everyone he wasn't in a hurry to learn, and told him to take some time to learn them while he was doing other things. Sun Yigao felt a little confused about what was wrong with Lin Xiao. Although he thought it was a good thing, Recently, because Lin Xiao had been cultivating with him, his cultivation speed could be described as advancing by leaps and bounds. But for some reason, he always felt that something was wrong with Lin Xiao. Sun Yigao said he was a little flustered. Lin Xiao was completely unaware of Sun Yigao's inner thoughts, and he was now living a very fulfilling life every day. Every morning, he would head straight to the Sect's cultivation room, and then spend the entire day inside with Sun Yigao without coming out. Only when he was really driven to the brink by physiological needs would he rush out to relieve himself and then immediately return. He seemed to want to live in the training room forever. Chapter 60 Preparations Before Departure. Seeing this, the other members of the sect couldn't help but intensify their cultivation. Every night when he got home, Lin Xiao would hurriedly finish his meal, not even take a shower, use a dust removal spell to solve everything, and then go back to his room to lock himself in and start researching and creating spells. He wanted to create more spells to ensure his ability to protect himself once he entered the secret realm. That way, they won't be caught without any means of dealing with danger. Lin Xiao envisioned many scenarios and then considered what kind of spells would be needed to resolve them, thus creating targeted spells. So in the past few days, he created many spells. Some are useful, but others are not useful for the time being. The reason some spells are temporarily useless is that many spells are actually very powerful and useful, but Lin Xiao's cultivation level is insufficient to use them. 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, everyone in the sect has made great progress in their cultivation, thanks to Lin Xiao's dedication to training. The 3 newest members, Yang Jinshu, Lu Shengsheng, and Lin Ying, have all reached the first level of qi refining. However, apart from Lin Xiao himself and Sun Yigao, no one else is above the 4th level of qi refining. Moreover, Lin Xiao discovered that higher aptitude does not necessarily mean faster cultivation. For example, Jiang Youfu, who recently revised the original Heart Sutra, has seen his cultivation level increase very quickly. Although he was the first to start, he wasn't actually more than a few days earlier. Despite his aptitude being merely not the best but not the worst either, his cultivation level has now advanced to the 3rd level of qi refining. Most of the other members of the sect were still hovering around the 1st or 2nd level of qi refining. After trying to cultivate the original Mind Sutra, most of them felt that they were not very capable of cultivating this mental technique, so they continued to use the original Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique. Currently, within the entire Lingxian sect, besides Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao, only Jiang Youfu, Lin Yun, and Lu Yunan have switched to cultivating the original Heart Sutra. When Jiang Youfu first came into contact with the original Heart Sutra, he felt that he seemed to be quite adept at cultivating this mental technique. Therefore, he immediately decided to modify the mental cultivation method that he, Xiao Ge, had personally created. Lin Yun and Lu Yunan, however, felt that this cultivation method was not much different from their previous cultivation of the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique, so they naturally switched to the more advanced Original Essence Heart Sutra. Lin Xiao had also thought about this phenomenon. Even if everyone has different strengths and weaknesses in their aptitude, under the influence of a perfectly matched mental cultivation method, the gap in aptitude should be greatly reduced, and there may even be a breakthrough. This shows that qualifications are not the deciding factor. Lin Xiao could already foresee that the future of their sect would be one where talent would not be the sole measure of a hero's worth. It will make people feel like they've lost at the starting line. Lin Xiao fully approves of this trend and its prospects, but he also felt that the burden on his shoulders had suddenly become even heavier. He needs to quickly create more and better mental cultivation methods suitable for everyone. Sigh. As the head of a sect, there are just too many things to worry about. Lin Xiao now wishes he could split himself in 2 to use. He used half of his time for self-cultivation and improvement, and the other half for managing and overseeing all matters, big and small, concerning the development of the sect. After 8 days of diligent practice, Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao even stopped going home at night and slept on the floor in the training room. Through this day and night cultivation, Sun Yigao's cultivation level rapidly rose, reaching the 7th level of qi refining. This also allowed Lin Xiao's cultivation to successfully advance to the 8th level of qi refining, and he is about to break through to the 9th level of qi refining. It has to be said that as one's cultivation level increases, the speed of breakthroughs becomes slower and slower. During the same period, Lin Xiao, with both AFK cultivation and his own cultivation, only reached the 8th or almost 9th level, while Sun Yigao made 4 consecutive leaps directly from the 3rd level of qi refining to the 7th level of qi refining. During this time, Lin Xiao kept thinking about the strange feeling he had experienced at the cemetery. He then went there twice more to investigate, but still found nothing. So, on the evening of the 8th day, after finishing his cultivation for the day, Lin Xiao summoned everyone in the sect and said to them, "Recently, our sect obtained an entrance to a secret realm. Only those in the chi refining stage can enter this realm, but we don't know what it's like inside yet. So I decided that Gao and I will go and explore first. Upon hearing this, everyone was completely confused because they did not understand what this secret realm meant. Sun Gao, who had been arranged to do so, was completely unaware of the situation. So everyone asked Lin Xiao. Faced with everyone's doubts, Lin Xiao explained, I don't really know exactly what this secret realm is like, but you can think of it as an independent little world. Many things inside may be different from our outside world, and it may be full of all kinds of unknown dangers and opportunities. It may be full of dangers and fire, or it may be full of treasures, or both. Our purpose in going there was twofold. First, to explore the secret realm and prepare everyone for future visits, and second, to see if we could bring back any supplies needed by our sect. Because this secret realm can't be opened at any time, it only opens between the time of the awakening of insects and the beginning of summer each year, allowing us to enter and exit. And Gao and I definitely won't be able to wait until next year, so we'll go in and lead the way this year. Hearing this, Lin Yun, who is usually quite quiet, was the first to speak up and ask, but you've never been inside before, so you don't know what's inside this secret realm. What if there's danger and you're all alone without any help? Knowing that he was concerned about him, Lin Xiao gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry, brother. Since we have the key to enter this secret realm, we can leave at any time. After we go in, the secret realm key will give each of us a one-time exit connection key. If we really encounter danger, we can open the exit and come back anytime. Lin Yu nodded, somewhat relieved. Lin Xiao then looked at everyone and said, Actually, the main reason I gathered everyone here is not to introduce this secret realm, but to tell you something else important. Lin Xiao paused, and seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he continued. 2 days later, we will enter the secret realm. There's still 20 days left before it closes. I don't know how many days we will stay inside. It might be small, and we might be able to come out after a few days of exploration. Or we might explore until the very last day. What I want to say is that during our time inside the secret realm, I hope everyone will be extra vigilant and pay close attention to the situation in our village. Chapter 61 Talismans. If anything dangerous happens in our village, remember, you must immediately bring the villagers into our sect's defensive perimeter. Of course, you must prioritize yourselves and your families. Qin Jianghe asked, puzzled. Xiaozhi, does this mean there's really going to be some danger in our village lately? Lin Xiao looked at him and said seriously, To be honest, I don't know either, but I always feel uneasy, so I want to make the arrangements as proper as possible, just in case. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly, expressing their determination to pay close attention. After returning home and having dinner, Lin Xiao didn't ponder spells like he had in the past few days, but instead opened the shop. The last time I used the system shop function was when I bought that dagger when I ruined Boss Liu. Today he plans to buy some things for his family and the people in the sect. Even though he had already told everyone, he still felt a little uneasy. Perhaps it was because he had read too many novels in the past. He was worried that if he left, something dangerous would happen to the village, causing him unbearable pain. If it were his family, this would be unacceptable to him. With something on his mind and feeling agitated, he couldn't calm down to cultivate, so he decided to spend spirit stones to buy peace of mind. Upon opening the online store, the homepage still displayed those expensive items that Lin Xiao couldn't even afford a fraction of. He had already decided what he wanted to buy after a moment's thought. So he closed the store and a moment later reopened it. The recommendations on the homepage were completely different. The recommended products have suddenly been replaced by 2 different talismans. Teleportation Talisman, priced at 1 spirit stone for 10 talismans. Location symbol, 10 spirit stones, 1 mother talisman, and 100 child talismans. Each teleportation talisman can teleport a distance of 500 meters. Simply tear the talisman open to use it. However, teleportation tokens need to be used in conjunction with locators. When a person carries a sub-talisman of a locator, tearing open the teleportation talisman will teleport them 500 meters in a straight line in the direction of the parent talisman. Therefore, as long as he places the master talisman of a locator in the sect, everyone can directly enter the sect through the teleportation talisman. With Lin Xiao's current wealth of over 100 spirit stones, it's impossible for him to provide everyone with some kind of heaven-defying, life-saving artifact. The best solution he can think of is to provide everyone with teleportation talismans so that they can quickly return to the sect if they encounter danger. The longest distance from the village to the sect is about 2,000 meters. Lin Xiao plans to give each person a positioning talisman and 5 teleportation talismans, which should be enough for a teleportation distance of 2,500 meters. Then Lin Xiao began counting heads. Besides him and Sun Gao, there were 8 people in the sect. Then there were 7 people in his own family besides Lin Yun and Lin Ning. In addition, There was Sun the landlord and Sun the ant from the Sun family, making a total of 17 people. Then there's Fu Zi's family, Tai Tu's family, and Jiang He's family. Considering the families of each disciple, after counting the series of heads, Lin Xiao felt that his spirit stone reserves were being drained. Fortunately, it doesn't include all of everyone's family members, but only those close to them. You can't blame Lin Xiao for being stingy. After all, this was just a precaution he was taking. Based on this calculation, there should be about 30 people. Lin Xiao directly counted as 40 people with 5 teleportation talismans per person, which would amount to 200 talismans. 200 sheets, which is 20 spirit stones, plus the mother-child positioning talisman, make a total of 30 spirit stones. Lin Xiao recently spent more than 20 spirit stones to create a spell, which is equivalent to spending all 50 spirit stones he had previously earned as a reward for his disciples' absorbing missions. Looking at the dwindling number of spirit stones in his private treasury, Lin Xiao, sitting on the bed, hugged his blanket and sighed. It would be great if I could make my own talismans. Ding. System task issued. Sect construction and facilities. 2. An excellent sect naturally needs various places with clear division of labor, and various supplies to help increase strength are also indispensable. Please build a talisman making room as soon as possible to provide a place for disciples to learn how to draw talismans. Lin Xiao scratched his head. No, system, he's already very busy at this point and doesn't need any more tasks to add to his stress. Once the task is issued, it cannot be revoked. Please complete the task to the best of your ability. Friendly reminder. There is no time limit for the task, so please do not feel pressured. Lin Xiao sighed. Okay, the system is still quite considerate. The next day, Lin Xiao did not send out the location talisman and teleportation talisman to everyone early in the morning. Instead, he waited until the end of today's cultivation before gathering everyone together and explaining in detail the functions and usage of the location talisman and teleportation talisman. Then he told everyone to collect them according to the number of people their families needed and could give them to. The word "can be given" here naturally refers to someone who clearly knows about their sect's existence, knows what they do every day, and trusts them. Otherwise, it would be a waste to give it to them. Lin Xiao had originally thought that 200 copies might not be enough, since people might want to give more to their family and friends. To Lin Xiao's surprise, the number of people received was exactly the same as the exact number he had counted. So, besides the share for his family, Lin Xiao had several dozen teleportation talismans and more than 60 location talismans left in his possession. Lin Xiao then distributed the extra teleportation scrolls to everyone. Each person getting an extra card means an extra 500 meters of teleportation distance. By the time this matter was settled, it was already late. Lin Xiao did not descend the mountain with the others. Instead, he went to the spirit field where he had previously planted spirit grains. Clearly, despite the fertilizer provided by Xiao Wan every day, these spirit grains still follow the laws of the 4 seasons and need to go through the growth process with the seasons. The spiritual grains in the spiritual field were still lush and green, and every seedling was growing vigorously. There wasn't a single weed in the spiritual field. It seems that Lin Yin takes good care of the spirit field every day. Lin Xiao touched his bald chin. No wonder his brother's cultivation was progressing slowly. Looking back now, Lin Yin only had half a day to cultivate each day, and the other half he had to go to the old house to learn carpentry. When he was on the mountain, he also had to take time to manage the spirit fields. It was his carelessness that allowed his brother's cultivation life to be so busy. This won't do. It seems he needs to arrange for someone else to manage the spiritual field or talk to his grandfather to see if he can shorten the time he needs to learn carpentry. He'll discuss this with me tomorrow when he delivers the teleportation talisman. Lin Xiao's visit to the spiritual field was certainly not to check on the plant's growth. He opened his private vault, took out 16 portions of spirit plant growth-promoting bone powder, and then scattered them onto the 16 spirit grain seedlings in the field. These spiritual plants have been planted for so long, but apart from the mulberry trees that were forced to grow earlier, not a single one has matured yet. He hasn't experienced the joy of success yet. He couldn't wait any longer. Chapter 62 High Yield of Spirit Valley. Not long after the spiritual plant bone meal was sprinkled, Lin Xiao saw the 16 spiritual plants in the field, which were still seedlings, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It started to sprout ears of grain in no time. To his delight, he discovered that these spirit grains had an extremely high yield. One of the spirit grains actually produced a bunch of ears of grain. After a while, the grains on these ears of grain began to grow and plump up. Lin Xiao only needed to make a slight estimate to know that the yield of the spirit grain was absolutely outrageous. Once the spirit grain has fully matured, Lin Xiao plans to cultivate more fields with it in the future. Touching a large handful of plump rice ears in his hand, Lin Xiao felt very satisfied, knowing that his sect's future food and clothing problems would soon be solved. Lin Xiao took out his sickle and began harvesting. 16 spirit grains can be harvested in no time. After harvesting all the spirit grains, Lin Xiao packed them into sacks and stored them in his private warehouse before taking them home. After returning home, I pounded all the spirit grains and weighed them. Good heavens, 16 caddies. In other words, one lingu plant produces 1 gene of rice. Lin Xiao and Lin Yun watched in shock, especially Lin Xiao, a professional farmer who had been farming for over 20 years. He quickly asked Lin Xiao, "Erlang, did you save any seeds from this millet?" Lin Xiao was stunned by the question. He was doomed. He hadn't expected this. Seeing his bewildered expression, Lin Xiao knew without a doubt that the unlucky kid hadn't been spared. He glared angrily at Lin Xiao. "You rascal. You harvest the crops, but don't save any seeds. I should have made you do more work for me." Lin Xiao scratched his head, looking quite embarrassed. "I just want to pound it quickly so I can try it tomorrow." Seeing that Lin Xiao was about to lose his temper again, he immediately took out the 4 remaining spirit grain seeds from his private treasury and showed them to him. "Dad, look, I had some leftover seeds from before." Seeing the 4 seeds in his hand, Lin Xiao said irritably, "What can 4 seeds do? They might even all be mute seeds." Lin Xiao leaned close to his ear and whispered to him, "No, father, this spirit grain is in the spirit field. Every single grain planted survives without any loss. It's true, I planted 16 grains before, and they all survived." Upon hearing this, Linda was greatly shocked, his eyes widening as he stared at Lin Xiao. "Are you telling the truth?" Lin Xiao nodded. Lin Xiao grabbed the seed tightly from his hand and said, "Give me these seeds, and I'll go up the mountain to your sacred field to plant them tomorrow. That way, you won't be so careless and neglectful." Lin Xiao thought this was perfect, so he simply said to his father, "Why don't you and my brother just move in? Anyway, our sect has a defensive barrier, so no wild beasts from the mountains will break in. It's very safe. And with you watching over things, my brother won't have to worry about taking care of those spirit fields, so he can focus more on his cultivation." Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at him. "Our family doesn't just have these 4 grains of rice. We have several acres of land to manage." Lin Yun also said, "That little bit of land, less than an acre, I finished it all by myself. There was no need for Dad to go up and watch over it." Lin Xiao could only sigh and give the teleportation talisman and locator talisman to Lin Xiao, telling him that he was going to enter the secret realm soon. Hearing his words, Lin Xiao frowned and asked, "You absolutely must go to this secret realm?" Lin Xiao then said, "No, that's not it. It's just that going there might be more beneficial to the development of my sect. But don't worry, father, I will definitely put my life first and come out as soon as I see things are not going well." Hearing this, Lin Xiao was very worried, but he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Even if a child is worried, he shouldn't actually stop him from doing something he's doing seriously, otherwise he won't be able to do anything in the future. But the necessary instructions still need to be given. Let me tell you, scholars all say that our bodies and hair are given to us by our parents. Your mother and I raised you with such care. If you go to that so-called secret realm, don't hurt yourself here and there, or you'll be unfilial to your mother and me, understand? Lin Xiao immediately assured him, "Don't worry, Dad. If there's any danger, I'll be the first to run away." Lin Yun nodded in agreement. "In my opinion, Erlang, you don't necessarily need to go to that secret realm. Our sect is doing just fine as it is now, so what more development do we need?" Lin Xiao had no choice but to say to him, "Brother, with our sect's current size, if we were to enter the real cultivation world, we wouldn't even be a match for them. We need to take advantage of the fact that we haven't really entered that circle yet, and quickly strengthen ourselves and our sect so that we won't be afraid of being wiped out by others in the future." Hearing him say that, Lin Xiao became uneasy again. "If cultivating immortality is so dangerous, I'd say you should just give up and live your lives properly." Lin Xiao scratched his face. Why do things seem to be going backwards? "Father, sometimes dangers won't just disappear if we don't cultivate. In the environment we're in now, troubles and dangers will come knocking just because we're not strong enough. On the contrary, we have opportunities to improve ourselves, so of course we should seize them. That way, when we really encounter problems, we'll be able to handle them. Don't you think that makes sense?" After much back and forth between the father and sons, Lin Xiao finally managed to get Lin Xiao to reach a preliminary agreement with him. Then the father and his 2 sons went to the old house together to distribute teleportation scrolls to everyone. Of course, another explanation was inevitable. When the 3 of them came out of the old house, the moon was already high in the sky. But Lin Xiao still felt uneasy. So on the way home, Lin Xiao stopped and said to Lin Xiao and Lin Yun, "Dad, brother, you go back first. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'll be home in a bit." Lin Xiao glanced at him and nodded. "Okay, keep an eye on the time and come back early." Then he pulled Lin Yun away. Lin Xiao turned and walked in another direction from the village. The villagers in the village have a very regular daily routine, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Now that night has fallen, most of the villagers have already gone to bed. Du Lu Shui was no exception. As the village chief, he was constantly approached by villagers during the day to resolve various matters, both big and small, and he was increasingly feeling his energy waning. He was getting old and really wanted to hand over the position of village chief, but his son was a bit slow-witted, and he couldn't find a suitable candidate among the other young men in the village. Therefore, he always goes to bed very early at night. Even if I can't sleep, I still want to lie down and rest. Just spacing out can relieve a lot of fatigue. Lin Xiao entered village chief Du's house silently. He didn't disturb anyone in the Du family, not even the Du family's dog, which was sleeping soundly in the yard. Chapter 63, Appraisal Function Enabled. Lin Xiao, in the darkness, looked at the old man lying quietly on the bed with his eyes closed and hesitated. How can he talk to this old man without startling him? After all, it was late at night, pitch black, and if he suddenly made a sound, he was afraid of scaring someone badly. After hesitating for a moment and not being able to think of a good solution, he had no choice but to raise his index finger and use the fire control technique he had recently learned to ignite a small flame at his fingertip. Lin Xiao thought that this might lessen the shock that village chief Du would experience. So he moved closer to the bed and whispered, Village Chief Du, don't be afraid. I am Lin Xiao. Village Chief Du, who was resting with his eyes closed, was startled by the sudden voice, but calmed down a bit when he heard the name Lin Xiao. When he opened his eyes, he saw a small flame burning in the darkness, and next to it was Lin Xiao's face. Village Chief Du clutched his pounding heart. This? Lin Xiao was a little embarrassed. Village Chief, don't be nervous. I am Lin Xiao, alive, a living person. You can touch me if you don't believe me. As he spoke, Lin Xiao quickly reached out and grasped Village Chief Du's hand. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's warm hand grasped his, and Village Chief Du calmed his racing heart, asking, What's wrong, Xiaogur? What are you doing, breaking into my house so late at night? As he spoke, he glanced at the small flame on Lin Xiao's fingertip, his eyes filled with surprise. Lin Xiao quickly said, To tell you the truth, Village Chief, I am now cultivating on the mountain, and I am a proper cultivator. The sect I built on the mountain is also a legitimate immortal cultivation sect, just like the Shanyang sect that recruited disciples in the town before. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Du nodded knowingly. Sure enough, he had guessed it back when Lu Laoda was involved that Lin Xiao was probably really cultivating immortality. I never expected this kid to be so amazing. Village Chief Du glanced at the small flame on his fingertip again. Lin Xiao didn't mind and quickly explained his purpose. Village Chief, you may not believe it, but I have to tell you. I'm going on a long trip soon, and a few days ago when I went with my family to the cemetery for Qingming Festival, I sensed something strange there. I can't quite put my finger on it, but with my current cultivation level, I have a feeling that it might be a dangerous aura. Therefore, for the safety of everyone in the village, if anything happens in the village, you can take the villagers to the mountainside of North Mountain and go to our Lin Xiao sect. It should be able to guarantee everyone's safety there. Upon hearing this, Village Chief Du frowned, but being an experienced village chief with decades of life experience, he remained calm and simply asked Lin Xiao, Our Xiaoshui village has been home to people for generations. Apart from the occasional drought, we have never faced any major dangers. Xiaogur, are you sure about what you're saying? Lin Xiao decisively shook his head and said, I'm not sure. After all, I can't really explain my intuition. That's why I only came to tell you, just in case. I don't know what Village Chief Du was thinking, but he smiled and nodded to Lin Xiao. Good child, it's kind of you to think about the village. Don't worry, if anything happens, I will try my best to guide the villagers up the mountain. Lin Xiao delivered the message, and regardless of what the village chief was thinking, he had done his best. So Lin Xiao said goodbye to the village chief and left the Du family. But he still didn't go home. After thinking for a while, he headed towards the home of Hu Deli, the clan chief, who seemed more reliable and had a stronger influence. Although he couldn't provide teleportation scroll for the entire village, he could still do some preparatory work for them. This is the village where he grew up for more than 10 years, and he hopes that everyone is doing well. And so, the night passed. The next day arrived. Today is the day Lin Xiao decided to depart. Lin Xiao specially brought his own large cooking pot over and set up a simple stove next to the thatched shed, asking Yang Jinshu to help steam a large pot of fragrant spirit rice. He also went to the mountain stream and used a newly created spell, Heavenly Net, Level 1, to catch more than a dozen large fish. The first stage of this spell, simply put, is to use spiritual power as a medium to control intangible things, such as air and water, to solidify into threads, forming a ring to lock onto the target. Fish, using magic to catch fish. That's unethical. Everyone in the sect finished their cultivation early today and squatted by the stove waiting for dinner. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Xiao changed the sect's defensive barrier entry permissions, making it accessible to everyone in Xiaoshui village. Anyway, now that everyone in the sect has cultivation, and some have even reached the 3rd level of chi refining, plus everyone has learned some spells, Lin Xiao isn't worried about the villagers causing trouble if they actually come in. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations! Your sect reputation has reached 50, successfully unlocking the item appraisal function. Friendly reminder, the item appraisal function can only be used when items are stored in the host's private vault. Authentication function. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. The items in his private stash could finally be appraised. Moreover, this way, he won't need to guess the function of things he acquires in the future. Lin Xiao immediately greeted the people chatting and waiting for food near the thatched hut, and then went to sit down under the 10-mile peach blossom tree by himself. He opened his private database and was going to identify each item whose function he didn't understand. First of all, there are the mist grass seeds that I obtained long ago. Lin Xiao clicked on the mist spring grass seeds in his private inventory, and a line of small text appeared next to them. Mist grass seeds can be grown into mist grass, with a maturation cycle of 3 seasons. Lin Xiao was stunned. Why didn't you tell him what the mist grass is for? He immediately realized that these were seeds, not the herbaceous plant Mystemus chinensis. For a moment, Lin Xiao had so many complaints that he didn't know where to begin. In this way, all the seeds in the private repository can be skipped. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then tapped the first-tier spirit vein fragment again. First-tier spirit vein fragments. 3 fragments can be combined to form a first-tier spirit vein. Upon seeing this line of small print, Lin Xiao was overjoyed. 3 fragments could be combined to form a low-level spiritual vein. He already has 2, meaning that he only needs 1 more for his sect to have its own spiritual vein. Lin Xiao suppressed his excitement and pointed to his own sect uniform in his private treasury. We're about to enter the secret realm, so it's best to wear proper gear when going into the dungeon. However, so far, among the items he owns, apart from the dagger he bought before, this sect uniform is the one that most resembles equipment. Therefore, Lin Xiao was very curious to know if this sect uniform had any attributes. Chapter 64, Entering the Secret Realm. Then he saw that next to the sect uniform in the private treasury was displayed Lin Xian's sect uniform, a low-level defensive magic weapon, possessing a certain degree of defensive effect. The sect uniform was indeed a defensive magical artifact. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. He said to the group of people waiting for their meal, "Hey, everyone, I have something to tell you." Hearing his call, everyone gathered around. "Xiaojie, what's wrong?" Lin Xiao then took out his sect uniform and said to everyone, "This garment of ours is actually a defensive magical artifact." Jiang Youfu scratched the back of his head, puzzled. "Brother Xiao, what is this defensive magic artifact?" Lin Xiao then realized that they knew almost nothing about cultivation except for cultivation techniques and spells, so he explained it to them. After enjoying a delicious meal of spirit rice, everyone felt refreshed and followed Lin Xiao to the large rock at the entrance to the Green Wilderness Secret Realm. Lin Dao and Landlord's son also arrived. Lin Xiao and son Yigao bid farewell to everyone and received the dry food packages prepared for them by their fathers. Lin Xiao then placed the cyan jade token, which served as the key to the Green Wilderness Secret Realm, into the groove on the large rock. Then everyone saw that a passage suddenly appeared in the air next to the big rock, as if space had been torn open. The passageway was filled with a bluish-green light, and people from the outside could not see what was inside. Just as Son Yigao was about to go in, Lin Xiao grabbed him. He tied the hem of his shirt and Son Yigao's shirt together in a knot. Looking at his rather ugly but seemingly sturdy knot, Lin Xiao said with satisfaction, "We'll keep them tied up like this to prevent our lineage from ending up in different places." Then he stepped into the passage first. "Let's go." Caught off guard, Son Yigao was immediately pulled along by the hem of his clothes and followed behind him. As soon as they entered the passage, the two felt a huge suction force pulling them inward, causing them to float and fall. The passage was filled with white light, and they couldn't help but close their eyes. However, not long after, the feeling of being grounded returned, and the two were standing on the ground again. But they felt as if they were enveloped by a bunch of plant stems and leaves. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves surrounded by lush vegetation, even above their heads. It was as if they had drowned in plants. The two huddled together, the surrounding plants leaving them with almost no room to move their limbs. On their wrists, a light wrapped around their hands. When the light faded, it revealed a red rope. This red rope is their key to leaving the secret realm. Only they can see and break it. Once the red rope is broken, the secret realm will teleport them back. After observing his surroundings, Lin Xiao discovered that these were just ordinary plants, only they were growing too lushly and were therefore very tall and dense. He found a spot that looked a little sparse and squeezed hard, creating a small opening in the plants in that direction. "Yigao, this way." As he spoke, he walked toward the gap that had been squeezed open, with Sun Yigao following closely behind. This area with lush vegetation was quite large, and Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao squeezed their way forward. As they went further, the height and density of the plants gradually decreased, making it easier for the two to walk. However, the area was too large, and it took them nearly 15 minutes to get out. When the two stood there, apart from the towering trees, the other flowers, grasses, and shrubs began to sparse, and were at most half a person tall. The clothes that Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao were wearing had been torn to shreds by the branches and were in a terrible state. Lin Xiao looked at his clothes and thought to himself, "Oh no, I'm definitely going to get a beating from my dad when I get home." He took out his Sect uniform and changed out of the clothes he was wearing, which were almost turned into a pile of tattered rags. Sun Yigao was no exception. The two were dressed in Sect uniforms, white robes with flowing dark patterns. With their outstanding demeanor, an outsider might mistake them for disciples of a major sect. After changing their clothes, the two looked back at the place they had just come from and saw that the plants behind them were becoming more and more lush, so lush that they towered into the clouds and stretched to the sky. Sun Yigao said, "Fortunately, we weren't teleported to a location that was too far back." Lin Xiao nodded. Otherwise, the two of them might not be able to find their way out until dark and would have to spend the night inside. The two continued walking forward. The climate in this secret realm is quite hot. The surrounding plants trap the heat, making it almost impossible for it to dissipate. If an ordinary person were to enter, they would likely be exhausted from the heat in no time. Fortunately, Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao have now reached the 8th and 7th levels of qi refining, respectively, so they can tolerate this temperature. When the two reached the sun directly overhead, they finally saw a small river. The water in this stream is very clear, and many small purple double-petaled flowers grow on the banks, looking somewhat like plant from the Asteraceae family. The two walked to the riverbank, and Sun Yigao squatted down, scooped up a handful of water, and splashed it on his face. Although they weren't afraid of the heat, splashing their faces like this made them feel more comfortable. Lin Xiao then picked one of the small purple flowers and put it into his private stash. He used the identification function on the flower. Cyathea, a flower that blooms in all seasons, has the effect of promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis, making it a good material for making medicinal pills. Upon seeing the words, "making elixirs," Lin Xiao immediately began picking flowers and putting them into his private stash. Seeing him like this, Sun Yigao quickly helped pick the fruit. However, he didn't look for seeds. He just didn't pluck all the flowers. He and Sun Yigao were still conscientious and left a lot of them. Their sect now holds the key to this secret realm. If needed in the future, they can simply come in and retrieve it. Judging from how ubiquitous these ring-thorn chrysanthemums are, they probably aren't some particularly rare or precious spiritual plant. After picking the flowers, the two drank some water by the river and ate some dry food with the river water before continuing on their way. They didn't know which way to go in this secret realm, so they just picked a direction and went. After walking for a short while, we entered a dense forest. The trees in this dense forest are not very thick. They are rather slender, and a child of a few years old can easily wrap their arms around them. They also have few branches, with a single trunk standing straight and tall, pointing directly to the sky. As soon as Lin Xiao entered the forest, he looked at the trees and began to consider whether he should cut them down and take them with him. These trees grow so straight that they would be perfect for use as building materials. It has to be said that if you have a private vault with a huge capacity, you can take things without any restraint. Lin Xiao told Sun Yigao about his plan to cut down the tree, and Sun Yigao nodded. Lin Xiao then prepared to take out 2 axes from his private treasury. He prepared many gathering tools before setting off, so that he wouldn't miss any of these plants. Suddenly, the two heard sounds of fighting coming from afar. Chapitre 65 Conseil technique. The two exchanged a glance and decided to hold off on cutting down the tree for now and go check on the situation. Among the many spells Lin Xiao had created before, there was a concealment spell specifically prepared for this kind of situation. Sun Yigao had already learned it long ago, so the two used concealment techniques to hide their presence and quietly walked toward the direction from which the noise came. When they arrived nearby, they saw several people fighting with swords in front of them. There were 5 people in total, all of whom looked to be 16 or 17 years old, and all of them were wearing the same style of silver-patterned red clothes. The 5-person swordplay looked quite impressive. They attacked quickly, spinning around, and their clothes fluttered in the wind. During this time, some people seized the opportunity to occasionally send 2 small fireballs flying or spray a few jets of water. Seeing this, Lin Xiao, who had created a bunch of cool and practical spells, fell silent. There was no other reason than that the people fighting were actually at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining. This is how people at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining fight. Shouldn't it be a dazzling array of spells, like using leaves as blades to create a flurry of flying leaves, or a man and sword becoming one and unleashing 10,000 swords at once? Lin Xiao suddenly felt that all the spells he had created before had suddenly lost their meaning. Meanwhile, Sun Yigao, who had recently been learning all sorts of strange spells from Lin Xiao in his spare time from cultivation, also fell silent. Although they had never been in contact with cultivators from the outside world, did they realize that this was how cultivators fought? This seems to be somewhat different from what Brother Xiao explained to them before. The two fell silent, while voices could be heard coming from the other side of the battle. Then one of the men with a large, round face shouted, "Yuan Qing, hand over the shadow grass, and for the sake of our fellow disciples, we might spare your lives." The cultivator, named Yuan Qing, whom he had called out to, was back-to-back with another companion, defending against the three's attack. The squinty-eyed cultivator, called Yuan Qing, gritted his teeth and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Yuan Gang, give up on that idea. Qing is still waiting for the shadow grass to save her life. I will never hand it over to you." His companion, who was leaning against him to fight the enemy, also spoke up. "Yuan Gong, you despicable mon? How dare you violate the sect's rule against killing fellow disciples? I will definitely report you to the enforcement hall when we get back." As they talked, their swords didn't slow down at all. They continued their back-and-forth fighting relentlessly. However, it was ultimately a 2-on-3 situation, and the numerical disadvantage was obvious. Gradually, Yuan Qing and his companion inevitably suffered several cuts. The cultivator, called Yuan Gang, seeing their struggles, couldn't help but laugh. "Suwan, isn't this enough consideration for our fellow disciples? Otherwise, you would all be meeting the king of hell long ago." Yuan Qing was struck in the arm again, and he almost couldn't hold on. He could only cover the wound with one hand and barely managed to parry the blow with the other. "Yuan Gang, aren't you afraid of being punished by the head of the family for acting like this?" Yuan Gang laughed heartily and said, "The patriarch will punish me for your sake? Do you think that's possible? I am the second elder's only son, and you? You're just an orphan who lost both parents and only has a place in the Yuan family because of your marriage contract with Qing. Do you believe that even if I kill you today, the patriarch won't do anything to me even if he finds out? In fact, he'll even betroth Qing to me. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing his words, Yuan Qing gritted his teeth and lowered his head slightly. He knew that Yuan Gang was right. The patriarch would never do anything to Yuan Gang, the elder's only son, because of him. Because now, he has no power or influence in the Yuan family or the sect, and he is nothing. Thinking that the enemy outnumbered them, and that he and his brother Su were more likely to die here, and that Qing might be betrothed to Yuan Gang by the family head after his death, he suddenly felt a little depressed. Sensing Yuan Qing's dejected expression behind him, Suwan quickly turned around to shield him from sword strike, and said, "Wake up, Yuan Qing. If you die, you'll truly lose everything." In an instant, Suwan was struck on the shoulder by a sword, and his red clothes were immediately soaked in blood, turning deep red. Meanwhile, Motuka's companion said, "Hey Su, this has nothing to do with you. If you don't help him, we might let you off the hook out of consideration for our shared sect." Suwan looked at them and chuckled. "Let me go. You want me to go back to the enforcement hall and report you? Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Even if I die today, I'll skin you alive." As he spoke, he drew his sword and swung it at them. Suwan thought his sword strike would miss, but to his surprise, with a thud, the tip of his sword had already deeply pierced the other's shoulder. The other person stood there, stunned, without uttering sound. At the same time, Yuan Qing and Suwan discovered that the dense attacks from the three opponents had suddenly disappeared in an instant. Yuan Qing, who had been feeling somewhat dejected, looked up and found that Yuan Gang and the other two were frozen in place, completely still. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, hiding behind a tree not far away, was marveling at how effective the immobilization spell was at murder and robbery. If the opponent's spiritual power is far less than his, they will not be able to break through his immobilization spell and will be at his mercy. Suwan was the first to react. He immediately looked around warily. "Who is it?" Neither Lin Xiao nor Sun Yigao moved. Suwan shouted again, "Please do not hide your true intentions." As he spoke, he slowly moved forward. Unfortunately, the direction he moved was precisely where Lin Xiao and his companion were hiding. Lin Xiao inwardly cursed. "They've frozen me in place. Why aren't they leaving? Why are they still looking for me? Are they crazy?" So he decisively lifted the immobilization spell on the three of them, including Motuka. The three, now free, looked around with lingering fear, while the other two were already considering leaving. After seeing that no one had come out for a while, Yuan Gang's courage, which had been timid for a moment, grew again. He thought that it might just be something from this secret realm passing by. So he called to his two companions, and they attacked Su Wan and Yuan Qing with their swords. Su Wan and Yuan Qing were both wounded and exhausted. Just when they were about to face another desperate situation, the three people opposite them suddenly stood still in place. After this happened twice, Su Wan and Yuan Qing finally stopped dawdling, simply thanked the sky, and then helped each other leave the dense forest. Once they were far away, Lin Xiao released the immobilization spell on Yuan Gang and the other two. The three were filled with doubt and confusion, not knowing what was going on, and they quickly ran away. In fact, with their cultivation levels of the 5th or 6th level of qi refining, the three of them could have broken through Lin Xiao's immobilization technique if they really put all their effort into it. However, since their lives were not in danger and they were frightened, they did not think to use all their strength to break free of the restraints. Chapter 66, Exploring the Secret Realm Mission. Once everyone had left, Lin Xiao finally felt relieved and took out an axe from his private stash, handing it to Sunny Gao. The two then began to diligently work as lumberjacks. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! Secret Realm Exploration Mission issued. Please find and successfully acquire the heart of the Green Wilderness Secret Realm. After acquisition, the Secret Realm will belong entirely to your sect, and no one else will be able to forcibly open it. Lin Xiao, who was getting a little tired of chopping trees, received this task and immediately put away his axe, saying to Sunny Gao, Gao, this secret realm has a secret realm heart. If we can get it, this secret realm will belong entirely to our sect, and no one else will be able to enter. Sunny Gao laughed. Actually, I think it would be good to meet other people, otherwise we wouldn't know what the cultivators outside are like. Lin Xiao shrugged and said, those people are probably just outer disciples of some minor sect. With the task of finding things, Lin Xiao no longer just went around collecting things as he used to. Instead, he would grab a handful of whatever he could and put it in his private stash. When he had time, he would appraise it to see if it was of any great use. If it was, he would put in more effort to get more of it. If it wasn't useful, he would leave it for the time being. After all, you can collect things anytime, but who knows how long it will take to find the heart of the secret realm. They walked on like this until it got dark, and Lin Xiao and his companion did not encounter anyone else. Lin Xiao was a little confused. Wasn't it said that there were 2 sects in this secret realm that sent 100 disciples in every year for training? How come they only encountered those 5 people at noon after walking all day? Could it be that this little secret realm is actually quite large? So letting 200 people in was like throwing a stone into the sea? Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao found a relatively flat spot and started a fire. The two went into the water, caught some fish, and started grilling them over a fire. Sunny Gao took out the salt his mother had given him from his storage bag, sprinkled it on the fish, and then began to turn it around. Watching him skillfully grill fish with his sleeves tucked in, Lin Xiao shook his head and smiled. Gao, I can't believe it. Just a month ago, you couldn't even fetch water properly. Sunny Gao's lips curved into a smile. I feel like I'm the most relaxed I've been in over a decade. Before, I never even dared to dream of things like sleeping outdoors and cooking for myself. He turned the fish around a few times, then let go and lay down on the grass beside him, resting his head on his hands and gazing at the starry night sky. From a young age, I studied with a lot of expectations and pressure. When I was a child, I would watch the children in the village playing in the mud, climbing trees, and catching fish. I felt that what they were doing was meaningless and boring, but I would also feel envious and occasionally want to join in. Lin Xiao also lay down on the other side of the fire, resting his head on his hand, and said, Actually, everything we do is meaningless in the face of our short lives. Sun Yigao turned to look at him. Is the sect leader such a pessimistic person? Lin Xiao looked at the night sky and smiled. I'm the kind of person who likes to waste my life, so these meaningless things are just right for me. Sunny Gao looked relaxed and then turned his head back. Indeed, life doesn't need so much meaning, or rather, just following one's own thoughts is already very meaningful. Lin Xiao turned to look at him and asked, When you joined the sect, I remember you saying that you wanted to cultivate so that you could better help the world? Sun Yigao nodded. The more books I read, the more blood and tears I see behind the words. As a scholar, I'm always a little arrogant and still fantasize about doing something or changing something with my own strength, even though it may all be in vain in the end. The fire between the 2 men crackled, and the 2 fish on top of it gradually became fragrant. The shadows of the trees swayed gently in the moonlight, and the chirping of forest birds seemed to adorn the night. The night passed in the blink of an eye. Before you know it, it's dawn again. Lin Xiao ran to the river to brush his teeth. Since learning the art of dust removal, he has never taken a bath or brushed his teeth. Looking back now, he feels that he has deprived himself of a joy in life. So he decided to reclaim that lost joy. Let's start by brushing our own teeth. Seeing Lin Xiao like this, Sunny Gao smiled, squatted down beside him, and brushed his teeth with him using the river water. After having breakfast, the two continued their journey. There's a large mountain not far away. As they entered the mountains, they found themselves in a vast valley. In the valley, the grass grows tall and the birds fly, a scene of lush greenery. In the very middle of the valley is a huge lake. Beside the lake, there is a small, thatched hut. It looks old, but it still looks very sturdy. Several deer were drinking water around the lake. Sunlight poured down from the valley, making the place seem to be coated with a dazzling fluorescent layer. It looks like a dream, so beautiful it's almost unreal. Lin Xiao became wary. Could this be an illusion? However, no matter how closely he observed, he couldn't find a single flaw in the place. Sunny Gao did not relax despite the beautiful scenery before him. He asked Lin Xiao in a low voice, "Shall we go in?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Since we're already here, and this is the only place along the way that looks a bit different, of course we have to go in and take a look." So the two of them headed into the valley. Once inside, the two discovered that the space was enormous. The lake in the center shimmered under the sunlight. As Lin Xiao approached, he saw a beam of light flash across the lake. "What is that?" When he looked again, he found that there was nothing in the lake except the reflected sunlight and clear water, which was bottomless. Lin Xiao was hesitating whether to go down to the lake to check when he heard a soft thud from the thatched hut next to him. Its door is slowly opening outwards. Lin Xiao and son Yigao immediately huddled together, their eyes fixed on the wide-open doorway. Because they were on the side of the thatched hut, they couldn't see inside. The two moved lightly, slowly walking towards the front of the thatched hut. Suddenly, a figure floated out from inside. The reason it's described as floating is because this person is completely levitating. And most importantly, it's semi-transparent. Sunny Gao and Lin Xiao immediately realized that this was not human. The two immediately retreated dozens of meters away, their eyes fixed on the ghost. The figure that suddenly appeared only floated to the door of the thatched hut and did not go any further. Seeing this, the two stopped their retreat. The figure appeared to be an elderly man in his 60s. His pale face was adorned with long eyebrows and a long beard, making him resemble the old man in various stories who could offer help to the protagonist. Lin Xiao dared not be careless, and Sunny Gao, who had never seen such a situation before, was even more vigilant. Just as the two were on guard, the old man spoke. "My dear disciple, I've been waiting for you for so long." Chapter 67, The Climbing Master. Lin Xiao and son Yigao noticed that the man's face was very strange. His face was half deathly pale and half pitch black. As for the disciple he mentioned, neither of them paid any attention to it, since neither of them recognized the figure. As they were still observing the strange figure, the old man spoke again. "A single wood-type spiritual root is good, very good." He said this while looking at Sunny Gao. Upon hearing this, Sunny Gao didn't quite understand what it meant, but Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. Sunny Gao actually has a single wood-type spiritual root. With that aptitude, even if he hadn't come to Lin Xiao's sect, he would definitely have had a bright future in cultivation if he went to another sect. Seeing that the old man's figure seemed to be speaking to him, Sunny Gao was somewhat surprised, but out of politeness, he still cupped his hands and said, "This junior is Sunny Gao. May I ask how you should address me? Senior? My brother and I were unaware that you were cultivating in seclusion here. We apologize for our intrusion." But the old man's figure was half white and kind, the other half black with a strange smile. His aged, hoarse voice was like a rusty saw, slowly piercing the beautiful scenery of the valley. "I am Liao Pontu, the Grand Elder of the Tianluo sect, also known as Venerable Pontu. You're Sunny Gao, right? My self-created soul refining technique is a superior technique of the low-grade earth level. Seeing that you have good aptitude, I intend to take you as my disciple. Are you willing to become my disciple?" Upon hearing this, son Yigao politely declined. "Thank you for your kindness, Venerable Pontu. I appreciate it, but I already have a master and have no intention of joining another sect. I hope you will understand." Lin Xiao watched their conversation with great interest, secretly thinking to himself, "Climbing the path, why does that sound so strange?" The venerable climber seemed surprised to be rejected. His strange expression froze for a moment. Then he burst into a cackling laugh. "I've been trapped here for decades, and I've finally met someone I like, but I never expected to be rejected. You're very good, very good." He laughed, then suddenly calmed down, his tone turning somewhat sinister as he said, "Over the past few decades, every year 1 or 2 people have ventured into my Spirit Heart Valley. Do you know what became of them?" Sunny Gao frowned, instinctively sensing that what this man was about to say was not a good thing. He was about to speak when Lin Xiao spoke up before he could. "Senior, I'm so sorry. My brother made a mistake and refused you. It's because you look like a naive kid like us. We'd definitely be scared, right? May I ask why you look like this?" Hearing this, the venerable climber seemed to realize that his current appearance was indeed somewhat frightening, and it was no wonder that the other party refused. So he reluctantly put away his previous aggressive posture and said, "You don't need to be afraid. My current state is only because I was persecuted by a villain. Because he swore by destiny that he could not kill me, he extracted and divided my soul and sent it to several secret realms. He then used the seal of a nascent soul cultivator to imprison me here, so that I can never escape. Therefore, this is the form of my soul now. Lin Xiao processed his words in his mind and extracted a few key points. The oath of destiny might be something like a vow against inner demons. And considering that the other party would rather go through all this trouble to trap this venerable climber than kill him, this oath of destiny might be directly related to life and death. The soul, he mentioned, means that people have a soul state, which means that in the future, he might even be able to have their soul leave their body or something. Moreover, this venerable climber did not explain why the other party had divided his soul into several parts and trapped them in several secret realms. Did he feel there was no need to explain to them? Or was he unwilling? If you don't want to. Lin Xiao touched his sharply defined chin and made a bold guess. This green wilderness secret realm is a secret realm that can only be entered by those with the cultivation level of chi refining. Is the strength of this part of the climbing venerable's soul also below the foundation establishment stage? In this way, their situation doesn't seem so dangerous. But then again, if this secret realm were fraught with danger, how could those two sects possibly allow their hundreds of disciples to come in for training? Speaking of trials, it seems they haven't encountered a single monster or anything like that since they came in. Lin Xiao was already lost in thought. After recounting his own story, the venerable Ponta continued to ask Sunny Gao, "How about it? Kid, it's your good fortune to have caught my eye." Hearing about his experience, Sunny Gao was horrified. It turns out that such persecution is not uncommon in the world of cultivators, and the methods used are even more elaborate and outlandish than those in a mortal world. However, not knowing the specifics of the matter, he naturally wouldn't readily sympathize with his climbing venerable. He merely glanced at Lin Xiao, and seeing that he seemed to be thinking about something else and made no further move, he still refused. "I'm sorry, Senior. I am very satisfied with my current sect and have no intention of changing sections. I would appreciate it if you could find another worthy disciple." Hearing that he had still refused him, Venerable Ponta was furious, but then he seemed to suddenly remember something and waved in their direction. What was originally a lush green meadow beneath Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao's feet suddenly transformed into a vast medicinal field filled with various herbs. Lin Xiao, who was lost in thought, was also brought back to his senses by this shock. He couldn't help but squat down and pluck a small herb. It was put into the private vault, and the authentication function was activated. Miscanthus sinensis, an annual plant, is a good feed for wild boars. He thought it was an illusion, but it turned out to be real. The venerable Pontiff stroked his beard and said proudly, "If you become my apprentice, this herb field that I have carefully tended for decades will all belong to you. How about it?" Sun Yigao sighed. This venerable one was too persistent. Just as he was about to refuse again, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke up. "Senior, it seems you have no chance of taking him as your disciple. However, perhaps I can help you bring the part of your soul that is trapped here out of the secret realm. What do you think?" Feeling that he was being too ungrateful for being rejected time and time again, Venerable Pontu was about to get angry. All he wanted was to take on a disciple to inherit his mantle. Was it easy for him? But he didn't expect to hear Lin Xiao say these words. To be honest, his heart, which had been dormant for decades, was moved. So much so that the hand that was gently stroking his beard almost pulled it off, but fortunately he was in spirit form at the moment. But he was still somewhat skeptical. "You two are just two little kids at the 8th or 9th level of chi refining. How could you possibly break the seal set by this nascent soul cultivator?" Lin Xiao was puzzled. How did he know his cultivation level? Didn't he have a divine sense shielding function? Host, the other party did not use divine sense to probe, but directly observe the fluctuations of spiritual energy around you two to know your cultivation level. This ability is only possessed by cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above. Chapter 68, Heart of the Secret Realm. I see. Seeing the venerable climbing past state of mind, Lin Xiao knew that he had guessed correctly. He really wanted to go out. What is a disciple compared to one's own freedom? If I can go out on my own, why would I be in such a hurry to have someone else inherit my mantle? So Lin Xiao smiled innocently at him and said, "Don't worry, Senior. Please wait a moment. I'm sure I'll find a way to unseal you and get you out of here." No wonder Lin Xiao was so confident, because just now, the system in his mind suddenly sounded. Friendly reminder. Please note that the heart of the green wilderness will appear within 100 meters of the host. It's like searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. The heart of the secret realm was right here. If one possesses the heart of the secret realm and masters the secret realm, even a seal set by a nascent soul cultivator could be easily broken, right? Lin Xiao thought to himself. which is why he dared to make such a promise to Venerable Pontu. However, Lin Xiao noticed that since they entered the valley, he hadn't moved much, but the system was only giving him a notification now. Why was that? Just as Lin Xiao was pondering, a bright light flashed across the lake beside him. If you weren't paying attention, you might think it was just a normal reflection of sunlight. But Lin Xiao, who had been keeping a close eye on his surroundings, noticed it. He recalled seeing the same light when he first came in. So he boldly guessed that the reason the system didn't give a notification at that time was because the heart of the secret realm could move. And they entered just as the heart of the secret realm was leaving. Therefore, he needs to hurry. Who knows if the heart of the secret realm will run away again, or if it will ever return, or how long it will take to return. So he immediately turned to the venerable climbing path and said, "Why don't you wait a bit, senior? I'll go find a solution right now. My brother will stay here with you for a while, so please don't lay a hand on him." Then he turned to Son Igao and said, "Igao, wait here for me. I'll be right back." After saying that, without waiting for the two to say anything, he turned around and leaped into the shimmering lake. The two people on the shore, or more accurately, one person and one soul, were both extremely surprised as they watched Lin Xiao leap into the water. Son Igao was surprised by his behavior, but when he thought that Lin Xiao always had his reasons for doing things, he gradually felt relieved. The venerable climber was surprised because there was a power in the lake that made him feel uneasy, which prevented him from daring to explore the huge lake right next to him for decades. It was a power that terrified him. His intuition told him that if he entered the lake, he would be completely annihilated by that power. Moreover, the sentence he didn't finish saying earlier, that everyone who had trespassed into Lingxin Valley over the past few decades had been thrown into this lake that he considered extremely dangerous. Because his current soul body is only at the 9th level of chi refining, if he were to fight those little chi refining children, it would be time-consuming and laborious, and it would also easily damage his soul body. Therefore, he usually chooses to throw people directly into the lake and finish them off in one move. Those people never came back up. There weren't even any corpses that surfaced. Seeing Lin Xiao leap off the cliff, Venerable Climbing Path believed that his chances of survival were slim. Although the lake seemed to have a barrier effect on his divine sense, he was unable to detect what was happening beneath it or know the condition of the boy who jumped in. But he thought, how could this kid at the 8th level of chi refining possibly withstand an existence that even he feared? So he turned to Son Igao and said, "Your brother is probably in grave danger. Now you're all alone. Do you want to become my disciple, or do I have to deal with you? After all, I will never let you reveal that my soul is trapped in this secret realm." Son Igao was somewhat helpless. "Senior, I neither want to die nor want to be your disciple. I believe my brother will return safely." Seeing that he was so stubborn, Venerable Ponda did not force him. In any case, he had set up illusion arrays in the vicinity, so this little kid at the 7th level of chi refining could not escape. He merely gave Son a cold snort and said, "Since you trust your little brother so much, I'll give you 1 day to let it go. If he doesn't come up after 1 day, and you still don't agree, don't blame me for being ruthless." Meanwhile, in the lake, Lin Xiao plummeted rapidly through the lake, barely managing to use his self-created water control technique to avoid the water and maintain his breathing. As soon as he entered the lake, he felt a tremendous suction force coming towards him. However, before he could come up with a solution, he heard the system in his mind say, "Friendly reminder. Please note that the heart of the green wilderness will appear within 50 meters of the host. Friendly reminder. Please note that the heart of the green wilderness will appear within 10 meters of the host. Friendly reminder. Please note that the heart of the green wilderness has appeared before the host." Lin Xiao quickly opened his eyes and saw a green jade stone, about the size of his head, looking him up and down from 5 centimeters away. For some reason, even though the green jade stone had no facial features or limbs, Lin Xiao felt as if it was scrutinizing him. But Lin Xiao didn't care. The opportunity was right in front of him. He quickly raised his hands and grabbed both sides of the green jade stone. Then, the system notification in his mind immediately rang out in perfect unison. Should I collect the heart of the green wilderness? Sensing that the green jade in his hand was struggling, Lin Xiao didn't even listen to the full prompt before decisively choosing yes. So, before the green jade could even begin to struggle, it was taken away. The heart of the green wilderness has been obtained. Do you wish to begin refining it and bring it into your sect? Is there even a question? Lin Xiao would definitely choose yes. The refinement of the heart of the green wilderness is about to begin. Friendly reminder. Refining at the heart of the green wilderness's birthplace will result in a faster and more effective process. Just as Lin Xiao was about to complain about how he had no idea where the heart of the secret realm was born, he saw a small pink arrow appear in front of him, pointing straight to the bottom of the lake. All right. He immediately dived to the bottom of the lake. Upon reaching the bottom of the lake, he discovered that it was a huge platform made up of a great deal of algae. There's a small indentation in the very center of the platform. Its size matches the size of the secret realm heart that was just taken. So Lin Xiao swam to the top of the depression and sat down cross-legged. The system's voice sounded again. Begin refining the heart of the secret realm. Since the refining process requires the host as a medium, please concentrate during the process. Otherwise, the refining may fail. The heart of the secret realm will shatter. It will be reborn 10 years later. The moment he began refining, Lin Xiao felt as if a bridge was gradually being built between himself and the heart of the secret realm within his private treasury. Chapter 69, Persuasion. He quickly closed his eyes and began to focus on refining it. Strands of spiritual energy were drawn from Lin Xiao's body and attached to the heart of the secret realm. At first, the heart of the secret realm remained unresponsive. However, as time passed and the spiritual energy threads gradually increased, the heart of the secret realm gradually began to glow. Soon after, a fluorescent light flowed from the heart of the secret realm, spreading along the threads of spiritual energy. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao suddenly heard a ringing sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully refined the heart of the Green Wilderness secret realm. The exploration mission is complete. Rewards have been sent to your private treasury. Please check your account. Lin Xiao didn't rush to check the reward, but quickly swam towards the lake. His brother Gao is still waiting for him up there, in the valley of Spirit Heart. The moon was already high in the sky. Sunny Gao sat in meditation in the medicinal herb field not far away. Since Lin Xiao went down into the lake, he hasn't moved an inch here. Physiological problems were also quietly resolved using spells such as water control and dust removal. Meanwhile, the venerable climber had already retreated to his thatched hut to rest. The bright full moon generously poured its moonlight onto the tranquil lake surface. The entire valley looked peaceful and beautiful. Suddenly, a splashing sound startled Sunny Gao, who was meditating. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Lin Xiao surfacing to breathe, preparing to go ashore. Xiao Jia! Sunny Gao rushed over and instinctively reached out to pull Lin Xiao ashore. He saw Lin Xiao leap out of the water in an instant, then lightly touch the lake water with his toes a few times before reaching the shore. Sunny Gao smiled and withdrew his hand. Having only recently become a cultivator, he was still quite unaccustomed to using these spells. It seems that in the future, besides water control and dust removal, he would need to get used to using other spells more often. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow at him smugly and whispered, "This secret realm will now belong entirely to our sect." Upon hearing this, Sunny Gao was somewhat surprised, but then he was very happy for the sect. He knew that Lin Xiao's sudden decision to go into the water must have been for a reason, and he was confident in his ability to do so. Meanwhile, at the thatched hut, Venerable Pontu, who had heard the commotion in the lake, also came out of the hut. When he saw Lin Xiao standing safely on the shore, he felt somewhat incredulous. After all, he's been throwing people into this lake for decades and has never seen anyone come out alive, though of course, no one has died either. How did you manage to escape from that lake? Venerable Pontu asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. Lin Xiao turned to look at him and chuckled. Senior, I can let you out now. Do you want to leave? Lin Xiao did not answer Venerable Pontu's question, but his question successfully made Venerable Pontu forget his question. He began to ponder. He had been longing to leave for decades, but now that the opportunity to go out is actually in front of him, he hesitates again. What use is it for him to go out now? In this secret realm, he was only a part of the soul, but he possessed the cultivation level of the 9th level of chi refining, and his physical body was nowhere to be found. If that person finds out, they'll just capture him again, throw him into another place, and seal him away again until his soul is completely destroyed. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Xiao's eyes darted around, and he asked him, Senior, are you worried about not having a place to stay after you leave? The venerable climber shook his head. I am now only a part of my soul, and I cannot release all of my soul from the various secret realms. Moreover, I do not know where my physical body is. What good would it do if I went out? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he said, That's perfect. Come with me. Join our sect, and I'll find you other soul bodies and physical bodies. How about that? The venerable Ponta clearly didn't quite believe his words. You? Do you know that I am a dignified, nascent soul cultivator? The person who harmed me to this extent is also a nascent soul cultivator, and a thoroughly evil cultivator at that. Killing a mere chi refining child like you would be as easy as turning one's hand. Lin Xiao immediately promised. Anyway, your soul is trapped here now, with no freedom and little understanding of the outside world, right? Come out with me, and you'll have a chance to return to your peak. If you miss this opportunity now, you might never find another one like it. Come with me, join our sect, and stay here to recuperate. Think about it, it's been decades. How could that nascent soul cultivator who harmed you have been thinking about you for so long, searching everywhere to see if you whom he sealed with his split soul, have escaped. I'm not saying this to be mean, senior, but you think too highly of yourself. Seeing that Venerable Pontu's expression was a bit off, Lin Xiao quickly changed the subject. Then let's set a time. 10 years, how about it? Within 10 years, I'll help you find the rest of your soul and body. Wouldn't that make everyone happy? This is the soul of a nascent soul expert. Although this part of the soul is only at the chi refining stage, Lin Xiao believes that it would be great if their sect could have another chi refining soul with nascent soul knowledge. He knows a lot and is not very capable. If they don't bring him back to the sect, he feels like they're losing out big time. So Lin Xiao tried his best to deceive them. Venerable Pontu stroked his beard and slowly said, "What if you haven't found it within 10 years? In fact, he was already tempted. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that he would definitely have a better chance of getting out of this secret realm than staying in it would be much better. But he also knew that this kid was probably trying to fool him and get him to join their sect. I wonder which elder in their sect this kid is a disciple of. He's so keen on recruiting people into the sect. If he were the sect leader, he would definitely cherish a disciple like this. But then he thought, this kid must be doing very well in the sect. Otherwise, why would he be so concerned about the sect? His seniors must have treated him well. So it would be reasonable to have his seniors fulfill their promise to find him a soul body." Upon hearing his question, Lin Xiao touched his nose and said, "If I fail to complete the task, will you leave? Or shall I put you back into this secret realm?" Venerable Pontu, "Thank you." Sunny Gao, standing nearby, almost couldn't help but laugh and forced himself to cough twice. Fortunately, Venerable Pontu had seen his share of storms and quickly regained his voice, saying, "All right, hurry up and break the seal for me." Lin Xiao nodded. "All right, just wait here." He was about to use the heart of the green wilderness to remove the seal that trapped Venerable Climber when he suddenly stopped in his tracks, as if he had noticed something. Seeing that he had suddenly stopped moving, Venerable Pontu asked in confusion, "Little one, what are you waiting for?" Chapter 70, the space within the heart of the secret realm. Looking at the scene in the heart of the secret realm, Lin Xiao's eyes gradually reddened. He first looked up at Sunny Gao before turning to look at Venerable Pontu, his eyes filled with an indescribable heaviness. Venerable Pontu was completely bewildered. "What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" Lin Xiao took a deep breath, opened a gap in the space of the heart of the secret realm, and stepped aside to say to him, "See for yourself." Climbing Venerable was puzzled, and Sunny Gao was also wondering what had happened. The two of them looked at the spatial entrance that had suddenly opened beside Lin Xiao. Inside the entrance was a space of moderate size, where a dozen or so people were lying haphazardly on the ground. Most importantly, all of these people were emaciated, and some even looked like mummies. On the ground, there were also many fish bones and human bones scattered around. Tooth marks can still be seen on the human bones. Those who are still alive inside are all breathing very weakly. The one who looked most human inside slowly turned his head to look at the opening of the portal. Then he saw Venerable Pontu outside. His originally dull and lifeless eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, which made Venerable Pontu, a well-informed nascent soul cultivator, feel a chill run down his spine. Apart from this person, no one else inside had the energy to pay attention to anything. They all lay on the ground, barely clinging to life by their last breaths and the spiritual energy within their bodies. Like Lin Xiao, upon seeing this scene, Sun Yigao's eyes reddened, and he felt a deep sorrow in his heart. This scene is truly horrific. Anyone who sees this scene would feel a tightness in their chest. What kind of despair did these people suffer? Having mastered the heart of the secret realm, Lin Xiao already knew the reason behind the scenes recorded by the heart of the secret realm. The heart of the secret realm can record all the scenes within the entire secret realm, including its own space. If Lin Xiao wants, he can view everything that happens here every year. And those lying in the heart of the secret realm right now are all chi refining cultivators who were thrown into the lake by Venerable Climbing Path over the past few decades. They were suddenly thrown into the lake and then unconsciously sucked into its small space by the immense suction of the heart of the secret realm. This space, no bigger than a few rooms, was completely empty. Apart from the four walls, there was nothing there. After they were sucked in, they could only survive on the occasional fish and shrimp that were sucked in and the lake water. If this space hadn't been opened by someone manipulating the heart of the secret realm, it would have been a complete dead end, one that could only be entered but never exited. Thus, these people living here rely on fish and shrimp and on the humans who are sucked in the following year. Of the dozens of people, more than a dozen are still alive. But basically they were just barely breathing. At first glance, the place was already deathly still, and they could only lie on the ground to breathe. The cultivator who still had the strength to turn around and look at Venerable Pontu was now staring at him with bloodshot eyes, looking as if he wanted to devour him alive. He hated it so much. It was this person who caused them to eke out a living in this despairing space, where they had to kill each other. When he came in last year, he was shocked by the scene, which was not much different from what it is now. At first, he was still able to feed and water the people on the ground who were still alive, but later, he was too busy taking care of himself to care about them anymore. On one occasion, he was almost bitten off a large chunk of flesh by someone who thought he was completely exhausted. Although they were all chi refining cultivators, they were not likely to starve to death, even if they did not eat often. But in the end, they were just chi refining cultivators. They cannot survive without food for a long time. They will be hungry and thirsty. He would never forget lying on the ground like a dog, licking the bits of lake water that occasionally got sucked into the space. Nevertheless, looking at the stark white bones on the ground, the clearly visible teeth marks, and the people on the ground who were nothing but skin and bones, he still managed to suppress his urge to devour his own kind. The others endured it, waiting until someone stopped breathing before swarming in and devouring them completely. They will only have bones left, so that one day, if they can go out again, they can take their ashes for burial. This is an agreement between each newcomer and those who came before them. For the past year, despair has been consuming him every moment. He thought that if he hadn't been a cultivator, without the support of his belief in cultivation, he might have already given up and committed suicide. And the source of all the tragedy in this cramped space comes from that inhuman, ghostly thing outside. Lin Xiao remained silent for a moment. He manipulated the heart of the secret realm to release these people, as well as the skeletons. Then Lin Xiao turned to the still shocked venerable climbing path and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, I don't think I can unblock you." Looking at the tragic scene before him, which could be said to have been caused by Venerable Pontu, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that it was only right that he had been sealed here for so many years. Although their sect might really need such a knowledgeable senior. But he couldn't accept someone who had caused all of this. Venerable Pontu was shocked. He looked at these people and asked Lin Xiao what they're doing. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and said, "After you threw them into the lake, they were all sucked into this space by the heart of the secret realm. If they hadn't been able to get out today, that place might have been their grave. It's like a living tomb." Upon hearing this, Venerable Pontiff fell silent. Since he began cultivating, fighting, and killing, taking lives, and the winner taking all are all perfectly normal occurrences for him. But he never considered torturing others inhumanely. However, faced with a situation that he had indeed created, he could not refute it. He originally wanted to say that it wasn't his fault, and that if they hadn't encountered the heart of the secret realm and been sucked in, everything would have been fine. Besides, the heart of the secret realm wasn't under his control, and that wasn't his intention. But he ultimately chose to remain silent. Seeing that many of them were wearing the same red robes as the two men they had encountered before, named Yuan Qing and Su Wan, Sunny Gao said to Lin Xiao in a somewhat hoarse voice, "I'll go find their fellow disciples." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao walked to the side of the person who had been staring at Venerable Pontu with resentment. This person was the only one who was still conscious. He said softly, "Do you have any token? So that we can help you find your fellow disciples." Upon hearing his voice, the man reluctantly looked away from Venerable Climbing Path. He slowly turned his head, glanced at Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao, and then lowered his head to look at his waist. Chapter 71, Blocking the Way. Lin Xiao followed his gaze and saw the jade pendant at his waist, which was engraved with the two characters Tianxian. So he reached out and took off the jade pendant, then nodded to him and said, "We will find your fellow disciples as soon as possible. Hang in there." Sunny Gao took out all the dry rations he had, broke them into small pieces, and placed them near these people with a cloth. He also opened his water bag and placed it next to the man. Lin Xiao glanced at Venerable Pontu, said nothing, and turned to leave with Sunny Gao. On the way, Lin Xiao asked Sunny Gao, "Do you regret taking this path?" Sunny Gao shook his head. "I think I'm glad I chose this path." Lin Xiao smiled and said nothing more. The two of them left the valley. Now that Lin Xiao has the heart of the secret realm in his hands, finding someone in this secret realm is a piece of cake. After thinking for a moment, he used the heart of the secret realm to locate Yuan Qing and Su Wan. After all, he didn't know anyone else, and it seemed that the two of them were generally reliable people. Having grasped the heart of the secret realm, Lin Xiao finally realized just how vast the Green Wilderness secret realm truly was. The entire secret realm is diamond-shaped, with small ends and a large middle. The Spirit Heart Valley they had just emerged from was the very center of the entire secret realm. Lin Xiao didn't have time to carefully observe the situation in the secret realm. He only glanced at the direction where Yuan Qing and the other person were before rushing over there. Although he felt that Venerable Pana wouldn't do anything more to those people. But his gut feeling was that it would be better to go back sooner. Thanks to the heart of the secret realm, the two had no obstacles along the way. All the monsters and dangers that encountered them gave way. Lin Xiao's initial idea of training himself and Sunny Gao when he first entered this place was immediately thwarted. However, he tried to comfort himself, thinking that experiencing these hardships on the path of cultivation was a kind of training, wasn't it? With a clear direction and no obstacles in sight, Lin Xiao and his companion moved forward at a rapid pace. I thought we would find the person and go back soon, but we still encountered an obstacle. Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao were stopped by two men who were resting by a river in a small forest. The two men were dressed in dark yellow robes, looked to be around 20 years old, and were both at the 7th level of Qi refining. One of them said, "Oh, you guys aren't even wearing Sect uniforms? You must be a bunch of idiots from the Tianxin Sect." The other man sized up Lin Xiao and his companion with a greedy look in his eyes. He first shouted to Sun Yi, "You kid, you look only 15 or 16 years old, yet you already have the cultivation level of the 7th level of Qi refining. Do you have some kind of cultivation manual or some kind of magic weapon?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Lin Xiao, and he smiled arrogantly. "Mortal? Impossible. This secret realm can only be entered by those who have cultivated Qi. You must have some kind of magical treasure that can conceal your cultivation level. Huh, I'm truly blessed by the heavens to have run into two fat sheep like you here." Sun Yigao remained silent. Why do all the outside cultivators he's encountered so far seem a bit abnormal? Is everyone in the cultivation world like this? Instead of focusing on cultivation, they spend their days doing things completely unrelated to the path of cultivation. This is quite different from the image of an immortal he has always held in his mind. Lin Xiao was somewhat excited. The test has begun. Start gaining fighting experience by farming these experience packs. So he winked at Sun Yigao. "Yigao, the one on the right is yours." As he spoke, he leaped and pounced on the person on his left. A magical spell like Mount Tai pressing down. With a loud bang, the man on the left was tackled to the ground and ended up with a mouthful of dry leaves and mud. Fortunately, this person was already at the 7th level of Qi refining, so he didn't completely faint from the blow. The moment Lin Xiao got up, he used a minor healing spell on himself, preparing to stand up and fight Lin Xiao, but found that he couldn't move. He quickly channeled his spiritual power to break through Lin Xiao's immobilization spell. Then, in a short time that he was delayed, Lin Xiao unleashed another crushing attack on him. Bang! Sunny Gao, who was standing to the side, watched Lin Xiao playing with great enthusiasm, and then glanced at his opponent on the right. The opponent was stunned for a moment when he saw Lin Xiao's attack. Then he turned around and tried to run away, but found that his whole body was locked by a bunch of spiritual energy threads. Sun Yigao followed Lin Xiao's example, giving no one a chance to open up, and used hypnosis on the person the moment he locked them in. Of all the spells Lin Xiao created, he believed that hypnosis was the one he used with the lowest probability. This trick is useless for people who are focused. However, the cultivator Sun Yigao was dealing with clearly did not expect that he would have such a hypnotic method. The moment he was locked by the spiritual energy threads, his brain was blank, and before he could react, he fell asleep. Clearly, Sun Yigao was still not used to hitting people, so he chose this relatively mild method. But it wasn't the case for Lin Xiao. The other person was knocked unconscious by Lin Xiao. Seeing the two lying on the ground, Sun Yigao was worried that they might be carried away by some wild beast, so he moved them to a tree, sprinkled some realgar powder around them, and even cast a spell to make them look better. Then the two of them, feeling refreshed, continued their journey. As he traveled, Lin Xiao pondered the battle he had just fought. Okay, that doesn't count as a fight. That's called a one-sided beating. Lin Xiao wondered why he could beat his opponent so easily, even though he was only slightly more powerful than him. Even if you don't look at him, the same goes for Sun Yigao. They were both at the same level of Qi refining stage 7. To say that they acted unexpectedly wouldn't be entirely true. Given the same cultivation level, even if someone gains an unexpected advantage, the situation shouldn't be such a one-sided and overwhelming defeat. Moreover, he had just sensed that these Qi refining cultivators had relatively simple attack methods. Lin Xiao wondered, could it be that they're stronger than these cultivators of the same level? Not only in magic, but perhaps in mental cultivation as well. If you have the chance, you must try to get some cultivation methods from other sects. Let's see what level of mental techniques they mainly use. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that the Venerable Pan-Tu had mentioned that he would teach Sun Yigao his own unique mental cultivation method or something. It seemed to be some kind of low-grade earth rank. After traveling all night, Lin Xiao and his companions finally found Yuan Qing and his companion. They are picking purple fruit from a tree. Seeing the two of them, Yuan Qing was very puzzled. "May I ask what brings you two to us?" Su Wan, standing next to him, gripped his sword more tightly, looking somewhat wary. Lin Xiao asked directly, "You two are both from the heavenly profound sect, right? I wonder if your sect always loses one or two people who enter this secret realm each year and don't come out?" Chapter 72, Helping Others. Upon hearing this, the two of them were somewhat puzzled and said, "That's hard to say. One year, More than a dozen senior brothers and sisters were missing from the trip. Lin Xiao, without further ado, he decisively took out the jade pendant engraved with the words Tianxian and said, "Yesterday we discovered a place where many people from your sect are being held, and they weren't all here this year. They're all in very poor health. Would you like to go and help them?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Xing took the jade pendant from his hand and examined it for a moment. He found that it was indeed a Sect jade pendant. Just as he was about to agree, he felt Su Wan gently tug at his hem from behind. So he didn't speak, while Su Wan stepped forward and said to Lin Xiao and the other two, "How do we know you're not lying to us? What if you set a trap for us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded to him with a smile and said, "Very vigilant, not bad at all." Su Wan felt extremely awkward being praised like that by a boy who looked several years younger than him. However, the next moment, he felt as if his whole body was frozen in place and unable to move. Then he heard the boy say again, "We were the ones who saved you when you were being chased before. If we wanted to do something to you, what could you do about it?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he found that his body was free again. Su Wan and Yuan Xing looked at the two of them in great surprise. "So it was you who helped us before?" Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and go. Saving lives is the priority. As for your senior brothers and sisters, I reckon if you two go any later, they might not be able to hold on." After saying that, Lin Xiao and son, Yigao, turned around and walked back. Hearing his urgent tone, Yuan Xing and his companion had no choice but to suppress their surprise and gratitude and follow behind them. Because they had to accommodate Yuan Xing and his companion's speed, their return journey took longer than their outward journey. Along the way, Yuan Xing and Su Wan were quite surprised. "We haven't encountered any danger along the way." They were attacked by monsters as soon as they entered the secret realm. Lin Xiao also checked for other cultivators nearby as he traveled, avoiding them if they were, to prevent unnecessary trouble and delays. Having gained experience from the previous two battles against these chi refining cultivators, Lin Xiao no longer had any intention of fighting them for training. So it's better to hurry up and get going. By the time they returned to Lingxin Valley with Yuan Qing and the other person, it was already the afternoon of the third day. Upon entering, Lin Xiao saw the nearly transparent remnant soul of the climbing venerable lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. The dozen or so cultivators who were originally lying on the ground, looking emaciated but were still breathing, now had a faint hint of color in their faces. It no longer looks like a dried-up corpse. After using the heart of the secret realm, Lin Xiao immediately knew what had happened here in the past 2.5 days. It turned out that Venerable Pontiff felt guilty when he saw the appearance of this group of people, so he used his soul power and spiritual power to strengthen their foundation and nourish their vitality. However, Venerable Pontu's soul was too weak, and he knew that his current soul was not strong enough. Therefore, he did not try to restore everyone to normal, but instead strengthened everyone's foundation and vitality to ensure that everyone had more vitality. Therefore, what Lin Xiao and the others saw now was a group of people lying on the ground groaning, and they could hear their breathing, which was sometimes heavy and sometimes light. Meanwhile, the soul of the venerable climber appeared to be on the verge of dissipating. The cultivator who had been staring at Venerable Pontu with eyes full of resentment no longer stared at him, but instead quietly closed his eyes to rest, lost in thought. Upon seeing this person, Yuan Qing exclaimed in surprise, "Senior brother he." Hearing the call, the cultivator opened his eyes, looked at Yuan Qing with surprise and joy, but he was too weak to speak, and his voice was barely audible. "Junior brother Yuan." Yuan Qing quickly stepped forward and grabbed his arm, saying, "That's great, senior brother he. You're still alive. What happened to you? Were you attacked?" Upon hearing this, senior brother he glanced indifferently at Venerable Pontu, who was about to lose his soul, and said, "It's too painful to recall, better left unmentioned." Standing beside the two, Su Wan saw that many of the people on the ground were wearing the sect robes of their Tianxian sect. He knew without a doubt that these were fellow disciples who had disappeared in previous years. Among them, some were wearing dark yellow robes, which made them look like people from the Dishuan sect. Seeing that everyone looked very weak, he quickly took out his last bottle of chi nourishing pills from his storage bag and squatted down to feed them one by one. Seeing this, Yuan Qing quickly took out a bottle of chi nourishing pills from his storage bag and fed them to everyone. After taking the chi nourishing pill, the complexion of the people on the ground improved slightly. But it's only a little bit. Yuan Qing looked at the people scattered all over the ground and was at a loss. They all had to meet at the exit to leave the secret realm, and could only leave after the sect elders opened the exit. But now the senior brothers and sisters on the ground are all so weak that they can't even sit up, let alone walk. How are he and Su Wan going to get so many of them to the exit? Neither of them possessed any flying artifacts. As if sensing his thoughts, Lin Xiao spoke up. "Brother Yuan, are you having trouble figuring out how to get out of the secret realm?" Upon hearing his question, Yuan Qing nodded repeatedly. Lin Xiao touched his nose and lied. Actually, there's an exit in this valley that leads to the outside world, and this exit will send you back to the same place you came from. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qing and Su Wan both looked up at him with great surprise. Brother Lin, is what you say true? Lin Xiao nodded and said, Of course. Look at the two of us. Neither of us are disciples of your two sects, right? To tell you the truth, we are the ones who enter and exit the secret realm from this place. Sunny Gao listened to Lin Xiao's blatant lies from the side, silently looking up at the sky. Yuan Qing clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lin Xiao and said, Please, brothers, lead us to this exit and help us get our fellow disciples out. Lin Xiao smiled and said, It's a small matter. Helping others is the style of our generation. As he spoke, he turned and walked to the side with his back to the crowd. He pretended to search for a while, then suddenly stopped at a certain spot as if he was fiddling with something. In reality, he was secretly using the heart of the secret realm to open an exit that could connect to the place they had entered. He opened an exit in a short while, then turned to Yuan Qing and the others and said, All right, the exit is open. Hurry up and get them out. Chapter 73, Soul Nourishing Wood. After Yuan Qing and Su Wan led the disciples from Tianxin Sect and Dishuan Sect, who had been trapped here in previous years out, Lin Xiao closed the exit, then turned around and walked to the almost transparent climbing venerable, who seemed to be about to disappear at any moment. Lin Xiao looked at him with a calm expression. The venerable Ponta lay half reclined on the ground, motionless, his eyes closed as if waiting for the moment when he would completely vanish. Lin Xiao sighed softly and said to him, You won the bet. I'll unblock you right now. Why I promised you before still stands. Upon hearing this, Venerable Ponta kept his eyes closed, but the expression on his half-white, half-black face relaxed slightly, almost imperceptibly. Lin Xiao used the heart of the secret realm to directly erase the seal that had been binding him. The reason he changed his mind and decided to unseal Venerable Pontu was because of this person's act of saving people by almost sacrificing his own soul. Even though Lin Xiao knew that the nascent soul cultivator, Venerable Pontu, was doing this out of some guilt, it was hard to say how much he felt, but he was definitely taking a gamble to make him change his mind and unseal him again. But this action by Venerable Pontu at least shows that when he needed Lin Xiao's help, he knew where Lin Xiao's bottom line was and would take the initiative to avoid him. The two sect disciples who were killed had nothing to do with Lin Xiao, and Venerable Pontu had shown his willingness to compromise. Lin Xiao's sect also needed such a knowledgeable local cultivator. So Lin Xiao was willing to accept Venerable Pontu and fulfill the conditions he had previously agreed to. Moreover, there's another reason why Lin Xiao is like this. That's because on the way back with Yuan Qing and the other person, Lin Xiao had some free time. So he checked the rewards for this secret realm exploration mission in his private treasury to accommodate their travel speed. This mission rewarded 3 items: 100 spirit stones, 1 soul nourishing wood, and 1 Myriad realms iron bucket. The purpose of that multiverse iron bucket is still unknown. But he knew about the soul-nourishing wood. Although Lin Xiao had never seen this thing before, he found the 3 characters very familiar. This is combined with the only soul he has encountered so far. The reason why the system, which has always been very considerate, gave out this item is self-evident. He even used the identification function to check it out. Superior grade, soul-nourishing wood is an excellent material for nourishing the soul. Each piece can be used for a very long time. When not in use, it can be placed in a place with abundant yin energy for preservation. Once a soul has been nourished by soul-nourishing wood, it cannot separate from the wood if it does not have a physical body. Seeing the extremely weak, venerable Pontu on the ground, Lin Xiao didn't waste any words and directly took out the soul-nourishing wood from his private treasury and placed it next to Venerable Pontu. This soul-nourishing wood is very large, about half a meter long and as thick as 2 adult arms. Its appearance is as if it has been polished for many years, and its entire body is dark and has a moist luster. As soon as it was placed next to Venerable Pontu, Venerable Pontus seemed to be sucked into it, and in no time, he was completely connected with the soul-nourishing wood. In just that instant, Venerable Climber's soul solidified, no longer resembling its previous state of dissipation. Having been rescued, Venerable Climbing Path breathed a sigh of relief, examined the soul-nourishing wood connected to his lower body, and said, Little one, I never imagined you would have such a large piece of soul-nourishing wood. When he saved the person earlier, he overestimated the strength of his current soul body and almost caused his soul to scatter. He thought that this part of his soul body was going to perish in this broken secret realm, but he did not expect that this young child would have such a good soul-nourishing wood. For a moment, Venerable Ponta felt that his life was not meant to end, and perhaps Lin Xiao was a minor benefactor in his tribulation. He suddenly felt a little more confidence in Lin Xiao's promise to help him find his remaining soul and body. Sun Yigao squatted down in surprise and began to examine the magical piece of wood on the ground. The wood, known as the soul-nourishing wood, looked like a piece of dark jade. He couldn't help but reach out and touch it, finding it to be warm and smooth to the touch. Lin Xiao then took a look at the current appearance of the climbing venerable. Now, Venerable Pontu's soul could be completely curled up inside the soul-nourishing wood, and if he wants, he can also extend various parts of his body from the soul-nourishing wood. However, he had to leave at least 1/3 of it inside, making it impossible to completely separate it from the soul-nourishing wood. For example, if he were to release his upper body, his legs would basically have to be placed inside the soul-nourishing wood. If he wanted to walk with his legs out, he would have to tuck his upper body into the soul-nourishing wood. Lin Xiao imagined the scene. TSK. After taking Venerable Pontu out, we must not let him go down the mountain casually, lest we frighten the villagers. And that's exactly what Venerable Pontu is doing now. He stretched his 2 legs out from the side of the soul-nourishing wood, then his head out from the other side, and then stood up. What Sun Yigao and Lin Xiao saw was that a piece of wood lying on the ground suddenly stretched out 2 legs and a head, and then stood up. It looks like a large 6, except that all the strokes are connected together. Sun Yigao couldn't help but sigh. This is truly a world of cultivation. It has really broadened my horizons. Lin Xiao suppressed a laugh and began preparing for his return. First, this medicinal field in Lingxin Valley, which Venerable Pontu has carefully tended for decades, must be taken away. After all, he had previously said that if Sun Yigao became his disciple, he would give him this medicinal herb field. Although it's impossible for him to become an apprentice now, Lin Xiao has promised to find him a soul and a body. So it's not unreasonable for him to take over this medicinal herb field, is it? Lin Xiao assigned the task of harvesting this medicinal herb field to Sun Yigao and Venerable Pontu, and also gave them 2 shovels, instructing them to dig up the soil from the field as well, as he wanted to pack it up and take it with him. After all, although he now has the heart of the secret realm, this secret realm is only open for 2 months each year. If he leaves the herb field here, it will be inconvenient to pick herbs and take care of it. Therefore, Lin Xiao decided to pack everything up and take it with him. Hearing his words, Venerable Pontu was somewhat surprised, for this was a vast expanse of land. Could it be that you possess a high-level storage magic item? Ordinary storage bags or similar containers cannot hold such a large field. Venerable Pontu recalled that many years ago, from the Qi refining stage all the way to the foundation establishment stage, he only used low-level storage bags with very small capacities. It's surprising that this young man has already reached the 8th level of Qi refining at such a young age, and he also has quite a lot of good stuff. He couldn't help but sigh. This kid's sect really spoils him. Lin Xiao had no idea about his thoughts. He was just stunned when he heard him mention high-level storage magic treasure. Then he thought about it and realized that his massive private treasury should also be considered a high-level storage magic treasure, right? So he nodded perfunctorily. Chapter 74, The Iron Bucket of All Realms. After instructing the 2 of them to start harvesting the medicinal herbs quickly, Lin Xiao left Lingxin Valley. He just used the heart of the mysterious realm to explore the entire mysterious realm, and seems to know the purpose of the Myriad Realm's iron bucket. To verify his idea, Lin Xiao activated the appraisal function and tapped the Myriad Realm's iron bucket. The Myriad Realm's iron bucket, though named an iron bucket, is by no means comparable to ordinary iron. It can hold items of any attribute. Lin Xiao rushed to one of the boundaries of the secret realm as quickly as possible, which was the place he had just explored with the heart of the secret realm. There is a huge crack in the ground here. Hot air kept rising from the crack in the ground, distorting the space above it visually. Lin Xiao came to the crevice and looked down. About 20 meters below, you could see rolling lava. Lin Xiao showed no surprise as he took out the Myriad Realm's iron bucket from his private treasury. This is a very ordinary-looking iron bucket, made of only a thin layer of sheet metal, without even a handle, and its size looks like it can only fit 2 people's heads. Lin Xiao used the sky-stepping technique to walk to a point less than half a meter above the lava. The scorching air seemed to melt the space itself. However, this level of heat was just right for Lin Xiao, who had already reached the 8th level of Qi refining and had activated a spiritual energy shield around his body to enjoy his smoothie. Now that he has reached the 8th level of Qi refining, he can use the sky-stepping technique to stay airborne for about 5 seconds with each step. Lin Xiao skillfully used the 5-second airtime with each step to quickly scoop up the Myriad Realm's iron bucket from the lava beneath his feet. It filled a bucket with lava. Surprisingly, even though the magma inside the iron bucket was still steaming and churning, Lin Xiao didn't feel the bucket getting hot at all when he held it in his hand. Lin Xiao was very satisfied and put the iron bucket filled with magma into his private treasury. Then they left the crevice and returned to Spirit Heart Valley. He didn't make a special trip just to collect a bucket of lava. It wasn't out of sheer boredom. Rather, it's because this magma is not ordinary magma. The magma in this crevice is called crimson lotus lava. In terms of rarity, it can be said that it is the most valuable item in the entire Green Wilderness Secret Realm. However, Lin Xiao wasn't after its rarity. He wondered if this thing was something needed for alchemy or weapon crafting. After all, the sect is currently lacking an alchemy room and a weapon refining room. He is an excellent sect leader, always keeping the sect's development in mind. Back in Lingxin Valley, Sun Yigao and Venerable Panda had almost finished cultivating that large medicinal field. The medicinal herbs were all wrapped in soil, their roots neatly stacked to one side. The soil from medicinal herb field was dug out and piled up into several small hills. So Lin Xiao put all these things into his private treasury, then used the heart of the secret realm to open the exit and led Sun Yigao and Venerable Panda out of the secret realm. Since neither he nor Sun Yigao used the red rope on their hands to leave the secret realm, the red rope disappeared automatically the moment they left. To be precise, it was reclaimed by the key to the secret realm outside. As soon as the two people and one soul left the secret realm, they heard the clucking of chickens nearby. Turning around, I saw was Xiao Wan. Lin Xiao's gaze swept around the entire mountainside. There was nothing unusual. His anxiety eased slightly. Sun Yigao had already learned the words of 100 beasts, and he was currently talking to Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan, how have you been these past few days? Xiao Wan circled around Venerable Pontu in great surprise, looking him over as she answered him. Great. Aunt Yang feeds me a few grains of spirit grain every day. What is this? It raised its wing and pointed to the climbing Venerable, which resembled the number 6. Sun Yigao looked at Venerable Pontu, unsure of how to respond. Venerable Pontu clearly understood Xiao Wan's words, and he gave a light hum and said, You little chicken demon, how dare you point at me with a chicken wing? You really have no manners. Xiao Wan was displeased when she heard him say that. She walked over to him, stuck out her buttocks, and defecated an indescribable mess at his feet. Venerable Pontu was so angry that the other half of his pale face turned black. Lin Xiao then stepped in to smooth things over, saying, Xiao Wan, this is our sect's guest elder for the next 10 years, a guest who will be staying in our sect temporarily. His name is Venerable Pan Tuesday. Then he turned to Venerable Pontu and introduced Xiao Wan. This is Xiao Wan, a disciple of our Lingxian sect. The venerable climber dodged the lump at his feet and nodded somewhat reluctantly to Little Phoenix. From now on, you could just call me Senior Liao. It wasn't that he was a low-key person, but rather that he was afraid his reputation as the venerable climber would reach his rival's ears. After all, although decades had passed, his mortal enemy shouldn't have any more designs on him. But what if he did? Liao Ponta couldn't help but think to himself, why would this sect accept a little demon chicken as a disciple? Is it a rather illegitimate sect? He then looked around and saw that apart from two rather simple houses of different sizes and a few small fields, the surrounding area was almost entirely pristine mountain range. They were located halfway up a mountain, so he asked Lin Xiao, Where's your sect located? Lin Xiao opened his bright eyes innocently and said, Right here, we're inside the sect right now. Liao Pontu was somewhat surprised, and he carefully looked around again. I didn't miss anything just now. Could there be something more to these two simple houses? No wonder Liao Pontu thought that the Lingxian sect's main hall and cultivation room were just two simple houses. It was because, since he began cultivating, the buildings of various sects and families he'd seen, even those of small sects, were much more magnificent than these two houses. Liao Pontu hesitated and said, Let's go and meet your sect elders first. Lin Xiao blinked and agreed. Oh, okay, this way. Lin Xiao led him toward the sect's main hall. On the way, he looked up at the somewhat gloomy sky. It's only morning now, and the weather should be perfect. Moreover, he sensed that strange aura again as soon as he came out of the secret realm, the same aura he felt before entering it. But he's clearly not on the graveyard mountain. He's in a sect right now. Lin Xiao asked Liao Pontu, who was standing to the side. Senior Liao, have you sensed anything unusual? Hearing this, Liao Pontu sensed his surroundings. His current soul body only possessed the strength of the 9th level of Qi refining, and it was also severely damaged, so he did not notice anything unusual when he first came out. But now, upon closer inspection, he realized something was amiss. He frowned and said to Lin Xiao, This seems to be an extremely cold and evil aura. Sun Yigao, who was standing nearby, also sensed it. He was not used to this strange feeling, as if that evil aura was omnipresent and entwined around him. Chapter 75, High-Grade Earth Rank. Only Xiao Wan, who was still at the 2nd level of the Qi opening stage, looked up at them with a completely bewildered expression. Life in the sect was so pleasant and comfortable that Xiao Wan just wanted to stay in the thatched hut and sleep every day. If it weren't for Jiang Youfu occasionally running over to the thatched shed to take it to the cultivation room to stay, and Yang Jinshu feeding its spirit grains every day, it would probably still be able to stay at the first level of the spirit opening realm for a while. Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised, yet also somewhat expected, by Liao Pantu's answer. Fortunately, when he passed by the cultivation room, he could clearly feel the breathing exercises of the people inside who were cultivating diligently. Everyone is cultivating so calmly, so there shouldn't be any problems in the village. So he put the matter aside for the time being. Now that a nascent soul cultivator has arrived at the sect, it's only natural to start questioning, to inquire, about what the cultivation world of this world is really like. Lin Xiao quickened his pace and led Liao Pantu and Sun Yigao into the sect's main hall. Seeing them running towards the empty house, Xiao Wan got bored and ran back to the grass near the big rock at the entrance to the secret realm to look for insects to eat. Upon arriving at the sect's main hall, Liao Pantu saw the plaque above the gate that read Ling Xiao Hall and felt something was amiss. As Lin Xiao led her inside, she heard him cheerfully introducing the place. This is the main hall of our Ling Xiao sect, and I am the sect master of our Ling Xiao sect. Liao Pantu felt as if he hadn't been out in the world for decades and was out of touch with the times. Why is there a little kid at the 8th level of Qi refining in front of him, saying that he is the leader of a sect? Could it be that decades later, it has become fashionable in the cultivation world to appoint young children as sect leaders? It took Liao Pantu a while to process what he had said before he finally found his voice. Where are your elders? Where is your master? Sun Yigao glanced at Lin Xiao and said to Liao Pantu, "He is my master." Liao Pantu stared wide-eyed at Lin Xiao and asked Sun Yigao, "Isn't he your brother?" Lin Xiao, who was being pointed at, shrugged. Brothers can also be mentors, each according to their own principles. Liao Pantu still looked at Lin Xiao with great disbelief. You yourself are only at the 8th level of Qi refining, and you already have a disciple at the 7th level of Qi refining? Lin Xiao said innocently, "Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I took him in when I was at the 3rd level of Qi refining. Cultivation gets slower the higher you go, and besides, our aptitudes aren't that different, so it's normal for our cultivation levels to be similar." Liao Pantu, is this what I asked? Although he considered himself to be knowledgeable enough as a nascent soul cultivator, what he knew about this matter was completely outside his comprehension. The sect leader is a 12-year-old Qi refining level 8 cultivator. He was also the master of a 15-year-old Qi refining level 7 cultivator. This. Liao Pantu felt a little confused. He looked around the inside of the sect's main hall and thought, it's all right, it's barely presentable. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to him, and he said in an incredulous tone, "This sect, could it be just the two of you kids?" Upon hearing his question, Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao decisively shook their heads, with Lin Xiao even retorting, "How is that possible?" Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Liao Pantu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps this sect was just a bit strange, but there should still be sect elders in charge. Then he heard Sun Yigao reply, "Besides the two of us, there are 8 other people in our sect, all of whom are disciples of the sect leader." Puff! Liao Pantu, are you guys playing house with cultivating immortality? But then he thought of the good things Lin Xiao had casually taken out. Then he thought of a possibility. This must be some super powerful family playing a large-scale, sect-based pretend game with their child. Thinking about it this way, Liao Pantu felt he had figured out the truth. Then he saw Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao each take a straw mat and sit down around him. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as she asked him, "Senior Liao, could you tell us where the cultivation world is?" Upon hearing this, Liao Pantu assumed that they were too well protected by their families and knew little about the outside world, so he patiently explained. Our cultivation world is extremely vast. To put it another way, in the entire Shifeng continent, the mortal realm only occupies less than a small corner of the land, while the rest is the cultivation world. Sun Yigao then asked, "Where's our Puai kingdom located? How far is it from the cultivation world?" This was the first time Lin Xiao had learned that the country where their Xiushui village was located was originally called Puai Kingdom. However, it wasn't just Lin Xiao who was hearing this name for the first time. Liao Pantu was as well. He paused for a moment and said, "Pusi Kingdom? I've never heard of that name before. There are no kingdoms in the cultivation world. Those only exist in the mortal world. Is this the mortal world?" Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao exchanged a glance and nodded, seemingly puzzled. Seeing them both nod, Liao Pantu was completely stunned. This is the mortal realm, so there can't possibly be any super powerful families here, right? In a mortal realm, without any powerful aristocratic families or sects, how could someone reach the 7th level of Qi refining at the age of 15 and the 8th level of Qi refining at the age of 12? Liao Pantu immediately exclaimed excitedly, "What kind of cultivation method do you practice? Let me see it." Lin Xiao winked at him and said, "Our sect's internal cultivation method can only be read and practiced by our disciples. It is never passed on to outsiders." Liao Pantu waved his hand. I'm joining your Lin Xiao sect. Lin Xiao blinked again. Words alone are not enough. One must swear an oath by heaven. Liao Pantu. I'll stand. Lin Xiao. Then what about your Tianluo sect? Liao Pantu. Forget it. I haven't been back for decades anyway. Those bunch of good-for-nothings haven't found me in all those years. Lin Xiao looked at the excited Liao Pantu and asked, if this small part of your soul agrees, will it work? Can it represent your whole being? Liao Pantu was momentarily speechless at his question, then angrily retorted. Of course. I only split my soul. I didn't create a clone. My soul and body can sense each other. Ding. Liao Pantu has joined the sect. Congratulations, host, for gaining a nascent soul cultivator as a disciple. Hidden rewards have been sent to your private treasury. Please check your account. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Lin Xiao confirmed that he had indeed joined. So he generously took out the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique from his private treasury and handed it to Liao Pantu. It wasn't that Lin Xiao was unwilling to give him the original Heart Sutra. However, compared to the original Heart Sutra, the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique seems to be more acceptable to everyone, so Lin Xiao chose this one. Upon seeing the manual he was handed over, Liao Pantu immediately took it and began to read it. Then he became completely absorbed in this mental cultivation method and couldn't extricate himself from it. After a while, Sunny Gao and Lin Xiao were both preparing to go down the mountain to go home and check on things when he looked up at Lin Xiao and said in a somewhat incredulous tone, This is actually a high-grade, Earth-rank cultivation technique. Chapter 76, Extraordinary. Top grade? Lin Xiao thought to himself. The system gave the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique an A grade, while Liao Pantu said it was a high-grade Earth rank. In other words, a grade corresponds to a high-grade Earth rank in this world. After a moment's thought, he asked Liao Pantu, Senior Liao, could you let me take a look at your self-created cultivation method? Upon hearing this, Liao Pantu immediately took out his soul refining manual from his robes and handed it to him. Here you go. Let me tell you, I'm not bragging, but although my soul refining technique isn't as high grade as yours, it's still a very good cultivation method. The benefits of my soul refining technique are... Lin Xiao didn't have time to listen to his boasting. He took the soul refining technique and put it into his private treasury, then activated the appraisal function. Soul refining technique, a B-grade cultivation method, created by nascent soul cultivator Liao Pantu. Really? This is a low-grade Earth rank, which corresponds to grade B. Lin Xiao returned the soul refining technique to Liao Pantu. Seeing that he didn't take it to look at it, and that he immediately returned it to him, Liao Pantu didn't say anything and silently accepted it. Then, as if he had just thought of something, he suddenly said, However, why isn't your cultivation method tailored to your spiritual roots? Lin Xiao and Sunny Gao were puzzled. Lin Xiao asked, What does this mean? Liao Pantu then coughed and said, Generally speaking, cultivation techniques need to be compatible with certain spiritual roots. For example, my soul refining technique is compatible with my wood-type spiritual root. As a result, wood-type spiritual roots can cultivate this technique at a very suitable speed, while other spiritual roots will find it difficult to cultivate this technique. However, I see that your Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique does not seem to be compatible with spiritual roots. Hearing his question, Lin Xiao smiled and said, Senior, our cultivation method does not require spiritual roots. Liao Pantu didn't quite understand. Since ancient times, cultivation has emphasized that the purer the spiritual root, the smoother the path of cultivation will be. The spiritual root is the medium for communicating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Without a spiritual root, Lin Xiao opened the disciple panel to view Liao Pantu's details. Name, Liao Pantu. Gender, male. Bone age, 522 years old. Qualifications, exceptional. Cultivation level, mid-nascent soul stage. Sect status, outer disciple, can be changed. Sect position, none, subject to change. Upon seeing his information, the first thing Lin Xiao noticed was not his qualifications, but his age. He's 522 years old. This was the first time Lin Xiao had ever actually seen someone who had lived for so long. Although what he was actually seeing now was only a small part of the soul. Lin Xiao looked up and glanced at Liao Pantu. In the past, he would never have imagined that this senior, who looked to be at most 60 or 70 years old, was actually over 500 years old. The world of cultivation is indeed wondrous. However, seeing that his aptitude was extraordinary, Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then pointed to the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique and said to him, Senior, would you like to try this cultivation method? Upon hearing this, Liao Pantu immediately picked up the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique and stood up, saying, Give me a training room. I'll go try it out right now. Lin Xiao touched his nose, too embarrassed to tell him that there was only one cultivation room in total. He and Sun Yigao got up and led him out of the sect's main hall and toward the cultivation room. Although he had a feeling that the sect was rather simple, Liao Ponta did not expect it to be so simple. So many people are crammed into one cultivation room to cultivate at the same time. But thinking of the cultivation manual in his hand, Liao Ponta said nothing. For someone whose cultivation level has reached this point, cultivation rooms, sect halls, and the size of a sect are all external things. Only the essential cultivation methods, such as mental techniques, are truly effective. So, under Lin Xiao's introduction, Liao Ponta entered the cultivation room. Looking at the group of children in the qi refining stage inside, Liao Ponta remained very calm. After all, their sect leader and master were only at the 8th level of qi refining. Having witnessed the power of this sect, he felt that nothing could shock him anymore. Everyone was overjoyed to see Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao return. They all crowded around to offer their greetings and inquiries. After a while, at Lin Xiao's signal, everyone quieted down and, after his repeated emphasis and a lot of mental preparation, welcomed their sect's new senior. A part of the soul, because Lin Xiao had given everyone a heads up beforehand. When everyone saw a wooden figure shaped like the number 6 walk in, no matter how shocked they were inside, they kept a straight face. Then a pleasant sect welcome ceremony was held. For a time, the entire Lin Xiao sect was filled with joy and harmony. After settling Liao Ponta in the cultivation room, Lin Xiao and Sun Yigao bid farewell to everyone and went down the mountain to go home. Having been away from home for several days, they were all feeling a bit worried. Moreover, there's always a faint, lingering evil aura around us. Both of them felt uneasy and hurried towards their respective homes. Lin Xiao did not go back to his own home, but went directly to his family's fields. The sun is shining brightly right now. His father must be busy in the fields tending to the crops. When they arrived at their own land, they saw Lin Xiao busy weeding, while his uncle Lin Dashan and cousin Lin Lei were working hard in the neighboring field. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and took out a few water mist lotuses that he had picked in the secret realm from his private treasury. This is a purplish-red fruit, shaped like a rose apple, containing a faint spiritual energy. For ordinary people, eating it will only strengthen their bodies and has no side effects. Moreover, each one is as big as an adult's fist, seedless, and bursting with flavor and juice after just one bite. Lin Xiao cast a small freezing spell on the water mist lotuses in his hand, and then walked towards the 3 of them. "Dad, I'm back." Lin Xiao, who was working hard in the field and sweating profusely, looked up when he heard the sound and saw his youngest son running towards him. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of him. He wiped the sweat from his forehead that had dripped onto his eyelids and squinted as he said, "Why aren't you home yet? What are you doing here?" Lin Xiao immediately helped his father up, cast a dust-removing spell on his hands, and then stuffed a water mist lotus into his hands, grinning as he said, "I've missed you these past few days, Dad. Come on, eat this. I picked it in that secret realm. It's delicious." Lin Xiao felt a slight coolness from the fruit in his hand. He raised his hand to look at it and saw that it was bright red and looked quite nice, so he put it in his mouth and took a big bite. It smells so good. Lin Xiao felt a lot of juice flowing in his mouth, and the aroma spread between his lips and teeth. The fruit's flesh was slightly crisp and had a very fluffy texture. In addition, it has a slightly cool feel to it. In the sweltering fields, the fatigue from labor seemed to be instantly dispelled by the coolness. Lin Xiao swallowed the water mist lotus in a few quick breaths. Chapter 77, Chongming Cauldron. Lin Xiao gave him another one, and then took the rest to the neighboring field to distribute to his uncle and cousin. Then he told his father and uncle to go and rest aside, saying, "You guys rest, I'll take care of it." Then the 3 of them saw Lin Xiao roll up his sleeves and walk towards the field. Then the 3 of them watched as Lin Xiao made a hand seal over the field, and in the next instant, all the weeds in the field disappeared completely. The 3 people sitting by the field fell silent instantly. Lin Dashan turned to look at his son and said quietly, "Why don't you go and cultivate with Brother Xiao?" Lin Lei, who had always insisted on staying home to help with chores instead of practicing cultivation, hesitated. He looked at his father, his eyes wavering. "Shall I give it a try?" Lin Dashan was overjoyed to see that he had finally relented and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Go give it a try. Your mother and I are here at home. Once you've mastered the magic, you can come home and help out. Wouldn't that be much easier than it is now? We'll go talk to Xiao Ji in a bit." So, Lin Xiao's trip down the mountain not only confirmed that his family was safe, but also brought back another disciple for the sect, his cousin, Lin Lei. In this way, the Lin Xiao sect now has 12 members. After Lin Xiao cleared all the weeds from the fields near his home and old house, he took Lin Lei back to the sect. Actually, he really wanted to stay with his father a little longer, but Lin Xiao disgustedly sent him back up the mountain, telling him to hurry back to cultivate. After bringing Lin Lei back to the mountain, Lin Xiao went through the proper procedures and then handed him over to Sunny Gao. After all, Lin Lei was illiterate, so his cultivation journey began with learning to read. Lin Xiao then slipped into the sect's main hall alone once again. This is definitely not because he's starting to slack off and not practice anymore. However, now that the number of people in the sect has increased, as the sect leader, he has to consider the problems that will follow. Alas, as the sect leader, I am not in control of my own destiny. Lin Xiao first opened his private treasury to check the hidden rewards that the system had given when Liao Pan had joined the sect. Please don't let it be like that 10,000 Swords Unite formation from before, something completely useless right now. His gaze fell upon the latest items that had been added to the private vault. Chongming Ding. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Could this be a furnace used for alchemy? He decisively used the identification function. Chongming Cauldron, a low-grade heaven-rank alchemy cauldron, has a high pill-producing rate and a chance to refine top-grade pills. Really? Lin Xiao suddenly realized that although he hadn't completed the task of the talisman room, he could at least build the alchemy room first. Sect construction and facilities. 3. An excellent sect naturally needs a place to refine pills, providing a good learning and pill refining environment for its members. Please build a pill refining room as soon as possible for your members to refine pills. System tasks are never late. However, he wasn't in a hurry to go now. There was something else he needed to add to his plans. That's the sect's dormitory. Now, the number of disciples is increasing. Although most of them live in the village at the foot of the mountain, there are now 2 disciples, Xiao Wan and Liao Pan Tu, who are not villagers of Shishui village. As the sect grows, Lin Xiao thinks that such situations will only increase, and he can't keep only accepting villagers as disciples. Therefore, sect dormitories are very necessary. He needs to plan this out carefully. However, the area halfway up the mountain is too small. If we build dormitories here, along with sect facilities such as alchemy rooms, it won't be long before there's no space left on this mountainside. Sect construction and facilities, for an excellent sect, naturally needs to guarantee the basic housing needs of its members and create a warm and comfortable place for them to live. Please build a dormitory for the members as soon as possible. System tasks available on call. Lin Xiao walked out of the sect's main hall, took a stroll around the area, and looked around. Finally, he stared at the small hill closest to the sect's main hall and stroked his chin. This hill is not very big, and because it is close to the sect's main hall, a large part of it is covered by the sect's defense range. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that cultivators usually live in caves, didn't they? Why don't he build some caves for everyone to live in? But after thinking about it for a long time, he gave up the idea. Caves and such were too primitive. Let's stay in a house instead. So Lin Xiao decided to build a house on this small hill. Of course, it wasn't him who built it, but the building's synthesizer. Now, Lin Xiao doesn't need to go through as much trouble to obtain soil as he did 20 days ago. Now he only needs to cast a few of his self-created earth-digging spells on the 100 wonderful uses of Earth Escape technique to obtain many piles of mud. Another spiritual energy flying blade can produce a row of neatly cut trees. Previously, it would have taken many people several days to collect enough materials, but now he can do it all by himself in a short time. It must be said that cultivating immortality improves work efficiency and enhances the quality of life. After collecting all the basic building materials, Lin Xiao activated the building synthesizer. His first plan was to synthesize an alchemy room, because he had already figured out what to put inside, in addition to the basic materials. Lin Xiao then quickly placed the bricks and beams into the first 2 compartments respectively. Then he decisively clicked the plus sign twice, opening 2 slots directly. Then he took out the newly acquired Chongming Cauldron from his private treasury and put it inside. In the 4th compartment, he poured in the crimson lotus lava that he had previously stored in the multiverse iron bucket. A fire source is essential for an alchemy room. As for the fire used for refining pills, this crimson lotus lava must be much better than ordinary fire sources. After the materials were added, Lin Xiao waited for the synthesizer to start working. Not long after, Lin Xiao heard a ding sound. The alchemy room has been successfully synthesized. Please select a placement location. He then saw a rather ancient-style house appear before him. The house is about 40 square meters in size. Lin Xiao had already decided on the approximate location for this placement. He walked to the vicinity of the cultivation room, found a place not too close or too far from the large rock at the entrance of the Green Wilderness secret realm, stopped, looked around, thought for a moment, and then walked a little further away from the cultivation room. This is to prevent someone from causing an explosion while refining pills, which could disrupt the cultivation of everyone in the cultivation room. Seeing that the distance was about right and the location was suitable, he set up the alchemy room. Ding! The alchemy room has been placed. The sect construction task is complete. The task reward has been sent to your private treasury. Please check your account. Lin Xiao didn't rush to check the rewards. He rubbed his hands together and prepared to continue synthesizing the disciples' dormitory. Chapter 78, Disciples' Dormitory. He was about to leave when he suddenly realized that he hadn't yet visited the alchemy room. Everyone is still cultivating. This is at the main hall of a sect, so it's not that significant. We don't need to wait for everyone to come together, right? Let him take a look first. So Lin Xiao decisively reached out and pushed open the door and went inside. The first thing that catches the eye is the Chongming Ding in the very center of the room. There are several tall medicine cabinets on both the left and right sides. Behind the Chongming cauldron, there was a long table, which Lin Xiao guessed was where medicinal herbs to be used were placed. However, even though the alchemy room contained many items, the interior still looked quite spacious and bright. He walked up to the Chongming Ding and examined it closely. The Chongming cauldron is entirely black, yet within this inky blackness, layer upon layer of light continuously shines through. The term double brightness refers to the continuous and undiminished light. Lin Xiao looked down at the cauldron, but did not find any trace of the crimson lotus lava that he had put into the synthesizer earlier. He thought for a moment, then lifted the lid of the cauldron. Then he saw a layer of reddish glow emanating from the very bottom of the cauldron. It looked like red-hot charcoal. Lin Xiao reached out and felt a burning sensation. Satisfied, he left the alchemy room with his hands behind his back. Ignoring its unassuming appearance, he was quite satisfied with the alchemy room. Next up is the disciples' dormitory. Speaking of the disciples' dormitory, Lin Xiao recalled that among his disciples, there seemed to be a non-human little demon chicken. It seems he also has a recipe for synthesizing demon beasts in his private treasury. Lin Xiao opened his private vault and looked inside. Sure enough, there were some. However, after thinking for a moment, he decided not to build a monster training ground for the time being. After all, so far, the entire sect only has one demon, Xiaowan. It's not necessary to have a separate training ground. Besides, judging from Xiaowan's lazy appearance, Lin Xiao felt that building a separate training ground for it would be too wasteful. No wonder they said a spirit stone could be absorbed for 3 months. It turns out that spirit stones aren't actually that durable. They're just lazy. So Lin Xiao planned to build a chicken coop for it once the disciples' dormitory was completed. However, although it's called a dormitory, Lin Xiao didn't actually plan to build 2 large single rooms so that everyone could sleep in one room. Personal privacy is still very important, especially since they're now cultivators. Therefore, Lin Xiao prepared a small room for each person to serve as their dormitory. So he opened the building synthesizer and skillfully and quickly synthesized a room with an area of only about 20 square meters. Finding a suitable spot on the hilltop, Lin Xiao used his spiritual energy flying blade to slash horizontally across a certain area. However, unlike cutting down trees, it was still a bit difficult for his spiritual energy blade to cut through the hard and solid mountain wall. He could only flatten the outermost layer of soil, and the inner rocks were only missing a small area of less than 1 square meter. Lin Xiao paused for a moment. It seemed that the effect of the spiritual energy flying blades in cutting through the rocks was still a bit poor. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any suitable sharp tools right now. If only he had a sword and some swordsmanship skills. It seems that weapon deployment also needs to be put on the agenda. So Lin Xiao silently wrote this down in his little mental notebook. Then, using spiritual energy blades, they began cutting into the mountainside, making cuts of several square meters at a time. Only after he cut a vertical notch in the spot he had just chosen did he place the back wall of a single room into the notch. Afterwards, Lin Xiao followed the same pattern and built 11 more houses in the same way. The relentless work of cutting through the mountainside drained all his spiritual energy. Nearly an hour later, he collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted, looking at the 11 well-arranged houses standing on the hilltop with great satisfaction. The sun was already setting in the west, and in less than an hour it would take over from the moon. He did not continue construction. One reason is that he has no spiritual energy left in his body. One reason is that there are only 11 people in the entire sect now, so building more houses would just leave them idle. However, vacant houses deteriorate very quickly. A house needs to be inhabited to prevent it from breaking down. As for Xiaowan, it can just move into anyone's dormitory. It's just a matter of building a nest. Ding! The sect construction task is complete. The task reward has been sent to your private treasury. Please check your account. With both tasks completed, their rewards now lie in Lin Xiao's private vault, awaiting his inspection. Lin Xiao opened the private vault with great anticipation. Then he noticed several extra items in the private vault. Complete collection of basic elixir recipes X1. Yin-Yang Life-Death Array X1. Lin Xiao didn't look at the quality, but at the quantity first. He was somewhat dissatisfied with the amount of the reward for this task. A quick glance revealed that the number of spirit stones had increased from 152 to 352, meaning the 2 tasks rewarded a total of 200 spirit stones. Lin Xiao was satisfied. But then, In a flash, he seemed to notice that the numbers were different in another place. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was actually a fragment of a first-tier spiritual vein. The number has clearly increased from 2 to 3. Doesn't that mean he can summon spiritual veins? Lin Xiao was extremely excited. This was their sect's first spiritual vein. How can a sect's headquarters without spiritual veins be considered a place for cultivating immortality? So Lin Xiao immediately disregarded the basic pill recipes and the yin-yang life and death formation and decisively took out these 3 first-order spirit vein fragments. The moment he removed the fragment, a notification popped up in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully collected 3 Tier 1 spirit vein fragments. Would you like to synthesize a Tier 1 spirit vein now? Lin Xiao immediately selected yes. First tier spirit vein successfully synthesized. Would you like to place it now? After thinking about it, he decided not to place it now. Instead, he chose no and put the first tier spiritual vein back into his private treasury. The spiritual vein placed in the private treasury looked like a small ball of soft light. The reason Lin Xiao didn't choose to place it now is because he believes that spiritual veins should be placed in a proper location, unlike other things that can be placed too casually. He plans to visit Senior Liao tomorrow to subtly inquire about any theories regarding spiritual veins before making a decision. Lin Xiao finally turned his attention back to the 2 new mission rewards. The first basic elixir recipe guide goes without saying. You can tell what it is just by looking at the name. The other is the yin-yang life-death array. Lin Xiao used the identification function directly on it. The yin-yang life-death array plate, a low-rank array plate, possesses immense destructive power. Specific details can be observed during actual use. This array plate can be placed and used directly. During placement, the user must use their own spiritual power to connect the nodes on the array plate. After connection, 100 spirit stones are required. Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised. It turned out to be an attack formation plate. Chapter 79, Qi, Refining, Level 9. With the 2 elements life and death formation in hand, and thinking of that evil aura, Lin Xiao felt a little more confident. He was eager to see how effective the formation was, but seeing the 100 spirit stones, he could only look on with envy. But then Lin Xiao thought again. Although he couldn't just throw in 100 spirit stones at will, he could try connecting the array plate nodes. Once he had some familiarity with it, he wouldn't be at a loss when he actually used it. So he placed the yin-yang life and death array plate on the ground and began to input his own spiritual power to connect the nodes on it. You won't know until you try it, and you'll be amazed when you do. As soon as Lin Xiao's spiritual power entered the array plate, he discovered that there were actually 108 nodes inside. Goodness. When he began to try to connect to the first node, he felt his spiritual power flowing into the node like a trickle. He wanted to increase the flow of spiritual power, but he felt a stagnation that prevented him from increasing the flow. However, Lin Xiao could sense that if his cultivation level improved further, this feeling of stagnation would be much less. In other words, the higher one's cultivation level, the faster one can activate a node. After a while, Lin Xiao's spiritual power finally connected the first node and began to enter the next node. This is only the first one. This array plate has 108 nodes. In other words, with his current cultivation level, it would take him almost an hour to activate this array plate. Lin Xiao thought to himself, that was close. Luckily, he tried it first. Otherwise, if he had discovered the problem when he actually needed to use it, he would have been mortified. However, after being surprised by the activation time required for this array, Lin Xiao felt more confident in its power. Activating it alone would take him an hour, and after activation, he would need to invest 100 spirit stones. With such a large amount of preparation work, the corresponding power must be considerable. Satisfied, Lin Xiao stopped and put the array plate into his private treasury. Now that he knew the specifics, Lin Xiao decided to stop there. An hour is too much of a waste of time. You might as well meditate. So Lin Xiao quietly entered the cultivation room and began to meditate and cultivate with everyone else inside. Time flies. As the sun was about to disappear below the horizon, the system's voice rang in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have advanced to the 9th level of Qi Refining. He was already at the 8th level of Qi Refining and was about to enter the 9th level. On the evening of the first day after leaving the secret realm, he successfully entered the 9th level of Qi Refining. Next, that's the foundation establishment stage. Lin Xiao was very much looking forward to it. At this moment, everyone in the cultivation room also came out of their meditation state. When Lin Xiao and son Yigao brought Senior Liao over before, it was still cultivation time, so everyone held back their many questions and curiosities for the time being. Now that their cultivation was over, everyone swarmed around them, asking about the details of their journey to the secret realm. Even Yang Jinshu was no exception, though she was a little more reserved and stood on the periphery of the crowd. Only Liao Pontu, standing among the crowd, noticed that Lin Xiao had been promoted. He was quite surprised by Lin Xiao's cultivation speed. Lin Xiao was addressing the lively crowd at that moment. Everyone, don't get too excited yet. We'll tell you about our secret realm another time. We have an important place to go right now. Come on, everyone, follow me. I'll show you something good. With that, Lin Xiao waved his hand and led everyone out of the cultivation room. The dozen or so people ran excitedly toward the small hill near the Sect. From a distance, everyone could see 11 houses standing on the mountain. When they arrived at the foot of the mountain and heard Lin Xiao say that it was for everyone to live in within the Sect, everyone was excited, especially teenagers. They actually have their own house now. This isn't at home with family. It's a private little space that's entirely your own. For teenagers, having their own private space is such a wonderful thing. Then Lin Xiao waved his hand again and said, "You can choose for yourselves." After that, everyone rushed up the mountain with great enthusiasm, and the first person to arrive got a room and ran inside. Only Lin Yun, Yang Jinshu, and Sun Yigao stood properly next to Lin Xiao. Jiang Youfu's voice could be faintly heard coming from the mountaintop. No, this room has to be reserved for Xiaojia. Then, several people ran out of the topmost room, playfully scrambling for food in other rooms. It's not that they necessarily want a particular room. They just want to fight over who gets to play. By the time everyone had finished making a fuss, the houses had been basically allocated. The group then returned home under the moonlight. Liao Panda became the first resident of this dormitory for men. Xiao Wan looked at his half-black, half-white face and felt a little scared. She didn't choose to live with him and instead ran back to the thatched hut at the entrance of the mountain path to continue hiding there. Back home, Lin Xiao brought up the matter of cultivation with Lin Xiao at the dinner table again. "Dad, look, even Aunt Yang went. How can you, a grown man, be so spineless?" Lin Xiao felt a sharp throbbing in his temple, and it took him a great deal of effort to suppress his urge to slap Lin Xiao. He took a big bite of his steamed bun, glared at Lin Xiao, and said, "I've gone up the mountain to cultivate, so what about our land?" "Huh? You silly kid, it's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering." Lin Xiao immediately said, I'll do it. It's just weeding, fertilizing, and watering, right? I can do it." Lin Xiao snorted. "You? I'm afraid you'll kill all my good seedlings by overwatering them." Lin Yun, who was standing to the side, immediately said, "Father, I'm going too. I'll keep an eye on Erlang." Seeing his elder brother's cooperation, Lin Xiao immediately nodded. That's right. With my brother with me, look, with just those 2 plots of land, it won't take me long to use magic, right? After my brother and I finish, we'll go up the mountain to cultivate. It's no trouble at all." After thinking it over, Lin Xiao finally agreed. The next day, when Lin Xiao went up the mountain, he was surprised to see houses on a hilltop next to the Sect's main hall, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Just a month ago, this kid asked me to build him a house. They've now managed to build houses all over an entire mountain. For a moment, Lin Xiao felt a strong urge to go to the cemetery to share with his wife the joy he had finally experienced with his father. Lin Xiao went up the mountain to cultivate, and unsurprisingly, he was handed over to Sun Yigao. Now he is learning the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique from Lin Lei and Sun Yigao, while also learning to read. Although Sun Yigao has now switched to cultivating the original Heart Sutra, he did cultivate the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique for a period of time before. Chapter 80 First Order Spiritual Vein. Moreover, Sun Yigao is now at the 7th level of Qi refining, which is more than enough for him to teach them this mental cultivation method. The reason why Lin Xiao and Lin Lei were asked to learn this first was mainly because there was a simplified version of the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Void technique, which made it easier for them, who couldn't read, to quickly get started. Once they have mastered the basics and learn more characters, they can choose their own mental cultivation method. As cultivation levels increase, everyone's learning ability also improves to a certain extent. That's why the people of Lin Xiao's sect who were illiterate just a month ago have been able to progress so quickly, going from being illiterate to being able to cultivate on their own. They only ask Sun Yigao for help when they don't understand something. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that compared to other sects, their sect's entry requirements were actually very low. If everyone, no matter how poor their aptitude, can still cultivate, wouldn't that mean everyone could cultivate? If their sect really grows bigger and stronger in the future, wouldn't everyone in the world join their sect? Wouldn't that mean many people with evil hearts could also cultivate? To be honest, he didn't really want it to turn out this way. He couldn't control other sects, but he didn't want this kind of person to appear in the sect he had built from scratch. He thought about it and felt it wasn't a good idea. It seemed he would have to set some thresholds when recruiting people in the future. But that's for the future. Right now, he just needs to avoid letting people in casually. With a plan in mind, Lin Xiao felt relieved and went to the dormitory area to find Liao Pantu. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he always felt that something was missing. After thinking for a moment, he moved a large rock from a distance, then used his spiritual power to wrap his fingers and write the 4 characters Guan, mountain residence on it. Looking at the 4 powerful characters, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. I haven't lost the calligraphy skills I used to practice. My handwriting is still quite beautiful. Beside this hilltop lies the only water source on the mountainside, a clear little spring. Mountains and waters complement each other, creating a beautiful landscape. Arriving at a house in the middle of the hill, Lin Xiao went inside. This is the place Liao Ponta chose to stay yesterday. Instead of going to the cultivation room early in the morning to cultivate with others, he chose to cultivate alone in his room. After all, his soul refining technique cultivates the divine soul and does not have high requirements for the concentration of spiritual energy in the environment. Most importantly, he didn't want to cultivate with a bunch of little chi refining kids. Seeing Lin Xiao enter, Liao Ponta didn't ask him what was wrong, and immediately said, "This evil aura is getting stronger and stronger. There must be something strange going on. Do you have any plans in mind?" Lin Xiao sat down opposite him, facing him, and said, "I've made some preparations, but I don't know if it's enough. I'll do my best." The soul nourishing would lay on the ground, Liao Ponta only showing his upper body. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, he simply shook his head and said, "Right now I am just a soul body in the chi refining realm, and I don't carry any treasures with me, so there's nothing I can do." Clearly, he thought Lin Xiao had come to discuss ways to deal with that evil energy. Lin Xiao then said, "Could you tell me about other sects? Like, how do they plan their routine construction and such?" Hearing these questions, Liao Ponta felt a little puzzled, but he didn't show it on his face and only answered. Generally speaking, when choosing a location, a sect will look for a place with auspicious feng shui, preferably on a spiritual vein rich in spiritual energy. And a sect usually has at least several parts. Just as Liao Ponta was about to explain in detail what the different parts were, Lin Xiao spoke up. "Where in the sect do they usually choose to locate these spiritual veins?" Liao Ponta, who was interrupted, was stunned for a moment, and then explained to him. Spiritual veins are all large areas, but if a sect is lucky enough to possess its source point, it will generally regard this source point as the lifeline of the sect and place it properly in the deepest part of the sect. Generally speaking, sects will also carefully develop the area around the source of a spiritual vein, ensuring its surrounding feng shui is harmonious and its 5 elements are complete, thus guaranteeing the continuous life of the spiritual vein. After hearing his words, Lin Xiao understood. Simply put, it needs to be placed in a feng shui treasure land, and all 5 elements must be present in order for the spiritual vein to be continuously generated. Therefore, spiritual veins can also dry up. He immediately thought of a place. Lin Xiao immediately said to Liao Ponta, "Senior Liao, wait for me a moment. I'll be right back." As he spoke, he ran to the small mountain spring next to the mountain dwelling. He felt that this place was fine. Although it's not quite a complete set of 5 elements, he can gradually gather them up later. So Lin Xiao decided to stay here. He took the first-tier spiritual vein from his private treasury and decisively placed it under the small mountain spring. The next instant, a rich spiritual energy rapidly spread outwards from the bottom of the mountain spring. The rich spiritual energy spread throughout the entire Lin Xiao sect, even Shoshui village, and almost the entire Beishan mountain range in the blink of an eye. For a moment, Lin Xiao felt as if the world around him had become brighter. It's unbelievable that a mere first-tier spiritual vein could instantly increase the density of spiritual energy in this remote corner of the mortal realm, where spiritual energy is relatively scarce, by such a great extent. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with this. The reason he was in such a hurry to place the spiritual veins was that he wanted to accelerate his cultivation speed. Although we have the yin-yang life and death formation, we still need to be strong ourselves. Improving our own strength is the most important thing. After placing the spiritual vein, Lin Xiao returned to Liao Ponta's residence. He still has many questions he needs to ask him. Feeling the sudden surge of spiritual energy around him, Liao Ponta looked at Lin Xiao, who had returned, with a rather complicated expression. This little chi refining child actually possesses spiritual veins. Although it's only at the first level, in the world of cultivation, it's something that countless small sects would fight tooth and nail for. Moreover, spiritual vein source points like the one he possesses, which have already been extracted and can be placed at will, are extremely rare. Lin Xiao sat down in front of Liao Ponta again. "Senior, come on, let's continue our conversation." Lin Xiao was not afraid of what Liao Ponta would think if he knew that Lin Xiao had a spiritual vein. After all, putting aside how far away the cultivation world is from here, Liao Ponta is currently just a soul body that needs to be stored in the soul-nourishing wood, so he has nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, the spiritual veins have all been laid down. Besides, their sect also has defensive capabilities. Want to seize a spiritual vein? First, you have to get inside. Liao Ponta hadn't originally had any particular intentions. On the contrary, He was starting to look forward to the development of the Lin Xiao sect. He laughed. I didn't realize you had so many good things. However, he didn't want to know where Lin Xiao, a mere child without any senior cultivators, got all these things. It is a taboo for monks to inquire about these things from others. Lin Xiao naturally wouldn't explain. He simply smiled modestly and said, There's no other way. We have to establish a sect. Chapter 81. The world has changed. Liao Ponta was about to say something when he suddenly seemed to sense something, and he frowned and said, Oh no, the evil aura seems to be getting stronger. Lin Xiao, sitting opposite him, clearly sensed it too, and immediately stood up and said, I'm going out to take a look. Liao Ponta also stood up, shrinking his body back into the soul-nourishing wood so that only his head remained, then stood up with his legs out and said, I'll go with you. The two immediately left the house. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw that the sky, which should have been clear, had visibly darkened. The temperature, which had been gradually rising, suddenly began to drop. The warm spring and summer winds seemed to be suddenly covered with a layer of frost and began to prick people's skin. Lin Xiao felt that this scene was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember it for the time being. Without giving it much thought, he hurried to the cultivation room. Meanwhile, in the cultivation room, everyone suddenly noticed that the spiritual energy around them was much denser, almost twice as much as before. They were excited and eager to start cultivating. Sun Yigao, who was meditating, suddenly sensed something was wrong. He came out to check and also discovered the strange change. He was worried about his parents at home and wanted to rush home. But then he remembered that his family members, besides Lu Yunan, were also in the village, so he immediately went in and told them what was happening outside. So, disregarding the sudden increase in spiritual energy to almost twice its normal level, everyone immediately descended the mountain. Lin Xiao, who had rushed over, also went down the mountain with them. Only Yang Jinshu and her 2 children remained on the mountain. Seeing this sudden turn of events, Yang Jinshu frowned, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, she stood up and called Lu Yunan and Lu Shengsheng to go chop firewood with her. Meanwhile, in Xiushui village at the foot of the mountain, Chief Hudeli, who was resting in a deck chair under the shade of a tree in his yard, was startled by the sudden drop in temperature. He opened his eyes and saw that the sky, which had been clear in the morning, had suddenly turned dark. The cloudless sky seemed to be shrouded in a dark veil, casting a gloomy shadow over the sky and the earth. Seeing the scene before him, Hudeli was shocked for a moment. Then his expression changed, and he immediately got up. His elderly body was more agile than ever before. He quickly went into the house, took out an iron pot and an iron spoon, and then staggered out of the house. He walked along the road, holding an iron pot in one hand and banging it forcefully on the bottom with an iron ladle in the other, shouting in his aged voice as he did so. Hurry up and gather firewood. Folks, come out quickly. The weather's changing. Time to gather firewood. When the old clan chief shouted, the villagers were initially confused and wanted to ask him what was going on. But as soon as they opened their doors and saw the sky and felt the sudden drop in temperature, they were all shocked and quickly grabbed their machetes and baskets to rush up the mountain to chop firewood. This only covers the area where the Hu family lived. The same scene was playing out in almost every other village in Xiushui village, where people of other surnames lived. Several clan chiefs and village heads were busily calling out to the villagers who were staying at home. Many elderly people, unable to chop firewood, also helped spread the word throughout the village. The villagers who were working in the fields noticed the situation early on. The younger men were still somewhat unaware, thinking that the weather was getting colder and it might rain. Upon seeing this, all the older villagers turned pale and threw down their farm tools, ran home, grabbed their machetes, and went up the mountain to chop firewood. Some young people who didn't understand wanted to ask a few questions, but they were all pulled away by their elders and ran to the woods at the foot of the mountain, without having a chance to ask any questions. If you go early, you can still find some firewood. If you go late, the outer tree trunks will definitely have been cut down, so you can only go deeper into the area, which will waste time. Even the children were ordered by their elders to collect as much hay as possible to take home. If all else fails, hug tree leaves. In an instant, the entire Xiushui village was in an uproar. On their way back to the old house, Lin Xiao and his 2 sons were followed by Liao Pontu, who encountered Old Master Lin and his family who were going to chop firewood. Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward and said, Grandpa, don't worry, I have plenty of wood here. Lin Xiao went straight up and took the wood-chopping knife and the basket on the back from Old Master Lin's hands and stood beside him. Seeing Lin Xiao and the others, Old Master Lin seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, shaking his head and saying, Keep the wood you have, in case it's not enough. Let's hurry up and gather more firewood so we don't run into trouble later. So Lin Xiao didn't say anything and followed them into the woods. Then I'll go with you. Then, as they walked, Lin Xiao explained the situation of Liao Pontu, who was following behind him. The Lin family members, who were initially startled by Liao Pontu's appearance, calmed down a bit after hearing this. Moreover, under these circumstances, no one had the mind to be afraid of Liao Pontu's strange appearance. No fear could frighten them more than the scene before them. On the way, with his hands free, old Master Lin walked faster, his hands behind his back, and he had the strength to speak. Looking at the increasingly dark sky, he sighed and said, "Unbelievable. 11 years have passed. We thought this awful weather was over, but it's back again. We don't know what bad luck has befallen our villages." Hearing him say that, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that it seemed to have been the same 11 years ago. Suddenly, the sky and earth changed color, and the temperature plummeted. The heavy snow changed the color of this land overnight. Then they took his mother away. At that time, many white banners were hung up in the village one after another, and news of death came from neighboring villages from time to time. The sounds of mourning echoed through the village for over a month. Lin Xiao gazed at the gloomy sky, his expression growing cold, his heart filled with gloom. Liao Pontu, who was watching his expression, pondered for a moment and whispered in his ear, "This shouldn't be a natural weather phenomenon. I suspect it's caused by that evil spirit." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao clenched his fist. His brows were furrowed, and as he pondered something, he whispered to Liao Pontu, "It's obvious. As soon as I placed the spiritual vein, the spiritual energy became rich, and the evil energy also became rich. Then the temperature dropped sharply. It must be that this dog of unknown origin is extremely sensitive to spiritual energy. Moreover, I sensed its presence when I visited the grave before, although it was very faint at the time. It seems this thing has been lurking near our village for a long time. But I don't understand why it attacked our villages 11 years ago. Back then, we didn't have any cultivators or abundant spiritual energy here." Chapter 82, Foundation Building. 11 years ago, that freezing weather lasted for 7 whole days. I wonder how many days they plan to last this time. This time, he will definitely not allow the situation of countless frozen corpses to repeat itself as it happened 11 years ago. Of course, he knew that it was impossible for him to do it in his current state. He still needs to improve himself. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped and said to the Lin family members in front of him, "I have other things to do, so I won't go chop wood. Father, remember, if anything happens, use the teleportation talisman I gave you to go up the mountain immediately." Lin Xiao turned around and saw his heavy expression, then waved his hand at him and said, "Don't worry. Go do what you want to do. You don't need to stay by our side." Lin Xiao nodded and said no more. He turned and left quickly. Liao Pontu followed closely behind. Lin Xiao returned to the sect and went straight into the cultivation room to meditate. Seeing how quickly he was making the most of his time, Liao Pontu didn't ask anything. He sat down next to him and noticed many books on the bookshelf. He picked one up and started reading. It turns out that you don't know until you look. The book he picked up at random was actually a low-grade, earth-level cultivation manual. Liao Pontu was somewhat skeptical, so he picked up another book, another low-grade, earth rank. He changed to another book. This time it's actually a high-grade, earth rank cultivation technique. Liao Pontu fell silent. Unexpectedly, this sect has other high-grade earth rank cultivation techniques besides the peach blossom spring myriad void technique. That's quite impressive. Could this sect be some former great sect that declined and had no successors? And this kid just picked it up? Liao Pontu stopped daydreaming and quickly lowered his head to carefully study the high-grade local cultivation technique in his hand. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was rapidly cultivating the Primordial Heart Sutra under the influence of the spiritual veins and the spirit gathering array. He directly opened his data panel in his mind and focused on cultivating while staring at the experience bar. He cleared his mind of all distractions, focusing solely on the cultivation techniques and experience points. Perhaps after acquiring a first-tier spiritual vein, the spirit gathering array was indirectly improved. In addition, Lin Xiao was cultivating his original Heart Sutra and using the AFK cultivation aid, so his cultivation speed and progress were increasing almost visibly. At first, his experience bar was 902/10,000, but it jumped to 1153/10,000 in just a few breaths. The cultivation room, which is usually packed with people, is now empty except for one person and one soul. One is focused on cultivation. One is diligently studying the mental techniques. For a moment, the gloom outside seemed like nothing more than a thunderstorm, a sound effect to help one fall asleep during an afternoon nap. After an unknown amount of time, Liao Pontu finally looked up from the mental cultivation manual. However, Lin Xiao continued his cultivation. His brows were furrowed, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, as if he had reached a critical juncture. Liao Pontu looked at the cultivation manual in his hand and thought, although this small sect is now in a remote corner of the mortal world and seems to have no future, but he felt that it wasn't bad at all. In the mortal realm, this means that no sect will target them or cause them trouble in the short term. Once this common problem in the cultivation world is temporarily eliminated, the survival rate of this small sect can be said to have increased significantly. Looking at them, although they are small, they are quite complete in every way. For a sect, everything else is external, but the cultivation method is the foundation of cultivation. Without a good cultivation method, the path of cultivation can be described as rugged. Liao Panda glanced at the mental cultivation manual in his hand and the pile of books on the shelf. However, this problem does not exist in the small Lin Xiao sect. Any one of these cultivation manuals on the bookshelf could be fiercely contested by small and medium-sized sects in the cultivation world. Another factor is the talent of the disciples. It is said that among the people in their sect, the longest they have been in school is only 1 month. A month! If this were in the world of cultivation, many with poor spiritual roots might not even have a chance to draw in qi. Liao Panda thought of some friends he had met when he first embarked on the path of cultivation. But what about this sect? From top to bottom, within a month, everyone has reached the qi refining stage, with cultivation levels ranging from level 1 to 9. As the sect leader, Lin Xiao had already reached the 9th level of qi refining in just 1 month. Liao Panda glanced at the spiritual energy fluctuations around Lin Xiao. The foundation building is about to begin. He suddenly felt that this sect might have the potential to become a major sect. He is someone who highly values the passing down of traditions. When he first joined the Tianluo sect, he thought he could join a small sect, become an elder, own a peak, and recruit many disciples. Unfortunately, before he could take on any apprentices, he was betrayed by his mortal enemy. Moreover, he knew that the Tianluo sect was destined to go nowhere. Decades had passed, and he didn't even know if it had been swallowed up by others. After all, they haven't found him for so long. Without him, a powerful nascent soul venerable to guard the sect, it won't last long. He didn't say that because they hadn't found themselves in decades. And now, the Lin Xiao sect has appeared before him. Liao Panda thought that this must be the guidance of heaven, and that the path to immortality was right here. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Lin Xiao sect was a promising stock with great potential. If he stays here wholeheartedly in the future and waits for the sect to grow stronger and for him to return to his peak, wouldn't he have a continuous stream of successors? Liao Panda imagined that scene and was very satisfied. He glanced at the spiritual energy gradually forming a vortex around Lin Xiao, estimating that it would take him quite a while, and then reached his hand into his own soul body. Unlike ordinary cultivators, he has been cultivating 2 different mental techniques since the Golden Core stage. One is the wood origin heavenly technique he cultivated when he first embarked on the path of immortality, and the other is the soul refining technique he created himself. So normally he doesn't put things in any storage space. He hides them directly in his soul body. That's right, he created a small space for his soul. So he put all his belongings into his soul, but he used to be very careful, so his nemesis had no idea about this. Therefore, all the treasures he has accumulated over the years are within his own soul. In the future, I won't have to worry about not having a gift when I take on apprentices. But what he's taking out now is certainly not a gift for meeting someone. He took out a talisman. Then he sat down and continued studying the mental cultivation method, waiting for Lin Xiao to finish his cultivation. At this moment, Lin Xiao was intently focused on his data panel in his mind. Host, Lin Xiao, AFK cultivation activated. Qualifications, outstanding among men. Gender, male. Bone age, 12 years old. Cultivation level, 9999/10,000. 9th level of Qi refining, early stage of foundation establishment. Mental techniques, original mind sutra, completion 100/1000. Peach blossom spring myriad emptiness technique, completion 24/100. Technique, none. Spells, purification, beast spirits, immobilization, soaring clouds, heavenly net. Chapter 83 cloud sword technique. The next second, 10,000/10,000. Foundation building. There were no inexplicable bottlenecks, and he didn't need any foundation establishment pills. He just achieved foundation establishment in an ordinary way. In an instant, all the spiritual energy in the cultivation room surged towards him. After being absorbed by him and circulating through his body in a complete cycle, all the spiritual energy gathered in his dantian, condensing into liquid and filling it. Then Lin Xiao saw that his cultivation level on his data panel had changed. Host, Lin Xiao, AFK cultivation activated. Qualifications, outstanding among men. Gender, male. Bone age, 12 years old. Cultivation level, 10001/100000. Early foundation establishment, mid-foundation establishment. Mental techniques, original mind sutra, completion 100/10,000. Peach blossom spring myriad emptiness technique, completion 24/100. Technique, none. Spells, purification, beast spirits, immobilization, soaring clouds, heavenly net. The system's voice then sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully advanced to the early stage of Foundation establishment. Friendly reminder. AFK Cultivation has automatically entered Foundation establishment mode. The daily Spirit Stone cost will increase from 1 to 5. It actually requires 5 Spirit Stones now. Lin Xiao felt that his wallet was about to be compromised. It seems that before I have a Spirit Stone mine, I can't just leave the game running all day like before. I have to work hard to cultivate myself. Sigh. Moreover, upon looking at his own panel, he discovered that his cultivation techniques section had always been none. Can this thing be created? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully started the cultivation technique creation function. Do you want to start creating cultivation technique? Lin Xiao immediately chose yes, and then opened his eyes with satisfaction. Then I saw 4 squares in front of me, just like the ones used to create spells. The first 2 are familiar old friends, paper mulberry bark, oh no, paper and ink. The third is a spirit stone, and the fourth is a concept for cultivation technique. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xiao put in the first 3 items. For his 4th technique idea, he directly inputted the content he had long desired. A moment later, ding, the cloud sword technique has been created and sent to your private treasury. Please check your account. It's done. Where the sword points, the heart follows. Like magic, Lin Xiao automatically learned cultivation techniques without needing to study them. Liao Pontu, who had been sitting quietly to the side, naturally noticed his strange actions, such as suddenly opening his eyes and throwing several things into the void in front of him. However, he did not ask any questions and simply waited quietly by his side. Only when Lin Xiao seemed to have finally finished did he speak. Young man, I have something that might help you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao turned to look at him, puzzled. What do you mean by that, senior? Liao Pontu handed him the talisman he was holding, saying, I sense that this evil energy is somewhat weakened. Its current strength is below the nascent soul stage. It must have suffered a severe injury and was healing here for some reason. It was only when it sensed the spiritual energy here that it awakened. After Lin Xiao took the talisman, he looked at it in Lin Xiao's hand and said, This is a talisman I made before, imbued with my nascent soul aura. If you use it near it, it will definitely sense it and may be able to scare it away temporarily. If that thing senses the presence of a nascent soul cultivator, it will surely choose to lie low again and recuperate. In this way, you will still have time to prepare. Holding the talisman, Lin Xiao listened attentively to Liao Pontu's words. But in his heart, he was thinking that he must have forgotten about this before, since he only brought it up now. It seems they had been pretending not to know anything about it all along, probably because they were too lazy to get involved. And now he probably truly accepts their sect, which is why he intends to lend a helping hand. It's just unclear what caused this change in him. But regardless of what Liao Pontu thought before, he has now made his move. Liao Pontu stroked his beard and finally said, Now that you have reached the Foundation establishment stage, finding the approximate location of that evil energy should not be difficult. Lin Xiao put away the talisman in his hand and said, Thank you for your help, senior. I will go and find the source of the evil energy. With that, he got up and walked outside. As soon as Lin Xiao came out of his cultivation state, he immediately looked around the sect for any traces of the villagers. Fortunately, nothing has happened yet, so it seems the village should be safe and sound. It was already evening, and the outside was no longer just filled with gusts of cold wind. It had started to snow heavily. The ground was already covered with a layer of snow about an inch thick. Lin Xiao, who is now in the early stage of Foundation establishment, felt that the evil aura in the air had become much stronger. After carefully sensing for a while, he found the general direction from which the evil energy was flowing. So he immediately flew off in that direction, his shadow swift and his footsteps leaving no trace in the snow. Along the way, Lin Xiao also took the opportunity to put the talisman into his private vault for authentication. After all, Liao Pontu's explanation was unclear. What if the talisman he gave me was some kind of extremely powerful attack talisman? What if he accidentally blows himself up while using it? Who can he complain to? Therefore, let's get it checked. The nascent soul pressure talisman contains the nascent soul pressure of Liao Pontu, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. It was originally intended by Liao Pontu to provide support for his future disciple when he was not around. Lin Xiao, goodness. Fortunately, it was indeed just a pressure talisman, so he could use it without worry. Following the direction he sensed, Lin Xiao arrived at a lake not far from the cemetery. This is considered the lower reaches of the mountain stream. A section of the stream opened up on one side, and some of the water flowed through that opening to gather here, forming a small lake. This place is not far from the cemetery, but because it is surrounded by dense forests and there is little farmland nearby, it is quite remote. because this place is quite a distance from the village, and the mountain forest products at the foot of Beishan Mountain are basically enough for the villagers' daily needs. Few people come here. Even Lin Xiao, a typical idler from several villages, hadn't been here much when he was a child. So Lin Xiao didn't know there was a small lake here. Beyond the lake is a mountain with a very strange shape. The mountain isn't particularly large, but its appearance is quite peculiar. It has no peak. When viewed from below, its top is flat, somewhat resembling a volcano crater. The mountain pass is uneven on all sides. The most bizarre thing is that the mountain is completely black, and the trees on it look like they have long since died. The decaying trees are just weathered trunks, as if they would collapse at the slightest touch. Not to mention, there is not a single blade of grass. The mud at the foot of the mountain was covered with a layer of black. Chapter 84, Sealing Talisman. As soon as Lin Xiao approached, he felt a faint but growing malevolent aura surrounding him. He immediately stopped in his tracks, not daring to take another step forward. He guessed that the thing was probably in this strange mountain. Now he was standing by the small lake, close enough to get there. Without hesitation, he took out the talisman in his hand and activated it instantly, using his spiritual power as a guide. A faint, almost imperceptible wave emanated from Lin Xiao and spread out in all directions. Wherever this invisible wave passed, all living things trembled. Only Lin Xiao, who was at the center holding the talisman, was in good condition. However, he could also clearly feel the immense and heavy pressure. So this is what a nascent soul cultivator is like. Lin Xiao couldn't help but gain a slight understanding of the level of nascent soul cultivators. He recalled the middle-aged man who led the Shengyangmen recruitment team that he'd seen not long ago in Suifeng Town. The feeling he got from that person was far less intense than the pressure from this nascent soul cultivator. Lin Xiao, after considering his current cultivation level, estimated that the person was at most a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. No wonder the spirit ship seemed to be moving slowly and unsteadily back then. Not long after Liao Ponta released his nascent soul pressure, Lin Xiao clearly felt the surrounding evil energy receding like a receding tide. Before long, the evil energy returned to its original faint state, only spreading within a very small area. The evil energy was contained very tightly near this hilltop, its edge just touching the cemetery of Xiushui village. He looked terrified. As the evil energy dissipates, the effect of the nascent soul's oppressive power talisman also gradually fades. Although Lin Xiao really wanted to rush up and tear the culprit who killed his mother to pieces right now, he knew that this thing was only succumbing to the tyranny of a nascent soul cultivator. If he, at the early stage of Foundation establishment, were to go there, not only would he be unable to avenge his mother, but he would also be essentially handing food to the enemy. Therefore, for Lin Xiao at present, improving his cultivation level as soon as possible is the most urgent task. He needed to acquire the strength to fight against the source of this evil energy before it was fully restored. Lin Xiao was preparing to return to the village, but he still felt uneasy relying solely on the intimidating aura of the nascent soul cultivator. He glanced back at the dark mountain and thought to himself, if only I could seal it away. So he opened the shop. On the homepage of the store, the first item in the recommended section is a low-grade sealing talisman. The description above reads, Earth-rank sealing talisman, an instant cast contact sealing talisman. It requires physical contact with the target to seal. The sealing duration decreases as the target's cultivation level increases. The user can know the sealing duration the moment the seal is successfully cast. Note that if the target is subjected to a powerful attack during the sealing period, the sealing talisman will become ineffective. Lin Xiao looked at the price, 75 spirit stones. Not bad, he still has more than 300 spirit stones. 75 spirit stones were within his budget, so Lin Xiao immediately bought it. He felt that it would be best to seal away the source of evil energy while it was still under the pressure of the nascent soul. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at night. However, this sealing talisman requires physical contact to seal, which is somewhat dangerous. But Lin Xiao decided to give it a try. Of course, he wouldn't just rush in like that. Lin Xiao first used the concealment technique to quietly enter the dark mountain. He figured that since he had the ability to prevent divine sense from detecting him, and he had also used the concealment technique, and the thing had just been intimidated by the pressure, even if its cultivation level was much higher than his, it shouldn't be so easy for it to notice him. Moreover, this thing is in a weakened state. Lin Xiao sneaked up to the mountaintop, hid behind a rock wall, and took out the Yin-Yang Life and Death Array from his private treasury. After placing the Yin-Yang Life Death Array here, he began to channel spiritual energy into it. Now that he is in the early stage of Foundation establishment, he no longer needs to spend an hour opening up the 108 nodes of this array as he did when he was in the Qi refining stage. Lin Xiao broke through the first node in just 2 breaths. It seems that he only needs the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to fully activate this array plate. It must be said that compared to the chi refining stage, advancing to the foundation establishment stage is a qualitative leap. After an incense stick's time, Lin Xiao successfully activated the yin-yang life and death formation. He then felt as if he could control the formation at will. The entire formation covers an area of approximately 100 meters in radius. A huge yin-yang diagram was faintly forming at the center. Currently, only Lin Xiao can see this image. There are 9 gates of life and 99 gates of death, surrounding each other in layers, all quietly waiting for Lin Xiao to control them. He could clearly sense that as long as he put in 100 spirit stones, the yin-yang life and death array would immediately activate, and then, under his control, he could manipulate the life and death of any creature that fell into it. Lin Xiao felt his confidence increase greatly, and he planned to flee here if the seal failed. If we can lure that thing into this formation, we might be able to kill it. So, Lin Xiaozi bought another set of letter symbols and teleportation symbols from them all. He placed the mother talisman on the array plate. That way, if he can't catch up with the speed on his own, he can use a teleportation talisman to get there. With all preparations complete, Lin Xiao finally crept quietly toward the source of the evil energy. Lin Xiao carefully stepped into the crater that resembled a volcano. He stood on a rock wall and looked down. He saw that the huge pit had almost hollowed out the entire mountain. He stood at the edge of the pit, and the bottom was more than 100 meters away from him. At the very bottom of this pit was a pool of ink-black liquid. The surface of the liquid was perfectly calm, without a ripple, like a dark mirror. It's impossible to tell how deep it is. He wasn't sure if the black liquid was the true form of that evil spirit. So he used the most ordinary method. He threw down a stone the size of a fist. The expected scene of the stone falling into the black liquid with a splash did not occur. Instead, the stone slammed onto the black liquid and stuck to it. Lin Xiao was somewhat disappointed that he couldn't explore what was inside the liquid. But then he suddenly saw a vertical pupil, as black as ink, slowly open on the surface of the dark liquid. Those vertical pupils merely glanced indifferently at the falling rock, their seemingly calm gaze filled with a chilling intent. That vertical pupil casually glanced in Lin Xiao's direction, and with just one look, Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He involuntarily broke out in goosebumps all over his body, but he remained perfectly calm. Chapter 85 Poisoning. He stared intently at the strange, unidentified thing. It was this that killed his mother, who had been so good to him. Lin Xiao suppressed his anger. The vertical pupil looked around once, and, after finding nothing unusual, it closed. The entity with the vertical pupil thought, "This is a very remote mortal realm, and I've concealed my aura so much, surely no one will discover me. What's more, it's currently disguised as a soul-devouring beast." As for the pressure from the nascent soul cultivator just now, it was probably just a nascent soul cultivator passing by. Although it concealed its aura, it wasn't particularly afraid. This nascent soul cultivator must have just been passing through. Otherwise, he would have come looking for it immediately instead of remaining silent until now. Thinking of the rich spiritual energy that had suddenly appeared, it suppressed its thirst. It's been over a decade since it absorbed enough spiritual energy. If I just wait a little longer until that nascent soul cultivator is far away, I can go and find that abundant source of spiritual energy and claim it for myself. Once I've recovered from my injuries, I can soar into the sky. So it peacefully fell into a deep sleep again. Lin Xiao, perched atop the mountain wall, silently witnessed all of this. It seems that the entire patch of black liquid is the main body of this thing. Seeing that the vertical pupils closed again, Lin Xiao waited for a while before silently diving down. When he got within 50 meters, he saw that the liquid seemed to sense something, and its originally calm surface moved slightly. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao used the sky-stepping technique, holding the sealing talisman in one hand and quickly moving towards the pool of liquid. The vertical pupils that had been closed suddenly opened the moment Lin Xiao approached. It had discovered him. This time, it wasn't just one eye that opened, but both eyes. When they were above the ravine, they didn't seem so big from a distance, but now that they were right up close, Lin Xiao felt that those two eyes were bigger than an adult's. Two enormous, dark, vertical pupils, one on the left and one on the right, stared intently at Lin Xiao as he approached, as if his rapid advance had become a slow-motion scene. Suddenly, Lin Xiao saw a head resembling a giant python rising up from the pool of liquid in front of him. The head and the liquid even formed thick, viscous strands. Clearly, this entire expanse of black liquid is the giant python's true form. The two dark vertical pupils on the head stared at Lin Xiao as he approached, a hint of mockery flashing in their eyes. Suddenly, the python opened its blood-red maw towards Lin Xiao. Its mouth, which hadn't been opened for many years, was full of black, viscous substance, and there wasn't even a single fang inside. Lin Xiao had been closely observing this change, but without hesitation, when he was still several meters away from the giant python's lower body, which had turned into black liquid, he immediately leaped forward, intending to slap the sealing talisman onto the giant python. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the giant python suddenly spewed out a jet of black gas into the air above Lin Xiao's mouth. The gas had an extremely foul odor, making Lin Xiao's stomach acid reflux. But he didn't care at all. All he could see was the distance between the sealing talisman and the giant python's body. Despite the foul odor, he finally managed to attach the sealing talisman to the python's body. The giant python remained frozen in place, maintaining its previous posture. It probably didn't expect that this human cultivator, who was only at the foundation establishment stage, would have a way to immobilize it. The next moment, Lin Xiao felt a thought flash through his mind. This sealing talisman can seal it for 3 years. He was thinking that he had 3 years to prepare to deal with the giant python, when, in the next second, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Warning: the host has been poisoned by the spirit-devouring python. If no antidote is available within 12 hours, the host's life force will be reduced to 0. Please seek treatment as soon as possible. Upon hearing this system notification, Lin Xiao surprisingly felt no fear at all. Perhaps he was so confused by the poison that he didn't immediately think about how to detoxify. Instead, he suddenly thought that since he was about to die, he might as well take a gamble and try to kill the giant python that killed his mother. Suddenly, a strong desire to kill the giant python in front of him surged up in his heart. His head was spinning, and his ears were ringing. Lin Xiao used all his spiritual power to barely control himself and keep his body conscious. His limbs were already a little numb, but he still managed to stand firm and immediately used the sky-stepping technique to reach the mountain wall. He judged the distance between himself and the yin-yang life and death array and felt that it was about time. So he used all his strength to throw a huge fireball at the giant python. He guessed that the python was afraid of fire. A huge fireball was thrown from his hand and slammed into the black, viscous body of the sealed giant python. The massive fireball shattered instantly, sending countless sparks flying in all directions. They even smashed open a piece of black slime on the python's body, revealing the rotten, black flesh inside. Thick, dark blood was bubbling out inside. The blood fell to the ground, sizzling as it corroded the soil and rocks. At the same time, the seal that was firmly attached to the giant python broke free. It was unclear whether the giant python was hurt by Lin Xiao's attack or angered by his sealing talisman. Ignoring its wounds, the giant python raised its massive head and let out a hoarse, piercing roar. The next moment, the giant python's head shot out towards Lin Xiao with lightning speed. Lin Xiao decisively tore open the teleportation talisman. Just as the giant python was about to strike Lin Xiao, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. However, the python reacted very quickly. Its body, which had been lying in the pit, immediately moved, and half of the huge python's body suddenly stood up from the pool of viscous liquid that had been nestled at the bottom of the pit. When the python stood upright, it was almost the same size as the 100-meter-deep pit. If Lin Xiao were still in the same spot, he would have seen this scene. The python's body, which was tens of meters long, was covered in sticky fluid, but no liquid dripped from it, as if it were all part of the giant python. Moreover, the entire python's body seemed to be bound by something, and its movements were not very smooth. Although the python's movements were not smooth, it did not prevent the giant python from immediately finding Lin Xiao's aura, and with all its might, it launched itself into the ravine. In the blink of an eye, it chased Lin Xiao to the outside of the ravine. Lin Xiao, who had just been teleported to the yin-yang life and death array plate, hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath when the giant python following closely behind crashed to the ground with a loud bang. It was only 100 meters away from Lin Xiao and landed right in the center of the array. Without even turning his head, he immediately threw 100 spirit stones into the array plate in front of him and quickly activated the yin-yang life and death array. Success or failure hinges on this one move. Chapter 86, Silver Frost Python Demon. The moment the spirit stone was thrown in, the yin-yang life-death formation firmly locked the giant python in the very center. The giant python, trapped, immediately began to struggle, its thick, long body whipping up dust and sand. Lin Xiao didn't even blink before immediately starting to manipulate the yin-yang life-death formation. He swiftly retreated all 9 life gates and simultaneously opened all 99 killing gates, instantly tearing the thick layer of black slime on the giant python's body to shreds. In an instant, dust, sand, and stone chips mixed with the black slime filled the entire formation, swirling everywhere. The giant python was instantly stripped bare, leaving only its black flesh and blood. It roared in pain and slammed its head against the heavy array walls. However, its attacks seemed to have no effect on the yin-yang life and death formation, and the formation walls remained completely unmoved. Lin Xiao immediately focused all 36 of his killing techniques on one point and attacked the giant python's vital spot. Meanwhile, the other killing techniques were unleashed simultaneously, attacking it from different directions. The giant python was already injured, and when it was attacked so fiercely by the yin-yang life and death formation, it immediately collapsed to the ground. However, the yin-yang life and death formation did not let the dying python go. The 99 killing gates prepared another killing move and delivered a heavy blow to the giant python lying on the ground. Suddenly, 9 bright lights flashed in the formation. It turned out to be 9 sword energies that burst out from the killing gates. The 9 sword energies slashed fiercely across the giant python's body, and before it could even hiss, it was sliced into 10 pieces. Not feeling at ease seeing Lin Xiao cut into 10 pieces, he activated the final strike of the yin-yang life-death formation. Soul annihilated. This is the strongest move of the yin-yang life-death formation. The moment it was activated, a burst of light erupted from the array, locking onto the giant python's corpse on the ground. Then, all the light began to converge towards its body, centering on the corpse, until the light tightly enveloped the giant python's soul, shrinking it into a massive python form. The giant python clearly hadn't expected that its soul would be discovered and captured. It struggled excitedly. 11 years ago, it barely escaped with its life and came here to recuperate. It can't just die like this. It's unwilling to accept it. However, no matter how much it struggled, the light that enveloped its soul remained unbroken, and its resistance was futile. Suddenly, just as it was struggling to break free of its constraints, the light contracted. The next instant, the giant python's soul was crushed by the suddenly contracting light. The shattered souls scattered like falling stars in all directions. Ultimately, it vanished into the air of the yin-yang life-death array. The python's corpse, devoid of its soul, instantly turned into a pile of grayish-black rotting flesh, emanating a putrid stench. The yin-yang life-death formation, which completely annihilated the target, perfectly completed its mission. After Lin Xiao closed the formation, 5 spirit stones were spat out from the formation plate. Looking at the 5 spirit stones on the array plate, Lin Xiao thought to himself, "This array is quite interesting. It even refunds any unused spirit stones." These were his last thoughts while he was conscious. The next moment his mind went blank, his eyes closed, and he collapsed to the side. When Lin Xiao woke up again, he opened his eyes and saw the familiar roof of his room. The crack in the roof leaked rain all year round. His father patched it many times, but it didn't help much. It would crack again whenever it rained heavily. He had just used magic to completely repair it some time ago. Lin Xiao felt extremely heavy all over, and his bones felt like they had been crushed, causing him great pain. He immediately used his spiritual power to cleanse his entire body. After using spiritual energy to cleanse his entire body, he felt much more relaxed. He turned his head and saw Lin Xiao sleeping soundly by the bedside. Next to Lin Xiao, there was a piece of black wood lying across the ground. Who else could it be but Liao Pontu, who was carrying the soul-nourishing wood around? As if sensing that he had woken up, Liao Pontu's upper body emerged from the soul-nourishing wood. He glanced at the sleeping Lin Xiao and chose to communicate telepathically with Lin Xiao. "You're finally awake." Lin Xiao was stunned when he received the telepathic message for the first time and looked at Liao Pontu with a confused expression. Seeing his expression, Liao Pontu transmitted his voice to him in disbelief. "You don't know how to use telepathy?" Lin Xiao honestly shook his head. He forgot about this when he created the spell. So Liao Pontu had no choice but to teach him the essential telepathic technique for cultivators in the immortal cultivation world. Fortunately, the spell wasn't difficult, and Lin Xiao learned it in no time. Then the two were finally able to communicate normally. Lin Xiao quickly voiced his doubts. "Wasn't I poisoned? How did I get back?" Hearing his question, Liao Pontu stroked his beard and said, "After you left that day, I returned to the sect and happened to run into Sunny Gao and Lin Yun who were returning. They heard that you had gone to find the Python demon alone and were worried about you, so they rushed over as well, and I followed them. When we got to that area, we heard a huge noise. We guessed it might be you, so we followed the noise. But the noise stopped halfway there. We searched for a long time before we found you next to a tree pit, along with your array plate and the spirit stone." At this point, he quickly added, "Your array plate and spirit stones are on the table outside." Lin Xiao asked again, "I was poisoned before, so why do I feel fine now, except for some pain and fatigue? Could it be that you saved me, senior?" Liao Pontu looked disgusted and said, "We also found the corpse of a python where we found you. I examined it, and it was a python demon that failed to transform into a dragon. I don't know if it was because its physical body was destroyed due to the failure of its tribulation, but it also possessed the body of a spirit-devouring beast. Demons are indeed foolish. Possessing a spirit-devouring beast, isn't that restricting its racial talent? Feeling he had gone off topic, Liaopon had changed the subject again. That python demon is a silver frost python. Its poison is not very strong. Although I don't have any antidote pills on me, I saw that you have Miss Springgrass in your spirit field, which is the main ingredient for refining this antidote pill. Moreover, the cauldron in the alchemy room is also of the highest grade. So, I, an old man, had no choice but to reluctantly lend a hand and guide Sun Yigao to refine a batch of antidote pills for you. You were lucky. Sun Yigao has a high talent for alchemy. Although he's only at the 7th level of qi refining, he produced a mid-grade pill in just 2 batches. You should know that a low-grade antidote pill would only alleviate the poisoning, not completely cure it. He would never tell Lin Xiao that the reason he didn't refine pills himself, but instead guided Sun Yigao to do so, was because he had never refined a single mid-grade pill, although he was already in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Chapter 87 Alchemy Talent. However, for some reason, he had studied for many years, but had never produced a single mid-grade pill, which forced him to admit the fact that he had absolutely no talent for alchemy. So although he had studied and collected many prescriptions before, he never personally made them again. Since he's a nascent soul cultivator, does he really need to know how to refine pills? Wouldn't it be better to just hire someone who knows how to refine pills? Hearing the first half of his sentence, Lin Xiao thought that he was the one who made the antidote for him, but it turned out that he was the one who instructed Sun Yigao to make the antidote. He was both amused and exasperated. But does this also count as teaching Sun Yigao the skill of refining antidote pills? So he quickly said to Liaopon, "Thank you for saving us, senior. For now on, you will be an elder of our Lin Xian sect. We will rely on your guidance for the future development of our sect." Seeing that Lin Xiao was so sensible, Liaopon stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. He then added, "But you're quite bold, kid. You actually thought you could kill that silver frost python demon with your foundation establishment cultivation. Do you know that, judging from its demon core, it's a python demon whose cultivation is no weaker than my own body? Even though it was injured by the lightning tribulation and its strength was greatly reduced, it still has the cultivation of half a golden core cultivator. If it weren't for your formation, you would have been done for." Lin Xiao still feels lingering fear when he thinks about it now. He said to Liaopon, "I don't know why, but I suddenly had the idea of killing it. Looking back now, I think it was very reckless." Upon hearing this, Liaopon stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing what he had said. "You were probably poisoned by it back then, weren't you? It said that the silver frost python's poison can even arouse the desires within those who are poisoned." As he spoke, Liaopon looked at Lin Xiao, who had recovered well on the bed, and thought, "I'm afraid that Python Demon didn't expect that this kid's biggest desire at the time was to kill it. Otherwise, it might have lived a few more years." Liaopon smiled slightly and said, "It's fine this way, so as not to keep this thorn in our side that could strike at any time and cause us constant unrest. After all, we don't know how long my nascent soul aura can keep it in check." He was unaware that Lin Xiao had used a sealing talisman on the silver frost python demon. Otherwise, he probably would have felt it was a pity. After all, if we could seal it away for 3 years, cultivate properly, make careful arrangements, and then kill the python demon, that would be a very safe approach. But in life, how often can everything go perfectly? It's already a blessing that the ending is good. At this moment, the door opened, and Lin Yuan walked in carrying a basin of water, with Lin Xiao's washcloth draped over the side of the basin. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Lin Xiao, who had regained consciousness, on the bed, and immediately exclaimed with delight, "Erlang, you're awake." The shout startled Lin Dao, who was dozing lightly by the bedside. Lin Dao opened his bloodshot eyes and saw Lin Xiao, who was already sitting up and in good condition. A warm smile finally appeared on his usually stern face. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, his face hardened, and he angrily shouted at Lin Xiao, "You little brat, you've gotten so big for yourselves. A weakling with barely any muscle on one arm dares to go and cause trouble for that monster all by yourself. Don't you know your own limitations? Didn't you see how big that monster is? Huh, you could fit 3 of your own in one of its eyes. What are you trying to prove?" As he spoke, he stood up, put his hands on his hips, glared at Lin Xiao, and continued, "What if you get swallowed by a monster? I won't even be able to retrieve your corpse." After venting his anger, Lin Dao turned and left with a livid face. Before leaving, he threw a sentence at Lin Xiao. "Once you recover, you'll kneel before your mother's grave for 3 days. Let's see if you dare do that again." After saying that, he left the house. Seeing that Lin Dao was angry with him, Lin Xiao was not unhappy at all. He smiled and said to Lin Dao's departing figure, "Okay, Dad, you get some rest." Hearing this from outside the door, Lin Xiao gave a soft hum and walked out of the house with cheerful steps. He needed to send the news that Lin Xiao had woken up to the old house so that everyone wouldn't worry. After Lin Xiao left, Tai Tu and his group, who had been waiting outside for a long time after hearing the commotion, rushed into Lin Xiao's house. Taking advantage of his height, Tai Tu was the first to squeeze to the side of Lin Xiao's bed. Brother Xiao, you're amazing. You took on such a huge python demon all by yourself. Lu Yunan, who was in second place due to his agility, immediately said, That's right, Xiaoji. You're amazing. Senior Liao brought back a huge python carcass, and you killed it all by yourself. Qin Jianghe, who followed behind and squeezed on, nodded repeatedly. I was so scared when I saw that python's corpse that my legs went weak. If it were me, I would have forgotten to run away even if that python demon was about to devour me. Everyone spoke with admiration. Jiang Youfu, however, couldn't squeeze into the front row and had to speak from the back. It's just a mere python demon. So what if it looks big? My brother, Xiao, killed it all by himself. It's just that the python demon was too despicable. When it couldn't beat us, it resorted to poison. Humph. Despicable. When the topic of poisoning came up, everyone asked, Xiaoji, how are you feeling now? Is the poison really gone? Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Lu Yunan laughed heartily and said, This antidote pill is really so effective. Xiaoji, you don't know, when Brother Lin carried you back, your whole body was bruised. We were all terrified when we saw you like that, and Uncle Lin almost fainted when he saw you. Qin Jianghe nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiaoji, you were barely breathing at the time. It was Senior Liao who quickly sent Yigao to refine pills, which saved you. Lin Xiao was about to thank Sun Yigao, but after looking around and not seeing him, he asked, Where is Yigao? The other disciples were all women, so they probably wouldn't be hanging out with Tai Tu and the others right now. But it was rather unusual that Sun Yigao wasn't among them. After all, given his character, he would definitely come to visit Lin Xiao with everyone. Lu Yunan waved his hand dismissively and said with a ha. Yigao refined 2 batches of pills in a row. He had exhausted all his spiritual energy before the second batch was even finished, but he didn't say anything. He just used his blood essence to convert into spiritual energy and gritted his teeth to finish the second batch. He is resting at home now, and we will go to visit him in a while. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately threw off the covers and got out of bed. I'll go with you. As they spoke, the group of teenagers left the Lin family home, supporting each other. Liao Pontu stroked his beard as he watched the group of teenagers leave, a slight smile on his face. It's so good to be young. As he spoke, he pondered the young man, Sun Yigao. This child is truly remarkable. He possesses exceptional spiritual roots, outstanding character, and most importantly, remarkable talent for alchemy. Although Liao Pana had extremely poor talent for alchemy, he had been very passionate about it since he started cultivating, but he had to give it up because of his limited talent. Chapter 88 going out. So he had no choice but to turn this hobby into planting herbs and collecting medicinal formulas. Otherwise, he wouldn't have planted such a large medicinal herb field in the Green Wilderness Secret Realm. Now he has actually encountered such a talented alchemist as Sun Yigao, who is only at the 7th level of qi refining. Under his guidance, he has only refined the second batch of pills and has already produced a mid-grade pill. Although it wasn't a particularly rare elixir, it was just a fairly standard detoxifying pill. But this also shows his amazing talent. Liao Pontu was increasingly pleased with this young man and really wanted to take him on as his apprentice. It's a pity that he's already Lin Xiao's disciple. Thinking of Lin Xiao, Liao Pontu shook his head and sighed. Sigh, that kid. But then he wondered if they would accept something like a second master. When the group arrived at the Sun family home, they were warmly received by the landlord and his wife. Liao Pontu did not come along. After all, his appearance was too frightening, so it was not appropriate for him to walk around the village without restraint. Everyone crowded into Sun Yigao's room and chatted with him, as he seemed to be in relatively good spirits. Lin Xiao lightly pressed his fist against his left chest and said, Good brother, I won't say much more about thanking you. Once you've recovered, let's go up the mountain for a barbecue together. Sun Yigao smiled weakly and said, Good. Zhang Youfu gave him a thumbs up and said, Yigao, you're this one. Xiao Guer is my eldest brother, and you'll be my second brother from now on. Tai Tu nodded repeatedly from the side. Me too. Looking at the people gathered around his bed, Sun Yigao felt a surge of strength flowing into his weakened body. He smiled and nodded to everyone, then said to Lin Xiao, Brother Xiao, the Imperial examination is starting next month, and I plan to participate. Upon hearing this, everyone was quite surprised and exclaimed, We're already cultivating immortality. Why would you still need to take an exam? Now everyone in the sect has entered the qi refining stage, and even the slowest cultivator among the young people present, Tai Tu, has reached the 2nd level of qi refining. Everyone has learned some spells and is gradually experiencing the wonders of being a cultivator. Therefore, no one understood why he didn't focus on cultivating his skills, but instead planned to spend a lot of time participating in the imperial examination. Lin Xiao wasn't very surprised to hear his plan. If he had studied for so many years since childhood, he would definitely want to take the exam to see how he did, as a way of giving himself an explanation for all the years of hard work. He nodded to indicate that he understood. Okay, but you need to be careful when you're studying. Don't overwork yourself. Sunny Gao smiled and explained to everyone. After all, I've studied hard for so many years, so I just want to try and see how well I can do. Don't worry, I'll come back and continue studying with you all as soon as the exam is over. Although he spends his days cultivating on a mountain, he still picks up his books when he gets home at night. These books have been his mentors and friends for the past 10 years. Qin Jianghe, who was standing to the side, immediately said, Of course. You've studied for so many years. The whole village has seen it, and we're all curious to see how well you'll do on the exam. Then, he changed the subject and said to Lin Xiao, Brother Xiao, I'm also planning to go out for a while. I want to see if I can open up some avenues for our sect to make money. These days, he has witnessed all the things Lin Xiao has done for the sect. Almost all the changes in the sect are the result of Lin Xiao's efforts alone. Even for the safety of the village, he went to face such a huge monster all by himself. He thought that he couldn't let Xiao Guder suffer so much, and he had to share the burden with him. Hearing him say that, Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised. He looked at Qin Jianghe and said, Have you come up with an idea? Qin Jianghe scratched his head and chuckled. It's nothing. I just plan to travel around a few towns near ours first, learn from you how to do teeth cleaning business, and once I've earned some money, I'll go to the county or prefecture to see if I can use it for any kind of business. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. He was indeed somewhat overwhelmed with other matters of the moment, and it would be best if everyone could contribute to the sect's development. Therefore, he would naturally not refuse their suggestions. So he said, That's fine, but it will interfere with your cultivation. Are you planning to go out by yourself, or find someone to go with you? Hey, sharpening the axe doesn't waste the woodcutter's time. I plan to ask my 2 brothers from my maternal uncle's side to come with me and help me out. Once I've got the business going smoothly, I'll just drop everything and become a hands-off boss, hee. Qin Jianghe is quite confident that he can make money. But Xiaoji, this means I'll inevitably have to expose our sect to my 2 cousins. But don't worry, they're both honest people. They won't gossip to anyone. Lin Xiao nodded and said, It's all right. If you think it's appropriate, you can also bring them into our sect and make them your disciples. But since you're traveling, even though we're very far from the cultivation world, there might be cultivators coming to the mortal realm, or even demons. In any case, you must be careful about your safety. As he spoke, he turned to Sunny Gao and Qin Jianghe and said, I'll prepare some things for you 2 to use when you go out in the next couple of days. He planned to research whether he could make some self-defense items for them to carry, and also prepare some other items that they might need. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host has automatically activated the function of delegating the authority to recruit disciples. This function allows the host to modify the authority to recruit disciples. Friendly reminder, those who have not obtained the qualification of a sect disciple cannot cultivate the sect's cultivation method. Upon receiving this message, Lin Xiao thought, the system is quite conscious of copyright. The others, who had been quiet nearby, started teasing Qin Jianghe after they finished talking, and then they all climbed onto his shoulders. Fine, Jianghe, you're not getting married, and you're going to make your own way in the world. If you see anything delicious while you're out, remember to bring some back for me. Mine too. Despite their playful banter, seeing how much Qin Jianghe cared for and worked for the sect, they began to think about what they could do for the sect in return. Needless to say, Sunny Gao was the one who personally taught almost everyone in their sect, except for Aunt Yang, who taught Lu Shangsheng. The teenagers were still laughing and joking on the surface, but they had already begun to think things through. They also wanted to contribute to the sect. By the time everyone left the Sun family's house, it was already dusk. The warm glow of the setting sun illuminated Xiushui village, making the entire village seem to radiate a rosy glow. Chapter 89, Mending the Bottom of the Pot. Villagers carried their hoes back to the village under the orange sunset, casting long shadows behind them. Several teenagers weaved through the crowd, laughing, joking, and chasing each other. Their cheerful laughter drifted into the sunset, dispelling the villagers' weariness after a long day. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lin Xiao walked alone on the village path. As he passed by Chifu's house, he suddenly heard a woman's voice scream, "Ah!" from inside. The gate to the courtyard was open, and he peeked inside from outside. Then, Chifu's daughter-in-law came out of the kitchen carrying a large iron pot. She held up the pot to Chief, who was relaxing in the courtyard, and said, "Dad, the iron pot is broken. I was thinking of cooking a big meal tonight to make sure Jifa and the others have some oil and fat. What should I do?" Getting a pot repaired in town will cost a lot of money. Hu Deli glanced at the bottomless iron pot, then remembered that he had accidentally broken the bottom of the pot a couple of days ago when he was in a hurry and used too much force. He touched his gray beard embarrassedly and was about to speak when he was interrupted by a clear, youthful voice from outside the courtyard gate. "I know how to mend pots. Grandpa Hu, shall I mend it for you?" Hu Deli and his daughter-in-law turned to look out of the courtyard gate. Upon seeing that it was Lin Xiao, Hu Deli smiled and nodded, saying, "Good boy, come in quickly, come in." Then he turned to his daughter-in-law and said, "Give the pot to Xiao Ger, he'll mend it." The daughter-in-law of the Hu family hesitated for a moment, but out of trust in her husband, she handed the iron pot she was holding to Lin Xiao, who had just entered. "Father, I'll go make some other dishes first." With that, she turned and went back to the kitchen. At this time, the Hu family members who were working outside had not yet returned, leaving only Hu Deli and Lin Xiao in the courtyard. Lin Xiao didn't hide anything and directly demonstrated his alchemy skills in front of Chief Hu, repairing the large iron pot. Of all the spells he created in preparation for the secret realm, the 5-element spells were the first to be created. It's surprising that while it wasn't used much in the green wilderness, it has quite a few uses in daily life. Hu Deli kept smiling and squinting at Lin Xiao the whole time, his eyes as kind and gentle as if he were looking at his own nephew. Watching Lin Xiao raise his hand and perform a magic spell over his own iron pot, instantly repairing the cracked bottom, he stroked his beard and slowly said, "Xiaojie, that awful weather won't come back, will it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and replied softly, "Never again." Having received his affirmative answer, Hu Deli lay back in his recliner and breathed a long sigh of relief. He was still shaken by the sudden weather change he witnessed just 2 days ago, which was just like 11 years ago. But to his surprise, the day didn't bring the freezing snow that had happened 11 years ago. Instead, it suddenly warmed up again. That day, after the weather turned around, he was on his way home from the village entrance after going door to door to inform the villagers when he saw Lin Yun, covered in sweat, carrying Lin Xiaofei, who was unconscious and covered in bruises, running back. Hu Deli felt at that moment that he seemed to have understood something. Now that he had received Lin Xiao's reply, he could finally relax completely. That kind of awful weather that froze so many people to death is truly gone forever. Seeing that Chief Hu was lying on the recliner, staring into space, Lin Xiao did not disturb him. He bowed slightly and silently took his leave from the Hu family. At this moment, Hu Deli was recalling the scene of heavy snow falling in June over and over again in his mind. Thinking of his wife who passed away because of this, Hu Deli's aged eyes reddened again and again. When the Hu family returned, they saw their patriarch quietly wiping away tears alone in the courtyard. After leaving the Hu family, Lin Xiao went to the Lin family's old house and made a round to show the family members that he had recovered before returning home. After returning home and having dinner, Lin Xiao settled into his room and began thinking about what to prepare for Sunny Gao and Qin Zheng's trip. First and foremost, we must ensure that their cultivation levels don't fall too far behind. After all, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Sect's cultivation room is completely incomparable to that outside. Therefore, one must have something for cultivation. Not knowing how long they would be gone, Lin Xiao thought for a moment and took out 20 spirit stones from his private treasury. He planned to give 10 to each person first. Lin Xiao was also thinking of trying later to see if he could make a portable spirit gathering array or something. Then he thought, although this is the mortal realm, there might be cultivators mixed in with the crowd. Then they probably still need to conceal their cultivation level. As for nascent soul cultivators who can discern a person's cultivation level simply by observing the fluctuations in their surrounding spiritual energy, they are completely outside Lin Xiao's consideration. Which nascent soul cultivator is so bored as to mingle in a mortal realm and even look down on chi refining cultivators? Speaking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly realized that he should probably think about how to suppress even his own spiritual energy fluctuations when he has time. Write this down in my notebook beforehand, and we'll talk about it later. As Lin Xiao pondered how to synthesize something to conceal his cultivation level and a spirit gathering array that he could carry with him, his fingers rhythmically tapped along the edge of the bed. Is it generally possible to create a battle formation by drawing a diagram or something similar? Lin Xiao plans to go up the mountain now to ask Senior Liao if he could draw the array diagram of the spirit gathering array and the concealment array that can hide one's cultivation level. Having gained experience in crafting, Lin Xiao now has much greater confidence in the item synthesizer. It seems that as long as what he puts in isn't too outrageous, the synthesized items will be generated according to his wishes. Upon arriving at the mountain, Lin Xiao headed straight for Liao Pantu's residence in Guiyuan Mountain Residence. To my shame, so far, Guiyuan Mountain Residence only has one resident, Liao Pantu. While the others were excited about having their own space, they still had to go home on weekdays. After all, being alone in a room on the mountain was still a little scary for them. Although young Jin Shu and his family of 3 were all cultivating in the sect, they still had a small plot of land to take care of, so living on the mountain was quite inconvenient. Therefore, they went home with the others in the evening. Moreover, after nightfall, when the villagers are all home and can't see, it's easier for them to use magic to tend to their fields. However, everyone gradually brought some of their own trinkets and placed them here, which barely made the houses serve some purpose. Looking at the return to the mountain residence, which was inhabited only by Liao Pontu's soul and had no human presence whatsoever, Lin Xiao sighed deeply. As expected, the sect's most pressing needs are money and supplies. With these 2 things, people no longer need to live at the foot of the mountain due to their living needs. However, the sect has already started planting spirit grains, so the problem of food and clothing will be solved sooner or later. Chapter 90 Preparing. It's a pity there were only 4 seeds. Otherwise, the problem of food and clothing could have been solved much faster. It's his fault for not doing enough work. He doesn't know to save seeds when planting. Sigh. Arriving at Liao Pontu's house, Lin Xiao saw the door was closed and politely knocked. Liao Pontu's somewhat hoarse voice came from inside. Enter. Before Lin Xiao could push the door open, it opened automatically from the inside. Lin Xiao immediately noticed Liao Pontu sitting upright in a black, jade-like wooden armchair. In front of him was a round table of the same material, on which sat a jade candle and many delicate, fragile white jade tea sets that looked extremely valuable. At this moment, Liao Pontu was meticulously brewing tea. Lin Xiao was somewhat puzzled. Could a soul drink tea? He turned his head and saw that the walls of the room, which were originally earthen walls, had been painted with a layer of off-white paint and were decorated with various calligraphy and paintings. There was a screen at the back of the room, which was embroidered with some kind of silk thread, and a dim light flowed through it under the candlelight. Looking at the room, which was arranged very well and even somewhat luxuriously, Lin Xiao was speechless for a moment. Where did he get all these things? As expected of a nascent soul cultivator, even if he lives in a small earthen house in the mountains, he still has to make sure the interior is well decorated. If Liao Pontu knew what he was thinking, he would probably say with disdain, "What are these things? He has many more good things. It's just a pity that those things are in other parts of his soul. Otherwise, he would definitely take them out and dazzle these rural boys and broaden their horizons." Seeing Lin Xiao's stunned expression, Liao Pontu poured tea into the white jade cup in front of him and placed it opposite him, saying, "What business do you have with this old man, so late at night?" Hearing his words, Lin Xiao remembered the purpose of his trip. He sat down at the teacup provided by Liao Pontu, thanked him, and then explained his purpose. Does the senior know the methods for drawing the array diagrams of the spirit gathering array and the concealment array that can hide one's cultivation level? Upon hearing this, Liao Pontu took a sip of the tea he had brewed and nodded in satisfaction. No. Without asking Lin Xiao what he needed the drawings for, he simply tossed 2 blueprints to Lin Xiao. "This is something I drew for fun in my early years. You can figure it out for yourself." Lin Xiao took the blueprints, and after clarifying which one was the spirit gathering array and which one was the concealment array, seeing Senior Liao's relaxed demeanor, he didn't bother him any further and said, "Thank you, Senior. I'll take my leave now. Please enjoy your drink." Liao Pontu didn't bother to reply, just nodded and waved at him, squinting his eyes and sipping his tea with great enjoyment. After saying goodbye to Liao Pontu, Lin Xiao took the blueprints and ran to the 10-mile peach blossom tree to pluck 2 peach blossoms and a few peach leaves. Then he entered the sect's main hall and sat down on the straw mat he usually frequented. Lin Xiao looked at the 2 blueprints. He first took out paper mulberry bark and pine soot ink and used the item synthesizer to make several copies of the 2 blueprints before opening the item synthesizer. Lin Xiao first planned to try synthesizing a spirit gathering array. He placed a peach blossom, a blueprint for a spirit gathering array, and a spirit stone inside. Item synthesis in progress. Please wait. Lin Xiao waited with great anticipation. A short while later, the system notification sounded. Synthesis successful. Items have been delivered to your private treasury. Please check your account. Lin Xiao immediately opened his private database to check. At the very end of the private vault, a delicate pink peach blossom lay quietly. Its name is the Peach Blossom Spirit Gathering Array. He decisively activated the appraisal function on the Peach Blossom Spirit Gathering Array. The Peach Blossom Spirit Gathering Array is a very small, micro-level spirit gathering array. To use it, simply place it in the array and inject a breath of spiritual energy into it to activate it. Its effect is almost identical to a basic spirit gathering array, but this array can only be used within a 1-meter radius. When used, the array releases a peach blossom fragrance, immersing the user in its aroma, which will not cling to their body. Note that the effects of this array cannot be stacked. It's actually a mini spirit gathering array. Lin Xiao felt good. In this way, the activation of the formation is not easily discovered by others, which makes it convenient for them to cultivate outside. He immediately followed suit and created a second Peach Blossom Spirit Gathering Array. Next up is the Concealment Array. Lin Xiao was somewhat conflicted, considering that all formations needed to be activated. He first took out a Peach Leaf, a Concealment Array diagram, and a Spirit Stone, and put them into the item synthesizer. Then, he frowned and thought for a moment, then took out another Spirit Stone and threw it in, while silently chanting in his mind, "I need a concealment magic artifact that can be kept active," with a system notification. Synthesis successful. Items have been delivered to your private treasury. Please check your account. Lin Xiao finally stopped praying and opened the private vault with his breath and focus. At the very end of the private storehouse lay a vibrant green peach leaf. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and then used the identification function on it. The peach leaf pendant, capable of concealing the wearer's cultivation level, loses its effectiveness if stored in a storage space. The system really does love him. Lin Xiao took the hidden peach leaf pendant and the peach blossom spirit gathering array from his private treasury and examined them in his hands. It must be said that the system's products are indeed of high quality. The peach blossoms and leaves look the same, but the texture they feel in your hand is completely different from before. Putting everything else aside, compared to before, Lin Xiao noticed that both of them had become much heavier when he held them in his hands. Looking at their texture, they all seem to resemble jade, but are not jade. Moreover, small holes were thoughtfully provided at the bottom of the flower and at the petiole of the leaf to make it easy for people to thread a rope through. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with the two items he had synthesized. With these two items prepared, along with the Sect's uniform, one can achieve a balance between cultivation and defense. Next, only one thing is missing: arms. Speaking of which, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that he had created the cloud sword technique before. They even have swordsmanship skills. How can you not have a suitable sword? He hasn't had a chance to test the power of this sword technique yet. Although he has automatically learned it and can feel its power, he hasn't actually used it or tried it, so he doesn't know its true strength. So Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then ran to the 10-mile peach blossom tree and plucked 3 branches. Looking at the huge peach tree swaying in the moonlight, he thought, such a big peach tree. Surely I won't uproot it completely? Back in the Sect's main hall, Lin Xiao excitedly opened the item synthesizer. He didn't have any suitable materials on hand, so he decided to make do with peach tree branches and spirit stones. After all, he doesn't even have iron, let alone any high-grade refining materials from the cultivation world. Iron is ridiculously expensive in town, and there are many restrictions on buying ironware. Want to buy iron blocks directly? Don't even think about it. No one will sell them to you. Unless he's bold enough to bring his farm tools. Chapter 91 Peach Wood Sword. Clearly, Lin Xiao doesn't have the guts for now. However, he had a little idea in mind. He planned to take his father's cherished farm tools and rebuild them to see if he could combine them into a powerful set of farm tools. At that point, his father probably won't be able to beat him up. That's too far ahead. What's urgent now is weapons. Lin Xiao opened the item synthesizer. They put peach tree branches and spirit stones inside. Within a few breaths, the system notification sounded. Synthesis successful. Items have been sent to your private treasury. Please check your account. Lin Xiao opened it and, as expected, found a peach wood sword. Even though it was just a wooden sword, he was very satisfied and quickly used the appraisal function on the peach wood sword. The peach wood sword, officially named the Unified Peach Wood Sword of All Realms, has an unremarkable appearance, looking like just an ordinary wooden sword. However, it actually possesses powerful exorcising abilities and is remarkably effective against demons and monsters. It is a high-grade heavenly rank magic weapon, and if used properly, its power is comparable to that of ordinary magic treasures. Good heavens! As expected, nothing from the system is bad. Even a random weapon can be a top-grade heaven rank weapon. Although it is still a magic tool, not a magic treasure, it is already at the very top of magic tools. Lin Xiao took it in his hand. From the outside, it looked like a very ordinary peach wood sword, no matter how carefully he examined it. If it weren't for the extremely strong spiritual energy coming from his palm, he would never have been able to tell from its appearance that it was actually a high-grade heaven-rank magic weapon. He followed the same method and used the remaining 2 branches to make 2 more peachwood swords. Then he got up, took a peachwood sword, and went to find Liao Pontu. Liao Pontu, who was being visited for the second time late at night, was carefully studying the Peach Blossom Spring Myriad Emptiness Manual. Upon hearing the knock on the door, he quickly stored the manual into his soul and continued brewing the tea that had already cooled slightly on the table. Then he said to the person outside the door, "Come in." Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter the room, he subtly pursed his lips, coughed lightly, and asked him, "Young sect leader, what's with you always coming to this old man's house so late at night?" Lin Xiao walked to the table, raised the peachwood sword in his hand, and asked him, "Senior, what do you think of my sword?" Senior Liao glanced at the peachwood sword and said with a disdainful tone, "Why are you showing me a wooden sword that little dolls use for playing house? Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised that he couldn't tell the grade of the peach with sword at a glance. Senior, can't you tell the grade of this magical artifact? Oh, so this is a magic artifact, Liao Pana said calmly. I'm not a master craftsman. This magic artifact must have the ability to suppress its own energy fluctuations. It's normal that I can't see it. The implication is that you shouldn't make a fuss as if I have poor eyesight. He then continued. Generally speaking, unless the material used to forge the magical artifact is a leak-proof material with exceptionally good astringency, the craftsman usually has to put in a lot of effort to draw astringent patterns in order to possess such an artifact. As he spoke, he shook his head again. However, in either case, it would be too wasteful to use it on a magic weapon. If there were materials without leaks, or a weapon refiner who could draw the concealing weapon patterns, it would be much better to refine a magic treasure directly. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Xiao shoved the peach with sword into his hand and asked, What do you think of this sword? Liao Pantu weighed the peach with sword in his hand, then raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, Wow, you're just a Foundation establishment kid, and you actually have a high-grade heaven-rank magic weapon. Lin Xiao then asked him, Do you think this wooden sword is suitable for us? Upon hearing this, Liao Pana nodded and said, It's nothing to me, but for you little chi refining and Foundation establishment kids, it's a rare and excellent weapon. Besides, this wooden sword isn't easy for others to wield, and its grade can't be determined by its appearance alone. It's perfect for weak kids like you. Liao Pana handed the peach wood sword back to Lin Xiao. For those below the golden core stage, this high-grade heaven-rank magic weapon is quite a treasure. Make good use of it, and you can pass it on to your disciple when you no longer need it. Lin Xiao nodded and accepted it, then put it into his private vault. In that case, he planned to go and pluck some more peach tree branches later and give one to each of the other disciples. Besides Senior Liao and Xiao Wan, there are still 8 missing. Lin Xiao thought about the huge peach tree that stretched for miles and wondered if it could withstand it. And so, the night passed. 8 more branches have fallen from the 10-mile peach blossom tree, and the Lin Xiao sect has gained 8 more peach wood swords. The next morning, when Jiang Youfu went up the mountain, he saw peach trees by the mountain path, paused for a moment, and asked Tai Tu, who was going up the mountain with him, Look, haven't our peach trees become a little bald? Tai Tu scratched the back of his head, looked up at the peach tree they passed every day for a while, and then thought for a moment before saying, No, they all look the same to me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Youfu gently patted his little belly and nodded. I guess I ate too much last night, and my eyes are playing tricks on me. With that, the two headed towards the cultivation room and began their cultivation practice for the day. Meanwhile, far away in the bustling streets of the capital of the kingdom of Puai, an old man was enjoying tea in a tea house by the window. He is Song Juxing, an outer sect elder sent by Shangyang sect to the capital this year. He had just arrived in the capital today, and before even going to his post, had already taken a tour of the entire city. When he arrived at the most popular tea house in the capital, the Drunken Dream Tea House, he saw that the tea house was very grand. So he, who had not experienced the worldly affairs of ordinary people for many years, decided to experience it. Although this tea house is called Drunken Dream Tea House, it doesn't just sell tea. There are also street performers. There are also various graceful dance moves. The most ingenious thing is that the waiters waiting for you inside are actually a group of young girls in their prime. But this is not the blatant brothel. If you really treat those girls too badly, they might cry and complain. However, this semi-concealed state is precisely what makes this tea house so wonderful. A pretty young girl was serving him from the side, and the fragrant tea in her hands seemed to turn into an overpowering drink. Song Juxing felt extremely pleased. No wonder the other elders in the sect didn't object to this humble job in the mortal realm. It turns out that as elders of the immortal sect, they could enjoy all the wonders of the mortal realm as long as they held the tokens given by the imperial city. Although they were cultivators, they didn't care about the so-called imperial power of the mortal world at all, and they didn't need to be restricted by the tokens sent to them by the imperial city. If they really want to do something, even the royal family of this mortal realm can't stop them. However, the royal family of the Puai kingdom was jointly supported by 3 major sects: the Shangyang sect, the Qinghe sect, and the Yunyan sect. If one faction disregards imperial authority too much, the other 2 sects will naturally not stand idly by. After all, the kingdom of Puai can be considered the mortal foundation of these 3 sects. Chapter 92: Calculating Opportunities. Moreover, the royal family of Puai kingdom is not without high-level cultivators in charge. Just then, Song Juxing was enjoying this moment of freedom when he heard a commotion coming from the street below. He looked down and saw a group of 13 or 14-year-old boys in fancy clothes running and playing into the tea house. As a golden core cultivator, he could tell at a glance that one of the boys seemed to possess exceptional spiritual root aptitude. He felt a sense of joy. One of the purposes of the sect establishment in the capital was to find and recruit talented young men from powerful families who had missed the annual general elections every 10 years. That's right, the capital city is different from those remote provincial capitals that recruit disciples once every 30 years. The capital city recruits disciples once every 10 years. However, the three major sects have always had a three-point agreement that they cannot force ordinary people to join their sects. It must be their own choice. In recent decades, Shanyang's sect has become increasingly weak among the three major sects of Puyi Kingdom due to the decreasing output of spirit stone mines in its location. As a result, this year, all the outstanding disciples with single spiritual roots in the elite circles of the capital chose the other two sects, and none of them chose Shanyang sect. Therefore, the sect had a purpose in sending this golden core elder to the capital to guard the city. Previously, the sect had learned that among the powerful and wealthy circles in the capital, there was a youngest son of the Wei Yuan general's mansion who was said to have a heavenly spiritual root. However, during the disciple recruitment launched by the three major sects in the capital last month, he was found to have a single fire spiritual root. However, Mo Yuanjiao, the youngest son of General Wei Yuan's mansion, refused to join any of the three sections. He insisted that he had a dream in which he realized his path to immortality lay elsewhere, not in any of them. Joining any of the three sects would only hinder him from embarking on the true path of cultivation. But when others asked him what that opportunity was or where it was, he couldn't answer. He just stubbornly said that he wouldn't go to another sect. He didn't want to go, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. The entire general's mansion doted on this youngest son, so when he made a fuss, the elders of the mansion all indulged him, letting him wait for the good opportunity in his dream. Now, Song Juxing's task is to come here and find a way to get Mo Yuanjiao to join the Shanyang sect. Although his cultivation level wasn't the highest in the sect, his skill in deceiving people was renowned throughout the entire sect. Song Juxing stroked his long beard, and a solution came to him in a flash. He raised his hand and waved it across his face, quickly changing his appearance. Then he took out a fortune-telling sign from his storage ring and placed it aside. Then he winked at the disciple beside him and gave him a few instructions via telepathy. The disciple looked out of the cubicle and saw that Mo Yuanjiao and the other teenagers had just run up to the second floor. He figured they could hear what was happening here, so he excitedly called out to Song Juxing and bowed repeatedly. Oh my, the immortal is truly a master strategist. I am utterly impressed. I followed the immortal's instructions when I got home, and it worked miraculously. The immortal is truly amazing. As expected, the shout attracted the attention of Mo Yuanjiao and his group. The other teenagers glanced at it and then turned their heads away with obvious disdain, saying, TCH, another charlatan from who knows where, daring to come to our capital to swindle and cheat. Doesn't he know that this is a treasure land with the three most authentic immortal sects guarding it? Exactly. If you ask me, we should teach these swindlers a lesson so they won't always think that our country is some backwater that they've never seen the world. As they spoke, the boys were about to go forward